a war on drugs. Now, if you're talking about direct military strikes on on military strikes directly on military targets that sustain the regime, that goes beyond just a war against drug traffickers, a war against small boats carrying relatively small amounts of narcotics, allegedly. So this is a message that the regime will not be able to ignore any longer.
Richard, let's stay on that point that you're making there about a message. We spoke earlier with Will Freeman, the fellow for Latin American Studies at Council on Foreign Relations, at the Council on Foreign Relations. And one thing he mentioned was, of course, we can't speculate what that next step might be by the Trump administration, but he did say that any success here would have to come with boots on the ground. Are you hearing from any of your sources about any not potential that that would be any sort of impending next step, but just the possibility of that even being a consideration by the administration at some point?
Consideration, everything is undoubtedly under consideration, and the Pentagon plans for every scenario in every conflict. So I'm sure they do have a plan for boots on the ground, but no one that I've talked to has considered that as or suggested to me that is a real possibility. The absolute preference would be economic pressure, and Venezuela is already under tremendous economic pressure from the United States. But as we've seen in other parts of the world with Russia and Ukraine, economic sanctions only go so far. We've seen it with Iran. Iran is one of the most sanctioned countries in the world, yet it continues to find allies in other parts of the world. And China and Russia, other parts of the so-called global south, help sustain it. Same thing with North Korea. North Korea is sanctioned, but it finds ways with Russia and China and other allies to keep its economy moving. So the next pressure campaign is or has been military strikes. Boats on land, potentially now in Caracas. Boots on the ground, American troops occupying a territory is a entirely different kind of conflict. That would be Americans there trying to bring in and sustain a new government, and no one has suggested to me that is under active consideration. Although, as I mentioned, anytime you're involved in military planning, you have options from A to Z, but I've never heard that considered as a realistic option.
Yeah, Richard, thank you for that. If what we are seeing tonight regarding this potential escalation, even though it has not yet been confirmed by the White House or the Pentagon yet, these strikes or explosions, if this is being considered a massive escalation, certainly any other scenario beyond that would be inconceivable at this point. We wouldn't want to speculate for that. Richard Engel, we appreciate your reporting, chief foreign correspondent for us, and we'll have you stand by to continue to give us Okay, now we're going to bring in Ana Vanessa Herrera. She is a journalist based in Caracas. We want to hear from her now on her experience, what she's hearing, what she's seeing. Ana, do I have you?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Ana, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. First of all, how are you, and are you safe?
So far, yes, we are safe. We're in the eastern side of Caracas, and apparently all the strikes or alleged strikes are happening in the part of the eastern side, but also in the center of Caracas.
Okay, tell me what you're learning so far, whether it's from people you know or what you've experienced directly.
Yes, well, it all started, I'm going to start with what I experienced, what I witnessed. It started around 2 a.m. Local time. I heard a very, very large bang, an explosion, and all the windows started vibrating, all the windows shaking, not only on my apartment, but the rest of the area as well. And immediately after that, I witnessed a large a tower of smoke coming from what looked like the center of Caracas, and then, bright lights and other explosions. What I was hearing most was the sound of what I believe were aircrafts or helicopters flying above the capital city. And immediately when I started witnessing that, I received reports from other colleagues, family members, friends, known ones that were seeing and hearing exactly the same in different parts of Caracas. Also, just minutes later, maybe half an hour later, we started seeing reports of exactly the same thing, but on the coastal area of Venezuela, in La Guaira, specifically in the port of La Guaira, which is the main port of Venezuela, where all ships and cargo arrives. And there are videos that are not confirmed yet because we have no confirmations of specifically each video that we're looking at that was being shared on WhatsApp, on Twitter, on social media. We have no confirmation of that, but there's specific video that is shown in La Guaira. I can recognize the streets of La Guaira. I don't know when that was recorded, at what time, but you can see the devastation of the port of La Guaira, what was left after that bombing. And also something very that is common between all of the reportings and my own experience is that people are very, very scared and nervous about not only what's happening, but what is going to happen next.
Do you have family in that area? Have you been able to speak to them if you do, and are they safe?
They're all safe, and my family, my friends, they're all safe and around the area. I worry for the people that are near the military bases that were allegedly attacked, and I repeat allegedly because we don't have specific confirmation of any casualties or material devastation from any authority, not only government authorities, but also from local authorities. We have no confirmation from the firemen or police in any of the municipalities that were hit by whatever is happening right now.
And I know we have heard of reports of loss of power. Have you seen that from your own experience?
Yes, I witnessed from where I'm standing. You can see behind me, there's like a small mountain, and on the other side, at my right, there is. I'm sorry, I'm just getting a lot of reports right now, so there's a lot of information that's coming. So I just need to be very clear that there is no confirmation on what is happening and what happened after the detonations from any authority so far. So I was telling you at my right, I have a clear view of part of a working class neighborhood of Petare and part of the center of Caracas. And both areas are still without any electricity. There were reports of electricity failures and blackouts, not only in La Guaira, which is the port of Venezuela, but also in the places nearby military bases, La Carlota and the Defense Ministry in the center of Caracas.
Okay, so you can see that directly, some of the neighborhoods behind you, and I know that you haven't been able to. Have you been able to speak to anyone on the ground in those neighborhoods besides your family?
No, there's no. The communications are really complicating the situation right now. So what we know, what we first learned was through not only social media but through WhatsApps and videos and pictures shared on WhatsApp, but without any kind of context. Because of course, this is our regular citizens. We're just. We don't understand, and they don't understand what they're looking at, and they're just filming and sharing the information. So that is why we have so much footage, but we have no specific context. We don't know when, who recorded it, where exactly, what was happening, what happened before and after they stopped recording. So it has been difficult for me specifically to talk to anyone around military areas areas and around those neighborhoods. But I do know that people in La Guaira reported that they heard explosions and they saw the explosions. And then this video was, as I was telling you, showed allegedly what would be the devastation of the port of La Guaira.
When was that the last round of explosions that you heard? I know that we are hearing reports that the first round was heard just before 2 a.m. Local time in Caracas.
Yes, exactly right, as you said. Around 2 a.m., I heard the first explosions, and people, shared the same experience as me. And then the last ones I heard was about maybe 40 minutes ago. But again, I am in the eastern side of the capital of Caracas. Now, in the center of Caracas, there are reports of people still hearing not only the other bangs, other explosions, or what they believe are explosions, but also the sound of planes. I heard that up until like 20 minutes ago. I was hearing planes flying over, or what I believe were planes, because that was the loud sound, flying over where I am, and going straight to apparently to the center of Caracas. People are reporting exactly the same, but I haven't experienced any new detonation, any new explosion so far. And but it doesn't mean, of course, that this is not happening any other way, any other place. I'm sorry.
Sure. Certainly, of course, this is all based on your specific vantage point from the eastern part of the region.
Yes.
Anna, when it comes to any sort of emergency services, you said you have not heard from local fire, from local police. Have you heard from anyone in your building, any leadership asking for evacuations, anyone leaving, anything like that?
No, not around here. We do have reports of that happening, evacuations happening in Fuerte Tiuna, where the defense ministry is, and people were apparently leaving the area. But this is very interesting because we need to right now understand the context of the situation. So no one really understands what is happening right now. We don't know if this, although the Venezuelan government, Nicolás Maduro representation addressed this and said that Venezuela was being attacked and there was a military attack on Venezuela. But we don't really understand what is going on right now. And Venezuela has been a country without any wars for the longest, for 200 years. So I don't know if people are really ready for what is happening. I don't know if really people understand that they need to evacuate, or they need to run, or that they need to look for shelter if they are around this. What I know is that we're looking at a lot of footage that is being recorded very close by where the situation is happening.
Anna, you bring up a great point, that is, if the population was not ready or braced for something like this, this could get very scary, very frightening, very dangerous very quickly for people in and around Caracas. And our NBC News reporter Gabe Gutierrez had mentioned to us earlier that his sources were telling him that they were hearing of these strikes being at the main operational headquarters of Venezuelan armed forces, which had residents there, and also possible strikes on military bases, including the telecommunications towers, which would make it nearly impossible for people to communicate, get across information to one another. Like you were saying, you have been thankfully able to communicate via WhatsApp and other cell phone applications so far. Your cell phone currently working, I assume?
It is currently working with the satellite internet and power backups. And I mean, we've been ready for this since the conflict started. When it started, I immediately identified that this was absolutely different from any kind of conflict and military conflict than before. Venezuela has experienced a lot of pressure from not only this second administration, but the first administration, Donald Trump's first administration. They also applied a full pressure policy against Venezuela, but this was absolutely different from the start. When the ships started blocking Venezuela, I immediately thought that this was going to be different. So my connection right now works, but I understand that the first thing that is going to collapse is going to be not only communications, but electricity and water supply. Not only because of something of the strike or whatever we can call this next step. We still don't know how to call it, but because those are the main issues that Venezuelans have had for the longest time. Electricity, communications, internet connection has been very poor for years now. So, of course, if something like this happened, we could expect, all communications coming, not only being blocked, but collapsing.
Yeah, and Ana, you mentioned taking all of this into context of the history of the region and the government. And I just want to remind anyone watching at home that the government of Venezuela has responded. So I want to reread that one more time. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela rejects, condemns, and denounces before the international community the extremely serious military aggression perpetrated by the current government of the United States of America against Venezuelan territory and population in the civilian and military areas of the city of Caracas, the capital of the republic, and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. This act constitutes a flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter, especially Articles 1 and 2, which enshrine respect for sovereignty, the legal equality of the states, and the prohibition of the use of force. Such aggression threatens the international peace and stability, specifically in Latin America and the Caribbean, and places the lives of millions of people at grave risk. And I apologize. I think we lost our reporter there on the ground, Ana Vanessa Herrero. Okay, Ana, we have you. We have you back. We're going to go back out to Ana here as soon as we can. Want to let everybody know at this hour. Ana, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Yeah, so just kind of re-examining this statement that was put out just within the last hour by the government of Venezuela. What's your reaction?
I'm sorry, I think I lost that last part. Can you?
Yes, just hearing from the reaction from the government of Venezuela within the last hour. Of course, we haven't received confirmation from the White House or for the Pentagon regarding these strikes or these explosions, but the government of Venezuela is pointing the finger toward the United States, strongly condemning these explosions. What's your reaction?
Well, it's only natural that they understand that they would point to the United States, because this would mean that the next phase that Donald Trump was announcing just a month ago is already happening. Of course, as you said, we need confirmation from the White House and from Donald Trump and the administration to absolutely confirm that this is the situation. But I think that the government of Nicolás Maduro would know if this was something orchestrated from inside or an attack coming from the United States. So the amount of videos that are running around social media, it's just overwhelming. And so we don't really know which one it was recorded when, but every video shows the same thing over and over: loud explosions, a lot of planes, or what we believe are planes flying above the coastal area and the capital city of Caracas. And the Venezuelan government just issuing the statement for me is absolute confirmation that they know that this is coming from a source different from an internal break. And I think that was the confirmation they were waiting for. They took a while to confirm, and we haven't seen them or heard from them. We just read the statement. And there are, I repeat, reports of a lot of things happening, allegedly. We have no confirmation where Nicolás Maduro is right now. We don't know. We haven't seen him. We haven't heard from him. But we wouldn't wait for that to be the case, so that we definitely confirm what happened. I'm sure that if something happened and they can talk about it, they will give all the details. But I think that this confirms that the escalation of the conflict came to a point that Venezuela was not really expecting. Just days before, we saw Nicolás Maduro dancing, celebrating not only New Year's, Christmas, and before that, celebrating and saying that this was only a psychological war, but this was not a serious threat. But just a day ago, after what Trump announced was the first strike that allegedly happened in El Zulia, in the area, the Zulia area, the region close to Colombia, and that Colombian President Gustavo Petro later confirmed. He changed the narrative, and he said that he was ready to seriously speak and talk to Donald Trump and to welcome new investments, U.S. investments. If they wanted the oil, then he could negotiate that as well with new investments. So he changed the narrative, but he kept dancing and celebrating. So I don't really believe that they saw this coming, because I'm sure that that wouldn't be the speech if they knew that this was going to happen.
Ana Vanessa Herrero reporting for us directly from Caracas. Ana, I appreciate your reporting, and please stay safe there. If you can, stand by for us. We will have more questions for you coming up, no doubt. But first, I would like to go back to NBC News senior producer Geraldine Coles-Azócar, who we spoke with earlier, whose family is there in Caracas. Geraldine, you've got some new information for us. What can you tell us?
Yeah, hi, Corey. Just to recap what we talked earlier, I talked to my brother who lives in the same neighborhood as Fuerte Tuna. They experienced, the first bombardment, smelled the smoke. There were several sort of like explosions, and they knew that it was inside of the military base, or that's what they say. And then I also, a little while ago, spoke to my other two brothers who live in a different neighborhood in the east of Caracas, and they experienced other explosions also, and they live near La Carlota, which is one of the airports in Caracas. And so they said that they felt that that was kind of like the target for that one, for those explosions. And also every time one of those bombs sort of fell, they felt it. They heard it, they felt it, and one of my brothers described it as it's kind of like a thunder that never ends, and that's sort of what they were experiencing a little bit.
It's hard for me to even contemplate that. That's a very visceral thing to experience. We've also been seeing a lot of these videos, and as our reporter Ana Vanessa Herrero had mentioned, we haven't been able to verify these videos that we're seeing, but these videos across the board have been showing this explosion that you're watching right now on your screen, it is absolutely striking to see. And we've seen these same explosions across many different videos that have been posted online. Still waiting to verify what exactly we're looking at, where these strikes or explosions came from. But you also see in some of these video some sort of, whether it's a helicopter or aircraft flying overhead. We do not know what that aircraft is. And across the board, we've seen and heard more from people that seem to be fleeing the streets, especially near where the explosion happened, but even if they're further outside of Caracas, have your family seen evacuations yet, Geraldine?
No, they've actually sort of experienced the opposite in the 3 locations where my relatives live. They said that it's sort of like dead silence, like nobody's out in the streets. Everybody's sort of like staying inside of their homes. So, I'm not quite sure how whatever orders Maduro has given sort of affect that, of people being around and walking around. But yeah, like they haven't seen, like, there's no cars, no military movement or anything in Caracas. They haven't seen anything. And this is sort of like in the east and again in the center of Caracas.
And they haven't heard from any emergency services yet either, whether it's from the local fire department or police there.
No, not at all. The only thing they're sort of reporting is like near the center where my brother, who lives near Fortuna, is experiencing. Obviously, they're experiencing the blackout, so communications are a little bit more dicey. And other parts of Caracas, as you can see on the screen, are lit up, and other ones are sort of like in the dark.
Ana Vanessa Herrero had mentioned earlier as well that one challenge for local residents is going to be, besides the electricity, is going to be some basic needs in the coming days, such as water. Have your family reported any concerns for their survival in the coming days?
Well, I think there was, in the days leading to this, there was a lot of speculation about whether there was actually going to be an action on Venezuelan soil or not. And so I think a lot of families, like including mine, have sort of been, slowly sort of gathering supplies in case something did happen. Venezuelans have experience with that, right? Just because of all of the different protests and the different times where I think the Venezuelan people have risen and gone out in protest, and sort of at times it has paralyzed operations in Caracas, so people are very familiar with going and being like sort of stockpiling, if you will, a little bit whatever they can find and whatever they can afford, to be very honest. So yeah, they sort of been preparing a little bit for this, without knowing that this was actually going to happen.
Earlier we were speaking to Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel for NBC News, who said his sources didn't say exactly, but they were alluding to that this would be a regime change operation. And with all of the reporting that Gabe Gutierrez had given us from his source about the possible targets of these strikes, of these alleged strikes, Richard Engels said that he believed that there was a strong indication that this was a coordinated attack. And of course, we did hear in the last, I would say, hour from the government of Venezuela strongly condemning this and pointing to the United States, even though we have not received confirmation about these explosions, whether or not this was an operation that was carried out by the United States. What is your reaction to the Venezuelan government's statement they put out? And has your family heard that? Have they had any reaction to that?
No, the only thing that they've heard is that sort of like there is an order, and I'm trying to think of the name in English right now. There's an order of people staying in their homes. That's the only thing they sort of reported that they've heard. I don't actually know what Maduro's reaction is going to be to this. I honestly have no idea what they're thinking or how they're going to sort of respond back to the explosions.
I'm sure this is incredibly confusing. The fact that we're hearing that your family is saying that there's possibly a stay-in-place order or an emergency order for people to stay in and shelter in is more than we had heard before. So that is an update there. Is there anything else that you think is important to know at this hour, Geraldine?
Not really. I'll keep working the phones and see what else I can find out, and hopefully we can continue to report what's happening in the ground.
We appreciate it. We'll continue to do the same on our end, and we hope your family stays safe. Thank you so much for your insight. Geraldine Coles-Azokar, she's an NBC News producer, and no doubt we will be talking to you again, Geraldine, I'm sure. If you're just tuning in, we are on the air right now for breaking news. A couple hours ago at just before 2 a.m. local Venezuelan time, local Caracas time, locals there had reported hearing and seeing explosions. And at this point, we are reporting alleged strikes or explosions in the city of Caracas. We have seen and heard directly from our reporters on the ground that there is a loss of power in parts of the city, and our expert reporters that we've been speaking to around the country and around the world have sources that have confirmed what they have seen, which is alleged strikes on military bases in Caracas. Let's go back over to NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, what do you have for us?
Hey there, Corey. So we are getting more reaction from across the region. We had earlier told you about the president of Colombia denouncing these apparent strikes. Now we are hearing from Cuba's government, Cuba's president Miguel Diaz-Canel, that Cuba denounces and urgently demands a reaction of the international community against what it calls a criminal attack by the U.S. on Venezuela. Against that's a reaction from Cuba. And of course, as you've been reporting, the Venezuelan government accusing the U.S. of extremely serious military aggression. We should stress, however, we have not yet heard from the White House. We have not yet heard from the Pentagon. No confirmation that it is, in fact, the U.S. Behind what's transpiring here or there in Venezuela. But as we've been reporting and as we were speaking about with Richard earlier, this strongly suggests some sort of coordinated attack. And given the context of the ongoing tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela, it certainly raises a lot of questions about the U.S. and possible involvement here. As I've been speaking with my sources there on the ground, yes, there do seem to be several military targets among those that were hit by these explosions. Again, according to one source, an analyst who is quite connected with the situation down there, one of those locations targeted is the Fuerte Tiuna military complex in central Caracas, a main operational headquarters of Venezuela's armed forces. Again, that's according to one of my sources, not confirmed, but this is all very preliminary information. Now, Corey, this does come after escalating tensions between the U.S. And Venezuela that has really ramped up in the last couple of weeks. And with the U.S. targeting these alleged drug boats in the Caribbean and in the Eastern Pacific, many in Venezuela were wondering whether something like this would transpire. In fact, look, President Trump over the last several weeks has repeatedly suggested that this would happen, some version of this. This is certainly much larger than we had seen thus far. Earlier this week, just several days ago, in fact, the president acknowledging that the U.S. had struck inside Venezuela in some sort of dock area in a place where he claimed that boats were being loaded up with drugs. Although even after several days, through the new year, the White House was very reluctant to release any information, even the exact location of that targeted strike that the president had acknowledged. But this, it does appear to be a series of explosions that, again, we don't have any confirmation yet that it was ordered by the United States, but certainly a lot of signs pointing to that. Unclear if there's any injuries from these strikes. Unclear what Nicolás Maduro's next move might be. And in fact, Corey, we have yet to hear directly from Nicolás Maduro. There has been that government statement that was released a short time ago blaming the U.S. For these explosions. But Nicolás Maduro, we've not heard from him just yet. The last time we did hear from him was an interview just 2 days ago on New Year's Day on state-run television in Venezuela, where the authoritarian leader said that he was willing to negotiate with the United States. Of course, it's hard to see that that would have made much difference, given that the president himself, President Trump, has said that he has recently spoken with Nicolás Maduro, although the White House did not clarify exactly when. But the president seemed to brush that off and say that speaking with Maduro wouldn't make much difference. Maduro, during that interview, didn't comment on that strike by the U.S. Inside his country. But for quite some time now, especially within the last few months, especially with Secretary of State Marco Rubio taking a larger and larger role in the foreign policy towards Venezuela, there had been a sort of drumbeat in a way that the administration was hoping for to force Maduro from power. Of course, that was not the stated goal. The stated goal from the White House was that the administration was hoping to stop drugs, fentanyl, cocaine, from coming into the United States. However, even Chief of Staff Susie Wiles in a recent interview acknowledged that one of the main purposes of these alleged drug boat strikes was to, quote, make Maduro cry uncle. And so given that backdrop, given that context, the world was watching to see what would be the next step in this military buildup. Already more than 100 people have been killed as part of those alleged drug boat strikes in the Eastern Caribbean, and the Eastern Pacific. And now we are awaiting word from the White House or the Pentagon, any confirmation on exactly what is transpiring here in Venezuela. So the latest we have is that government statement from Venezuela accusing the U.S. of being behind the explosions that you're seeing there on your screen. But we have no confirmation of any injuries, no confirmation of the whereabouts of Nicolás Maduro, no indication what his government will do next, and no indication on what the president's President Trump's reaction might be to what transpired overnight. Corey.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, Gabe, how the fact that as the moments continue to pass, as we are reporting on this breaking news, the silence from the White House and the Pentagon gets louder and louder. No doubt they are keeping abreast of any updates. So we continue to wait to hear from our government. Let's go now to our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Richard, what's the latest?
Ser blanco del poderío militar.
We're going to bring in Richard as soon as we get his signal up here in just a moment. But I want to.
I'm here, yes.
Oh, here we go. Hi, Richard. Take it away.
I'm sorry, I don't think you were hearing me. Yes, this is extraordinary details that are coming in. The report you had, the witness report in Caracas, as she was describing what she thought were low-flying aircraft or helicopters, explosions in multiple parts of the country. This can only be a coordinated strike. The main question that I have at this moment is this just the beginning? Is this a message to Maduro and his inner circle, because apparently they had not been getting the message that the Trump administration was trying to deliver, or is this the start of a continuing campaign? And I think that will only become clear not by the statements from U.S. officials. Well, that will be an indication, but by what happens tonight, tomorrow. Will there be a follow-on military campaign? Because multiple coordinated detonations, the sounds of helicopters and aircraft flying low, explosions are at and around military sites. That's a coordinated military strike. That is a regime change operation level, not counter-narcotics operation. We're still awaiting official confirmation, but if you look at all of the indications here, there are very few countries that have the ability to do this, that have the will to do this. This is an escalation, and the question I have at this moment is, will there be more strikes tonight, or was this I don't want to say one-off, because there's already been strikes on boats and there's already been a land strike in a remote part of the country, but was this just one more escalatory step to try and convince the Maduro regime to leave power, or is this the start of a sustained military campaign to drive them from power?
Now, Richard, I have a question for you in response to your question, because I agree. I think that's what we're all wondering at this hour. My question to you is, because we have not heard from the White House or the Pentagon, is that in itself a response?
No, it's I don't want to say a holiday period in the middle of the night, but it is also a holiday period in the middle of the night, and I think they're trying to calibrate their response. And there are also countries mediating. I know several officials who are directly involved in this process. This is not happening in a vacuum. When there have been strikes carried out against the boats, there have also been negotiations. People have been, U.S. officials, through intermediaries, have been talking to the Maduro regime and made it clear that they want the Maduro regime, specifically President Maduro himself and his inner circle, to leave the country, to no longer be in power. And they believe, the Trump administration believes, and others believe, that the Maduro regime is not only illegitimate, that it is backed by Cuban intelligence, that it is tied to the drug trade. They have been designated narco-terrorists, and they want them out. So, going back to why we haven't heard a statement yet, it's also very likely that in addition to the public statements, there are back-channel conversations going on with intermediaries, with officials in the regime to calibrate their reaction. Did they get this message? Do there need to be more strikes? Is there a period of negotiations now? Maduro has said that he is open to talks, but he has also made it clear he has no intention at this stage of stepping down and leaving power. We will see if that calculation has now changed, or if those more significantly around him have changed their calculations, because dictators only last as long as they have control of primarily the military. If they lose control of the military and the security services, they generally lose control of the country as well. So I think we will hear something quite soon, but I have no doubt they're trying to calibrate what message they're trying to send, and they're probably trying to get some initial assessments of what the response was, how the government itself is receiving this attack.
And of course, we are now getting a little bit of a trickle in of governments responding. The Cuban government also strongly denouncing these alleged strikes, as reported by Gabe Gutierrez. Richard, when it comes to the talk that happened back and forth, maybe not directly, but indirectly, between Nicolás Maduro and President Trump in the days leading up to this, on New Year's Day, for example, Nicolás Maduro saying that he was willing to negotiate to some degree, and then the United States saying that they felt that it wouldn't make much of a difference. This feels a little bit to me like a preamble leading up to the fact that these strikes may have been planned, and we're going to have moved forward no matter what.
Well, let's not forget how many American troops and how much military force has been moved to Latin America recently. We've all noticed the strikes on the boats. That's been the most obvious part of this campaign. And Gabe mentioned a short while ago that around 100 people have been killed in these strikes on small boats allegedly carrying narcotics destined for the United States. But strikes, lethal strikes on small boats, You don't need American aircraft carriers. You don't need the thousands of troops that are stationed in the region now for several months. That level of power is only needed to, again, send a message to the military that the U.S. is serious and has the possibility for regime change, or to carry out strikes like the ones that we saw just a few hours ago. So there is a military
Richard,
presence.
thank you so much.
Imagine.
I'm going to pause you here because I want to alert all of our stations to be on standby at this moment, because we are going to be heading to an NBC News special report. I want to alert our stations to be on standby at this moment. We're now going to an NBC News special report.
This is an NBC News special report.
Good day to you. I'm Peter Alexander with this NBC News special report. We are coming on the air right now with breaking news out of Venezuela, where several explosions have rocked the capital city there of Caracas. That is according to multiple eyewitnesses that NBC News has spoken to over the last several hours. Those eyewitnesses sharing firsthand accounts of those explosions. The Venezuelan government, for its part, has accused the United States in a new statement from overnight of carrying out the military attacks, condemning the strikes as what it calls extremely serious military aggression. Neither the White House nor the Pentagon has issued any comment. We are out to both the White House and the Pentagon, as well as the State Department, for any information on this. And of course, we're monitoring Truth Social to hear if the President of the United States shares any comments as well. But notably, if the U.S. is behind these strikes, it would mark a major escalation from the United States military after the Trump administration's months-long pressure campaign on Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro's regime there. Maduro, someone that the United States has said is an illegitimate leader, the head of what the United States, the U.S. Says is a narco-terrorist state. And of course, it follows a recent U.S. strike in Venezuela just before the end of the year, as well as we have been reporting for weeks and months now, those military strikes on boats in the region that the U.S. says have been carrying drugs throughout the region. Again, right now you are looking at pictures into our newsroom of explosions in the capital city of Caracas, Venezuela. No statement from the United States so far, but the Venezuelan government is accusing this of being an extremely serious military aggression, a military attack from the United States. A series of my colleagues are up early as we begin the new year together right now with the very latest on all of it. I want to begin with NBC News' senior White House correspondent, my colleague Gabe Gutierrez, who has been up early detailing some of what we're seeing right now. Gabe, as we know, this comes after what have been weeks of threats and warnings and accusations by the United States. The president, only a matter of days ago, had said that Nicolás Maduro's days were numbered. If the U.S. is behind these strikes, it appears very clear that the U.S. is now amping up the pressure on the Venezuelan leader. Gabe?
Certainly. It's a dramatic escalation, it appears to be, Peter. And President Trump, just in the last few weeks, had been saying that he anticipated strikes inside Venezuela. Now, just within the past several days, the president acknowledged that there was at least one strike inside Venezuela, although the White House refused to provide many details on that. The president only saying earlier this week, confirming that the U.S. had struck some sort of dock area in an unspecified part of Venezuela, a place where he said that boats were being loaded up with drugs. And Peter, that is something that the White House, as you know, has been repeatedly saying throughout this entire campaign, that the focus here is targeting what it calls narco-terrorists and trying to prevent drugs like fentanyl and cocaine from reaching the United States. Of course, much of the fentanyl that reaches the U.S. is made in Mexico with precursor chemicals from China, but that has not stopped the administration from making the argument that it is engaged with armed combatants, that is labeled foreign terrorist organizations in and around Venezuela and in the Caribbean. Now, the administration over the past several months has carried out a series of strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean, in the Eastern Pacific, some as recently as this week. More than 100 people have been killed. But this, if it indeed turns out to be strikes by the U.S., this would be, of course, a dramatic escalation. Of course, we are awaiting any sort of reaction from either the president, the White House, the Pentagon. We have not heard from any of them. What we have heard, though, Peter, is quite a lot of reaction from several governments in the region. For example, you mentioned the government of Venezuela out with a statement condemning, denouncing this, what it calls serious military aggression perpetrated by the current government of the United States, and also calling this a flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter. The president of Colombia has also denounced these apparent strikes, so has the president of Cuba on social media within the past few hours. Now, this, as we understand it, these explosions began just before 2 o'clock local time in Venezuela. We have not received word of any injuries or any deaths as a result of these explosions, but as we're starting to get video from parts of Venezuela, you see dramatic images of fiery explosions inside the capital of Caracas. Now, I have spoken with a source, a Venezuelan analyst connected to the situation down there, who has been collecting some of these reports, and according to this source, there does seem to be multiple military facilities in Caracas that have been struck. Although this is very preliminary information, Peter, and it could change at any time as this situation unfolds. We are, of course, as I mentioned, awaiting any confirmation from the White House or from the Pentagon that it is the U.S. behind these apparent strikes. And so far, several governments in the region are blaming the explosions on the United States amid this escalating pressure campaign that the U.S. administration, that the Trump administration has been undertaking with Venezuela, Peter.
Gabe, stay with us for a second. Again, just to remind audiences, as we look at this right now, we are seeing those fiery explosions taking place in and around the capital city of Caracas in Venezuela right now. And much of that region has been bracing for the potential this might happen, given some of the president's words in recent days. We should note we also heard from the Venezuelan president, Nicolás Maduro, just a matter of hours ago in the last couple of days, where he said that he was open and negotiating with Washington, with the president, to combat drug trafficking in what was really the first sign, perhaps, that this sustained U.S. pressure campaign was beginning to take its toll in some form on this embattled South American leader at the time. Maduro said in an interview that was recorded and aired with a South American, a Spanish journalist, he said the U.S. government knows because we have told many of their spokespeople that if they want to seriously discuss an agreement to combat drug trafficking, we are ready. The president, as you may remember in recent days, before we saw that strike that took place at a docking facility along Venezuela's shoreline last month. Media reports suggested it was carried out by the CIA. The CIA has declined to comment to me and to my colleagues in a series of its public statements so far. But we know that the president did say publicly in advance of that the U.S. had knocked out a facility tied to Venezuela. In his words, he said it was a big plant or facility where, among other things, he said the ships come from. He said, in the president's words, that we hit them very hard, but clearly this would be a much harder strike were it to be the United States behind it right now. We should note we do not have any reason to believe that there will be any public acknowledgement from the U.S. so far. As with other strikes that have taken place around the world, including those in Iran and elsewhere, it's often a matter of hours or even days before the U.S. would confirm such a thing. Gabe, as you stay with us here, I'm struck by a couple of things. One, obviously, among the questions we're asking right now, if this was the U.S., was the Senate Armed Services Committee notified of any strikes that would be have taken place there? There's obviously been some criticism from Democrats, even some Republicans, that they have not been brought into this process, that in effect the White House has been working unilaterally here already at this early hour as we try to get more details. There are accusations from Democrats against the Trump administration. We heard from one of former President Obama's deputy national security advisors, one of his heads of strategic planning there, Ben Rhodes, a moment ago, effectively saying that a regime change war in Latin America based on absurd rationales about drug trafficking, no explanation of goals, and counter to everything Trump promised, campaigning. That's the way he has framed it. So you can see how the criticism is already beginning before there's even confirmation of what this may be right now. But let's focus in the moment again with those strikes right here, Gabe. And the president has had a series of meetings, we know, over recent weeks with some of his top advisors. We know they've been focused on a series of military situations, most notably what's been taking place between Russia and Ukraine. But Gabe, update us on the conversations, the meetings the president and his aides have been having as it relates to Venezuela.
Well, certainly. It's been a very busy period, Peter. As you know, the president dealing with a lot of foreign policy challenges really around the world. Of course, not just in Ukraine, but also escalating tensions between Iran and Israel. And Venezuela also has come up just within the past several days as he's been spending the holidays at his Mar-a-Lago estate in South Florida. Now, the president has been meeting with his national security team for quite some time, and over the past several months, regarding Venezuela, the driver of this policy, the foreign policy towards Venezuela, has certainly been Secretary of State Marco Rubio, also the acting national security advisor, as well as Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, of course, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, involved in all of these discussions as well. And you recall, Peter, that it's just a short time ago, a couple of weeks ago, that in a Vanity Fair interview with Susie Wiles, the Chief of Staff, made a very candid assessment of the administration's goals in Venezuela, while they have publicly been saying that stopping drugs from entering the U.S. is the main goal and combating narco traffickers. Susie Wiles saying in that interview that one of the main goals of attacking these alleged drug boats was to make Maduro cry uncle. And certainly Secretary of State Rubio has made no secret throughout his political career of wanting regime change in Venezuela, a government that the administration views as illegitimate, that says that it won the last election, but has been denounced by much of the world, which views the Maduro government as illegitimate. So there is still a lot of criticism, certainly not just from Democrats, but some skeptical Republicans who, as you mentioned, Peter, have the administration has gone around Congress when it comes to these engagements with Venezuela. And there's certainly a lot of questions within the past few days. If there were strikes inside Venezuela, would that amount essentially to a declaration of war? And you spoke about that earlier strike inside the country that the president acknowledged, that the CI declined to comment. If this does end up being strikes conducted by the U.S., and again, we don't have confirmation of that, but if it is, how will Congress react? And will there be more outrage, not just among Democrats, but again, among Republicans who may not have been notified of this? Even though President Trump has said that strikes inside Venezuela were coming, so this may not be entirely unexpected. Perhaps the scope of it, if it does end up being the United States, certainly is raising a lot of eyebrows. Right now, we have not heard from the White House, have not heard from the Pentagon, and we have not heard directly from Venezuela's leader, Nicolás Maduro. We have heard a statement from his government, but Maduro himself, we are not sure of his whereabouts at this hour either, Peter.
Gabe, I want to give you a moment to try to reach out to some of your sources, even at this early hour, just 4 o'clock, 4:15 almost in the morning, East Coast time, an hour ahead there in Caracas, Venezuela, which means in the course of the next hour or so, it'll finally become dawn, daylight, which will give us a better sense of what destruction, what damage, what attacks may have taken place there so far. Again, to confirm, we don't know specifically that the U.S. is behind it, but that is the accusation being made by the Venezuelan government at this time. time. I want to bring in our colleague, our chief foreign correspondent is Richard Engel. He's also joining us on the phone right now. And Richard, for the first time, we are getting some information from the U.S. government, not specific to these attacks, but perhaps responding to them. This is from the U.S. Embassy in Bogota that says it is aware of these reports of explosions in and around Caracas, Venezuela. They are warning U.S. citizens not to travel to Venezuela. They say citizens, American citizens who are in Venezuela right now should shelter in place, what it calls its highest travel advisory level, a level 4 right now. So that's the first sort of acknowledgement that this is taking place from the U.S. government in some form, though it's still unclear whether the U.S. is behind what we're seeing right now. You have been in that region in recent months. I just want to get your sense as we witness this right now taking place on the ground there in and around Caracas, the capital city.
Peter, good to join you. Happy New Year. And it looks like Venezuela is going to be a story that is going to be dominating this new year. As you mentioned a short while ago, the U.S. hasn't acknowledged that it was behind it, no official confirmation, but there are only certain countries in the world that could carry out coordinated strikes in a foreign country at this kind of scale, or who would have that interest. And the United States has certainly indicated that President Maduro is a target. Gabe Gutierrez had two phrases that I think are worth noting a short while ago. He said that the point of the military pressure on Venezuela that we've been seeing now is to get Nicolás Maduro, the dictator who runs the country, to cry uncle. Well, so far he has not been crying uncle. There have been strikes against boats, allegedly carrying drugs, killing upwards of 100 people that have been denounced by not long ago. He had suspended intelligence cooperation with the United States because of those strikes. Then, as you mentioned, right around the new year, just before, about 2 weeks before the new year, there was this mysterious land strike in Venezuela. Now, this strike, which witnesses in Venezuela say took place in multiple locations, military facilities in Caracas. Witnesses described hearing low-flying aircraft, what sounded like helicopters, hearing very, very loud explosions, and not only in Caracas. So what it appears that we saw over the last few hours was a coordinated, sophisticated military strike, primarily targeting military facilities, very likely carried out by the United States, although we don't have that officially confirmed at this stage. We'll see if that confirmation comes shortly or if it never comes. But the goal, as it has been described to me by mediators directly involved in this process, is to not only to get Nicolás Maduro to cry uncle, but to leave power. A regime change style pressure campaign directed against him, and more specifically directed against his inner circle, because Maduro is in power. He is backed by, according to these mediators, by Cuban intelligence. He is backed by his military inner circle. He is backed by a circle of elite business and military leaders, because there is quite a bit of crossover in the country. So under the guise of a counter-narcotics operation, we're seeing an escalating regime change operation to get rid of Maduro. But so far, it has been unsuccessful. So the big question I have, Peter, this morning as we start this new year, is this one more notch, one more escalation to try and get him to cry uncle, or are we seeing right now the start of an extended regime change style operation, which could be a very slippery slope? I have heard no indication that the U.S. has any intention of sending troops into the country or boots on the ground, but there are a lot of troops on land and at sea around Venezuela, and Richard, they have been there for a considerable amount of time.
That's what I want to ask you about specifically. Let's talk a little bit about the building footprint, the American military footprint in that region, the U.S. having moved in one of its largest carrier strike group into the region in recent months, weeks. Hard to even keep track at this point how recently they got there. Give us a sense of the capabilities and how the U.S. has sort of just ramped up significantly its manpower and its capabilities, its force in that region.
So the most visible part of this military campaign, this pressure campaign to convince the generals and elite around Maduro to turn on him and to kick him out of the country. The most visible part has been the strikes on boats. The Pentagon has been proud to show them off to the world and has been presenting these videos. But in the background, there have been thousands of troops moved into the area. American fighter jets, drones, submarines. The aircraft carriers don't just travel alone. They travel with aircraft carrier strike groups. An enormous amount of military power, far more than anyone would need to destroy a few relatively small boats allegedly carrying narcotics. The amount of force is the kind you would need to carry out an operation like we saw several hours ago, or potentially carry out more dramatic regime change level operations. So when we talk about who could be responsible, there are thousands of American troops that have just been deployed to the region and have been sitting there and attacking relatively easy small targets. But you don't need drones and fighter jets and submarines and aircraft carrier strike groups in order to knock out a few alleged drug boats.
Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent, has been joining us right now. We want to update folks. It's just shy of 4:20 in the morning on the East Coast. If you're waking up, just flipping on your television right now, you are seeing what appear to be significant explosions taking place in around the capital city of Caracas, Venezuela at this time. No public comment from the U.S. so far, from the White House or the Pentagon, but the Venezuelan government is accusing the United States of extremely serious military aggression, blaming the United States and the president for the military strikes that we are seeing at this time. Again, sticking with our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, for a moment, and we have some eyewitnesses on the ground who have confirmed what they have seen there as well. We hope to speak to them shortly. Richard, I just want to set the scene for folks right now. This is a president who came into office. Among the first things that he said when he arrived was that I'm not going to start wars, I'm going to stop wars. We have seen the president who has struck Iran, has struck Somalia, has struck Nigeria, a series of strikes in a lot of places. The argument the White House makes is this is not starting wars, it's avoiding the potential for wars in this region. But obviously this ramps up if it's to be the United States that's behind it. This does ramp up in a very significant way the pressure campaign that the U.S. has directed specifically at Nicolás Maduro, the president of Venezuela, who it describes as the head of a narco-terrorist regime. What is the structure, the power structure, as it were, in Venezuela right now, if the desire is, though they publicly say it's to end drug trafficking in the United States, if the desire is to remove Nicolás Maduro from power?
So, Peter, those who are involved in this mediation, because there's also back-channel mediation going underway to try and get Maduro to leave power. President Trump has made it very clear that he wants Maduro out of power. He said that his days are numbered. He's described him as a narco-terrorist. We've seen these strikes on the boats, but the power structure in Venezuela is quite simple. It is a dictatorship. It is a dictatorship run by Maduro. According to mediators, it is backed by Cuban intelligence, which is, although people might not consider Cuban intelligence to be a powerful entity, considering it is a small island, and people think about Cuba going back to the days of the Cold War. Cuban intelligence remains a significantly powerful entity. Does have influence in several countries across Latin America. And President Trump, and you mentioned Marco Rubio, believe that Cuban intelligence, Maduro, the narco trade are all tied together, and that removing Maduro through a pressure campaign would lead to more peace and stability in the region. Critics, however, say this is a slippery slope, and that we are on a slippery slope entering into a regime change war under the guise of a war on drugs. And
hey, Richard,
the big question.
Richard, I'm going to interrupt you very briefly. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, has just posted a statement on Truth Social. This is the first public acknowledgement by the United States. I will read it for you, just seeing this pop up on my phone as we speak while texting back and forth with senior advisors at the White House. From the President of the United States, the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow, according to the president. There will be a news conference, he says, today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. He then punctuates it, as he often does, with thanks for your attention to this matter. It is signed by the president. So again, I want to repeat two of the key sentences in there. He confirms that the U.S. carried out this large-scale strike against Venezuela, and he says that its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. So, according to the President of the United States, Nicolás Maduro is no longer on the ground in Venezuela. It leaves open a bit of a vacuum there in terms of leadership. It's not entirely clear who is effectively running that country at this time. I just want to get your immediate reaction to the news that we are hearing again in a Truth Social post from the President of the United States.
Well, this changes everything. This means that this was a regime change operation and that this was had some degree of coordination. Witnesses earlier described helicopters. Witnesses described low-flying aircraft. I was taken aback by what you just said, that Nicolás Maduro and his wife have been taken into custody. That means there were either local forces on the ground or local forces working with Americans to hand over the leader and bring him out of the country. An extraordinary development. We just saw a regime change operation take place quickly in the early hours. You said, does it leave a power vacuum? I know that for the last several months, there have been conversations going on through intermediaries with the generals and the top leaders around Maduro, trying to convince them to turn on him, to hand him over, to allow him to be arrested, and to get him to use the phrase what we had heard earlier, to cry uncle. He wasn't crying uncle, and now it seems he was arrested. An extraordinary development.
Now,
it
Richard,
started out with some boat strikes, and then to a military campaign on land, and now a military operation and an arrest.
And Richard, that, of course, it opens up a lot.
Development.
I apologize for interrupting again. That breaking news that, according to the President of the United States, the U.S. has now successfully launched, carried out, as he says, what was a large-scale strike attacks in and around Caracas, the capital city of Venezuela. Beyond that, he says that the U.S. has captured and flown out of the country Nicolás Maduro and his wife. And Richard, I bring this up because it's significant for a variety of reasons. Nicolás Maduro, only a matter of days ago, said in a new interview that he was open to negotiating with Washington to combat drug trafficking, the first sign that this pressure campaign was taking its toll. The questions that it raises now are, was there any resistance by Maduro when this took place? Was this in some way negotiated with those around him? Those are questions we have on the ground. As you say, the U.S. swept in and did this under the veil of darkness. It took place very quickly. We don't know what may have occurred on the ground right now, but it raises a lot of real questions about what, if any, conversations did exist in any form with Nicolás Maduro, or if this was the first contact when, in effect, the United States military was knocking on his door and sweeping up him and his wife and taking them out of the country.
Panama too. Noriega, those who remember the story. He was accused of being a narco trafficker, refused to leave. U.S. forces swept in and grabbed him. To answer some of the questions, I know for the last several months there have been contacts through intermediaries with Maduro's inner circle to try to convince him to leave the country. He was not interested. He was resisting. This pressure campaign has been escalating. First with the boats, then with President Trump declaring him a narco-terrorist, then all of the U.S. military buildup in the region, the aircraft carrier strike groups, the submarines, the drones, aircraft. Then, shortly before New Year's, a land strike allegedly carried out by the CIA. Very few details about what was hit then. And now, overnight, a capture operation. You don't do a capture operation without attacking some military sites, because you need to clear the airspace, you need to clear away air defenses, you need to protect the helicopters and the troops that are going in to remove the person you're trying to arrest. So the U.S., President Trump, just decided to pull a Panama II for New Year's and effect regime change in Venezuela. An extraordinary development. And you asked, was this coordinated? It could only have been coordinated with at least some people who turned on Maduro, because the people knew where he was. They knew where his family was. It sounds like he is still alive, and I would not be surprised if we see him in front of an American court in the coming weeks or months.
So this has been a dramatic series of developments taking place overnight in the early hours of this new year, January 3rd, shortly after 2 o'clock local time. The first reports from eyewitnesses on the ground of explosions taking place in and around the capital city of Caracas, Venezuela. And now, within a matter of minutes ago, we are hearing from the president again, detailing publicly, among other things, that the U.S. was behind what he described as a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, Nicolás Maduro. He says Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country alongside his wife. The president does not detail where they are being taken at this time. The president, who remains at his Mar-a-Lago estate, his property in Palm Beach, Florida, says that this operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement, and says that there will be orders and the American people at a news conference to take place at about 11 o'clock, Eastern time. I want to get back to Gabe Gutierrez, if I can, right now. He is our senior White House correspondent. Gabe, you're joining us by phone as well. You've been traveling with the president. They're speaking to some of his aides and allies over the course of the last week, while most people were enjoying their holiday break. But the White House has been very focused on a variety of things. One, what's been taking place in Venezuela with this new series of boat strikes in recent days. That strike on a docking facility that the president himself revealed, though the U.S. has not said if the CIA was behind it. Separately, they've been focused on the situation between Russia and Ukraine as well. But the president, Gabe, as you and I have discussed together, has said publicly throughout that the desire is to end the transportation of illegal drugs into the United States. And the White House has sort of pushed back on the idea that this focus has been regime change. So the president himself said in an interview not long ago that Maduro's days were in effect numbered. This is a significant, notable change, and it does impact the U.S. in terms of its policy as it relates to Venezuela and to that region.
Oh, Peter, this is just staggering news, that announcement by the president that not only did the U.S. carry out these strikes, but actually has captured Nicolás Maduro. And you're right, Peter. We have had conflicting messages from this administration over the past several months on what was the goal of these boat strikes and of this military buildup in the Caribbean. Certainly, a lot of skeptics of the administration wondered why send so many troops to the Caribbean just for, airstrikes on these alleged drug boats in and around the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific. And now it appears that this a coordinated attack, an operation to remove Nicolás Maduro from power is just staggering news. And we had been hearing for quite some time, Peter, for the last several months. I remember speaking with some officials within the administration who did say that there had been some talks with members of Nicolás Maduro's inner circle, and that the administration was trying to get at least some of them to turn on Nicolás Maduro. Of course, we have many questions now about how exactly all this went down. What were the details? Did someone turn him in? How did this operation go down in the middle of the night? just after a holiday week. Certainly, we will hope to learn more of those details when the president speaks later on today in South Florida. But something I will bring up, Peter, and something we have not discussed, what happens now with leadership in Venezuela?
Right.
It was not very long ago that the leading Venezuelan opposition figure, Maria Corina Machado, she actually was recognized and accepted the Nobel Peace Prize for fighting for democracy. And she made this incredible, daring journey from being in hiding in Venezuela to collect her prize in Norway, despite government restrictions. So you remember during the first Trump administration, the president backed the opposition candidate then, Juan Guaido, while there were government protests back then, ongoing blackouts, hyperinflation, and unrest inside Venezuela. But those protests fizzled, and Maduro stayed in power. Clearly, that is not the case this time, and many questions about the future of leadership in that country now.
Gabe, stay with us. Richard Engel, stay with us. To our viewers who are waking up and watching this this historic moment with us right now, the United States, in the words of the president, has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela. The president adds that both its leader, Nicolás Maduro, and his wife have been captured and taken out of the country. Joining us now from the ground in Caracas, that is the capital city of Venezuela, is journalist Vanessa Herrero. Vanessa, I know you have heard the president's statement. You have seen what he has said. A matter of minutes ago when we spoke to you, you were reacting to strikes on the ground. Now you're reacting for the first time live to word that there is no longer a President Nicolás Maduro in Venezuela right now. I want to get your reaction and what, if anything, you're hearing from those who are awake at this early hour there.
Well, I think, as you all said, this is a historic moment. If this, Trump just confirmed this, but of course, when the footage, the pictures, the story about how he was caught, if he resisted or not, what happened, when exactly, come to light, I'm sure we're gonna see a great deal of reaction, not only around Caracas, but in the entire country. This is exactly a moment in history. I mean, we're talking about 20 years of Chavismo just vanishing in over a night, over hours, not even a night, hours. I mean, this situation really, I believe now more than ever, now that Donald Trump just tweeted that, said that on his Truth Social, that I believe that this strike was absolutely caught out of the blue, caught unaware the Venezuelan government. I'm sorry, I'm stumbling there, but it's really huge news right now.
No, Ana Vanessa, I appreciate your being with us right now. The first voice from inside Venezuela, sharing the experiences you've had, what you have seen there. If you can just take a breath for a moment. You know the situation about as well as anybody. You've covered that region, spent so much time clearly in Venezuela. Just your gut, when you heard that news, what was your reaction?
I was absolutely shocked, to be honest. I didn't believe this could be possible. I still don't know. I still don't know what is happening right now. We don't have confirmation again about, at least from Venezuela. We don't have anyone saying that this happened or how it happened. But there are a lot of videos flowing around WhatsApp and social media showing helicopters near what they claim, the people recording claim to be the house of high government officials, Delcy Rodriguez, Jorge Rodriguez, Diosdado Cabello. We haven't heard from them. So we do know now about Nicolás Maduro and Silvia Flores, but we don't know about, for example, Maduro's number two, Diosdado Cabello, who is also a huge name for the U.S. government. We have no confirmation of his whereabouts. We don't know know if he was affected by the strike, if he was in Caracas at the moment. We just don't know.
Well, Ana Vanessa, you know what's striking to me is we obviously need to get a better understanding from the White House and from others about the timeline that took place here. But we did quickly get a statement from the Venezuelan government after these strikes began, saying in effect that this was an extremely serious military act of aggression. Yeah. So it raises questions about if Nicolás Maduro was no longer in a position to be leading, who is leading, who in the system is still governing, in effect, to be putting out these defiant statements directed at the United States, and what, if any, plan exists to help try to stabilize that country, as it were, in the immediate days and weeks that may follow here, without its leader, though a leader that the U.S. described as the head of a narco-terrorist state, without its president there on the ground?
Well, it is unknown because we just know, as I was telling you, we only know about Nicolás Maduro and Cilia Flores. We don't know, for example, about Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, or Jorge Rodriguez, the head of the Chavista-controlled Congress and the parliament. So we don't know, for example, if Delcy Rodriguez is still here, she should, she's still in Venezuela, if she's not affected, she wasn't affected by the strikes, then we should hear from her in order to understand what's going to happen next. But if the high members, 6 or 7 high members of the Venezuelan government, Nicolás Maduro's government, were also maybe taken or affected, then we don't know what would the protocol be. We do know that Nobel laureate Maria Corina Machado, who is a key ally to Edmundo González, who was the winner of 2024 elections, according to the vote tallies. We do know that she said that they have the transition already to start whenever Nicolás Maduro was out of power. So maybe we can expect the opposition to take the place and start this this so-called transition into maybe new elections.
Ana Vanessa Herrero, we are so grateful that we've been able to speak to you live for our rolling coverage of this historic developing news we've been watching from the ground in Caracas, Venezuela again. And we repeat it because it's so dramatic and I think, frankly, for a lot of people, quite stunning, as Ana Vanessa herself just said. The President of the United States making very clear that the U.S. has successfully carried out a large-scale strike in Caracas, Venezuela, that country's capital city, and the president says that its president, Nicolás Maduro, has been captured. He, alongside his wife, have been taken out of the country by the United States. I want, if I can, very quickly, to get back to Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent, for a moment. Richard, do you hear me?
Extraordinary development.
Richard, where does the U.S. take, I apologize for interrupting, where could the U.S. take Nicolás Maduro at a moment like this?
Well, you would take him into U.S. custody. You would take him to a warship because they were talking about helicopters. So you would take him to some sort of warship, and then from a warship, flown back to the United States. Again, this is very similar to Panama, very similar to Noriega. The U.S. went in, grabbed him, and then once he's in custody. So there are a series of steps, but these are the kind of operations that are carried out by Navy SEALs, Delta Force, close coordination with the CIA. The United States has some experience with this. The United States, for decades, was involved in a war on terrorism. Is involved in in kill and capture operations all over the world. It would have been much easier to carry out an assassination campaign and clearly the United States knew where Nicolás Maduro was. Clearly there was coordination on the inside. It would have been far easier to do what Israel did in Iran. Pick your target and carry out an assassination strike. But it seems that they wanted to arrest him. They wanted him in custody. And the closest place that is American custody would be a warship, and then from the warship to the U.S. mainland. So I would be expecting that we will see Nicolás Maduro in front of an American court before too long, and it will be a moment for Marco Rubio to celebrate, a way for the Trump administration to prove it's serious about its exerting its force in Latin America. Let's not forget one of the first things President Trump did was call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. He clearly wants to show dominance in America's backyard, and he has just carried out I don't want to say breathtaking, but a surprise secret operation. The Venezuelan journalist you were talking to a short while ago said that she was shocked by this news. Peter, we were on air when this news came in. I almost asked you to repeat it. Did you really say the U.S. just went in and arrested Maduro?
Yeah.
Clearly they did. He had not been responding to the escalating pressure campaign. He had not been crying uncle. He had recently said that he was willing to negotiate. He was willing to collaborate. He was willing to find out a solution. It reminds me of the days of Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein in Iraq, when he was arrested, he'd been hiding in a hole, and the first thing he did is he put up his hands and he said, "I am Saddam Hussein, and I am willing to negotiate." It was too late for negotiations at that stage, and he was taken into custody and then ultimately handed over to the Iraqis and executed. I think at this stage, Nicolás Maduro, who has already been called a terrorist, already been charged with narco crimes, will end up facing an American court and probably being sentenced to a litany of crimes.
Richard, I want to marinate in this moment for a sec about whatever type of operation it would require to be able to go in there and sweep up Nicolás Maduro, to take his wife with him as well out of that country. As the president said, the circumstances, of course, are very different, but there have been other operations that have been veiled in secrecy that stunned in many ways the world. You've been talking about the situation with Saddam Hussein, though very different circumstances. The United States back in 2011, of course, was able to go into Abbottabad, Pakistan, where they found Osama bin Laden, who had been hiding out there. That was a very different desire. He was not the leader of any country, of course. In fact, he was a terrorist leader, and he was killed in the course of that operation. But the U.S. ability to do this in secrecy, and at least to this point, we're waiting for any information about whether any Americans, whether there was any resistance, whether arms were fired at American troops, or whether the situation was not too dissimilar to the one you detail with Saddam Hussein, where he just put his hands up at the time. But the U.S. has, it reminds Americans of the unique capabilities the U.S. has when the orders come from the President of the United States, with the military involved, to do something of such a high and dramatic scale like this.
This would be the helicopter operation. You can't land a fixed-wing aircraft in the middle of a city. And witnesses in Caracas described hearing helicopters. So the reason you do a wide-scale military operation is to make sure that the forces going in are protected. Venezuela does have allies in Russia, does have anti-aircraft systems. Its military is a bit of a shambles. The country is under sanctions. There is an elite that has a lot of money, and then a great deal of poverty. Most of the refugees that are spreading around across Latin America, many of them come from Venezuela itself. So an impoverished nation that had been run by a dictator who has now been arrested. But it definitely demonstrates the U.S. capabilities. And I stress, because I've been speaking to mediators for months now, there has been an escalating pressure campaign directed not just on Maduro, but around his inner circle, the military around him, to hand him over. And Maduro's response was either to laugh it off. If you remember, he was seen in holding rallies, singing John Lennon songs, saying, "Imagine a time we can have peace." He was saying that this was just a great big American Yankee imperial plot, and he wasn't getting the message. People around him clearly got worried, and it seems like someone turned him in. With the U.S. military pressure in the region, with the strikes on the boats, and then that strike on land just before New Year's, I think you can see these now, how they line up, leading to what we saw overnight, an escalating campaign of military presence, boat strikes, a land strike, back channel negotiations to get the inner circle to turn on Maduro, and now a capture operation. You mentioned Osama bin Laden. That was a kill operation. Kill operations are much easier. You know where he is, you bomb it,
right.
It's over. But the Trump administration clearly wanted to take him, go power, and put him in front of a court.
Just to pull back the curtain to let our audience in on some of what happens behind the scenes during developments like this, we have been reaching out to to those who work at the White House and the Pentagon as well for any additional details. I've been texting as we speak with officials in and around the White House for any better details. We've now been asking where Nicolás Maduro has been taken, is being taken. They have yet to respond to that. Again, the president saying that he will hold a news conference to take place at about 11 o'clock, which is, what, if it's almost 5 o'clock here, roughly 6 hours from now. Richard, stay with us. Gabe Gutierrez, stay with us. I want to get for a moment to Will Freeman. He is a fellow for the Latin America Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. He is joining us now. Will, Happy New Year. We begin this conversation with developments that very few people imagine, certainly someone like yourself who is an expert in that region. I just want to get your reaction to the developments that Nicolás Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country by the United States.
I'm almost speechless. I mean, this is a completely shocking development. Look, I think we have to put this in perspective. I mean, this is a dictatorship that has consolidated power over 20 years. 8 million people have been forced from Venezuela. That's a quarter of the population. The biggest mass displacement in the recent history, maybe the all-time history of the Western Hemisphere. Hugely disruptive for all of South America, eventually the United States too. A regime that was implicated in all types of organized crime, including drug trafficking. I think that this is it's an unprecedented moment. We don't know what this looks like going forward. I think there is a potential, maybe a small one, but there is a potential that we're sitting here in a few days talking about a democratic transition in Venezuela, and I surely hope that that's the case, that somehow there has been an incredible feat of back-channel diplomacy here, and that you have the Trump administration having worked out a plan with a sector of the Venezuelan military and the opposition in that country that creates stability and a transition, one that Venezuelans overwhelmingly voted for last year in an election that Maduro robbed. Now, I said that I hope deeply for that outcome. But I fear another one, and I fear another one that may actually be more likely, which is that we have a vacuum of power in Venezuela, that you see the armed forces there split, disagree about what should happen next. And then we're in an extremely dangerous moment where even though you have Maduro out of the country, you may have just thrust one of the major countries in South America into a total Pandora's box. I've just seen a video, not yet confirmed, but of Vladimir Padrino Lopez, the head of the Venezuelan armed forces, calling on the armed forces to fight back and resist this, right? So clearly, if that video is confirmed, a signal that he is not on board with what's happening now. So look, it's really just, it's a mystery what comes next. I really think we can't say yet. Does Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president of Maduro, has she made some kind of deal that she steps into power? Do we see, this is also something to be feared. Do we see a hardliner, if he's still surviving right now, like Diosdado Cabello, one of the toughest, most authoritarian figures in the Maduro regime? Does he step in and fill the vacuum? And I think there's a lot of questions about how does the U.S. exert leverage on what happens next without our own troops on the ground,
what's up?
right? So we're going to have to just... I think, talking to Venezuelan friends, sources on the ground, there's a mix of disbelief, hope that somehow this terrible situation the country's been in could finally be ending, fear, of course. And again, I think we're going to have to wait and see if that, unlikely but hopeful scenario that there is change here, if that bears out, or if we're in a much darker, more dangerous situation.
Will Freeman is an expert of Latin American studies with the Council on Foreign Relations. He's speaking to us here live on NBC News right now during our rolling coverage after learning that the U.S. has successfully, in the words of the President of the United States, carried out a large-scale strike there, captured and flown out of the country. Its leader, who the U.S. described as an illegitimate leader, Nicolás Maduro. Will, just to pull, I think a lot of Americans are going to wake up this morning to major headlines. They're waking up if they're watching us right now. And there was a lack of familiarity with Venezuela, its role in that region. Obviously, oil is central in terms of its economy right now. The narco-terrorist regime, as the White House describes it, has obviously relied heavily on the trafficking of drugs, much of it cocaine that goes to Europe. The president making accusations that it also includes fentanyl going to the United States. Help us better understand the significance of Venezuela in that region and how it sort of falls into all the different pieces of South America right now vis-a-vis the United States.
Right. Well, first off, I'd say, look, Latin America is a region of democracies overwhelmingly. There are only 3 dictatorships remaining in the region, right? Those are Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, where Venezuela is by far the largest country by area, by geostrategic importance, by population. As I mentioned before, 8 million Venezuelans, a quarter of the population, have fled under Maduro's rule. And that of his predecessor, Hugo Chavez. So just an incredible exodus of people, leaving millions of refugees and asylum seekers in Colombia, Peru, 500,000 in Brazil and the United States each. So there's been that disruption. And you have also seen, Venezuela under Maduro turn into a mafia state, where the regime is deeply embedded in illegal gold mining, cocaine trafficking, although not fentanyl. That is not true, what the White House claims there. We have no evidence to suggest that. And all types of other corruption. I think it's been a situation where ordinary Venezuelans have tried again and again to come onto the streets to protest, to bring about change. They've voted in elections. They've elected in 2015 a supermajority for the opposition that wasn't really allowed to legislate. Last year, they elected an opposition president by a landslide, not allowed to take power. Maduro simply stole the vote. So they've tried everything in their power. And, again, that's why so many people are leaving, because they didn't feel that there was any other path forward, any path for hope in the country. Now, I do want to come back to the fact that when you look at democratic transitions around the world, the military, part of the military, always has to be on board. So otherwise, if you don't have that, if you don't have part of the military agreeing to the transition, guiding it, you end up with chaos. You end up often with civil war, with the power vacuum. And I think that that's what a lot of critics of the current strategy are very worried about, right? It's that we see a situation here more like Libya post-Arab Spring, more like Iraq eventually after the U.S. intervention there, and not a situation like, say, Panama in 1989, where you had the extraction of that country's narco president and a very quick transition to democracy. But again, because there were U.S. boots on the ground, there were U.S. forces to guide that transition. You're not going to have that here in Venezuela, for all that we know. I mean, right now we have 15,000 U.S. Military personnel, give or take, off the coast in the Caribbean. That's not even anywhere near the quantity you'd need to hold and control critical transit lines along, or transport routes along the path to Caracas and the city itself. Look, I think the best case scenario here is that the Trump administration has worked out a deal with the parts of the Venezuelan military, powerful ones, and that they've agreed to some kind of negotiated transition where the opposition will gain some power. Unfortunately, probably they'll receive some amount of impunity, but that's the best case. The worst case is that none of that planning has been done, and that we're going to find out tomorrow that there's no day after plan, that it was somehow magically hoped that the opposition would simply take power, and that doesn't happen, and that we either get a worse version of Maduro in office or no one is in control, right? In which case you may see much larger outmigration from Venezuela. You may see drug traffickers and other crime groups gain even deeper control of the country. So this is a roll of the dice, and I don't want to pass any conclusion yet about what's going to happen. Clearly, we don't know very much, but it's just it injects an incredible amount of uncertainty into Latin America. I would say maybe as much as you've ever seen since the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, we're talking about an event of those proportions.
Will Freeman, your expertise is invaluable to us right now, and we appreciate your honesty and the assessment that you, like so many others, are sort of just stunned by the news that we're seeing right now, and we will watch as this plays out over the course of the next several hours. Days, and hope to get a better minute-by-minute understanding of what took place before dawn, even as we anticipate the sun to rise shortly over Caracas very soon. stay with us. We're going to want to revisit with you, obviously, as we continue with our developing coverage here. I want to get very quickly, as we come close to the top of the hour, back to our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Richard, you heard from Will Freeman there detailing what the United States Southern Command had said only a matter of days ago. I think it was back in December, where they said there were about 15,000 U.S. forces who were there in the region. The president described them as part of a, quote, massive armada. As he said, the U.S. is in no position, though, with that number to sort of control Venezuela were that necessary. And he detailed this sort of fork in the road we now face about the potential, perhaps, for a Democratic-led government, but also the real concern and fear that the vacuum could be filled with others sort of in the image of Nicolás Maduro, who share his view, his condemnation of the United States.
Well, I think he described it perfectly, that Venezuela is now at a fork in the road. It will either go and have a successful democratic transition, and there is an opposition. Just won Nobel Peace Prize. Venezuela had an election, which Nicolás Maduro stole. So will the legitimate opposition be able to take power in a relatively smooth way? Or did President Trump just plunge Venezuela into a civil war? He's absolutely right. 15,000 troops are not nearly enough to occupy a country the size of Venezuela and manage a transition. There were more than 120,000 troops in Iraq, sometimes more than that, and about 1 million troops cycled through the country. And Iraq still plunged into civil war, so more troops had to be added in order to stop the civil war. He mentioned Libya, which I think is a key example. The United States never occupied Libya, never had troops on the ground. Just did in that case, it was an assassination operation to remove Muammar Gaddafi and plunged Libya into civil war. So this is a very dangerous crossroads. The one advantage that Venezuela does have is it has a strong, legitimate opposition that has been recognized internationally, that President Trump wants to do business with, that has a credible leader. But will the military allow that? Will factions of the military allow that? And oil. Let's not forget about oil. We can talk about that more with later guests.
Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent, has been joining us. Our colleague Keir Simmons is joining us as well. Gabe Gutierrez, our senior White House correspondent, as we continue with this rolling coverage of the United States and the strikes that it has carried out taking place in Venezuela over the course of the last several hours. As we come upon 5 o'clock, we want to give our audiences a chance, as we will reset it very quickly again. I'm Peter Alexander here live with this special report, our live developing coverage of the situation on the ground taking place in the capital city of Caracas, Venezuela. Overnight, first beginning at about 2 o'clock Eastern time, we learned about strikes taking place, strikes that you see on the ground there, those fiery explosions in around the capital city of Caracas. And then shortly after 4 o'clock this morning, the President Trump, detailing in a post on his preferred social media megaphone, Truth Social, saying the United States of America has successfully carried out what he called a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, who has been, in the president's words, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. Again, Nicolás Maduro and his wife have been flown out of the country. The president saying that Maduro was captured. The operation, he says, was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. The president said more details would follow, that there would be a news conference taking place this morning at 11 o'clock at Mar-a-Lago, the president's Florida estate, where he has been spending most of the Christmas and New Year's holiday. It is signed by the president himself. We have spoken to a journalist on the ground, our eyewitness there, who detailed just what she described, in effect, as a breathtaking moment. Her stunned surprise that this had occurred, that the U.S. had been able to carry out such a thing, the anxiety At the same time, the hope in that region that a democratic government may ultimately come to power. But as we have heard from our experts throughout the region as well, there are also real concerns that that power vacuum could be filled by others who sort of fit into that same image of Nicolás Maduro, in the words of the White House, illegitimate leader. We should now say former leader, as he has been removed from the country, the head of what the U.S. describes as a narco-terrorist regime. I want to get to our chief international correspondent. That's Keir Simmons. Keir, you, like all of us, have been watching these dramatic developments punctuating a pressure campaign, a series of threats and warnings and accusations from the White House, where the White House was, in effect, trying to get Maduro to cry uncle, and it appears he wouldn't do that. And ultimately, at the president's orders, the U.S. went in and picked him up. Your reactions and your thoughts as we witness this history.
Well, I think it's stunning, and I think it's also, in many senses, not surprising, given the past year. Of course, we just ticked over that first year in the second administration of President Trump. And we have known from the Trump administration through that first year that the focus has been on the Western Hemisphere, that there's been a determination to look at Latin America and if you like, what you might describe as America's kind of near abroad. That's the way, for example, the Russians describe countries like Ukraine and Eastern Europe. That's the way that China describes places that are close to its borders. There has been that determination, and there has been that military build-up, and yet at the same time, Peter, to wake up and for many people and to see that this is happening in this way will be shocking. I think one of the questions that we're going to be asking in the coming days through the weekend is what will be the reaction of some of Venezuela's partners, global partners, and that includes Russia, for example. I mean, just in the past days, in the past weeks, we saw a ship heading from Venezuela. We saw the Russians, we saw Moscow ask the Trump administration not to target it. The U.S. was pursuing it. The U.S. Coast Guard was pursuing it. The Russians intervened there. How will President Putin react now to this? It's likely that he will be very critical of it. And what impact will that have then on his own decisions? And the same with President Xi in Beijing, China's leader. How will China respond? It's very likely that the Russians, for example, will be powerless in the immediate term. If you think back, for example, to the fall of President Assad in Syria, which was supported by President Putin and by Moscow, effectively Russia did very little except for offer effectively asylum to the leader of Syria at that time when there was when that uprising in Syria overwhelmed him. So that I think is an important question. Richard asked another important question: what happens inside Venezuela now? Is there who comes to power? What you are seeing in U.S. foreign policy, and we've seen it now on a number of occasions. Just take, for example, President Trump weighing in militarily with Iran last year. What you're seeing is the Trump administration use U.S. power, but from a distance, a long arm of U.S. force, not put boots on the ground. And of course, that's not surprising because the American people are not in favor of U.S. boots on the ground. So once again, we will be asking the question, and Richard described it very well. Once again, we'll be asking the question: what is possible with air power and with naval power, but without the boots on the ground, without the army, without actually taking power? And what is the plan in Venezuela? That is, I think, something that that we'll need an answer to that. We'll need an answer to that in terms of what the Trump administration's thinking is in the coming days.
Keir Simmons is our chief international correspondent. He's joining us on the air right now again as we get a better understanding of the situation on the ground in Caracas, Venezuela, in that country after the president announced the large-scale strikes that have taken place, that the U.S. has captured and flown Nicolás Maduro and his wife out of the country. That capture, Keir, gives us a better understanding of what we were first reporting over the course of the last several hours, that low-flying helicopters were spotted there, not just fiery explosions, but low-flying helicopters in that region as well, which would be required for an operation of this kind, where the U.S. wasn't just striking, but it was, in effect, a capture operation where they were picking up Nicolás Maduro, the leader of that country. We are hearing from a variety of individuals now beginning to wake up on the East Coast in the United States. Among them, Mike Lee. He is the senator from Utah, has been outspoken in his criticism of the president's efforts around the world, but most notably recently in Venezuela. The Republican for Utah posting within the last hour, "I look forward to learning what, if anything, might constitutionally justify this action in the absence of a declaration of war or authorization for the use of military force." That's where lawmakers will go in terms of this conversation in the days and weeks ahead. But in the immediate hours following this, Keir, the real focus obviously is on what happens in Venezuela itself. What are the next steps, the plans to follow up these strikes that we have witnessed take place over the course of these pre-dawn hours in Venezuela?
That's right, and I think another question is where is Maduro? Where has he been? Where has he gone? Clearly, there are places that are sympathetic to Venezuela that are close. It could be that if he's been, though, evacuated, if you like, if he's been taken by U.S. forces, as you describe, and that looks very likely, then you would have to potentially look to countries that have a relationship with the U.S. And would be prepared to take him, if you like. There is the question of again of Russia and President Putin. Russia is closely is a close partner of Venezuela, the Maduro regime. So again, that's a possible place to look. But there are many possibilities of where he is, and of course, one aspect of this is that in terms of the way that you would plan this, if you were the Trump administration, is you wouldn't want to hear from Maduro in the coming days, while the country itself, as you describe, is figuring out, kinetically, frankly, figuring out what happens next. And again, we simply don't know. So what happens in the coming hours will be out of control a little bit. Until we know whether or not there is actually some kind of a strategy beyond removing Maduro.
NBC's chief international correspondent is Keir Simmons. He's been joining us with more details about the situation that is taking place on the ground here. And Keir, as you were describing, this is significant for a variety of reasons, not just obviously for what it does in terms of the leadership of that country, but the sort of impact it has globally as it relates to the economy and beyond oil. One of the Venezuela, one of, if not the largest producer of oil in the world. The U.S. in recent weeks, we have witnessed, has been targeting, seizing at least one and a series of other oil tankers in that region with sanctioned oil that the U.S. had been focused on. The president has also been heavily focused on targeting drug trafficking from that country, accusing Venezuela of bringing fentanyl to the United States. In fact, our Latin American expert a short time ago saying that that's not true. Fentanyl does not come from Venezuela to the U.S. They are, though, largely engaged in providing other drugs like cocaine, which most often, according to our experts, goes overseas to Europe right now. But the point you make is a good one, Keir, specifically about what happens to Nicolás Maduro, where is he now, and then what happens on the ground in the country that he has now just left from. And beyond that, what happens to the U.S., the massive armada, in the president's words, those 15,000 troops off the coast there. Of course, there is only so much the United States can do from a distance, but Maduro did not work alone. He had a hierarchy within his government of others who have been posting statements, even as we speak, over the course of the last several hours in defiance of the actions taking place, even before we knew that Maduro had been captured and taken out. The Venezuelan government posting a short time ago that this was an extremely serious military act of aggression, condemning the United States actions here. I want, if we can, to bring back into this conversation NBC's Gabe Gutierrez, our senior White House correspondent. Oh, sorry, Gabe's not with us for the moment, as we give him a chance to speak to his sources there. So let's get to Richard Engel then, if we can, for a second. And Richard, we've been talking over the course of the early hours of this morning. It is the latest effort by the President of the United States, who sort of came to power in the United States with a desire to focus on domestic issues, to pull the U.S. out of wars. And in fact, we've seen him strike Iran, Iraq, Nigeria, Somalia, and the most recent strike, the Caribbean, Pacific, the most recent strike in Venezuela. And this one is unique, unlike any of the others, in effect, because it removes that country's leader from power and does create this vacuum. One, of course, the U.S. is hoping to fill with a more stable, more democratic-minded government.
Peter, extraordinary day. The U.S. President Trump carried out a regime change operation overnight in Venezuela. On one of the first days of the year, this is how we are beginning. We are now in somewhat uncharted territory. We don't know who is going to take over. It seems fairly clear that Trump custody. I would assume that right now they are in a controlled location, potentially a warship or some other third country, but heading to the United States. Charges have been prepared against them. And this is sending a message all over the world that President Trump wants to dominate this region, that he wants his threats to be taken seriously. He said that Nicolás Maduro's days were numbered. And apparently now we know what that number was, because it seems, according to President Trump, is no longer in power and has been arrested in an operation, the kind of operation that we've seen been carried out in the past by Navy SEALs, Delta Force, the CIA. Before you reset at the top of the hour, I briefly mentioned oil. You talked about how Venezuela produces a great amount of oil. The real potential for Venezuela is, however, their oil reserves, particularly a kind of heavy oil that the U.S. industrial base is very dependent on. And Venezuela has the largest known oil reserves in the world. So this is a very fundamental part of the calculation. President Trump has talked about the oil. He's talked about his biggest criticism with removing Saddam Hussein was that the United States never got the oil. So clearly, President Trump wanted regime change, wanted Maduro gone. He wasn't leaving. Now he's been arrested, and this administration will want another more U.S.-friendly government that can work out oil deals with the United States. Now, whether that reality happens is the open question. Will there be civil war? Will there be factions of the military that try and fight against a new leadership? How does this next period develop? Is maybe one of the most critical that we've seen in Latin America in many decades, because removing a dictator is one thing, and the U.S. did that overnight with precision and with a military display, attacking numerous military targets, witnesses describing helicopters. So a special operations type mission took place. But now, what about the stabilization? What about the new transition? And if I can go back, Keir Simmons, who was with us a moment ago. Now, Keir, you've interviewed Vladimir Putin. You know Russia well. The U.S. President Trump just asserted his authority in Latin America. You talked about how we're going to watch for Vladimir Putin's response. Do you think Putin and President Xi of China will see what President Trump did and think that they now can do what they want in their sphere of influences? Does this undercut President Trump's claim that Vladimir Putin should never have invaded Ukraine when he goes into foreign countries and arrests their leaders? Does this support China's claim that it can go into Taiwan at a time and place of its choosing and change that government? How do you think China and Russia will see this, and do you think it will encourage them to take more action, direct action, regime change level action in their own neighborhoods?
Keir, do you hear us? Richard will let
I'm not sure if
he may not hear us at the moment.
Out. I think he wasn't here.
He hears you now. Keir, go ahead.
Richard, can you hear me?
We hear you, Keir.
I
Go
can
ahead.
hear you now. Yes, you left us waiting. You built suspense.
Yeah, listen, I was saying that I think you posed the question well, Richard, and the question, one of the questions in all of this is, does this indicate to other powers around the world in what is rapidly becoming what experts describe as a multipolar world? Does this indicate to other powers around the world that it is okay to use your power to intervene in neighboring regions, in other countries where you feel you have an interest, even a vital interest? Now, of course, we've already seen Russia do that in Ukraine, so it's not as if other countries have been waiting for permission from the United States in many ways, and China, as you rightly point out, has a policy of reunification with Taiwan at some point in the future. I should say that the Chinese policy is that it hopes that that happens peacefully. But what I think this does do too, it's another piece of this, is it further pushes those powers towards the idea of influencing your own neighborhood. And this strike by the Trump administration in Venezuela comes just weeks after it issued its national security strategy, in which it specifically talked about, that strategy specifically talked about U.S. influence in the Western Hemisphere. It even, and Richard, you will know this well, it even referenced a U.S. policy from the 19th century called the Monroe Doctrine, which was a policy that the U.S. had a right to take action and influence particularly countries in its region. And that was mentioned in the national security strategy as a policy of the United States. Now, let's just frame this in terms that the Trump administration would view it, and that is this. The Trump administration might say, actually, it is in America's vital interests to ensure that there is that it lives in a region that is not a threat to it, and which is able to, and that it lives in a region that as far as possible is stable and democratic. Of course, whether or not strikes like these lead to stability is a point that you've been making, Richard, and it's an important one. But the Trump administration might say that drugs trafficking is a threat to it, and it has used that as a justification for the strikes on boats that we've seen in recent weeks. And it might say that Venezuela, with its close relationship with Russia, with its close relationship with Iran, with its relationship with China, that is not something that's acceptable for the United States, so close to the U.S. mainland. So this idea of the Monroe Doctrine has many facets, and it has a logic to it. But again, one of the issues here will be, Richard, whether or not, and this is something that people will be talking about in the days to come, weeks to come, frankly, given how significant this is in the months to come, whether or not this is something that is going to lead to a more stable region region. Very often, the United States has intervened, in this manner in countries and not managed to bring about a more democratic, stable neighbor. So these are all issues that I think will be grappled with as we look ahead. And again, we simply don't know at this stage what the next coming days are going to be like in Venezuela and what is going to emerge from all of this.
Richard Keir, we appreciate both of you. I want you gentlemen to stay with us for a second. Just want to update you with some other information we've been receiving as we've been having these conversations right now. The president posting his statement a short time ago that Maduro has been captured, that he and his wife have been flown out of the country. We are hearing from a deputy secretary of state. We do know that the secretary of state himself, Marco Rubio, was with the president yesterday at his Mar-a-Lago property. Marco Rubio there. But this is from Christopher Landau, one of his deputies, who said a new dawn for Venezuela, referring to Maduro. He said the tyrant is gone. He will now finally face justice for his crimes. We are out to the Justice Department for any better indications. As the president said, the operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. For any better details about where Maduro is being taken, whether he will face charges here in the United States, and in effect what that would look like. We should note that in March of 2020, in the waning months of President Trump's first term, the U.S. did, among other things, say that it was imposing filing charges against Nicolás Maduro. In effect, in absentia at the time, the Justice Department at the time saying that Maduro and other high-ranking Venezuelan officials were being charged with narco-terrorism, corruption, drug trafficking, and other criminal charges. Another administration the Biden administration had come to power here in the United States in the time between that. And so the question is what, in effect, it would look like, whether we would see Nicolás Maduro in a court of law in some form in the United States. But Richard and Keir and Gabe Gutierrez, our senior White House correspondent, who are all with us right now, I want to focus on what's been happening in the last few hours while folks have been waking up across the U.S. as, again, we see on a loop now this video of fiery explosions throughout the capital city of Caracas there. We wait to get better details on exactly what the targets were. We have spoken about helicopters flying, hovering and flying just above the buildings, above the ground there. Clearly, they would have been necessary for any operation of this kind to sweep up to capture Nicolás Maduro. We are waiting for better understanding if this was a negotiated handover, in effect, if Maduro had spoken in some form of private negotiation with the U.S., promising to give himself up, or if he was seized, the president says captured, which would indicate it was against his will. But this is a very dramatic situation to take place. Before, we said it was a dramatic escalation of an effort by the U.S. to crack down on Nicolás Maduro. That escalation has now reached its conclusion, which is the departure of Nicolás Maduro. Gabe, talk to us, if you can, our senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, about how we have been building to this moment under President Trump, who, a matter of months ago in October said, among other things, to use his language, he used an expletive, don't F with the United States, was the warning he gave to Nicolás Maduro, more recently saying that his days could be numbered.
Yeah, that's right, Peter. Very strong words from President Trump throughout his entire second administration. And as you alluded to, throughout his first administration, it was in January of 2019 that the U.S. formally recognized Juan Guaido as the opposition leader. That opposition fizzled during his first administration. You mentioned the charges that the DOJ brought against Maduro and several top aides back in 2020. But really, during this administration and under Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who also happens to be the National Security Advisor, the Trump administration has really zeroed in on Nicolás Maduro and Venezuela. Now, there had been early on in this administration some negotiations with the Maduro government. Rick Grenell, an envoy to Venezuela, there was even some cooperation with Venezuela accepting some migrant flights and even having an exchange, releasing some prisoners to the U.S. That was months ago. That seems like an eternity away, because really over the last 6 months especially, the Secretary of State and top Trump administration officials, including Stephen Miller, who you mentioned, by the way, Peter, Stephen Miller at Mar-a-Lago last night, Secretary
Correct.
of State Marco Rubio at Mar-a-Lago last night. They really have been ramping up the pressure over the last few months. We have been speaking ad nauseum about the increased military presence in the Caribbean. So many questions about what that was building towards, and it now seems to be that all along, or at least very recently, things have escalated so much that they were able to make the decision to go in and, in the president's words, capture Nicolás Maduro. We're expecting to hear more from the president later on this morning, 11 o'clock. He says he will speak to the press and perhaps answer some of these questions, chief among them, where will Nicolás Maduro be taken? What becomes of that $50 million reward for information leading to his arrest that the FBI had increased just several months ago? But you're right, Peter. President Trump had been saying that Nicolás Maduro's days were numbered. His administration had given conflicting messages on the purpose of those airstrikes on those alleged drug boats. Was it to combat drugs coming into the U.S.? Was it to rattle Nicolás Maduro and try to force him from power? Chief of Staff Susie Wiles in a recent interview said it was to make Maduro cry uncle. Well, not sure if he cried uncle or whether this was some negotiated exit, but according to the president, the end result of this is Nicolás Maduro is out of Venezuela. Staggering headline, historic news for that country. And now we will see how this plays out. Already, the statements of condemnation from neighboring countries. Colombia's president outraged by this. Cuba's president as well, of course, with its significant ties to Venezuela's government. And, Peter, by the way, when we first heard about these explosions in just a few hours ago, around 2 o'clock local Caracas time, we did get a statement from the Venezuelan government just a short time after that. It was an initial statement, unclear. It was not signed by Nicolás Maduro, obviously. There were questions about his whereabouts. We now know, according to the president, that he was captured. Who is leading Venezuela right now? We don't know the answer to that question. And as you've been speaking with Richard and Keir and our other analysts, a major question will be, does this turn into a power vacuum? Does the U.S. support the opposition leader and somehow, does she come into power, or is there some sort of fighting in between different factions of Venezuela's government, the military? So many unanswered questions right now that we hope to learn more from the president himself in just a few hours this morning, Peter.
Gabe Gutierrez is our senior White House correspondent. He has been traveling with the president over much of this holiday break, has been a short distance from Mar-a-Lago, watching as the president has met with some of his top advisors and aides, celebrating some of the holidays, also likely meeting privately about some of the situations that we are witnessing now taking place overseas. Again, as we look at these pictures from earlier this morning, again before dawn, and as it approaches 6:30 in the morning in Venezuela, it's certain that dawn will break soon, and that country will wake up to a new dawn, a country for the first time and in a long period that is governed. It's not clear by whom, certainly not governed by its former president, Nicolás Maduro, who the president of the United States, Donald Trump, a short time ago announced has been captured by the U.S. and has been taken out of this country. We're going to take a brief moment right now to reset. Stay with us for this live coverage.
This is an NBC News special report.
Good day to you. I'm Peter Alexander here in New York with a dramatic developing situation taking place on the ground in Caracas, Venezuela. We have been watching the situation develop over the course of the last several hours, bringing you live coverage after a large scale strike on the ground there with fiery explosions seen throughout the city. And then from the president, we heard only a short time ago, President Trump on Truth Social posting the following in a stunning and dramatic development, saying the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, who President Trump says has been, along with his wife, captured. He says he has been captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done, the president says, in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. He says details to follow, announcing a news conference to take place at 11 o'clock this morning, roughly 5.5 hours from now at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Right now, you are looking at a live picture. Well, there is the president's post on social media. But let's show you again that live picture on the ground of a more calm, at least from the sky, situation in Venezuela. Now dawn breaking above the capital city there, and it is a new dawn for that country without Maduro, who the U.S. had accused for months of being an illegitimate leader, saying he was the head of a narco-terrorist regime. He is no longer in power. Real questions right now about who is governing that country. Will it take one of two different forks in the road? Will it be a country that is governed by a new Democratic-led government, or will it be one that continues to follow the path of Nicolás Maduro? We have a series of questions that have yet to be answered. We have reached out to those at the White House, the Pentagon, and State Department for some answers to those questions, including where is Nicolás Maduro right now? Where is he being taken? Will he face justice, as it were, in a U.S. court of law in the United States? Was this a negotiated exit? We do not know about that just yet as well. Maduro, only a matter of days ago, had told a Spanish journalist that he was open to conversations with the United States. The president himself has said publicly that the focus has been on ending the illegal flow of drugs from Venezuela into the U.S. The president says it's fentanyl. Experts in that region say most often Venezuela is responsible for the flow of cocaine, notably to Europe, but some of it gets to the United States, of course, as well. We are also trying to get new details about the operation that has taken place on the ground. But as we look at some of the video from earlier in the distance, you can see some of the glowing lights, the fiery explosions that had taken place. We know that there were low-flying helicopters reported by eyewitnesses on the ground as well that likely would have been needed to be a part of any operation of this kind. Not a kill operation like the one involving Osama bin Laden more than a decade ago. This a capture operation that ultimately picked up Nicolás Maduro. We are joined by some of our best in the business, our colleagues, Richard Engel, Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon, our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, and Gabe Gutierrez, who covers the White House with me as well. Let's begin with Richard Engel, if we can, for a moment. Richard, I just want to reset the situation, get your reaction to the headline this morning. As you and I were on the air, as I read that post out loud, both of us were stunned by the announcement that Maduro had been captured and taken out of the country.
So the first indication we got that something dramatic had happened was several hours ago. We've been on air for several hours now, Peter, when we heard these vague reports, still unconfirmed, of explosions in Caracas and in potential other areas. And then a key detail emerged: helicopters. Witnesses described helicopters on the ground, hovering, sounds of aircraft, explosions in multiple locations. As soon as you start hearing helicopters hovering, you get an indication that this is an extraction operation. You obviously can't land fixed-winged aircraft in the middle of a city. But who was the target? What happened? Who was carrying it out? And then a short while we were discussing all of these scenarios, President Trump himself, and by no accident, President Trump himself, the Pentagon has been silent. So up until now, this is something of a pattern where major announcements are made by President Trump personally on Truth Social. President Trump announced that it was Nicolás Maduro and his wife who had been captured, and that they will face justice. And thank you for your attention to this matter.
Richard,
the question that everyone is asking right now is, did the United States, did President Trump just carry out a successful regime change? because regime change has just happened. And will this open the door to a democratic opposition, better economic relations, a weakening of an alliance backed by Cuban intelligence all across the region, a new Latin America where the U.S. has a much stronger hand? Or did tonight President Trump just send Venezuela into uncertain territory for sure, but civil war and a power struggle that the United States will have to either watch from afar or be drawn in to try and contain?
Richard, I apologize for my interruption. I only want to share some new information that I received while you were speaking there. This is coming from the Republican Senator of Utah, Mike Lee, who had spoken only a matter of hours ago, as we shared during our live coverage, criticizing this asking how and what constitutional act was taking place where the Congress had not been notified of this. Mike Lee has now posted a new statement where he says he just spoke to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He says that Rubio informed him that Nicolás Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action, the strikes that we saw tonight in effect, was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. So that this was the primary mission, the strikes, in the words of Mike Lee, detailing what he was told by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that those strikes were basically to help protect those who were executing this arrest warrant. This action, Lee adds, likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Now, the lawmakers will, of course, fight over the circumstances behind this, how this is being conducted, but let's focus again on what we know is happening right now with our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby, who is up early as we begin this new year together. Courtney, again, the major headline there, the capture of Nicolás Maduro and the successful carrying out of this large-scale strike against Venezuela. What are your sources telling you? Do we have any better understanding of who would have been behind this effort? Obviously, it requires some of the special forces type units to be able to accomplish a mission of this kind.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we need to keep in mind here, Peter, is the U.S. military, when it's come to some of these recent actions in the region, so specifically the interdictions of these oil tankers, the military has been in support of law enforcement here. Based off of the way the president posted this on Truth Social, his own social media platform, of course, that he started, based on the way that he wrote about this, it does appear that this was law enforcement that was in the lead here. We're still trying to get more information about that. The U.S. military, though, it appears was involved in sort of shaping the locations so that the law enforcement and potentially other U.S. agencies would be able to go in.
Sorry, Courtney, please continue.
Would be able to go in and sort of clear the space so that they could go in and then arrest Nicolás Maduro and his wife or take them into custody. So the kinds of things that we are seeing from social media video, as we know, we've seen the statement from the president, but that's really all the detail that we're getting. The video does appear to show transport helicopters, Chinooks, but there also appear to be some smaller helicopters there. Now, we don't know what those are. But we do know what is in the region right now. There is a very elite Air Force unit known as the 160th Special Operations. You may have heard of them because they were involved in taking the Navy SEALs into bin Laden's compound in May of 2011. They have assets there, including Little Birds, so these tiny little helicopters that move very fast, fly low to the ground. So we know that those sorts of assets are in the area that could have been used here. But I also found it very interesting that President Trump didn't specifically refer to the strikes that occurred as sort of the shaping operations in advance of the U.S. personnel going in on the ground there. He didn't necessarily refer to those as airstrikes. And remember some other assets the U.S. has built up. Remember, over the last couple of months, the military has flooded that region with a ton of air power and power at sea. Power at sea is the key here. They have a number of different ships who have the ability to launch Tomahawks, TLAMs. Those are very precise missiles. We have seen the U.S. military launch them in recent years in many different cases, so many cases, Libya, Syria, other times, where they need to hit a specific target and they need what's known as standoff capability. So essentially, they want to be free or safe from any kind of air defenses or other systems in the area that they are trying to target. So at this point, it's not clear exactly what the Venezuelan military may have done in response to any of this. We have not seen any indication that there was any kind of immediate response when the aircraft were going or when these strikes were occurring. But remember another thing that the military has been doing in recent weeks and months now, and that is flying missions close to the airspace that would become Venezuelan airspace. So right up to the border of international airspace, international waters, right up to the border of Venezuela. A lot of times the military will do that for a reason. It's not just testing routes. It's not just seeing what they can see. It's trying to figure out exactly what the air defense is in a place, how they respond to an aircraft. So it's known as painting an aircraft. Does the air defenses that are potentially lined up along the border there of Venezuela, are they latching onto U.S. military aircraft when they fly up close to Venezuelan airspace? This would give the military, over the course of the last several weeks when we've seen them do this time and time again, even with things like long-range bombers, are the Venezuelan air defenses painting those aircraft? How quickly do they respond? This gives the military, the U.S. military, essentially a pattern of life of how the Venezuelan military would respond to aircraft flying in. So all of these things that we have seen occur over the last several weeks and months with the military, the buildup, the exercises, the routines that they have been flying, what they have been doing, it appears that it's all been building up to this, Peter. But the big question that we still don't have a good answer to is, beyond the strikes and beyond what appears to be providing a lift to law enforcement and other U.S. officials as part of this picking up Maduro and his wife, what other component, what other part did the U.S. military play? And so we just don't have an answer to that at this point, Peter.
Courtney Kuby covers the Pentagon for us right now. I want to share some other information while you, Courtney, have been speaking. Again, as we're monitoring the situation there, as we try to get a better understanding of Nicolás Maduro's whereabouts and the evolving situation there. The New York Times posting a short time ago that it has spoken to President Trump early this morning, where in its words, it celebrated the success of the mission to capture the Venezuelan president. They quote President Trump saying, "A lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people," he said. He said it was a brilliant operation, actually. The Times asked him if he had sought congressional authority for the operation or what is next for Venezuela. And when asked that question, the president said he would address those matters during a news conference to take place at Mar-a-Lago this morning, his private club there in Florida. The president announcing earlier that would take place at roughly 11 a.m. Eastern time. We should also tell you that Venezuela's vice president there has spoken on state-run television after the president's post this morning saying that Nicolás Maduro's location was unknown and that she was asking President Trump for proof of life. Again, it raises real questions about the governance of that country in this time with what the president describes as a massive armada of 15,000 American troops, forces off the coast of that country. I want to bring in now the NBC News military analyst, the Colonel Steve Warren, who is joining us this morning. Colonel Warren, Happy New Year. We are off to the races as we begin this new year again. The president wasting no time at the start of the year in his pressure campaign against Nicolás Maduro, ultimately, as he said this morning, capturing him and his wife, taking them out of the country. Unclear if this was a negotiated exit, but as the Republican Senator Mike Lee said, the strikes that we saw early this morning were done in effect to protect the executing of that arrest warrant, the effort by those forces to pick him up. I know you haven't been involved, obviously, in what's taking place there, but give us a sense about how something like this would be conducted, how challenging it is, and what considerations would have gone into place in advance of a dramatic capture operation like this.
Peter, often our more elite, what we call the Tier 1, so this is our most elite special forces, often our Tier 1 special forces will operate in conjunction with many other agencies throughout the government, whether it's the CIA, as we may likely have seen in that initial potential ground strike, that first ground strike we saw several days ago, or often law enforcement agencies. It is not uncommon for the Tier 1 special operators to work with law enforcement agencies, particularly, we did this, I think, fairly regularly during the Iraq, Afghanistan conflict. So our special forces operations and our more elite law enforcement operators are familiar with working with each other. Now, as far as how an operation like this comes together, it's an extraordinary and complicated thing to do, and real praise to our soldiers and sailors and law enforcement officials who were able to pull this off. So far, we haven't received any reports of U.S. casualties, which is an extraordinary thing, and we're really proud of our men and women who executed it. But it takes there's sort of several layers, and Courtney Kube referenced it a little bit just moments ago. Initially, you have to ensure that you have the ability to get our aircraft into the target area without being shot down. So we have to execute what we call the suppression of enemy air defenses. So that could be some of the early explosions that we saw, as Courtney mentioned. As our correspondent Courtney Kube mentioned, possibly the use of Tomahawks or other remote capabilities to damage or destroy air defense radars and air defense launchers, right? So that's the initial execution. The next thing we like to try and do is isolate. So once we've suppressed air defense, we then try to isolate the target area. In this case, apparently we somehow knew where Nicolás Maduro and his wife were. It's unclear whether that was because we had spoken with them. We don't know how we knew this, but somehow we knew where Maduro may well have been, and we isolated that area. That can be done, again, through remote capabilities, or it could be done with actual troops on the ground to provide what we call security. And then finally, special forces operators, along most likely with some sort of federal law enforcement, whether it's a marshal or FBI. At this point, we don't know. But after suppression of air defense, isolation of the objective area, finally, we move in and arrest the individual that we're looking for.
Colonel Warren, I want to get a better understanding, of this. Obviously, it would require some troops to touch the ground to be able to pick up Nicolás Maduro in the first place here. Obviously, 15,000 troops is not enough to secure a country like that. The president has made no indication that ground troops will be going into Venezuela in any meaningful way right now. But what sort of a challenge does this pose for the United States? This ultimately becomes less a military one, but more a diplomatic one to try to allow that country to take the preferred fork in the road, not to return to a sort of authoritarian type regime or leader, but to focus on a more democratic led government right now. Ultimately, these are the early steps that you watch militarily, and then there are other real challenges that begin.
Some would say that these steps that we've done up until now, frankly, are the easy steps, right? We have exceptional special operators, exceptional law enforcement operators who understand how to do these types of missions, but they happen at the speed of violence very, very quickly. A lot of planning obviously went into it, but the execution happens very, very quickly. Now comes what in some people's opinions would be the very, very hard part. And we've seen this before. We saw this in Afghanistan beginning in, after 9/11. We saw this in Iraq. When a regime is toppled, when a regime changes suddenly, there's a vacuum. Now there's a little bit of a vacuum. Who's in charge? Who's running the country? We don't know this. Neither does anyone in Venezuela, it would appear, know this. So there are, of course, as in any country, there are opposing forces. There are different forces who want to be in power. Where is the military internally going to fall on this? Where are the other power centers in Venezuela going to fall on this? Where are the other legitimate and somewhat powerful drug cartels who are operating in that country, as we've talked about, as the president has talked about? Those cartels are still functioning. We've struck some of their boats. But that's about it. So these cartels are still there. They're still strong. They're still functioning. The military, we have not, unlike what we did in Afghanistan or what we did in Iraq, we have not, frankly, inflicted any significant damage on the Venezuelan military. So what are they going to do now is certainly a question, I think, on everyone's mind.
Colonel Steve Warren is an NBC News military analyst. Colonel Warren, we appreciate your expertise in helping us better understand the situation that's still evolving on the ground there in Caracas. Caracas, Venezuela, as again, hopefully we can put up another picture to show our viewers the situation there. It's a new day, a new dawn in many ways, and it's one that begins without the longtime president of that country, the authoritarian leader Nicolás Maduro, who's now been captured and taken out of the country alongside his wife, according to the president, by U.S. forces. I want to get to our chief foreign correspondent again, Richard Engel, who's been watching this news developing right now. Richard, among the questions that the president will surely be asked at a news conference to take place about 5 hours from now at Mar-a-Lago is whether he had any conversations with Maduro in recent days. Maduro told a Spanish journalist only a couple of days ago that he was open to, in effect, discussions, conversations, perhaps even negotiations with the United States. We wait for those answers. We wait to learn where Maduro is right now. But it also raises real questions about what happens next in that country and what it does in terms of the president's desire to sort of crack down on that narco-terrorist state, with so much of the regime still, as evidenced by the public statements coming out of the country, remaining in effect, whether in power, certainly in its positions, though it's unclear who really is in power there.
This is a regime change operation. The government has been decapitated. There clearly was a degree of coordination, unclear with Maduro himself. Not full coordination with Maduro himself. If he wanted to, he could have fled the country. He could have gone to a friendly country. He has some good personal relations with the president of Turkey. He has decent relations with Russia. He's had good relations with Cuba or even Colombia. There are places where if he had wanted to go, he could have gone. So this clearly wasn't a surrender. This was a capture. And as we talked about earlier, this helicopter extraction was supported by a military operation, whether it was tomahawks or airstrikes or a combination of both. There was suppressive fire used to protect U.S. personnel during this extraction operation. Now, as you talked earlier about this may be the easy part. Of course, it's not easy. Only a few countries in the world, perhaps only the United States, has this kind of capability. But now, who is going to run the country? Was this President Trump's perhaps greatest military accomplishment? In a bloodless regime change operation against an illegitimate dictator who ran a mafia state? If there is a successful, quick democratic transition and the legitimate opposition, which won the last elections, which were then stolen from them, if they are able to come into power, work out a working relationship with the existing Venezuelan military, then this will be a great success. If, however, the military divides, a new strong man who is potentially anti-United States emerges in power, the country descends into civil war, then this will be perhaps President Trump's greatest failure. He clearly is hoping for the latter, and I know a lot of back-channel negotiations have been involved in this. I've been talking to some of the negotiators who were working with Trump administration officials. And there are many Trump administration officials who have interests here. President Trump's interest, as he's made clear, was always the drugs, to stop the drug trade, and he's interested in Venezuela's oil. He's made that clear. Venezuela has enormous oil reserves. And he was critical when the United States went into Iraq that the United States didn't take the oil. Marco Rubio himself, coming up in Latin American politics, anti-Cuban platform, has an interest in regime change in Venezuela, which he hopes will then weaken an alliance of states that are anti-American in Latin America, including Cuba and Venezuela being the largest. You mentioned Miller, who has an immigration agenda, would want fewer migrants coming out of Venezuela, potentially Venezuela becoming a place where migrants can go. So this is a new day for Latin America. The U.S. military carried an operation We're going to hear a lot about it, how successful it was, but this is a new day for the U.S. relations in Latin America, with President Trump asserting dominance and doing a snatch and grab operation. Will this encourage other leaders around the world to do the same with their enemies, and will it make the United States, which in theory defends democracy and human rights, seem hypocritical?
You've been listening to Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent. Richard, you were talking with me about the oil reserves in Venezuela. Their reserves, number one, the largest in the world, believed to be roughly 300 billion barrels by some assessments, accounting for approaching 20% of the global supply there in Venezuela. You'll remember after the U.S. recently seized one of the sanctioned oil tankers, as the White House described it, the president said that it was his belief that the U.S. would then seize that oil, would keep that oil. That tanker was then routed to the United States, specifically to Texas. Keir Simmons is our chief international correspondent. He's been watching this developing news with us as well. And Keir, quickly to you, I want to share a statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry. Vladimir Putin's the Kremlin now reacting to this, saying that the United States committed, in its words, an act of armed aggression against Venezuela that it said was both deeply concerning and condemnable. That is notable because while on the one hand, the U.S. has been focused heavily in this region on Venezuela, the president and his team simultaneously have been focused on trying to bring about an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Vladimir Putin, for a variety of reasons over the course of many months, has been disinclined, it appears, to resolve the situation there. We have heard from Volodymyr Zelensky, who has also been very reluctant to give up land in that country. But this does infuse a new wrinkle into another global hotspot, which is Russia as well.
Yeah, I've been reading that statement too, Peter, and I've been reflecting that this is why Richard Engel describes this as such a significant moment, is that what you have overnight is the U.S. striking a Russian partner. Maduro was, a de facto ally of President Putin, and President Trump has just taken him out. So you have that aspect. And on the other hand, you have President Putin now offering his diplomacy, if you like, to try to stabilize the situation. Effectively, you have President Putin saying, okay, we have a problem in your region, Mr. Trump, let me help you to solve that. Sounds familiar, and it is therefore significant because it gives the Russians the ability to kind of say, well, look, you see, this happens everywhere, and we help each other to solve it. So you can see how there are multiple dimensions to this, and the implications and the impact of it, we will only know in the months ahead. But there's another aspect to this too, Peter, and I think it's really fascinating, and people will be talking about this again as we look ahead, is that what you have here is very familiar, which is the U.S. intervening in another country to potentially bring about, you might even say, and the Trump administration isn't saying this clearly, and there's a reason why perhaps they're not quite saying it this way, but maybe even to try and bring about democracy, but certainly intervening. And that is something that we have seen before from the U.S., and Richard has been very carefully navigating those questions over whether it really works, and there is plenty of history to suggest that it does not, and then there are some examples of moments when it has made a difference. And all of this is happening while there are protests in Iran, effectively looking to overthrow the regime there, and those protests are the most significant since some years ago, the uprising over the killing of a young woman in Iran. So there, too, there is a threat to that regime. And, of course, Iran is a close partner to Venezuela. So this is, there are moving parts here, and there is no doubt of the significance.
You're right, Keira. In the president's victory speech upon winning the last election, he said, "I'm not going to start wars. I'm going to stop wars." We're now hearing some of the criticism coming in from some of the president's political opponents. Among them, we're hearing from one of the top national security officials who served beneath President Obama during his time in office. That's Ben Rhodes, who says, in simple terms, he says, a regime change war in Latin America based on absurd rationales about drug trafficking, no explanation of goals, and counter to everything Trump promised, campaigning, and we're not even a full year into Trump's term. You can see what the domestic criticism will be of the actions taking place. Richard Engel, quickly to you, there are still, even as we watch what appears to be a successful capture operation, there is still a lot of potential complications in the days, and weeks ahead.
Huge complications. Doing it a successful military extraction, like a successful counterterrorism strike, is something that President Trump will talk about. He will praise the bravery of the soldiers. He will talk about how it was carried out with great expertise and precision and coordination, and it seems that it was. But who will govern the country? How will it run? Will the people accept it? All very open questions. And I wanted to go back for a second to ask Keira a question, if I may, because we heard that statement. I heard it live on this conversation from the Kremlin. And one thing that struck me is it didn't seem to be that strong. I've heard the Kremlin, when it wants to condemn them, use much stronger terms. This described it as it's condemnable. It wasn't very, I don't want to say emphatic. Do you think in a way that this kind of operation, a regime change operation, which is what President Trump just did, could even help Vladimir Putin, could help him justify the war in Ukraine? It could help him reestablish what used to be called the sphere of influence world during the Cold War, where the United States controls its neighborhood and Russia dominated its pace. Could this actually help Putin? Is he secretly?
Yeah, Richard, I think you ask a great question. And I think that, again, it's multi-layered. So on the one hand, yes, you can see in that statement from the Kremlin, from President Putin, that he is trying to position himself to be the diplomat, that he is. It's not in many ways a full condemnation, although it does, as you say, use the word condemnable. There is that aspect. And on the other hand, Richard, this is in Venezuela, this is a partner of Russia, a close ally, if you like. And you've seen in the years since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, President Putin lose partners, and not least, of course, and you were there to see it, Richard, President Assad of Syria falling. So historians may look back on this and see it as the slow weakening of Russia's power, despite the connection between President Trump and President Putin, the personal connection. This may be seen in the future as another brick in the wall, if you like, for Russia's global capability and global standing. But clearly, President Putin is battling to overcome that view, and Putin will know, and let's just say that Putin has been in power for long enough to have been around for the invasion of Iraq and to have said that should not happen, the U.S. invasion of Iraq. Putin will know that this is now unpredictable. And he is the master of tactics, and he will be waiting for the opportunity to take advantage of whatever takes place in the coming months.
Because as you mentioned, he might be trying to make lemonade out of lemons. He didn't issue a very strong condemnation, but as you say, he's lost an ally in Nicolás Maduro. He has lost Syria entirely, which was a very important military outpost for Russia. He is continuing to fight a war in Ukraine. Yes, he's making some battlefield grounds, but he is also losing an enormous amount of men and resources in this war, and he's become more and more dependent on China. And the Iranian regime which you mentioned, is facing its biggest challenge in the last several years with protests that have just turned deadly. And Iran provides a lot of the weaponry, particularly a lot of the drone technology, to Russia. So he is not in as strong a position as he tends to project, and he has now just lost another ally. But it struck me that his condemnation seemed a bit half-hearted, but perhaps that is the best he can deal with at the moment, considering the hand of cards that he's holding.
Yeah, I think that's right, Richard. And I think too, and we've discussed this in the hours now that have played out since this strike took place, there's another piece to this too, isn't there? And that is about the idea that powers around the world have the power to intervene in their regions, in what Russia would describe as its near abroad. And I think that we can't have this conversation without just indicating an interest in what might be being thought about in Beijing by President Xi, and what his ambitions for his region, the frankly part of the world that in this century it will be the most important part of the world. How will he view actions like this by the United States, and what it will mean for him and one other player around the world with ambitions that are not in America's interest, Kim Jong-un of North Korea? How will he be seeing this, and what will he think this means for him? And again, this is multi-layered, because you can imagine that in Pyongyang, in North Korea, they may be saying, let's be careful, because the United States isn't messing around. But alternatively, they may also be saying, well, you're allowed to intervene in places next door to you, because that's what America's doing, Peter.
Keir Simmons, our chief international correspondent, Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent. Gentlemen, stay with us right now. Again, I'm Peter Alexander, just after 6 o'clock on the East Coast, shortly after 7 a.m. in Venezuela. Those are pictures from earlier this morning. Before dawn, giant explosions, fiery explosions taking place in and around the capital city there. You can see the fire raining down on that city. The president, a short time ago, announcing that the United States has, in his words, successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, adding that Maduro has been, along with his wife, in the president's words, captured and flown out of the country. The president saying the operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. He says there are more details to come, saying there will be a news conference that he will address the country at roughly 11 o'clock this morning, 5 hours from now, from his Mar-a-Lago estate. Clearly, the major headline here, the dramatic news, is that Nicolás Maduro, after a months-long pressure campaign by President Trump and his administration, has now been taken out of that country. It remains unclear if this was a negotiated exit. We are told by Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah, who says he has spoken with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, that the explosions, the kinetic action, as he describes it, the military strikes there were done to protect the efforts on the ground to execute what the Republican senator says was an arrest warrant to pick up Maduro and ultimately his wife when they were taken out of the country. We have asked the White House and the Pentagon and frankly, the Justice Department for any better details about where Maduro is right now. But that capture operation that we have now learned about better explains why there were low-flying helicopters hovering on the ground in and around Caracas in the early morning hours today. We have spoken to one of our colleagues, a journalist on the ground in Venezuela, who was effectively stunned into silence when she heard this news. You could almost see her shaking during a live conversation we had here earlier. Richard Engel, again, is our chief foreign correspondent. Richard, as you look at this new picture, a live picture at what is roughly 7 o'clock in the morning in Caracas, Venezuela, it is clear that the situation has now calmed down, at least as you can see from the sky here, though it's very unclear about the situation on the ground there right now, who in effect is filling that power vacuum. Marco Rubio, we are told, according to Mike Lee, again, the Republican senator from Utah, saying that there was no further action in Venezuela expected to take place today. So it appears that the strikes we saw overnight are, at least for now, the last ones. There are roughly 15,000 American troops, soldiers, and sailors who have been stationed in what the president has described as a massive armada off the coast there in the Caribbean, off the coast of Venezuela, as part of this pressure campaign. The president himself, only a matter of days ago, said that basically Maduro's days were numbered. We know that he and Maduro, the president and Maduro, had spoken about a month ago. No better indications whether he and Maduro had spoken more recently than that, or if there were some private negotiations taking place behind the scenes, as evidenced by this being a capture operation. It appears that that nothing would have been formalized if it still required his capture. Among the questions to be asked of the president a short time from now, we have heard on the ground from members of that narco-terrorist regime, as the White House describes it, what was formerly the Maduro regime, asking for proof of life of Maduro. Members of the military establishment there saying in effect that they were prepared to fight back with force if U.S. troops were on the ground in that country. No indication that the president has any plans to do such a thing. And then, of course, politically, there is a lot of the back and forth taking place, even if this early morning hour, about exactly what the president's mission was, the authority under which he was acting in doing this right now, amid what has been a very broad criticism, frankly, some of it from Republicans as well, certainly from Democrats, about what have included a series of boat strikes in the Caribbean and in the Pacific, focused largely on what the U.S. alleges are drug boats bringing drugs to the United States. Our team is in the control room, keeping us honest on who we can speak to right now. Richard Engel has been joining us. Keir Simmons has been joining us as well. I want to get back to Courtney Kuby, who covers the Pentagon for us and is an expert in all of these matters. Courtney, if you hear me right now, I want to get a better sense of what you're learning, about what more we may know about what went into this capture operation this morning under the veil of darkness. It happened quickly, it appears, in only a matter of hours' time before the first reports of explosions, and then us learning that Maduro himself had been captured only a couple of hours later.
Yeah, I mean, Peter, there's a few things about this operation that, frankly, are just confounding to me so far. And I'm hoping that we get more details, especially if we have this event with down at Mar-a-Lago with President Trump and potentially other Trump administration officials. Hopefully they'll take some questions and give us some actual detail, the real facts of what went on here. Some of the things that are surprising to me is the U.S. military would rarely carry out an operation like this on a night with a full moon or with a large moon. They like to do things, again, going back to things like the bin Laden raid or some of these well-known military operations in recent, they like to do it under the cover of as much darkness as possible. There's a pretty full moon out there, so that's a little surprising. I know that this sounds strange, but things like weather really do factor into the planning of these sorts of operations. So not just that. The tweet from Senator Mike Lee that you read a little bit earlier, where he talked about how Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio called him and explained that the president carried this out under his Article 2 authorities under the Constitution. Well, that is his executive authorities as president of the United States. And Senator Lee specifically saying that it was because it was to protect the American people. So it appears, based off of that tweet from Senator Lee, that in fact this is similar to the legal justification that the military has been using for the strikes against the drug boats, and that is that the drugs on those boats present a direct threat to the American people. And so for that reason, there is a legal or a lawful reason to carry out a military attack on those boats. Now, of course, that has been up for dispute. There's been a lot of talk of that over recent weeks and months. The big difference here, though, is if they are using that same justification not only for carrying out these strikes inside of Caracas, inside of Venezuela, targeting what appear to be a lot of Venezuelan military locations, but also also using that as the justification for potentially using the U.S. military to detain Nicolás Maduro and his wife. I mean, that is pretty astonishing. Those are the kinds of things that I'm really hoping to get more answers to. And then more than that, we are starting to see some detail about some of the locations that were struck by the U.S. military. Here again, they appear to be at least one port, some military installations. Why did they target those specific locations? Now, most likely, when we talked in the last hour about shaping, and that would be in advance of especially any kind of an operation where you may have U.S. military on the ground or any kind of U.S. officials, law enforcement, whatever it is, on the ground, you would want to sort of shape the battlefield. So that would include things like taking out any kind of potential air defenses, maybe jamming potential air defenses. Even we've seen some of the capabilities in the region recently that could that could actually carry that out. But they would want to do whatever they can to make the mission go smoothly. So take out any potential barriers or threats to the U.S. personnel who are on the ground there. Is that why they struck those locations? Or were there other strategic reasons for why they struck those locations? These are all the kinds of questions that we're hoping to get answers to. And then also, there's just the questions that we have been talking about, the legality of this. Nicolás Maduro, of course, was indicted 5+ years ago now in the United States for allegations of being involved in drug trafficking, narco trafficking. We have heard from President Trump, Secretary of State Rubio, from others saying that he is the illegitimate leader here. But what was the real legal justification for doing this, and under what authorities did they do so? One thing that I'm really going to be asking about in the coming days, we have not been getting a whole lot of fidelity on military operations in recent months, but one thing I will really be asking about is under what authorities were the U.S. military there? So in other words, were they there under a Title 50 authority, meaning were they under U.S. intelligence umbrella when they were involved in these operations? These are all the kinds of wonky, I'll admit it, questions that we have right now, but that I think that will ultimately paint a real picture of exactly how long the planning has gone into this, what the justification was here, and then what ultimately the longer term goal may be for removing Nicolás Maduro from power.
Yeah, not wonky, but significant questions we're going to be asking. The president likely to be the first to face those questions in a matter of hours from now as he addresses reporters and the country, frankly, the world, at roughly 11 o'clock today. Courtney, again, to the points you were making about the actions that we have seen early this morning, the military strikes from the Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah, who is our best source because he made it public, and he says he spoke to Marco Rubio. He said that the strikes we saw overnight were deployed to protect and defend those executing this arrest warrant. As he says, Maduro was arrested, according to Rubio, by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, presumably based on that indictment that dates back to March of 2020. I want to get to Colonel Steve Warren, our NBC News military analyst, who's been watching this with me as well. And Colonel, I'm struck by a couple of things. One, by what we have witnessed this morning, the dramatic and historic developments taking place, and two, by where this fits into history. It was on this day, January 3rd of 1990, that Panama's General Manuel Noriega, after holding up for 10 days in the Vatican embassy, I think it was in Panama City, surrendered to U.S. military troops to face charges of drug trafficking as well. 36 years to the day since that took place. And now in a lot of different ways, history repeats itself. The question is, what does history look like from here? What does the U.S. do about it in these days and weeks ahead? But specific to what has happened in these overnight hours, talk to us about those challenges that the American Special Forces would have faced in this capture operation. And of course, what all would agree is good news is that at least at this point, it appears that there were no casualties on the U.S. side, at least those that we have learned about in the carrying out of this action.
Well, it's really good news that up till now, we've received no reports of American casualties, and that's something we're grateful and thankful for. It's an extraordinary operation. Operations like this are much more complex, I think, than they look. And that's what great professionals do. They make it look easy. And these are really the world's most elite commandos, the Tier 1 Special Operations Forces out of the Joint Special Operations Operations Command, often called JSOC. We don't know if this was Delta Force or SEAL Team 6, so we can refer to it simply as the Tier 1 Special Forces Operations. Exceptional mission supported by air defense suppression, Special Forces operators, and then, of course, some level of law enforcement who also participated in this arrest. So it's an exceptional mission, so many complications. Courtney Kube, our Pentagon correspondent, touched on some of the requirements to shape the battlefield ahead of penetrating into the target area with the forces that would actually conduct the arrest. I think some of these explosions that we're seeing in various spots, I think we have to keep in mind that while we wanted to suppress the enemy's air defense capabilities, what we also want to do is prevent any quick reaction forces from moving in as the helicopters arrive. So my instinct is that many of these strikes would have been at the ability for the Venezuelan forces to communicate with each other, so some sort of communication node, and then the ability for the Venezuelan forces to respond. So if there are Venezuelan quick reaction forces, they might well have been targeted. If there were Venezuelan police who could potentially respond, they might well have been targeted. So I think that's what we're looking at. Normally we suppress air defense. We isolate the target area, which is what I was just talking about, cut off any routes in that responders can use. Then we secure the area, so that's the most immediate area, the building or the car or wherever Maduro was at the time. That's that close-in security, just really a circle around that spot that we were trying to conduct the arrest, and then the exfiltration.
Colonel Warren, just for a better understanding of this, and obviously there's a lot to be determined, whether this was some form of a negotiated exit, how all of this played out. It appears by the president's language that this was, in effect, a capture operation, that this was not agreed to by Maduro, but we'll wait to see more details about that. Would there be, in a situation like this, any form of communication between the U.S. forces there and any of the regime, the leadership on the ground as this is taking place, or do they just, is it just a whirlwind, they whisk in and then depart?
Either one is possible. It would make sense to try to establish some sort of communications with the security forces there and tell them, hey, listen, don't make a mistake you'll regret, right? That would make sense. But I have to tell you, the way this operation was conducted and given our history with the Venezuelans, my instinct is this was probably, as you described, really sort of a surprise whirlwind assault. If it were negotiated, there seems to be a lot of fire and flame and explosions for a negotiation to me. So I feel like this one, my instinct tells me that this one is probably much more of a surprise attack, a very precise shock attack or raid. Really, it's more doctrinally we'd call this a raid because you're just in and out. But I think that's probably what we're looking at here.
And it does raise real questions about if this was not a negotiated exit, how the U.S. knew exactly where Nicolás Maduro and in this case his wife were at the time, specifically where they were collected from, where they were picked up from. Again, among the questions that we're going to be asking, just 6:20 in the morning, and it feels like we are well into 2026. This is a storyline and an operation that is going to drive a lot of the conversation in Washington, around the country, and around not just the Western Hemisphere, but the world for the foreseeable future. Colonel Steve Warren, thank you so much to you. My colleague Julie Sirkin is on the ground for us in West Palm Beach this morning. She has been traveling with the president, has been there for much of this holiday break for him. But it's clear that in between some of the festivities are seeing him around Christmas and New Year's at the president, who was took photographs yesterday with Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, among others, has been privately very focused on this right now. Julie, we know that news conference will take place at 11 o'clock this morning, a matter of hours from now. Pull back the curtain for us on what we have heard from the president and how we've sort of been building up to this moment.
Well, he's been building up to this moment, Peter, in the way that Richard and Keir and Courtney have laid out over the last 6 months, ramping up pressure, his cabinet ramping up military pressure in the seizure of those oil tankers. This week, a couple of days ago, we saw economic sanctions on that oil taking place by the administration, different boat seizures as well that we've been tracking closely, even during the holiday break. And just to peel back the curtain even further and put my Capitol Hill hat on, when I covered heard Marco Rubio as a senator. Venezuela was a top focus of his even then. He had often spoken out against Nicolás Maduro. He had been very present, tip of the spear on matters when he was a senator, when he was in Congress, trying to make sure that the U.S. had an aggressive policy and posture on rooting out the narco state, as he called it there in Venezuela, and then now transitioning to Secretary of State. When I talk to officials close to him and close to the administration, this has been a priority of his, not just the president's, but the Secretary of State's, since this administration, this second term, took shape earlier this year. And when you talk about Rubio, a couple of weeks ago, he was giving comments and remarks in his final press conference before the end of the year, and he was asked if there was a possibility of some kind of negotiation, a deal with Maduro to avoid this kind of action, perhaps on limiting the flow of drugs that we've seen the administration use as their excuse, as their cudgel to pursue this military action. And Rubio said even then that Maduro cannot be trusted, that he has fallen through and broken deals and promises in the past, and they cannot make that kind of agreement with him. And that brings us to, in many ways, this moment that we're seeing now. And when you heard from Courtney laying out what she called those wonky questions, what we have called the right questions, when you look at what Congress is going to be asking, the very basics of this is that Article 1 gives Congress the authority, the sole authority to conduct, to declare war, to have that power, the War Powers Act that you heard Mike Lee there, the Republican, who, by the way, is a constitutional lawyer himself. He's often been concerned about these matters. And then Article 2 gives the president the power to act if there is a direct or imminent threat, which is what we've heard apparently from Mike Lee as he laid out the justification after he heard from Marco Rubio. So where does this go from here? I was struck, Peter, as well a couple of weeks ago when Congress received their briefing from administration officials. Pete Hegseth was there, the Secretary of Defense, Marco Rubio was there, and the one question that lawmakers, even Republican allies of the president's, like Lindsey Graham, for example, had asked the officials in the room behind closed doors, what does this look like from Maduro? You are going after these oil tankers, you are intercepting these drug boats that you say are carrying drugs that could harm the American people, but what about Nicolás Maduro? And it is even in that room a couple of weeks ago, Peter, that lawmakers in a classified setting couldn't get answers. Lindsey Graham told me, for example, after that briefing, Peter, that he asked point blank, is it regime change that you are pursuing? Do you want to take Maduro down? To be clear, Graham and other Republicans thought that the administration should take this step, but it is not an answer, Peter, that they received in that room. And now, as Congress heads back to Washington after this holiday break, that is the question that Democrats, that Republicans are going to be asking. But so far, from most Republicans, praise of this administration. When it comes to the president, what's next? He will deliver that news conference in a couple of hours from now. He said, too, in an interview with the New York Times earlier this morning, that he plans to answer the question of what authority the administration had and what their plans are next for Maduro. Peter.
Julie Surkin, thank you so much for your expert knowledge of the situation on the Hill as it relates to those lawmakers. I want to add one thing to this conversation right now, and you can see how the criticism of the president's actions is already developing even before dawn here, or I'm stuck in a building, so can't even tell. I guess it is now dawn in the United States. We've been covering this since the pre-dawn hours early this morning. The criticism focuses on a variety of things. The president has made clear that his concern, his focus on Venezuela, the illegitimate leader, as the president describes it, focuses on Maduro's drug trafficking, his role in that effort. But obviously, there has also been criticism that a matter of weeks ago, just over a month ago, the president pardoned the former Honduran president, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who had been convicted on drug trafficking charges. So you can see, even at this early morning hour, how some of the criticism is developing, questions about the authority under which the president was acting, questions about what the president's critics, many of them Democrats, view as sort of a disconnect in terms of the efforts taking place. But the president is touting the success of what has happened as we begin a new dawn and truly a new day in that country of Venezuela. The president speaking, as you noted, to the New York Times early this morning, saying, among other things, in a quick phone conversation that the Times reports that quote, a lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people were involved in this. He says it was a brilliant operation. Actually, we will hear from him again shortly. It obviously comes with a ripple effect. The fallout not unique to Venezuela, but to the region around it as well. We are now hearing from the Colombian president in neighboring Colombia, President Petro, there saying that its forces will be deployed to the Venezuelan border and that they are preparing for refugees. This was in the form of a post. So, you know, as we have talked about, one of our experts overnight telling us that as many as 8 million Venezuelans have fled that country over the course of the last series of years amid their concerns about the authoritarian government, concerns about inflation, and broad human rights concerns that have existed there as well. We are, though, hearing from the Venezuelan regime, or members of what now appears to be the decapitated regime, the country's vice president this morning on state-run television saying after the President Trump's announcement that Nicolás Maduro's location remained unknown to her and asked that President Trump provide proof of life. It's a good question. We do not know where Maduro is at this time. We do know, according to lawmakers that have spoken to Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, that he is expected to face justice, as they describe it, for criminal charges against him. Good morning to you. It is approaching 6:30 in the morning on the East Coast here. And again, we are watching a historic and developing situation taking place in Venezuela, one that the government there describes as an extremely serious act of military aggression. The president saying that the U.S. Was behind a series of large-scale strikes against Venezuela, strikes that began shortly after 1 o'clock in the morning, our time, roughly 2 in the morning. They are an hour ahead in Caracas, Venezuela, an hour ahead of the East Coast. The president also posting that Nicolás Maduro, who you see there on your screen in recent photographs, that he and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country. The president saying that U.S. law enforcement was engaged in this operation as well. Clearly, this capture operation, one of with such high stakes and such potential danger associated with it, would require a special forces type operations. We don't know the details of who specifically was involved in it right now, but the good news as it relates to the U.S. military is that it appears that their actions were a success, and we have heard, at least at this time, no indications of any casualties related to any of the Americans who were involved in the operation that took place overnight. NBC's international correspondent is Keir Simmons. He's been up with us early this morning on a Saturday morning. Keir, as many people are waking up to this dramatic headline right now, we should note that from Marco Rubio via the Republican Senator Mike Lee, it appears that there is no additional military action expected in Venezuela today, assuming the situation stays as it has right now. But as we see you now on camera, we got you off the phone and finally we're able to speak, seeing one another face to face. This changes a lot, and the president had been calling on, in the words of his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, for Maduro to cry uncle. Well, he never cried uncle, and it appears that the president said enough, and he's now been captured.
That's right. And the question now, Peter, is that the extent of this operation? We've been talking through the morning about Venezuela on the brink, the unknown future now. It's just days ahead. What will happen in that country? But equally also, we should account for the possibility that nothing happens, effectively, that Maduro is gone, but that right now members of his regime are talking about the country as calm. One of the vice presidents saying of the U.S., of the Trump administration, what they tried to achieve with bombs and missiles they launched, they only partially succeeded in doing. What we have seen globally, Peter, is condemnation, words of condemnation from countries that are American adversaries and partners of Venezuela. Russia, for example, immediately issuing a long statement saying that this operation is condemnable, but also offering President Putin and the Russian government as a kind of diplomat, as taking the opportunity, if you like, to try to say, well, we can help you bring about stability. There's condemnation, of course, from countries like Cuba, from countries like Iran. Iran has been a close ally of Venezuela, and for Iran, this is another problem because they right now have protests in the streets of Iran, and just in the past few days, President Trump suggesting that the U.S. could use kinetic force to attack the Iranian regime if it attacked those protesters. So some of the surprise this morning, Peter, is that President Trump was talking about Iran just in the past hours, and now we have this action in Venezuela. I mean, I think some of the conclusions that will be being drawn by governments around the world is, if you didn't already know it from 2025, that the Trump administration isn't messing around. I think there are also real risks that governments like Russia, like North Korea, like China see this as further confirmation that it is okay, if you like, for countries to intervene in neighboring countries in their local regions. I think it's also confirmation of what we saw with the Trump administration's national security strategy published just at the end of last year, that the US views the Western Hemisphere, its area, its region, if you like, as a crucial place for its focus, and that it is determined to try to bring about a safer region for the United States. Because you can remember, again, as I mentioned, Venezuela has had these links. The Maduro regime has had these links to Russia, has had these links to Iran. That has been viewed very negatively here in Washington. So there are all of those issues playing. And it will take time, Peter, because we don't know what happens next in Venezuela.
Keir, thank you so much. Courtney, I want to go back to you. Courtney, of course, leads our coverage from the Pentagon this morning as well, and get a better understanding about the military situation there, because in the immediate hours after this, the question is what happens to those 15,000 Americans who are on ships as part of the largest carrier strike group, the Ford strike group that is out there right now. We know they were heavily involved, obviously, in the operations that just took place right now. Can you sort of help us better understand the buildup that we have witnessed, with this ultimately appearing to be the punctuation mark of it, but it doesn't conclude the operations there? What have we witnessed taking place, not just with the drone strikes on those alleged drug boats, but also with the flights that have been flying overhead in and around that area over the course of the last several weeks and months even?
Yeah, remember that the majority of those additional ships, now about a dozen that we know about, frankly, because there could be even more in the form of submarines. But the dozen or so ships, the more than 15,000 troops, and that's on land and at sea, the majority of them have been sent to the region to be part of this Operation Southern Spear. Now, this is this military operation that started a couple of months ago that has primarily been involved in the targeting and striking of alleged drug boats. Now, about 30 of them over since September 1st, of the last several months now. So it's not clear that the U.S. military would draw down the presence, because there's no indication that they're going to stop with those strikes. But the reality is, Peter, they have way more military capability in the region than they need for striking a couple of alleged drug boats every few days or so. So we could see some of the larger presence there. You mentioned the USS Gerald R. Ford. It's the U.S. Navy's largest aircraft carrier. Remember, the Navy doesn't have an unlimited supply of aircraft carriers. They are needed all over the world. When one is sort of parked in one location for a while on one mission, it can sort of back up the deployments of others. It can cause a readiness issue in other regions. So we could see that and some of the other forces going home. But I don't expect that we will see, even with the military operation and this law enforcement operation that occurred in Venezuela today, I don't see a huge decrease coming in the military presence there, because the Pentagon has put such a priority on that region under the Trump administration. They have said that they want to go after who they call the narco traffickers. They often refer to them now as terrorists. So I would expect that we will continue to see the military presence there. Now, the question is, in recent days, even the more conventional forces that have been there, so the carrier, some of the aircraft that are on land nearby, they have been supplemented or almost augmented with more special forces. We heard Colonel Steve Warren talking about some of that earlier. Will some of those forces head back to the United States? We could see that. Presumably they were brought in specifically for this mission here. One of the big questions, of course, is we've seen some of the people who have said that they spoke with with Secretary Marco Rubio, who are indicating that this was this was the operation that they were there to conduct, but there's still a lot of factors that we don't know. Will Venezuela somehow respond? Is it possible that this U.S. component, that there will be some sort of a response that will require more U.S. military? Again, we don't know if that's the case or not, but I wouldn't expect to see a large decrease in the presence immediately, Peter.
Courtney Kuby, our senior national security correspondent. Courtney, thank you. Colonel Steve Warren, our military analyst, is joining us as well. Colonel Warren, I want to pick up where Courtney just left us, and she raises a very good question about the potential for any response here. Again, as we wait for better details about whether this was in some form a negotiated exit, the idea of a capture operation would make it seem otherwise. As you noted to us earlier, you wouldn't require these types of fiery explosions if this was something that was agreed to by Nicolás Maduro and his regime right now. But what, to the best of your knowledge, what types of capabilities does a country like Venezuela have militarily as we anticipate the days ahead?
Yeah, these are great questions. The number one capability I think that the Venezuelan forces has, of course, is ground, right? The Venezuelans do not have the ability to really what we call project power, right? So it's difficult for the Venezuelan military to conduct operations outside the borders of Venezuela. So their ground forces, I think, are probably the most capable. Their sea and air forces are limited in their ability to move outside of Venezuelan territory. So, response capabilities, frankly, are limited. The Venezuelan Navy is only a handful of what we would call blue water capable vessels, so ships that can operate in deep water out at sea. It's primarily the Venezuelan Navy is primarily a coastal defense force, a coast guard, if you will, and their air force is also very limited and frankly no match for our much more sophisticated air capabilities that we have on our aircraft carriers and stationed on land nearby. So the short answer, that was a long response, but the short answer to your question is the Venezuelans have a very limited capability to strike back on American forces as we are currently arrayed.
Helps give us a better understanding of this. And Colonel Warren, I think a lot of people are waking up, and though there have been major headlines we've been covering, I've as well from my post on the North Lawn at the White House over the course of the last many months. I think a lot of Americans don't really understand the proximity, how this all relates. Venezuela is basically, you fly straight south from Puerto Rico and hit Caracas there. It's not too far south of the United States. This is a mission, obviously, that appears likely to have been conducted by the strike group in that region in the Caribbean Sea. But this is, though it feels far away in many ways, this is a region that really does impact, as we have witnessed in terms of the issue of illegal immigration. It does really impact Americans in many ways, with a flood of Venezuelans and others having come to the country. And it's also been the source of a lot of the back and forth, the dispute over what is to happen with the Venezuelans who have fled that country, many of whom the president says have been parts of gangs and a part of drug trafficking in this country.
Well, that's right. This is absolutely a complicated, a complex geopolitical situation. So we have this nation, Venezuela, allegedly involved in significant drug trafficking, allegedly sending immigrants and migrants, or a source of illegal immigration into the nation. Additionally, as we've discussed earlier, Venezuela has contacts and connections and relationships with nations that we consider unfriendly to us. Iran, Russia, maybe, depending on how you feel about Russia. So there's a lot going on here. And what we don't know, and we're hoping that we will hear from the president at 11 o'clock Eastern time when he conducts, he said he will conduct a press conference, is what's next for Venezuela. We don't really know yet what the overall objective was. Okay, so we've decapitated this particular regime. We've taken away one person, and President Maduro and his wife, and that's it. What happens next? And that's what we haven't seen. We don't have a great understanding of what it is that the United States government was trying to achieve. We struck some drug boats. Okay, maybe that's going to reduce the flow of drugs into the country. Remains to be seen whether or not that's happened. Okay, we've now decapitated the government of Venezuela by capturing their president. But what's it all for? What are we trying to, how is America safer today with Maduro gone than we were yesterday? That's what we don't know yet.
Colonel Steve Warren, an NBC News military analyst. Colonel Warren, thank you so much. I want to briefly, we're going to reset in a moment. We're going to get to the Today Show a short time from now to pick up our live coverage. But Keir Simmons, I want to get to you just for one final thought on this before we reorganize and help update our audiences on what's been taking place here about just the dramatic change that took place. There had been an escalation over months, and now obviously it culminates in this dramatic action overnight with the before dawn in Venezuela there, the fiery airstrikes, low-flying helicopters, the capture of Nicolás Maduro, and now really a question mark about what happens next.
Absolutely a question mark, and as you have been saying, a question mark over what the ambition is here. But something of a question mark, because perhaps this is a message from the Trump administration to say, do what we say, or we will intervene kinetically and remove you. That is a message. Clearly, Maduro has now received that message, but other leaders around the world may well be listening. Well, they will be listening. And another aspect to this too, Peter, we know what the U.S. Trump administration's policy is because it was set out in the National Security Strategy just at the end of last year. Right. And it identifies key threats: drugs, migration, crime, and China in the Western Hemisphere, trying to reduce the influence of China. All of those things may well be aspects of what was decided here.
Keir, we're going to regroup. I appreciate your reporting all over the last several hours. That is going to do it for this NBC News special report. It doesn't end our coverage. We've been focused on the U.S. strikes on Venezuela, the capture of the Venezuelan leader, Nicolás Maduro. We'll see you this morning on the Today Show.
He's captured. Now, to me, it does look like they're captured. But I don't know how the hell Delta Force would have got to him without a gunfight unless it was arranged. Because there's a $50 million bounty on his head, 200 Delta Force, among the top operatives in the world. But where's the presidential bodyguard? So a lot hinges on just how much this is agreed, that he agrees to be captured, the regime agreed to kick a big fuss about it, but then they go back to normal. That doesn't look like the scenario to me. So if this wasn't agreed with the whole regime, then I think they've got pretty limited options inside. The people with the hands on the triggers inside the country are still the regime.
Yeah, and presumably Trump won't want to send forces in at all. There's one other interesting point here, Tim, which is playing out right now with the Russian Foreign Ministry condemning all this and absolutely clear about their condemnation of it. You've got Trump trying to woo Putin over Ukraine, trying to push Putin towards some sort of deal over Ukraine. And yet now we have this. We have Venezuela supported by Russia. You've got the foreign minister issuing these statements, concerned by reports, forcibly removed, aggressive actions by the United States. Where does this leave the whole Trump-Putin-Ukraine thing?
In the same place as it was, I would say. Okay, you've made 2 points there. One is about American domestic opinion. I agree absolutely with you that he was elected on ending the endless wars, the forever wars, on making America great again and concentrating. But, 200 Delta Force guys, no casualties. There'll be a film about it within 2 years. I don't think even the MAGA base is going to get too upset about that. But you're right, an invasion like Panama in '89, no way. On the second point about Russia, it was priced in. The Russians can hardly say, "Oh, okay, we don't care." I mean, all America's foes and some of their friends will condemn this, but that's priced in from the beginning. And the more controversial and perhaps depressing point, I think, and more important point, is that although you're absolutely right to ask about international law and about reaction and all the rest of it, that's the previous decade. This is a new time. This is a new time where international law is being relegated year after year after year, and the UN and the Security Council, and they're being relegated year after year after year. It's a new time, and it is a time of hard power.
Yeah, and it's a dangerous time. Tim, just stay with us, because there's all sorts of reaction, and I'm interested to know what you're going to say off the back of this, because all sorts of reaction from the EU saying monitoring situations and caring for their nationals there, trying to work out whether they need to evacuate them and so forth. But domestically, Reform UK's leader, Nigel Farage, has just tweeted this: the American actions in Venezuela overnight are unorthodox and contrary to international law. But if they make China and Russia think twice, it may be a good thing. I hope the Venezuelan people can now turn a new leaf without Maduro. That's Nigel Farage, who clearly has been close to the White House and to Trump. Sir Ed Davey, leader of the Liberal Democrats, has also tweeted, Keir Starmer should condemn Trump's illegal action in Venezuela. Maduro is a brutal and illegitimate dictator, but unlawful attacks like this make us all less safe. Trump is giving a green light to the likes of Putin and Xi to attack other countries with impunity. Let's go back to Tim, and this really follows on from what you were saying, that there is this kind of, flouting of international law. We've seen it in Ukraine. We've seen it again now, although, it remains to be seen what happens. And the interesting thing is that many countries don't seem quite sure how to react to this.
No, they don't. Again, that's the Trump effect and the fact that we're in these new times. The first thing you said was about the EU, and again, because we're in the times we're in, I'm reminded of Stalin's question about Pope's condemnation of something. How many divisions has the Pope got? How many divisions have the EU got? None. And so I'm not saying it's irrelevant, these reactions, because it's part of discourse and how societies argue the events and then arrive at how we feel about things. So it's not irrelevant in that sense, but it's irrelevant in what actually happens on the ground. On Mr. Farage's point, well, by his argument, if the President Xi of China puts forward a scenario that the president of Taiwan is illegal and has done something wrong, therefore, when the Chinese special forces fly into Taiwan and seize the president, it's the same as this, which is why these are dangerous times when you feel you can just do that. Oh, by the way, I just reminded about where the hell Maduro is. I was looking at a map. It's about 30 minutes flight time to the coast, helicopter, and I looked at where the US aircraft carrier is. It's only about another 40 miles away, so he may well be there. Sorry, a diversion. And lastly, on what the Liberal Democrat leader said, yes, he's right, and it's part of the debate. It's irrelevant to what happens today.
Yeah, and just very quickly, I mean, what's your instinct? Where do you think this is? Well, it's a very difficult question. I mean, but where do you think it is heading?
For trouble, but I suspect this is not yet regime change.
Tim Marshall, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Well, the events overnight have certainly left Venezuela's future in some degree of uncertainty, as Tim Marshall was saying there. With the coming hours and days critical, we wait to see what the military does in Venezuela, what the security services do in Venezuela. The country's interior minister has been seen out and about. He's made a statement surrounded by armed men, parts of the military, he said, parts of the police, and he's been trying to reassure the Venezuelan population.
I call on our people to remain calm, trust in our leadership, trust in the political and military high command to handle the situation we are facing. Remain calm, do not give in to despair, do not make things easier for the invading enemy, the terrorist enemy that cowardly attacked us. Do not make things easier for them. This is not the first struggle. It is not the first battle that some have waged against this people, believing that they will defeat us.
So this is interesting. Clearly, that is an image designed to persuade the Venezuelan people that there is still a government, that it is functioning, and that it has the support of at least some of the security forces. So interesting what is going on and what is coming out of Venezuela. A short time ago, I spoke to our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark.
We thought that there'd be strikes because Donald Trump said about 6 weeks ago that they were considering ground operations, i.e. strikes on the ground, and the thought then was that he might have been going for what they would regard as narco centres or centres of the narcotics business, even though they'd be quite hard to trace and well enough to bomb it. And the sense always was that they would try to edge Maduro out. And Richard Grenell, who was the envoy established throughout 2025, Richard Grenell's Trump's envoy in Venezuela, was charged with negotiating Maduro's removal. And a couple of months ago, it sounded as if that was plausible, but then it went off the table. The Americans weren't interested in what Maduro said he wanted as price for stepping down. So I think that this, as a precipitate action to get rid of Maduro, apparently, as far as we can tell, in some sort of voluntary arrangement, that has been a surprise. And it looks so far as if it's been extremely successful. So we don't have any reports as yet, although it's early days, of course, of casualties or of extensive fighting. It looks as if there's been a fair amount of destruction, but I would guess that a lot of those attacks, those air attacks by either aircraft and or missiles from the missile-carrying cruisers that the Americans have got just off the coast, were probably conducted on air defense centers. I mean, the Venezuelans do have S-300 Russian air defenses, quite a lot of them, so they may well have taken those out as a way of neutralizing them to make sure that no accidents happen to their troops going in. And it looks as if they've conducted some sort of special force operations and lifted Maduro and Sila Flores, his wife, literally only those two, apparently with some sort of agreement, and they've taken them out and they've taken them somewhere, presumably toward the United States. We don't know. But that looks pretty successful. I imagine Donald Trump will be probably cock-a-hoop when he conducts his press conference, because it looks as if this has been a textbook and well-planned operation.
Just should tell you, Michael, that we're getting word that tanks have now been seen close to the presidential palace, and also that the Venezuelan defense minister has issued what he's calling a full deployment of the armed forces after these US strikes. I guess on the face of it, this is unsurprising, given that the military tend to move after these these things. But what do you make of that?
Yeah, Vladimir Lopez is the man we're talking about, I think, who's the Minister of Defense and the Chief of the Military. Also, his deputy is Domingo Lares, and he will be pretty important too in the next few hours. So I think, I mean, I'm just looking at that picture on the screen as you put it. I mean, that's not a US vehicle. I'm pretty sure that's a Venezuelan armored personnel carrier or armored fighting vehicle. And if Lopez has ordered them onto the street around the presidential palace, I mean, that's entirely logical because he'd be frightened of as a civil disorder as dawn arrives in Venezuela. They'll be worried that people converge on the presidential palace and sort of try to ransack the place. So I imagine that that's a sort of policing response. But we don't really know how the Venezuelan army will react. And I think, as our previous guest was saying, Presa de Alba from IISS, the reaction of the army is absolutely critical in these cases. I mean, if the army decides to sit on its hands and allow whatever's going to happen, then that gives you one set of outcomes. And if the army is proactive, gets out on the streets and tries to maintain the regime without Maduro, i.e. it's the Maduro regime but without the chief, then I think the public reaction might be really quite different, and I think there may well be the violence. So we don't really know whether the Maduro regime is really over or whether the opposition can do anything about it. I mean, these opposition groupings, I mean, one of them, the Democratic Unity Round Table, as it's called, its acronym is MUD, M-U-D, which I'm afraid is rather appropriate because it is all over the place. It's simply united by their hatred of Maduro, and there's an awful lot that divides them other than the unity around hating him. There's a better called a unitary platform, which is a version of the MUD grouping, and that's a bit more coherent. But it isn't clear, for all that people respect Maria Machado, who won the Nobel Prize, and the person who ran when she wasn't allowed to run, her deputy in a sense, Edmundo Urrutia. People respect them and like them, but that's not the same as saying that there is an opposition really ready to go. Maria Machado says there is. She says that the opposition are ready to take over as and when. Well, if so, then this is their opportunity. But how that is implemented in the next few hours will be critical, and it comes back full circle to what the army does. So Vladimir Lopez, the Minister of Defense, and possibly Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, if he is still vice president. In theory, he still is. We'll see if he is by the end of the day. But Lopez and Rodriguez are probably the two most important people in Venezuela for the next 24 hours when we try to gauge what reaction there might be on the streets.
Michael Clark speaking to me a little earlier. More reaction coming in. The Cubans have denounced this as American action as an attack, criminal US attack on Venezuela. So, good afternoon. This is Sky News at midday, and our breaking news is this. The US President Donald Trump has confirmed that the United States has captured the
This is an NBC News special report.
Good day to you. I'm Peter Alexander here in New York with a dramatic developing situation taking place on the ground in Caracas, Venezuela. We have been watching the situation develop over the course of the last several hours, bringing you live coverage after a large scale strike on the ground there with fiery explosions seen throughout the city. And then from the president, we heard only a short time ago, President Trump on Truth Social posting the following in a stunning and dramatic development, saying the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, who President Trump says has been, along with his wife, captured. He says he has been captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done, the president says, in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. He says details to follow, announcing a news conference to take place at 11 o'clock this morning, roughly 5.5 hours from now at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Right now, you are looking at a live picture. Well, there is the president's post on social media. But let's show you again that live picture on the ground of a more calm, at least from the sky, situation in Venezuela. Now dawn breaking above the capital city there, and it is a new dawn for that country without Maduro, who the U.S. had accused for months of being an illegitimate leader, saying that he was the head of a narco-terrorist regime. He is no longer in power. Real questions right now about who is governing that country. Will it take one of two different forks in the road? Will it be a country that is governed by a new Democratic-led government, or will it be one that continues to follow the path of Nicolás Maduro? We have a series of questions that have yet to be answered. We have reached out to those at the White House, the Pentagon, and State Department for some answers to those questions, including where is Nicolás Maduro right now? Where is he being taken? Will he face justice, as it were, in a U.S. court of law in the United States? Was this a negotiated exit? We do not know about that just yet as well. Maduro, only a matter of days ago, had told a Spanish journalist that he was open to conversations with the United States. The president himself has said publicly that the focus has been on ending the illegal flow of drugs from Venezuela into the U.S. The president says it's fentanyl. Experts in that region say most often Venezuela is responsible for the flow of cocaine, notably to Europe, but some of it gets to the United States, of course, as well. We are also trying to get new details about the operation that has taken place on the ground. But as we look at some of the video from earlier in the distance, you can see some of the glowing lights, the fiery explosions that had taken place. We know that there were low-flying helicopters reported by eyewitnesses on the ground as well that likely would have been needed to be a part of any operation of this kind. Not a kill operation like the one involving Osama bin Laden more than a decade ago. This a capture operation that ultimately picked up Nicolás Maduro. We are joined by some of our best in the business, our colleagues Richard Engel, Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon, our chief international correspondent Keir Simmons, and Gabe Gutierrez, who covers the White House with me as well. Let's begin with Richard Engel, if we can, for a moment. Richard, I just want to reset the situation, get your reaction to the headline this morning as you and I were on the air. As I read that post out loud, both of us were stunned by the announcement that Maduro had been captured and taken out of the country.
So the first indication we got that something dramatic had happened was several hours ago. We've been on air for several hours now, Peter, when we heard these vague reports, still unconfirmed, of explosions in Caracas and in potential other areas. And then a key detail emerged: helicopters. Witnesses described helicopters on the ground, hovering, sounds of aircraft, explosions in multiple locations. As soon as you start hearing helicopters hovering, you get an indication that this is an extraction operation. You obviously can't land fixed-winged aircraft in the middle of a city. But who was the target? What happened? Who was carrying it out? And then a short while we were discussing all of these scenarios, President Trump himself, and by no accident, President Trump himself, the Pentagon has been silent. So up until now, this is something of a pattern where major announcements are made by President Trump personally on Truth Social. President Trump announced that it was Nicolás Maduro and his wife who had been captured, and that they will face justice. And thank you for your attention to this matter. Richard, the question that everyone is asking right now is, did the United States, did President Trump just carry out a successful regime change? Because regime change has just happened. And will this open the door to a democratic opposition, better economic relations, a weakening of an alliance backed by Cuban intelligence all across the region, a new Latin America where the U.S. has a much stronger hand? Or did tonight President Trump just send Venezuela into uncertain territory for sure, but civil war and a power struggle that the United States will have to either watch from afar or be drawn in to try and contain?
Richard, I apologize for my interruption. I only want to share some new information that I received while you were speaking there. This is coming from the Republican Senator of Utah, Mike Lee, who had spoken only a matter of hours ago, as we shared during our live coverage, criticizing this, asking how and what constitutional act was taking place where the Congress had not been notified of this. Mike Lee has now posted a new statement where he says he just spoke to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He says that Rubio informed him that Nicolás Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action, the strikes that we saw tonight in effect, was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. So that this was the primary mission, the strikes, in the words of Mike Lee, detailing what he was told by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that those strikes were basically to help protect those who were executing this arrest warrant. This action, Lee adds, likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Now, the lawmakers will, of course, fight over the circumstances behind this, how this is being conducted, but let's focus again on what we know is happening right now with our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby, who is up early as we begin this new year together. Courtney, again, the major headline there, the capture of Nicolás Maduro and the successful carrying out of this large-scale strike against Venezuela. What are your sources telling you? Do we have any better understanding of who would have been behind this effort? Obviously, it requires some of the special forces type units to be able to accomplish a mission of this kind.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we need to keep in mind here, Peter, is the U.S. military, when it's come to some of these recent actions in the region, so specifically the interdictions of these oil tankers, the military has been in support of law enforcement here. Based off of the way the president posted this on Truth Social, his own social media platform, of course, that he started, based on the way that he wrote about this, it does appear that this was law enforcement that was in the lead here. We're still trying to get more information about that. The U.S. military, though, it appears was involved in sort of shaping the locations so that the law enforcement and potentially other U.S. agencies would be able to go in.
Sorry, Courtney, please continue.
Would be able to go in and sort of clear the space so that they could go in and then arrest Nicolás Maduro and his wife or take them into custody. So the kinds of things that we are seeing from social media video, as we know, we've seen the statement from the president, but that's really all the detail that we're getting. The video does appear to show transport helicopters, Chinooks, but there also appear to be some smaller helicopters there. Now, we don't know what those are. But we do know what is in the region right now. There is a very elite Air Force unit known as the 160th Special Operations. You may have heard of them because they were involved in taking the Navy SEALs into bin Laden's compound in May of 2011. They have assets there, including Little Birds, so these tiny little helicopters that move very fast, fly low to the ground. So we know that those sorts of assets are in the area that could have been used here. But I also found it very interesting that President Trump didn't specifically refer to the strikes that occurred as sort of the shaping operations in advance of the U.S. personnel going in on the ground there. He didn't necessarily refer to those as airstrikes. And remember some other assets the U.S. has built up. Remember, over the last couple of months, the military has flooded that region with a ton of air power and power at sea. Power at sea is the key here. They have a number of different ships who have the ability to launch Tomahawks, TLAMs. Those are very precise missiles. We have seen the U.S. military launch them in recent years in many different cases, so many cases, Libya, Syria, other times, where they need to hit a specific target and they need what's known as standoff capability. So essentially, they want to be free or safe from any kind of air defenses or other systems in the area that they are trying to target. So at this point, it's not clear exactly what the Venezuelan military may have done in response to any of this. We have not seen any indication that there was any kind of immediate response when the aircraft were going or when these strikes were occurring. But remember another thing that the military has been doing in recent weeks and months now, and that is flying missions close to the airspace that would become Venezuelan airspace. So right up to the border of international airspace, international waters, right up to the border of Venezuela. A lot of times the military will do that for a reason. It's not just testing routes. It's not just seeing what they can see. It's trying to figure out exactly what the air defense is in a place, how they respond to an aircraft. So it's known as painting an aircraft. Does the air defenses that are potentially lined up along the border there of Venezuela, are they latching onto U.S. military aircraft when they fly up close to Venezuelan airspace? This would give the military, over the course of the last several weeks when we've seen them do this time and time again, even with things like long-range bombers, are the Venezuelan air defenses painting those aircraft? How quickly do they respond? This gives the military, the U.S. military, essentially a pattern of life of how the Venezuelan military would respond to aircraft flying in. So all of these things that we have seen occur over the last several weeks and months with the military, the buildup, the exercises, the routines that they have been flying, what they have been doing, it appears that it's all been building up to this, Peter. But the big question that we still don't have a good answer to is, beyond the strikes and beyond what appears to be providing a lift to law enforcement and other U.S. officials as part of this picking up Maduro and his wife, what other component, what other part did the U.S. military play in this? We just don't have an answer to that at this point, Peter.
Courtney Kuby covers the Pentagon for us right now. I want to share some other information while you, Courtney, have been speaking. Again, as we're monitoring the situation there, as we try to get a better understanding of Nicolás Maduro's whereabouts and the evolving situation there. The New York Times posting a short time ago that it has spoken to President Trump early this morning, where in its words, it celebrated the success of the mission to capture the Venezuelan president. They quote President Trump saying, "A lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people," he said. He said it was a brilliant operation, actually. The Times asked him if he had sought congressional authority for the operation or what is next for Venezuela. And when asked that question, the president said he would address those matters during a news conference to take place at Mar-a-Lago this morning, his private club there in Florida. The president announcing earlier that would take place at roughly 11 a.m. Eastern time. We should also tell you that Venezuela's vice president there has spoken on state-run television after the president's post this morning saying that Nicolás Maduro's location was unknown and that she was asking President Trump for proof of life. Again, it raises real questions about the governance of that country in this time with what the president describes as a massive armada of 15,000 American troops, forces off the coast of that country. I want to bring in now the NBC News military analyst, the Colonel Steve Warren, who is joining us this morning. Colonel Warren, Happy New Year. We are off to the races as we begin this new year again. The president wasting no time at the start of the year in his pressure campaign against Nicolás Maduro, ultimately, as he said this morning, capturing him and his wife, taking them out of the country. Unclear if this was a negotiated exit, but as the Republican Senator Mike Lee said, the strikes that we saw early this morning were done in effect to protect the executing of that arrest warrant, the effort by those forces to pick him up. I know you haven't been involved, obviously, in what's taking place there, but give us a sense about how something like this would be conducted, how challenging it is, and what considerations would have gone into place in advance of a dramatic capture operation like this.
Peter, often our more elite, what we call the Tier 1, so this is our most elite special forces, often our Tier 1 special forces will operate in conjunction with many other agencies throughout the government, whether it's the CIA, as we may likely have seen in that initial potential ground strike, that first ground strike we saw several days ago, or often law enforcement agencies. It is not uncommon for the Tier 1 special operators to work with law enforcement agencies. Particularly, we did this, I think, fairly regularly during the Iraq-Afghanistan conflict. So our special forces operations and our more elite law enforcement operators are familiar with working with each other. Now, as far as how an operation like this comes together, it's an extraordinary and complicated thing to do, and real praise to our soldiers and sailors and law enforcement officials who were able to pull this off. So far, we haven't received any reports of U.S. casualties, which is an extraordinary thing, and we're really proud of our men and women who executed it. But it takes there's sort of several layers, and Courtney Kube referenced it a little bit just moments ago. Initially, you have to ensure that you have the ability to get our aircraft into the target area without being shot down. So we have to execute what we call the suppression of enemy air defenses. So that could be some of the early explosions that we saw, as Courtney mentioned. As our correspondent Courtney Kube mentioned, possibly the use of Tomahawks or other remote capabilities to damage or destroy air defense radars and air defense launchers, right? So that's the initial execution. The next thing we like to try and do is isolate. So once we've suppressed air defense, we then try to isolate the target area. In this case, apparently we somehow knew where Nicolás Maduro and his wife were. It's unclear whether that was because we had spoken with them. We don't know how we knew this, but somehow we knew where Maduro may well have been, and we isolated that area. That can be done, again, through remote capabilities, or it could be done with actual troops on the ground to provide what we call security. And then finally, special forces operators, along most likely with some sort of federal law enforcement, whether it's a marshal or FBI. At this point, we don't know. But after suppression of air defense, isolation of the objective area, finally, we move in and arrest the individual that we're looking for.
Colonel Warren, I want to get a better understanding, of this. Obviously, it would require some troops to touch the ground to be able to pick up Nicolás Maduro in the first place here. Obviously, 15,000 troops is not enough to secure a country like that. The president has made no indication that ground troops will be going into Venezuela in any meaningful way right now. But what sort of a challenge does this pose for the United States? This ultimately becomes less a military one, but more a diplomatic one to try to allow that country to take the preferred fork in the road, not to return to a sort of authoritarian type regime or leader, but to focus on a more democratic led government right now. Ultimately, these are the early steps that you watch militarily, and then there are other real challenges that begin.
Some would say that these steps that we've done up until now, frankly, are the easy steps, right? We have exceptional special operators, exceptional law enforcement operators who understand how to do these types of missions, but they happen at the speed of violence very, very quickly. A lot of planning obviously went into it, but the execution happens very, very quickly. Now comes what in some people's opinions would be the very, very hard part. And we've seen this before. We saw this in Afghanistan beginning in, after 9/11. We saw this in Iraq. When a regime is toppled, when a regime changes suddenly, there's a vacuum. Now there's a little bit of a vacuum. Who's in charge? Who's running the country? We don't know this. Neither does anyone in Venezuela, it would appear, know this. So there are, of course, as in any country, there are opposing forces. There are different forces who want to be in power. Where is the military internally going to fall on this? Where are the other power centers in Venezuela going to fall on this? Where are the other legitimate and somewhat powerful drug cartels who are operating in that country, as we've talked about, as the president has talked about? Those cartels are still functioning. We've struck some of their boats. But that's about it. So these cartels are still there. They're still strong. They're still functioning. The military, we have not, unlike what we did in Afghanistan or what we did in Iraq, we have not, frankly, inflicted any significant damage on the Venezuelan military. So what are they going to do now is certainly a question, I think, on everyone's mind.
Colonel Steve Warren is an NBC News military analyst. Colonel Warren, we appreciate your expertise in helping us better understand the situation that's still evolving on the ground there in Caracas, Venezuela. As again, hopefully we can put up another picture to show our viewers the situation there. It's a new day, a new dawn in many ways, and it's one that begins without the longtime president of that country, the authoritarian leader Nicolás Maduro, who's now been captured and taken out of the country alongside his wife, according to the president, by U.S. forces. I want to get to our chief foreign correspondent again, Richard Engel, who's been watching this news developing right now. Richard, among the questions that the president will surely be asked at a news conference to take place about 5 hours from now at Mar-a-Lago is whether he had any conversations with Maduro in recent days. Maduro told told a Spanish journalist only a couple of days ago that he was open to, in effect, discussions, conversations, perhaps even negotiations with the United States. We wait for those answers. We wait to learn where Maduro is right now. But it also raises real questions about what happens next in that country and what it does in terms of the president's desire to sort of crack down on that narco-terrorist state, with so much of the regime still, as evidenced by the public statements coming out of the country, remaining in effect, whether in power, certainly in its positions, though it's unclear who really is in power there.
This is a regime change operation. The government has been decapitated. There clearly was a degree of coordination, unclear with Maduro himself. Not full coordination with Maduro himself. If he wanted to, he could have fled the country. He could have gone to a friendly country. He has some good personal relations with the president of Turkey. He has decent relations with Russia. He's had good relations with Cuba or even Colombia. There are places where if he had wanted to go, he could have gone. So this clearly wasn't a surrender. This was a capture. And as we talked about earlier, this helicopter extraction was supported by a military operation, whether it was tomahawks or airstrikes or a combination of both. There was suppressive fire used to protect U.S. personnel during this extraction operation. Now, as you talked earlier about this may be the easy part. Of course, it's not easy. Only a few countries in the world, perhaps only the United States, has this kind of capability. But now, who is going to run the country? Was this President Trump's perhaps greatest military accomplishment? In a bloodless regime change operation against an illegitimate dictator who ran a mafia state? If there is a successful, quick democratic transition and the legitimate opposition, which won the last elections, which were then stolen from them, if they are able to come into power, work out a working relationship with the existing Venezuelan military, then this will be a great success. If, however, the military divides, a new strong man who is potentially anti-United States emerges in power, the country descends into civil war, then this will be perhaps President Trump's greatest failure. He clearly is hoping for the latter, and I know a lot of back-channel negotiations have been involved in this. I've been talking to some of the negotiators who were working with Trump administration officials. And there are many Trump administration officials who have interests here. President Trump's interest, as he's made clear, was always the drugs, to stop the drug trade, and he's interested in Venezuela's oil. He's made that clear. Venezuela has enormous oil reserves. And he was critical when the United States went into Iraq that the United States didn't take the oil. Marco Rubio himself, coming up in Latin American politics, anti-Cuban platform, has an interest in regime change in Venezuela, which he hopes will then weaken an alliance of states that are anti-American in Latin America, including Cuba and Venezuela being the largest. You mentioned Miller, who has an immigration agenda, would want fewer migrants coming out of Venezuela, potentially Venezuela becoming a place where migrants can go. So this is a new day for Latin America. Right. The U.S. military carried an operation. We're going to hear a lot about it, how successful it was, but this is a new day for the U.S. relations in Latin America, with President Trump asserting dominance and doing a snatch and grab operation. Will this encourage other leaders around the world to do the same with their enemies, and will it make the United States, which in theory defends democracy and human rights, seem hypocritical?
You've been listening to Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent. Richard, you were talking with me about the oil reserves in Venezuela. Their reserves, number one, the largest in the world, believed to be roughly 300 billion barrels by some assessments, accounting for approaching 20% of the global supply there in Venezuela. You'll remember after the U.S. recently seized one of the sanctioned oil tankers, as the White House described it, the president said that it was his belief that the U.S. would then seize that oil, would keep that oil. That tanker was then routed to the United States, specifically to Texas. Keir Simmons is our chief international correspondent. He's been watching this developing news with us as well. And Keir, quickly to you, I want to share a statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry. Vladimir Putin's the Kremlin now reacting to this, saying that the United States committed, in its words, an act of armed aggression against Venezuela that it said was both deeply concerning and condemnable. That is notable because while on the one hand, the U.S. has been focused heavily in this region on Venezuela, the president and his team simultaneously have been focused on trying to bring about an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Vladimir Putin, for a variety of reasons over the course of many months, has been disinclined, it appears, to resolve the situation there. We have heard from Volodymyr Zelensky, who has also been very reluctant to give up land in that country. But this does infuse a new wrinkle into another global hotspot, which is Russia as well.
Yeah, I've been reading that statement too, Peter, and I've been reflecting that this is why Richard Engel describes this as such a significant moment, is that what you have overnight is the U.S. striking a Russian partner. Maduro was, a de facto ally of President Putin, and President Trump has just taken him out. So you have that aspect. And on the other hand, you have President Putin now offering his diplomacy, if you like, to try to stabilize the situation. Effectively, you have President Putin saying, okay, we have a problem in your region, Mr. Trump. Let me help you to solve that. Sounds familiar. And it is, therefore, significant because it gives the Russians the ability to kind of say, well, look, you see, this happens everywhere, and we help each other to solve it. So you can see how there are multiple dimensions to this, and the implications and the impact of it we will only know in the months ahead. But there's another aspect to this too, Peter, and I think it's really fascinating, and people will be talking about this again as we look ahead, is that what you have here is very familiar, which is the U.S. intervening in another country to potentially bring about, you might even say, and the Trump administration isn't saying this clearly, and there's a reason why perhaps they're not quite saying it this way, but maybe even to try and bring about democracy, but certainly intervening. And that is something that we have seen before from the U.S., and Richard has been very carefully navigating those questions over whether it really works. And there is plenty of history to suggest that it does not. And then there are some examples of moments when it has made a difference. And all of this is happening while there are protests in Iran, effectively looking to overthrow the regime there. And those protests are the most significant since some years ago, the uprising over the killing of a young woman in Iran. So there, too, there is a threat to that regime. And, of course, Iran is a close partner to Venezuela. So this is, there are moving parts here, and there is no doubt of the significance.
You're right, Keir. In the president's victory speech upon winning the last election, he said, I'm not going to start wars, I'm going to stop wars. We're now hearing some of the criticism coming in from some of the president's political opponents. Among them, we're hearing from one of the top national security officials who served beneath President Obama during his time in office. That's Ben Rhodes, who says, in simple terms, he says, a regime change war in Latin America based on absurd rationales about drug trafficking, no explanation of goals, and counter to everything Trump promised, campaigning, and we're not even a full year into Trump's term.
This is an NBC News special report.
Good day to you. I'm Peter Alexander here in New York with a dramatic developing situation taking place on the ground in Caracas, Venezuela. We have been watching the situation develop over the course of the last several hours, bringing you live coverage after a large scale strike on the ground there with fiery explosions seen throughout the city. And then from the president, we heard only a short time ago, President Trump on Truth Social posting the following in a stunning and dramatic development, saying the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, who President Trump says has been, along with his wife, captured. He says he has been captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done, the president says, in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. He says details to follow, announcing a news conference to take place at 11 o'clock this morning, roughly 5.5 hours from now at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Right now, you are looking at a live picture. Well, there is the president's post on social media. But let's show you again that live picture on the ground of a more calm, at least from the sky, situation in Venezuela. Now dawn breaking above the capital city there, and it is a new dawn for that country without Maduro, who the U.S. had accused for months of being an illegitimate leader, saying that he was the head of a narco-terrorist regime. He is no longer in power. Real questions right now about who is governing that country. Will it take one of two different forks in the road? Will it be a country that is governed by a new Democratic-led government, or will it be one that continues to follow the path of Nicolás Maduro? We have a series of questions that have yet to be answered. We have reached out to those at the White House, the Pentagon, and State Department for some answers to those questions, including where is Nicolás Maduro right now? Where is he being taken? Will he face justice, as it were, in a U.S. court of law in the United States? Was this a negotiated exit? We do not know about that just yet as well. Maduro, only a matter of days ago, had told a Spanish journalist that he was open to conversations with the United States. The president himself has said publicly that the focus has been on ending the illegal flow of drugs from Venezuela into the U.S. The president says it's fentanyl. Experts in that region say most often Venezuela is responsible for the flow of cocaine, notably to Europe, but some of it gets to the United States, of course, as well. We are also trying to get new details about the operation that has taken place on the ground. But as we look at some of the video from earlier in the distance, you can see some of the glowing lights, the fiery explosions that had taken place. We know that there were low-flying helicopters reported by eyewitnesses on the ground as well that likely would have been needed to be a part of any operation of this kind. Not a kill operation like the one involving Osama bin Laden more than a decade ago. This a capture operation that ultimately picked up Nicolás Maduro. We are joined by some of our best in the business, our colleagues Richard Engel, Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon, our chief international correspondent Keir Simmons, and Gabe Gutierrez, who covers the White House with me as well. Let's begin with Richard Engel, if we can, for a moment. Richard, I just want to reset the situation, get your reaction to the headline this morning. As you and I were on the air, as I read that post out loud, both of us were stunned by the announcement that Maduro had been captured and taken out of the country.
So the first indication we got that something dramatic had happened was several hours ago. We've been on air for several hours now, Peter, when we heard these vague reports, still unconfirmed, of explosions in Caracas and in potential other areas. And then a key detail emerged: helicopters. Witnesses described helicopters on the ground, hovering, sounds of aircraft, explosions in multiple locations. As soon as you start hearing helicopters hovering, you get an indication that this is an extraction operation. You obviously can't land fixed-winged aircraft in the middle of a city. But who was the target? What happened? Who was carrying it out? And then a short while we were discussing all of these scenarios, President Trump himself, and by no accident, President Trump himself, the Pentagon has been silent. So up until now, this is something of a pattern where major announcements are made by President Trump personally on Truth Social. President Trump announced that it was Nicolás Maduro and his wife who had been captured, and that they will face justice. And thank you for your attention to this matter. Richard, the question that everyone is asking right now is, did the United States, did President Trump just carry out a successful regime change? Because regime change has just happened. And will this open the door to a democratic opposition, better economic relations, a weakening of an alliance backed by Cuban intelligence all across the region, a new Latin America where the U.S. has a much stronger hand? Or did tonight President Trump just send Venezuela into uncertain territory for sure, but civil war and a power struggle that the United States will have to either watch from afar or be drawn in to try and contain?
Richard, I apologize for my interruption. I only want to share some new information that I received while you were speaking there. This is coming from the Republican Senator of Utah, Mike Lee, who had spoken only a matter of hours ago, as we shared during our live coverage, criticizing this asking how and what constitutional act was taking place where the Congress had not been notified of this. Mike Lee has now posted a new statement where he says he just spoke to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He says that Rubio informed him that Nicolás Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action, the strikes that we saw tonight in effect, was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. So that this was the primary mission, the strikes, in the words of Mike Lee, detailing what he was told by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that those strikes were basically to help protect those who were executing this arrest warrant. This action, Lee adds, likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Now, the lawmakers will, of course, fight over the circumstances behind this, how this is being conducted, but let's focus again on what we know is happening right now with our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby, who is up early as we begin this new year together. Courtney, again, the major headline there, the capture of Nicolás Maduro and the successful carrying out of this large-scale strike against Venezuela. What are your sources telling you? Do we have any better understanding of who would have been behind this effort? Obviously, it requires some of the special forces type units to be able to accomplish a mission of this kind.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we need to keep in mind here, Peter, is the U.S. military, when it's come to some of these recent actions in the region, so specifically the interdictions of these oil tankers, the military has been in support of law enforcement here. Based off of the way the president posted this on Truth Social, his own social media platform, of course, that he started, based on the way that he wrote about this, it does appear that this was law enforcement that was in the lead here. We're still trying to get more information about that. The U.S. military, though, it appears was involved in sort of shaping the locations so that the law enforcement and potentially other U.S. agencies would be able to go in.
Sorry, Courtney, please continue.
Would be able to go in and sort of clear the space so that they could go in and then arrest Nicolás Maduro and his wife or take them into custody. So the kinds of things that we are seeing from social media video, as we know, we've seen the statement from the president, but that's really all the detail that we're getting. The video does appear to show transport helicopters, Chinooks, but there also appear to be some smaller helicopters there. Now, we don't know what those are. But we do know what is in the region right now. There is a very elite Air Force unit known as the 160th Special Operations. You may have heard of them because they were involved in taking the Navy SEALs into bin Laden's compound in May of 2011. They have assets there, including little birds, so these tiny little helicopters that move very fast, fly low to the ground. So we know that those sorts of assets are in the area that could have been used here. But I also found it very interesting that President Trump didn't specifically refer to the strikes that occurred as sort of the shaping operations in advance of the U.S. personnel going in on the ground there. He didn't necessarily refer to those as airstrikes. And remember some other assets the U.S. has built up. Remember, over the last couple of months, the military has flooded that region with a ton of air Power and power at sea. Power at sea is the key here. They have a number of different ships who have the ability to launch Tomahawks, TLAMs. Those are very precise missiles. We have seen the U.S. military launch them in recent years in many different cases, so many cases, Libya, Syria, other times, where they need to hit a specific target and they need what's known as standoff capability. So essentially they want to be free or safe from any kind of air defenses or other systems in the area that they are trying to target. So at this point, it's not clear exactly what the Venezuelan military may have done in response to any of this. We have not seen any indication that there was any kind of immediate response when the aircraft were going or when these strikes were occurring. But remember another thing that the military has been doing in recent weeks and months now, and that is flying missions close to the airspace that would become Venezuelan airspace. So right up to the border of international airspace, international waters, right up to the border of Venezuela. A lot of times the military will do that for a reason. It's not just testing routes. It's not just seeing what they can see. It's trying to figure out exactly what the air defense is in a place, how they respond to an aircraft. So it's known as painting an aircraft. Does the air defenses that are potentially lined up along the border there of Venezuela, are they latching onto U.S. military aircraft when they fly up close to Venezuelan airspace? This would give the military, over the course of the last several weeks, when we have seen them do this time and time again, even with things like long-range bombers, are the Venezuelan air defenses painting those aircraft? How quickly do they respond? This gives the military, the U.S. military, essentially a pattern of life of how the Venezuelan military would respond to aircraft flying in. So all of these things that we have seen occur over the last several weeks and months with the military, the buildup, the exercises, the routines that they have been flying, what they have been doing, it appears that it's all been building up to this, Peter. But the big question that we still don't have a good answer to is, beyond the strikes and beyond what appears to be providing a lift to law enforcement and other U.S. officials as part of this picking up Maduro and his wife, what other component, what other part did the U.S. military play? And so we just don't have an answer to that at this point, Peter.
Courtney Kuby covers the Pentagon for us right now. I want to share some other information while you, Courtney, have been speaking. Again, as we're monitoring the situation there, as we try to get a better understanding of Nicolás Maduro's whereabouts and the evolving situation there. The New York Times posting a short time ago that it has spoken to President Trump early this morning, where in its words, it celebrated the success of the mission to capture the Venezuelan president. They quote President Trump saying, "A lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people," he said. He said it was a brilliant operation, actually. The Times asked him if he had sought congressional authority for the operation or what is next for Venezuela. And when asked that question, the president said he would address those matters during a news conference to take place at Mar-a-Lago this morning, his private club there in Florida. The president announcing earlier that would take place at roughly 11 a.m. Eastern time. We should also tell you that Venezuela's vice president there has spoken on state-run television after the president's post this morning saying that Nicolás Maduro's location was unknown and that she was asking President Trump for proof of life. Again, it raises real questions about the governance of that country in this time with what the president describes as a massive armada of 15,000 American troops, forces off the coast of that country. I want to bring in now the NBC News military analyst, the Colonel Steve Warren, who is joining us this morning. Colonel Warren, Happy New Year. We are off to the races as we begin this new year again. The president wasting no time at the start of the year in his pressure campaign against Nicolás Maduro, ultimately, as he said this morning, capturing him and his wife, taking them out of the country. Unclear if this was a negotiated exit, but as the Republican Senator Mike Lee said, the strikes that we saw early this morning were done in effect to protect the executing of that arrest warrant, the effort by those forces to pick him up. I know you haven't been involved, obviously, in what's taking place there, but give us a sense about how something like this would be conducted, how challenging it is, and what considerations would have gone into place in advance of a dramatic capture operation like this.
Peter, often our more elite, what we call the Tier 1, so this is our most elite special forces, often our Tier 1 special forces will operate in conjunction with many other agencies throughout the government, whether it's the CIA, as we may likely have seen in that initial potential ground strike, that first ground strike we saw several days ago, or often law enforcement agencies. It is not uncommon for the Tier 1 special operators to work with law enforcement agencies, particularly, we did this, I think, fairly regularly during the Iraq, Afghanistan conflict. So our special forces operations and our more elite law enforcement operators are familiar with working with each other. Now, as far as how an operation like this comes together, it's an extraordinary and complicated thing to do, and real praise to our soldiers and sailors and law enforcement officials who were able to pull this off. So far, we haven't received any reports of U.S. casualties, which is an extraordinary thing, and we're really proud of our men and women who executed it. But it takes there's sort of several layers, and Courtney Kube referenced it a little bit just moments ago. Initially, you have to ensure that you have the ability to get our aircraft into the target area without being shot down. So we have to execute what we call the suppression of enemy air defenses. So that could be some of the early explosions that we saw, as Courtney mentioned. As our correspondent Courtney Kube mentioned, possibly the use of Tomahawks or other remote capabilities to damage or destroy air defense radars and air defense launchers, right? So that's the initial execution. The next thing we like to try and do is isolate. So once we've suppressed air defense, we then try to isolate the target area. In this case, apparently we somehow knew where Nicolás Maduro and his wife were. It's unclear whether that was because we had spoken with them. We don't know how we knew this, but somehow we knew where Maduro may well have been, and we isolated that area. That can be done, again, through remote capabilities, or it could be done with actual troops on the ground to provide what we call security. And then finally, special forces operators, along most likely with some sort of federal law enforcement, whether it's a marshal or FBI. At this point, we don't know. But after suppression of air defense, isolation of the objective area, finally, we move in and arrest the individual that we're looking for.
Colonel Warren, I want to get a better understanding, of this. Obviously, it would require some troops to touch the ground to be able to pick up Nicolás Maduro in the first place here. Obviously, 15,000 troops is not enough to secure a country like that. The president has made no indication that ground troops will be going into Venezuela in any meaningful way right now. But what sort of a challenge does this pose for the United States? This ultimately becomes less a military one, but more a diplomatic one to try to allow that country to take the preferred fork in the road, not to return to a sort of authoritarian type regime or leader, but to focus on a more democratic led government right now. Ultimately, these are the early steps that you watch militarily, and then there are other real challenges that begin.
Some would say that these steps that we've done up until now, frankly, are the easy steps, right? We have exceptional special operators, exceptional law enforcement operators who understand how to do these types of missions, but they happen at the speed of violence very, very quickly. A lot of planning obviously went into it, but the execution happens very, very quickly. Now comes what in some people's opinions would be the very, very hard part. And we've seen this before. We saw this in Afghanistan beginning in, after 9/11. We saw this in Iraq. When a regime is toppled, when a regime changes suddenly, there's a vacuum. Now there's a little bit of a vacuum. Who's in charge? Who's running the country? We don't know this. Neither does anyone in Venezuela, it would appear, know this. So there are, of course, as in any country, there are opposing forces. There are different forces who want to be in power. Where is the military internally going to fall on this? Where are the other power centers in Venezuela going to fall on this? Where are the other legitimate and somewhat powerful drug cartels who are operating in that country, as we've talked about, as the president has talked about? Those cartels are still they're still functioning. We've struck some of their boats, but that's about it. So these cartels are still there. They're still strong. They're still functioning. The military, we have not, unlike what we did in Afghanistan or what we did in Iraq, we have not, frankly, inflicted any significant damage on the Venezuelan military. So what are they going to do now is certainly a question, I think, on everyone's mind.
Colonel Steve Warren is an NBC News military analyst. Colonel Warren, we appreciate your expertise in helping us better understand the situation that's still evolving on the ground there in Caracas, Venezuela. As again, hopefully we can put up another picture to show our viewers the situation there. It's a new day, a new dawn in many ways, and it's one that begins without the longtime president of that country, the authoritarian leader Nicolás Maduro, who's now been captured and taken out of the country alongside his wife, according to the president, by U.S. forces. I want to get to our chief foreign correspondent again, Richard Engel, who's been watching this news developing right now. Richard, among the questions that the president will surely be asked at a news conference to take place about 5 hours from now at Mar-a-Lago is whether he had any conversations with Maduro in recent days. Maduro told a Spanish journalist only a couple of days ago that he was open to, in effect, discussions, conversations, perhaps even negotiations with the United States. We wait for those answers. We wait to learn where Maduro is right now. But it also raises real questions about what happens next in that country and what it does in terms of the president's desire to sort of crack down on that narco-terrorist state, with so much of the regime still, as evidenced by the public statements coming out of the country, remaining in effect, whether in power, certainly in its positions, though it's unclear who really is in power there.
This is a regime change operation. The government has been decapitated. There clearly was a degree of coordination, unclear with Maduro himself. Not full coordination with Maduro himself. If he wanted to, he could have fled the country. He could have gone to a friendly country. He has some good personal relations with the president of Turkey. He has decent relations with Russia. He's had good relations with Cuba or even Colombia. There are places where if he had wanted to go, he could have gone. So this clearly wasn't a surrender. This was a capture. And as we talked about earlier, this helicopter extraction was supported by a military operation, whether it was tomahawks or airstrikes or a combination of both. There was suppressive fire used to protect U.S. personnel during this extraction operation. Now, as you talked earlier about this may be the easy part. Of course, it's not easy. Only a few countries in the world, perhaps only the United States, has this kind of capability. But now, who is going to run the country? Was this President Trump's perhaps greatest military accomplishment? In a bloodless regime change operation against an illegitimate dictator who ran a mafia state? If there is a successful, quick democratic transition and the legitimate opposition, which won the last elections, which were then stolen from them, if they are able to come into power, work out a working relationship with the existing Venezuelan military, then this will be a great success. If, however, the military divides, a new strong man who is potentially anti-United States emerges in power, the country descends into civil war, then this will be perhaps President Trump's greatest failure. He clearly is hoping for the latter, and I know a lot of back-channel negotiations have been involved in this. I've been talking to some of the negotiators who were working with Trump administration officials. And there are many Trump administration officials who have interests here. President Trump's interest, as he's made clear, was always the drugs, to stop the drug trade, and he's interested in Venezuela's oil. He's made that clear. Venezuela has enormous oil reserves. And he was critical when the United States went into Iraq that the United States didn't take the oil. Marco Rubio himself, coming up in Latin American politics, anti-Cuban platform, has an interest in regime change in Venezuela, which he hopes will then weaken an alliance of states that are anti-American in Latin America, including Cuba and Venezuela being the largest. You mentioned Miller, who has an immigration agenda, would want fewer migrants coming out of Venezuela, potentially Venezuela becoming a place where migrants can go. So this is a new day for Latin America. Right. The U.S. military carried an operation. We're going to hear a lot about it, how successful it was, but this is a new day for the U.S. relations in Latin America, with President Trump asserting dominance and doing a snatch and grab operation. Will this encourage other leaders around the world to do the same with their enemies, and will it make the United States, which in theory defends democracy and human rights, seem hypocritical?
You've been listening to Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent. Richard, you were talking with me about the oil reserves in Venezuela. Their reserves, number one, the largest in the world, believed to be roughly 300 billion barrels by some assessments, accounting for approaching 20% of the global supply there in Venezuela. You'll remember after the U.S. recently seized one of the sanctioned oil tankers, as the White House described it, the president said that it was his belief that the U.S. would then seize that oil, would keep that oil. That tanker was then routed to the United States, specifically to Texas. Keir Simmons is our chief international correspondent. He's been watching this developing news with us as well. And Keir, quickly to you, I want to share a statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry. Vladimir Putin's the Kremlin now reacting to this, saying that the United States committed, in its words, an act of armed aggression against Venezuela that it said was both deeply concerning and condemnable. That is notable because while on the one hand, the U.S. has been focused heavily in this region on Venezuela, the president and his team simultaneously have been focused on trying to bring about an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Vladimir Putin, for a variety of reasons over the course of many months, has been disinclined, it appears, to resolve the situation there. We have heard from Volodymyr Zelensky, who has also been very reluctant to give up land in that country. But this does infuse a new wrinkle into another global hotspot, which is Russia as well.
Yeah, I've been reading that statement too, Peter, and I've been reflecting that this is why Richard Engel describes this as such a significant moment, is that what you have overnight is the U.S. striking a Russian partner. Maduro was, a de facto ally of President Putin, and President Trump has just taken him out. So you have that aspect. And on the other hand, you have President Putin now offering his diplomacy, if you like, to try to stabilize the situation. Effectively, you have President Putin saying, okay, we have a problem in your region, Mr. Trump, let me help you to solve that. Sounds familiar, and it is therefore significant because it gives the Russians the ability to kind of say, well, look, you see, this happens everywhere, and we help each other to solve it. So you can see how there are multiple dimensions to this, and the implications and the impact of it, we will only know in the months ahead. But there's another aspect to this too, Peter, and I think it's really fascinating, and people will be talking about this again as we look ahead, is that what you have here is very familiar, which is the U.S. intervening in another country to potentially bring about, you might even say, and the Trump administration isn't saying this clearly, and there's a reason why perhaps they're not quite saying it this way, but maybe even to try and bring about democracy, but certainly intervening. And that is something that we have seen before from the U.S., and Richard has been very carefully navigating those questions over whether it really works, and there is plenty of history to suggest that it does not, and then there are some examples of moments when it has made a difference. And all of this is happening while there are protests in Iran, effectively looking to overthrow the regime there, and those protests are the most significant since some years ago, the uprising over the killing of a of a young woman in Iran. So there, too, there is a threat to that regime. And, of course, Iran is a close partner to Venezuela. So this is, there are moving parts here, and there is no doubt of this significance.
You're right, Keir. In the president's victory speech upon winning the last election, he said, "I'm not going to start wars. I'm going to stop wars." We're now hearing some of the criticism coming in from some of the president's political opponents. Among them, we're hearing from one of the top national security officials who served beneath President Obama during his time in office. That's Ben Rhodes, who says, in simple terms, he says, a regime change war in Latin America based on absurd rationales about drug trafficking, no explanation of goals, and counter to everything Trump promised, campaigning, and we're not even a full year into Trump's term.
This is an NBC News special report.
Good day to you. I'm Peter Alexander here in New York with a dramatic developing situation taking place on the ground in Caracas, Venezuela. We have been watching the situation develop over the course of the last several hours, bringing you live coverage after a large scale strike on the ground there with fiery explosions seen throughout the city. And then from the president, we heard only a short time ago, President Trump on Truth Social posting the following in a stunning and dramatic development, saying the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, who President Trump says has been, along with his wife, captured. He says he has been captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done, the president says, in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. He says details to follow, announcing a news conference to take place at 11 o'clock this morning, roughly 5.5 hours from now at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Right now, you are looking at a live picture. Well, there is the president's post on social media. But let's show you again that live picture on the ground of a more calm, at least from the sky, situation in Venezuela. Now dawn breaking above the capital city there, and it is a new dawn for that country without Maduro, who the U.S. had accused for months of being an illegitimate leader, saying he was the head of a narco-terrorist regime. He is no longer in power. Real questions right now about who is governing that country. Will it take one of two different forks in the road? Will it be a country that is governed by a new Democratic-led government, or will it be one that continues to follow the path of Nicolás Maduro? We have a series of questions that have yet to be answered. We have reached out to those at the White House, the Pentagon, and State Department for some answers to those questions, including where is Nicolás Maduro right now? Where is he being taken? Will he face justice, as it were, in a U.S. court of law in the United States? Was this a negotiated exit? We do not know about that just yet as well. Maduro, only a matter of days ago, had told a Spanish journalist that he was open to conversations with the United States. The president himself has said publicly that the focus has been on ending the illegal flow of drugs from Venezuela into the U.S. The president says it's fentanyl. Experts in that region say most often Venezuela is responsible for the flow of cocaine, notably to Europe, but some of it gets to the United States, of course, as well. We are also trying to get new details about the operation that has taken place on the ground. But as we look at some of the video from earlier in the distance, you can see some of the glowing lights, the fiery explosions that had taken place. We know that there were low-flying helicopters reported by eyewitnesses on the ground as well that likely would have been needed to be a part of any operation of this kind. Not a kill operation like the one involving Osama bin Laden more than a decade ago. This a capture operation that ultimately picked up Nicolás Maduro. We are joined by some of our best in the business, our colleagues, Richard Engel, Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon, our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, and Gabe Gutierrez, who covers the White House with me as well. Let's begin with Richard Engel, if we can, for a moment. Richard, I just want to reset the situation, get your reaction to the headline this morning. As you and I were on the air, as I read that post out loud, both of us were stunned by the announcement that Maduro had been captured and taken out of the country.
So the first indication we got that something dramatic had happened was several hours ago. We've been on air for several hours now, Peter, when we heard these vague reports, still unconfirmed, of explosions in Caracas and in potential other areas. And then a key detail emerged: helicopters. Witnesses described helicopters on the ground, hovering, sounds of aircraft, explosions in multiple locations. As soon as you start hearing helicopters hovering, you get an indication that this is an extraction operation. You obviously can't land fixed-winged aircraft in the middle of a city. But who was the target? What happened? Who was carrying it out? And then a short while we were discussing all of these scenarios, President Trump himself, and by no accident, President Trump himself, the Pentagon has been silent. So up until now, this is something of a pattern where major announcements are made by President Trump personally on Truth Social. President Trump announced that it was Nicolás Maduro and his wife who had been captured, and that they will face justice. And thank you for your attention to this matter. Richard, the question that everyone is asking right now is, did the United States, did President Trump just carry out a successful regime change? Because regime change has just happened. And will this open the door to a democratic opposition, better economic relations, a weakening of an alliance backed by Cuban intelligence all across the region, a new Latin America where the U.S. has a much stronger hand? Or did tonight President Trump just send Venezuela into uncertain territory for sure, but civil war and a power struggle that the United States will have to either watch from afar or be drawn in to try and contain?
Richard, I apologize for my interruption. I only want to share some new information that I received while you were speaking there. This is coming from the Republican Senator of Utah, Mike Lee, who had spoken only a matter of hours ago, as we shared during our live coverage, criticizing this asking how and what constitutional act was taking place where the Congress had not been notified of this. Mike Lee has now posted a new statement where he says he just spoke to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He says that Rubio informed him that Nicolás Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action, the strikes that we saw tonight in effect, was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. So that this was the primary mission, the strikes, in the words of Mike Lee, detailing what he was told by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that those strikes were basically to help protect those who were executing this arrest warrant. This action, Lee adds, likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Now, the lawmakers will, of course, fight over the circumstances behind this, how this is being conducted, but let's focus again on what we know is happening right now with our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby, who is up early as we begin this new year together. Courtney, again, the major headline there, the capture of Nicolás Maduro and the successful carrying out of this large-scale strike against Venezuela. What are your sources telling you? Do we have any better understanding of who would have been behind this effort? Obviously, it requires some of the special forces type units to be able to accomplish a mission of this kind.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we need to keep in mind here, Peter, is the U.S. military, when it's come to some of these recent actions in the region, so specifically the interdictions of these oil tankers, the military has been in support of law enforcement here. Based off of the way the president posted this on Truth Social, his own social media platform, of course, that he started, based on the way that he wrote about this, it does appear that this was law enforcement that was in the lead here. We're still trying to get more information about that. The U.S. military, though, it appears was involved in sort of shaping the locations so that the law enforcement and potentially other U.S. agencies would be able to go in.
Sorry, Courtney, please continue.
Would be able to go in and sort of clear the space so that they could go in and then arrest Nicolás Maduro and his wife or take them into custody. So the kinds of things that we are seeing from social media video, as we know, we've seen the statement from the president, but that's really all the detail that we're getting. The video does appear to show transport helicopters, Chinooks, but there also appear to be some smaller helicopters there. Now, we don't know what those are. But we do know what is in the region right now. There is a very elite Air Force unit known as the 160th Special Operations. You may have heard of them because they were involved in taking the Navy SEALs into bin Laden's compound in May of 2011. They have assets there, including Little Birds, so these tiny little helicopters that move very fast, fly low to the ground. So we know that those sorts of assets are in the area that could have been used here. But I also found it very interesting that President Trump didn't specifically refer to the strikes that occurred as sort of the shaping operations in advance of the U.S. personnel going in on the ground there. He didn't necessarily refer to those as airstrikes. And remember some other assets the U.S. has built up. Remember, over the last couple of months, the military has flooded that region with a ton of air power and power at sea. Power at sea is the key here. They have a number of different ships who have the ability to launch Tomahawks, TLAMs. Those are very precise missiles. We have seen the U.S. military launch them in recent years in many different cases, so many cases, Libya, Syria, other times, where they need to hit a specific target and they need what's known as standoff capability. So essentially they want to be free or safe from any kind of air defenses or other systems in the area that they are trying to target. So at this point, it's not clear exactly what the Venezuelan military may have done in response to any of this. We have not seen any indication that there was any kind of immediate response when the aircraft were going or when these strikes were occurring. But remember another thing that the military has been doing in recent weeks and months now, and that is flying missions close to the airspace that would become Venezuelan airspace. So right up to the border of international airspace, international waters, right up to the border of Venezuela. A lot of times the military will do that for a reason. It's not just testing routes. It's not just seeing what they can see. It's trying to figure out exactly what the air defense is in a place, how they respond to an aircraft. So it's known as painting an aircraft. Does the air defenses that are potentially lined up along the border there of Venezuela, are they latching onto U.S. military aircraft when they fly up close to Venezuelan airspace? This would give the military, over the course of the last several weeks when we've seen them do this time and time again, even with things like long-range bombers, are the Venezuelan air defenses painting those aircraft? How quickly do they respond? This gives the military, the U.S. military, essentially a pattern of life of how the Venezuelan military would respond to aircraft flying in. So all of these things that we have seen occur over the last several weeks and months with the military, the buildup, the exercises, the routines that they have been flying, what they have been doing, it appears that it's all been building up to this, Peter. But the big question that we still don't have a good answer to is, beyond the strikes and beyond what appears to be providing a lift to law enforcement and other U.S. officials as part of this picking up Maduro and his wife, what other component, what other part did the U.S. military play? And so we just don't have an answer to that at this point, Peter.
Courtney Kuby covers the Pentagon for us right now. I want to share some other information while you, Courtney, have been speaking. Again, as we're monitoring the situation there, as we try to get a better understanding of Nicolás Maduro's whereabouts and the evolving situation there. The New York Times posting a short time ago that it has spoken to President Trump early this morning, where in its words, it celebrated the success of the mission to capture the Venezuelan president. They quote President Trump saying, "A lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people," he said. He said it was a brilliant operation, actually. The Times asked him if he had sought congressional authority for the operation or what is next for Venezuela. And when asked that question, the president said he would address those matters during a news conference to take place at Mar-a-Lago this morning, his private club there in Florida. The president announcing earlier that would take place at roughly 11 a.m. Eastern time. We should also tell you that Venezuela's vice president there has spoken on state-run television after the president's post this morning saying that Nicolás Maduro's location was unknown and that she was asking President Trump for proof of life. Again, it raises real questions about the governance of that country in this time with what the president describes as a massive armada of 15,000 American troops, forces off the coast of that country. I want to bring in now the NBC News military analyst, the Colonel Steve Warren, who is joining us this morning. Colonel Warren, Happy New Year. We are off to the races as we begin this new year again. The president wasting no time at the start of the year in his pressure campaign against Nicolás Maduro, ultimately, as he said this morning, capturing him and his wife, taking them out of the country. Unclear if this was a negotiated exit, but as the Republican Senator Mike Lee said, the strikes that we saw early this morning were done in effect to protect the executing of that arrest warrant, the effort by those forces to pick him up. I know you haven't been involved, obviously, in what's taking place there, but give us a sense about how something like this would be conducted, how challenging it is, and what considerations would have gone into place in advance of a dramatic capture operation like this.
Peter, often our more elite, what we call the Tier 1, so this is our most elite special forces, often our Tier 1 special forces will operate in conjunction with many other agencies throughout the government, whether it's the CIA, as we may likely have seen in that initial potential ground strike, that first ground strike we saw several days ago, or often law enforcement agencies. It is not uncommon for the Tier 1 special operators to work with law enforcement agencies. Particularly, we did this, I think, fairly regularly during the Iraq, Afghanistan conflict. So our special forces operations and our more elite law enforcement operators are familiar with working with each other. Now, as far as how an operation like this comes together, it's an extraordinary and complicated thing to do, and real praise to our soldiers and sailors and law enforcement officials who were able to pull this off. So far, we haven't received any reports of U.S. casualties, which is an extraordinary thing, and we're really proud of our men and women who executed it. But it takes there's sort of several layers, and Courtney Kube referenced it a little bit just moments ago. Initially, you have to ensure that you have the ability to get our aircraft into the target area without being shot down. So we have to execute what we call the suppression of enemy air defenses. So that could be some of the early explosions that we saw, as Courtney mentioned. As our correspondent Courtney Kube mentioned, possibly the use of Tomahawks or other remote capabilities to damage or destroy air defense radars and air defense launchers, right? So that's the initial execution. The next thing we like to try and do is isolate. So once we've suppressed air defense, we then try to isolate the target area. In this case, apparently we somehow knew where Nicolás Maduro and his wife were. It's unclear whether that was because we had spoken with them. We don't know how we knew this, but somehow we knew where Maduro may well have been, and we isolated that area. That can be done, again, through remote capabilities, or it could be done with actual troops on the ground to provide what we call security. And then finally, special forces operators, along most likely with some sort of federal law enforcement, whether it's a marshal or FBI. At this point, we don't know. But after suppression of air defense, isolation of the objective area, finally, we move in and arrest the individual that we're looking for.
Colonel Warren, I want to get a better understanding, of this. Obviously, it would require some troops to touch the ground to be able to pick up Nicolás Maduro in the first place here. Obviously, 15,000 troops is not enough to secure a country like that. The president has made no indication that ground troops will be going into Venezuela in any meaningful way right now. But what sort of a challenge does this pose for the United States? This ultimately becomes less a military one, but more a diplomatic one to try to allow that country to take the preferred fork in the road, not to return to a sort of authoritarian type regime or leader, but to focus on a more democratic led government right now. Ultimately, these are the early steps that you watch militarily, and then there are other real challenges that begin.
Some would say that these steps that we've done up until now, frankly, are the easy steps, right? We have exceptional special operators, exceptional law enforcement operators who understand how to do these types of missions, but they happen at the speed of violence very, very quickly. A lot of planning obviously went into it, but the execution happens very, very quickly. Now comes what in some people's opinions would be the very, very hard part. And we've seen this before. We saw this in Afghanistan beginning in, after 9/11. We saw this in Iraq. When a regime is toppled, when a regime changes suddenly, there's a vacuum. Now there's a little bit of a vacuum. Who's in charge? Who's running the country? We don't know this. Neither does anyone in Venezuela, it would appear, know this. So there are, of course, as in any country, there are opposing forces. There are different forces who want to be in power. Where is the military internally going to fall on this? Where are the other power centers in Venezuela going to fall on this? Where are the other legitimate and somewhat powerful drug cartels who are operating in that country, as we've talked about, as the president has talked about? Those cartels are still functioning. We've struck some of their boats. But that's about it. So these cartels are still there. They're still strong. They're still functioning. The military, we have not, unlike what we did in Afghanistan or what we did in Iraq, we have not, frankly, inflicted any significant damage on the Venezuelan military. So what are they going to do now is certainly a question, I think, on everyone's mind.
Colonel Steve Warren is an NBC News military analyst. Colonel Warren, we appreciate your expertise in helping us better understand the situation that's still evolving on the ground there in Caracas, Venezuela. As again, hopefully we can put up another picture to show our viewers the situation there. It's a new day, a new dawn in many ways, and it's one that begins without the longtime president of that country, the authoritarian leader Nicolás Maduro, who's now been captured and taken out of the country alongside his wife, according to the president, by U.S. forces. I want to get to our chief foreign correspondent again, Richard Engel, who's been watching this news developing right now. Richard, among the questions that the president will surely be asked at a news conference to take place about 5 hours from now at Mar-a-Lago is whether he had any conversations with Maduro in recent days. Maduro told a Spanish journalist only a couple of days ago that he was open to, in effect, discussions, conversations, perhaps even negotiations with the United States. We wait for those answers. We wait to learn where Maduro is right now. But it also raises real questions about what happens next in that country and what it does in terms of the president's desire to sort of crack down on that narco-terrorist state, with so much of the regime still, as evidenced by the public statements coming out of the country, remaining in effect, whether in power or certainly in its positions, though it's unclear who really is in power there.
This is a regime change operation. The government has been decapitated. There clearly was a degree of coordination, unclear with Maduro himself. Not full coordination with Maduro himself. If he wanted to, he could have fled the country. He could have gone to a friendly country. He has some good personal relations with the president of Turkey. He has decent relations with Russia. He's had good relations with Cuba or even Colombia. There are places where if he had wanted to go, he could have gone. So this clearly wasn't a surrender. This was a capture. And as we talked about earlier, this helicopter extraction was supported by a military operation, whether it was tomahawks or airstrikes or a combination of both. There was suppressive fire used to protect U.S. personnel during this extraction operation. Now, as you talked earlier about this may be the easy part. Of course, it's not easy. Only a few countries in the world, perhaps only the United States, has this kind of capability. But now, who is going to run the country? Was this President Trump's perhaps greatest military accomplishment? In a bloodless regime change operation against an illegitimate dictator who ran a mafia state? If there is a successful, quick democratic transition and the legitimate opposition, which won the last elections, which were then stolen from them, if they are able to come into power, work out a working relationship with the existing Venezuelan military, then this will be a great success. If, however, the military divides, a new strong man who is potentially anti-United States emerges in power, the country descends into civil war, then this will be perhaps President Trump's greatest failure. He clearly is hoping for the latter, and I know a lot of back-channel negotiations have been involved in this. I've been talking to some of the negotiators who were working with Trump administration officials. And there are many Trump administration officials who have interests here. President Trump's interest, as he's made clear, was always the drugs, to stop the drug trade, and he's interested in Venezuela's oil. He's made that clear. Venezuela has enormous oil reserves. And he was critical when the United States went into Iraq that the United States didn't take the oil. Marco Rubio himself, coming up in Latin American politics, anti-Cuban platform, has an interest in regime change in Venezuela, which he hopes will then weaken an alliance of states that are anti-American in Latin America, including Cuba and Venezuela being the largest. You mentioned Miller, who has an immigration agenda, would want fewer migrants coming out of Venezuela, potentially Venezuela becoming a place where migrants can go. So this is a new day for Latin America. Right. And the U.S. military carried an operation. We're going to hear a lot about it, how successful it was, but this is a new day for the U.S. relations in Latin America, with President Trump asserting dominance and doing a snatch and grab operation. Will this encourage other leaders around the world to do the same with their enemies, and will it make the United States, which in theory defends democracy and human rights, seem hypocritical?
You've been listening to Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent. Richard, you were talking with me about the oil reserves in Venezuela. Their reserves, number one, the largest in the world, believed to be roughly 300 billion barrels by some assessments, accounting for approaching 20% of the global supply there in Venezuela. You'll remember after the U.S. recently seized one of the sanctioned oil tankers, as the White House described it, the president said that it was his belief that the U.S. would then seize that oil, would keep that oil. That tanker was then routed to the United States, specifically to Texas. Keir Simmons is our chief international correspondent. He's been watching this developing news with us as well. And Keir, quickly to you, I want to share a statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry. Vladimir Putin's the Kremlin now reacting to this, saying that the United States committed, in its words, an act of armed aggression against Venezuela that it said was both deeply concerning and condemnable. That is notable because while on the one hand, the U.S. has been focused heavily in this region on Venezuela, the president and his team simultaneously have been focused on trying to bring about an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Vladimir Putin, for a variety of reasons over the course of many months, has been disinclined, it appears, to resolve the situation there. We have heard from Volodymyr Zelensky, who has also been very reluctant to give up land in that country. But this does infuse a new wrinkle into another global hotspot, which is Russia as well.
Yeah, I've been reading that statement too, Peter, and I've been reflecting that this is why Richard Engel describes this as such a significant moment, is that what you have overnight is the U.S. striking a Russian partner. Maduro was, a de facto ally of President Putin, and President Trump has just taken him out. So you have that aspect. And on the other hand, you have President Putin now offering his diplomacy, if you like, to try to stabilize the situation. Effectively, you have President Putin saying, okay, we have a problem in your region, Mr. Trump, let me help you to solve that. Sounds familiar, and it is therefore significant because it gives the Russians the ability to kind of say, well, look, you see, this happens everywhere, and we help each other to solve it. So you can see how there are multiple dimensions to this, and the implications and the impact of it, we will only know in the months ahead. But there's another aspect to this too, Peter, and I think it's really fascinating, and people will be talking about this again as we look ahead. is that what you have here is very familiar, which is the U.S. intervening in another country to potentially bring about, you might even say, and the Trump administration isn't saying this clearly, and there's a reason why perhaps they're not quite saying it this way, but maybe even to try and bring about democracy, but certainly intervening. And that is something that we have seen before from the U.S., and Richard has been very carefully navigating those questions over whether it really works. And there is plenty of history to suggest that it does not, and then there are some examples of moments when it has made a difference. And all of this is happening while there are protests in Iran effectively looking to overthrow the regime there. And those protests are the most significant since some years ago, the uprising over the killing of a young woman in Iran. So there, too, there is a threat to that regime. And, of course, Iran is a close partner to Venezuela. So this is, there are moving parts here, and there is no doubt of this significance.
You're right, Keir. In the president's victory speech upon winning the last election, he said, "I'm not going to start wars. I'm going to stop wars." We're now hearing some of the criticism coming in from some of the president's political opponents. Among them, we're hearing from one of the top national security officials who served beneath President Obama during his time in office. That's Ben Rhodes, who says, in simple terms, he says, a regime change war in Latin America based on absurd rationales about drug trafficking, no explanation of goals, and counter to everything Trump promised, campaigning, and we're not even a full year into Trump's term. And see what the domestic criticism will be of the actions taking place. Richard Engel, quickly to you. There are still, even as we watch what appears to be a successful capture operation, there is still a lot of potential complications in the days and weeks ahead.
Huge complications. Doing it a successful military extraction, like a successful counterterrorism strike, is something that President Trump will talk about. He will praise the bravery of the soldiers. He will talk about how it was carried out with great expertise and precision and coordination, and it seems that it was. But who will govern the country? How will it run? Will the people accept it? All very open questions. And I wanted to go back for a second to ask Keir a question, if I may, because we heard that statement. I heard it live on this conversation from the Kremlin. And one thing that struck me is it didn't seem to be that strong. I've heard the Kremlin, when it wants to condemn them, use much stronger terms. This described it as it's condemnable. It wasn't very, I don't want to say emphatic. Do you think in a way that this kind of operation, a regime change operation, which is what the President Trump just did, could even help Vladimir Putin, could help him justify the war in Ukraine? It could help him reestablish what used to be called the sphere of influence world during the Cold War, where the United States controls its neighborhood and Russia dominated its pace. Could this actually help Putin? Is he secretly...
Yeah, Richard, yeah, I think you ask a great question. And I think that, again, it's multi-layered. So on the one hand, yes, you can see in that statement from the Kremlin, from President Putin, that he is trying to position himself to be the diplomat, that he is. It's not in many ways a full condemnation, although it does, as you say, use the word condemnable. There is that aspect. And on the other hand, Richard, this is in Venezuela, this is a partner of Russia, a close ally, if you like. And you've seen in the years since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, President Putin lose partners, and not least, of course, and you were there to see it, Richard, President Assad of Syria falling. So historians may look back on this and see it as the slow weakening of Russia's power, despite the connection between President Trump and President Putin, the personal connection. This may be seen in the future as another brick in the wall, if you like, for Russia's global capability and global standing. But clearly, President Putin is battling to overcome that view, and Putin will know, and let's just say that Putin has been in power for long enough to have been around for the invasion of Iraq and to have said that that should not happen, the U.S. invasion of Iraq. Putin will know that this is now unpredictable. And he is the master of tactics, and he will be waiting for the opportunity to take advantage of whatever takes place in the coming months.
Because as you mentioned, he might be trying to make lemonade out of lemons. He didn't issue a very strong condemnation, but as you say, he's lost an ally in Nicolás Maduro. He has lost Syria entirely, which was a very important military outpost for Russia. He is continuing to fight a war in Ukraine. Yes, he's making some battlefield grounds, but he is also losing an enormous amount of men and resources in this war, and he's become more and more dependent on China. And the Iranian regime, which you mentioned, is facing its biggest challenge in the last several years with protests that have just turned deadly. And Iran provides a lot of the weaponry, particularly a lot of the drone technology, to Russia. So he is not in as strong a position as he tends to project, and he has now just lost another ally. But it struck me that his condemnation seemed a bit half-hearted, but perhaps that is the best he can deal with at the moment, considering the hand of cards that he's holding.
Yeah, I think that's right, Richard. And I think too, and we've discussed this in the hours now that have played out since this strike took place, there's another piece to this too, isn't there? And that is about the idea that powers around the world have the power to intervene in their regions, in what Russia would describe as its near abroad. And I think that we can't have this conversation without just indicating an interest in what might be being thought about in Beijing by President Xi, and what his ambitions for his region, frankly, part of the world that in this century it will be the most important part of the world. How will he view actions like this by the United States, and what it will mean for him and one other player around the world with ambitions that are not in America's interest, Kim Jong-un of North Korea? How will he be seeing this, and what will he think this means for him? And again, this is multi-layered, because you can imagine that in Pyongyang, in North Korea, they may be saying, let's be careful, because the United States isn't messing around. But alternatively, they may also be saying, well, you're allowed to intervene in places next door to you, because that's what America's doing, Peter.
Keir Simmons, our chief international correspondent, Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent. Gentlemen, stay with us right now. Again, I'm Peter Alexander, just after 6 o'clock on the East Coast, shortly after 7 a.m. in Venezuela. Those are pictures from earlier this morning. Before dawn, giant explosions, fiery explosions taking place in and around the capital city there. You can see the fire raining down on that city. The president, a short time ago, announcing that the United States has, in his words, successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, adding that Maduro has been, along with his wife, in the president's words, captured and flown out of the country. The president saying the operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. He says there are more details to come, saying there will be a news conference that he will address the country at roughly 11 o'clock this morning, 5 hours from now, from his Mar-a-Lago estate. Clearly, the major headline here, the dramatic news, is that Nicolás Maduro, after a months-long pressure campaign by President Trump and his administration, has now been taken out of that country. It remains unclear if this was a negotiated exit. We are told by Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah, who says he has spoken with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, that the explosions, the kinetic action, as he describes it, the military strikes there were done to protect the efforts on the ground to execute what the Republican senator says was an arrest warrant to pick up Maduro and ultimately his wife when they were taken out of the country. We have asked the White House and the Pentagon and frankly, the Justice Department for any better details about where Maduro is right now. But that capture operation that we have now learned about better explains why there were low-flying helicopters hovering on the ground in and around Caracas in the early morning hours today. We have spoken to one of our colleagues, a journalist on the ground in Venezuela, who was effectively stunned into silence when she heard this news. You could almost see her shaking during a live conversation we had here earlier. Richard Engel, again, is our chief foreign correspondent. Richard, as you look at this new picture, a live picture at what is roughly 7 o'clock in the morning in Caracas, Venezuela, it is clear that the situation has now calmed down, at least as you can see from the sky here, though it's very unclear about the situation on the ground there right now, who in effect is filling that power vacuum. Marco Rubio, we are told, according to Mike Lee, again, the Republican senator from Utah, saying that there was no further action in Venezuela expected to take place today. So it appears that the strikes we saw overnight are, at least for now, the last ones. There are roughly 15,000 American troops, soldiers, and sailors who have been stationed in what the president has described as a massive armada off the coast there in the Caribbean, off the coast of Venezuela, as part of this pressure campaign. The president himself, only a matter of days ago, said that basically Maduro's days were numbered. We know that he and Maduro, the president and Maduro, had spoken about a month ago. No better indications whether he and Maduro had spoken more recently than that, or if there were some private negotiations taking place behind the scenes, as evidenced by this being a capture operation. It appears that that nothing would have been formalized if it still required his capture. Among the questions to be asked of the president a short time from now, we have heard on the ground from members of that narco-terrorist regime, as the White House describes it, what was formerly the Maduro regime, asking for proof of life of Maduro. Members of the military establishment there saying in effect that they were prepared to fight back with force if U.S. troops were on the ground in that country. No indication that the president has any plans to do such a thing. And then, of course, politically, there is a lot of the back and forth taking place, even if this early morning hour, about exactly what the president's mission was, the authority under which he was acting in doing this right now, amid what has been a very broad criticism, frankly, some of it from Republicans as well, certainly from Democrats, about what have included a series of boat strikes in the Caribbean and in the Pacific, focused largely on what the U.S. alleges are drug boats bringing drugs to the United States. Our team is in the control room, keeping us honest on who we can speak to right now. Richard Engel has been joining us. Keir Simmons has been joining us as well. I want to get back to Courtney Kuby, who is covers the Pentagon for us and is an expert in all of these matters. Courtney, if you hear me right now, I want to get a better sense of what you're learning, about what more we may know about what went into this capture operation this morning under the veil of darkness. It happened quickly, it appears, in only a matter of hours' time before the first reports of explosions, and then us learning that Maduro himself had been captured only a couple of hours later.
Yeah, I mean, Peter, there's a few things about this operation that, frankly, are just confounding to me so far. And I'm hoping that we get more details, especially if we have this event with down at Mar-a-Lago with President Trump and potentially other Trump administration officials. Hopefully they'll take some questions and give us some actual detail, the real facts of what went on here. Some of the things that are surprising to me is the U.S. military would rarely carry out an operation like this on a night with a full moon or with a large moon. They like to do things, again, going back to things like the bin Laden raid or some of these well-known military operations in recent, they like to do it under the cover of as much darkness as possible. there's a pretty full moon out there. So that's a little surprising. I know that this sounds strange, but things like weather really do factor into the planning of these sorts of operations. So not just that. The tweet from Senator Mike Lee that you read a little bit earlier, where he talked about how Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio called him and explained that the president carried this out under his Article 2 authorities under the Constitution. Well, that is his executive authorities as President of the United States. And Senator Lee specifically saying that it was because it was to protect the American people. So it appears, based off of that tweet from Senator Lee, that in fact this is similar to the legal justification that the military has been using for the strikes against the drug boats, and that is that the drugs on those boats present a direct threat to the American people. And so for that reason, there is a legal or a lawful reason to carry out a military attack on those boats. Now, of course, that has been up for dispute. There's been a lot of talk of that over recent weeks and months. The big difference here, though, is if they are using that same justification not only for carrying out these strikes inside of Caracas, inside of Venezuela, targeting what appear to be a lot of Venezuelan military locations, but also using that as the justification for potentially using the U.S. military to detain Nicolás Maduro and his wife. I mean, that is pretty astonishing. Those are the kinds of things that I'm really hoping to get more answers to. And then more than that, we are starting to see some detail about some of the locations that were struck by the U.S. military. Here again, they appear to be at least one port, some military installations. Why did they target those specific locations? Now, most likely, when we talked in the last hour about shaping, and that would be in advance of especially any kind of an operation where you may have U.S. military on the ground or any kind of U.S. officials, law enforcement, whatever it is, on the ground, you would want to sort of shape the battlefield. So that would include things like taking out any kind of potential air defenses, maybe jamming potential air defenses. Even we've seen some of the capabilities in the region recently that could that could actually carry that out. But they would want to do whatever they can to make the mission go smoothly. So take on any potential barriers or threats to the U.S. personnel who are on the ground there. Is that why they struck those locations? Or were there other strategic reasons for why they struck those locations? These are all the kinds of questions that we're hoping to get answers to. And then also, there's just the questions that we have been talking about, the legality of this. Nicolás Maduro, of course, was indicted 5+ years ago now in the United States for allegations of being involved in drug trafficking, narco trafficking. We have heard from President Trump, Secretary of State Rubio, from others saying that he is the illegitimate leader here. But what was the real legal justification for doing this, and under what authorities did they do so? One thing that I'm really going to be asking about in the coming days, we have not been getting a whole lot of fidelity on military operations in recent months, but one thing I will really be asking about is under what authorities were the U.S. military there? So in other words, were they there under a Title 50 authority, meaning were they under U.S. intelligence umbrella when they were involved in these operations? These are all the kinds of wonky, I'll admit it, questions that we have right now, but that I think that will ultimately paint a real picture of exactly how long the planning has gone into this, what the justification was here, and then what ultimately the longer term goal may be for removing Nicolás Maduro from power.
Yeah, not wonky, but significant questions. We're going to be asking the president, likely to be the first to face those questions in a matter of hours from now as he addresses reporters and the country, frankly, the world, at roughly 11 o'clock today. Courtney, again, to the points you were making about the actions that we have seen early this morning, the military strikes from the Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah, who is our best source because he made it public, and he says he spoke to Marco Rubio. He said that the strikes we saw overnight were deployed to protect and defend those executing this arrest warrant. As he says, Maduro was arrested, according to Rubio, by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, presumably based on that indictment that dates back to March of 2020. I want to get to Colonel Steve Warren, our NBC News military analyst, who's been watching this with me as well. And Colonel, I'm struck by a couple of things. One, by what we have witnessed this morning, the dramatic and historic developments taking place, and two, by where this fits into history. It was on this day, January 3rd of 1990, that Panama's General Manuel Noriega, after holding up for 10 days in the Vatican embassy, I think it was in Panama City, surrendered to U.S. military troops to face charges of drug trafficking as well. 36 years to the day since that took place. And now in a lot of different ways, history repeats itself. The question is, what does history look like from here? What does the U.S. do about it in these days and weeks ahead? But specific to what has happened in these overnight hours, talk to us about those challenges that the American Special Forces would have faced in this capture operation. And of course, what all would agree is good news is that at least at this point, it appears that there were no casualties on the U.S. side, at least those that we have learned about in the carrying out of this action.
Well, it's really good news that up till now, we've received no reports of American casualties, and that's something we're grateful and thankful for. It's an extraordinary operation. Operations like this are much more complex, I think, than they look. And that's what great professionals do. They make it look easy. And these are really the world's most elite commandos, the Tier 1 Special Operations Forces out of the Joint Special Operations Command, often called JSOC. We don't know if this was Delta Force or SEAL Team 6, so we can refer to it simply as the Tier 1 Special Forces operations. Exceptional mission supported by air defense suppression, Special Forces operators, and then, of course, some level of law enforcement who also participated in this arrest. So it's an exceptional mission, so many complications. Courtney Cubie, our Pentagon correspondent, touched on some of the requirements to shape the battlefield ahead of penetrating into the target area with the forces that would actually conduct the arrest. I think some of these explosions that we're seeing in various spots, I think we have to keep in mind that while we wanted to suppress the enemy's air defense capabilities, what we also want to do is prevent any quick reaction forces from moving in as the helicopters arrive. So my instinct is that many of these strikes would have been the ability for the Venezuelan forces to communicate with each other, so some sort of communication node, and then the ability for the Venezuelan forces to respond. So if there are Venezuelan quick reaction forces, they might well have been targeted. If there were Venezuelan police who could potentially respond, they might well have been targeted. So I think that's what we're looking at. Normally we suppress air defense. We isolate the target area, which is what I was just talking about, cut off any routes in that responders can use. Then we secure the area, so that's the most immediate area, the building or the car or wherever Maduro was at the time. That's that close-in security, just really a circle around that spot that we were trying to conduct the arrest, and then the exfiltration.
Colonel Warren, just for a better understanding of this, and obviously there's a lot to be determined, whether this was some form of a negotiated exit, how all of this played out. It appears by the president's language that this was, in effect, a capture operation, that this was not agreed to by Maduro, but we'll wait to see more details about that. Would there be, in a situation like this, any form of communication between the U.S. forces there and any of the regime, the leadership on the ground as this is taking place, or do they just, is it just a whirlwind, they whisk in and then depart?
Either one is possible. It would make sense to try to establish some sort of communications with the security forces there and tell them, hey, listen, don't make a mistake you'll regret, right? That would make sense. But I have to tell you, the way this operation was conducted and given our history with the Venezuelans, my instinct is this was probably, as you described, really sort of a surprise whirlwind assault. If it were negotiated, there seems to be a lot of fire and flame and explosions for a negotiation to me. So I feel like this one, my instinct tells me that this one is probably much more of a surprise attack, a very precise shock attack or raid. Really, it's more doctrinally we'd call this a raid because you're just in and out. out. But I think that's probably what we're looking at here.
And it does raise real questions about if this was not a negotiated exit, how the U.S. knew exactly where Nicolás Maduro and in this case his wife were at the time, specifically where they were collected from, where they were picked up from. Again, among the questions that we're going to be asking just 6:20 in the morning, and it feels like we are well into 2026. This is a storyline and an operation that is going to drive a lot of the conversation in Washington, around the country, and around not just the Western Hemisphere, but the world for the foreseeable future. Colonel Steve Warren, thank you so much to you. My colleague Julie Sirkin is on the ground for us in West Palm Beach this morning. She has been traveling with the president, has been there for much of this holiday break for him. But it's clear that in between some of the festivities, are seeing him around Christmas and New Year's, that the president, who was took photographs yesterday with Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, among others, has been privately very focused on this right now. Julie, we know that news conference will take place at 11 o'clock this morning, a matter of hours from now. Pull back the curtain for us on what we have heard from the president and how we've sort of been building up to this moment.
Well, he's been building up to this moment, Peter, in the way that Richard and Keir and Courtney have laid out over the last 6 months, ramping up pressure, his cabinet ramping up military pressure in the seizure of those oil tankers. This week, a couple of days ago, we saw economic sanctions on that oil taking place by the administration, different boat seizures as well that we've been tracking closely, even during the holiday break. And just to peel back the curtain even further and put my Capitol Hill hat on, when I covered Marco Rubio as a senator, Venezuela was a top focus of his even then. He had often spoken out against Nicolás Maduro. He had been very present, tip of the spear on matters when he was a senator, when he was in Congress, trying to make sure that the U.S. had an aggressive policy and posture on rooting out the narco state, as he called it there in Venezuela, and then now transitioning to Secretary of State. When I talked to officials close to him and close to the administration, this has been a priority of his, not just the president's, but the Secretary of State's, since this administration, this second term, took shape earlier this year. And when you talk about Rubio, a couple of weeks ago, he was giving comments and remarks in his final press conference before the end of the year, and he was asked if there was a possibility of some kind of negotiation, a deal with Maduro to avoid this kind of action, perhaps on limiting the flow of drugs that we've seen the administration use as their excuse, as their cudgel to pursue this military action. And Rubio said even then that Maduro cannot be trusted, that he has fallen through and broken deals and promises in the past, and they cannot make that kind of agreement with him. And that brings us to, in many ways, this moment that we're seeing now. And when you heard from Courtney laying out what she called those wonky questions, what we have called the right questions, when you look at what Congress is going to be asking, the very basics of this is that Article 1 gives Congress the authority, the sole authority to conduct, to declare war, to have that power, the War Powers Act that you heard Mike Lee there, the Republican, who, by the way, is a constitutional lawyer himself. He's often been concerned about these matters. And then Article 2 gives the president the power to act if there is a direct or imminent threat, which is what we've heard apparently from Mike Lee as he laid out the justification after he heard from Marco Rubio. So where does this go from here? I was struck, Peter, as well, a couple of weeks ago when Congress received their briefing from administration officials. Pete Hegseth was there, the Secretary of Defense. Marco Rubio was there. And the one question that lawmakers, even Republican allies of the president's, like Lindsey Graham, for example, had asked the officials in the room behind closed doors, what does this look like from Maduro? You are going after these oil tankers. You are intercepting these drug boats that you say are carrying drugs that could harm the American people. But what about Nicolás Maduro? And it is even in that room a couple of weeks ago, Peter, that lawmakers in a classified setting couldn't get answers. Lindsey Graham told me, for example, after that briefing, Peter, that he asked point blank, is it regime change that you are pursuing? Do you want to take Maduro down? To be clear, Graham and other Republicans thought that the administration should take this step, but it is not an answer, Peter, that they received in that room. And now, as Congress heads back to Washington after this holiday break, that is the question that Democrats, that Republicans are going to be asking. But so far, for most Republicans, praise of this administration. When it comes to the president, what's next? He will deliver that news conference in a couple of hours from now. He said, too, in an interview with the New York Times earlier this morning that he plans to answer the question of what authority the administration had and what their plans are next for Maduro. Peter.
Julie Sirkin, thank you so much for your expert knowledge of the situation on the Hill as it relates to those lawmakers. I want to add one thing to this conversation right now, and you can see how the criticism of the president's actions is already developing even before dawn here. Or I'm stuck in a building, so can't even tell. I guess it is now dawn in the United States. We've been covering this since the pre-dawn hours early this morning. The criticism focuses on a variety of things. The president has made clear that his concern, his focus on Venezuela, the illegitimate leader, as the president describes it, focuses on Maduro's drug trafficking, his role in that effort. But obviously, there has also been criticism that a matter of weeks ago, just over a month ago, the president pardoned the former Honduran president, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who had been convicted on drug trafficking charges. So you can see, even at this early morning hour, how some of the criticism is developing, questions about the authority under which the president was acting, questions about what the president's critics, many of them Democrats, view as sort of a disconnect in terms of the efforts taking place. But the president is touting the success of what has happened as we begin a new dawn and truly a new day in that country of Venezuela. The president speaking, as you noted, to the New York Times early this morning, saying, among other things, in a quick phone conversation that the Times reports that, quote, a lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people were involved in this. He says it was a brilliant operation. Actually, we will hear from him again shortly. It obviously comes with a ripple effect. The fallout not unique to Venezuela, but to the region around it as well. We are now hearing from the Colombian president in neighboring Colombia, President Petro, there saying that its forces will be deployed to the Venezuelan border and that they are preparing for refugees. This was in the form of a post. So, you know, as we have talked about, one of our experts overnight telling us that as many as 8 million Venezuelans have fled that country over the course of the last series of years amid their concerns about the authoritarian government, concerns about inflation, and broad human rights concerns that have existed there as well. We are, though, hearing from the Venezuelan regime, or members of what now appears to be the decapitated regime, the country's vice president this morning on state-run television saying after the President Trump's announcement that Nicolás Maduro's location remained unknown to her and asked that President Trump provide proof of life. It's a good question. We do not know where Maduro is at this time. We do know, according to lawmakers that have spoken to Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, that he is expected to face justice, as they describe it, for criminal charges against him.
This is an NBC News special report.
Good day to you. I'm Peter Alexander here in New York with a dramatic developing situation taking place on the ground in Caracas, Venezuela. We have been watching the situation develop over the course of the last several hours, bringing you live coverage after a large scale strike on the ground there with fiery explosions seen throughout the city. And then from the president, we heard only a short time ago, President Trump on Truth Social posting the following in a stunning and dramatic development, saying the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, who President Trump says has been, along with his wife, captured. He says he has been captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done, the president says, in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. He says details to follow, announcing a news conference to take place at 11 o'clock this morning, roughly 5.5 hours from now at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Right now, you are looking at a live picture. Well, there is the president's post on social media. But let's show you again that live picture on the ground of a more calm, at least from the sky, situation in Venezuela. Now dawn breaking above the capital city there, and it is a new dawn for that country without Maduro, who the U.S. had accused for months of being an illegitimate leader, saying that he was the head of a narco-terrorist regime. He is no longer in power. Real questions right now about who is governing that country. Will it take one of two different forks in the road? Will it be a country that is governed by a new Democratic-led government, or will it be one that continues to follow the path of Nicolás Maduro? We have a series of questions that have yet to be answered. We have reached out to those at the White House, the Pentagon, and State Department for some answers to those questions, including where is Nicolás Maduro right now? Where is he being taken? Will he face justice, as it were, in a U.S. court of law in the United States? Was this a negotiated exit? We do not know about that just yet as well. Maduro, only a matter of days ago, had told a Spanish journalist that he was open to conversations with the United States. The president himself has said publicly that the focus has been on ending the illegal flow of drugs from Venezuela into the U.S. The president says it's fentanyl. Experts in that region say most often Venezuela is responsible for the flow of cocaine, notably to Europe, but some of it gets to the United States, of course, as well. We are also trying to get new details about the operation that has taken place on the ground. But as we look at some of the video from earlier in the distance, you can see some of the glowing lights, the fiery explosions that had taken place. We know that there were low-flying helicopters reported by eyewitnesses on the ground as well that likely would have been needed to be a part of any operation of this kind. Not a kill operation like the one involving Osama bin Laden more than a decade ago. This a capture operation that ultimately picked up Nicolás Maduro. We are joined by some of our best in the business, our colleagues, Richard Engel, Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon, our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, and Gabe Gutierrez, who covers the White House with me as well. Let's begin with Richard Engel, if we can, for a moment. Richard, I just want to reset the situation, get your reaction to the headline this morning. As you and I were on the air, as I read that post out loud, both of us were stunned by the announcement that Maduro had been captured and taken out of the country.
So the first indication we got that something dramatic had happened was several hours ago. We've been on air for several hours now, Peter, when we heard these vague reports, still unconfirmed, of explosions in Caracas and in potential other areas. And then a key detail emerged: helicopters. Witnesses described helicopters on the ground, hovering, sounds of aircraft, explosions in multiple locations. As soon as you start hearing helicopters hovering, you get an indication that this is an extraction operation. You obviously can't land fixed-winged aircraft in the middle of a city. But who was the target? What happened? Who was carrying it out? And then a short while we were discussing all of these scenarios, President Trump himself, and by no accident, President Trump himself, the Pentagon has been silent. So up until now, this is something of a pattern where major announcements are made by President Trump personally on Truth Social. President Trump announced that it was Nicolás Maduro and his wife who had been captured, and that they will face justice. And thank you for your attention to this matter. Richard, the question that everyone is asking right now is, did the United States, did President Trump just carry out a successful regime change? Because regime change has just happened. And will this open the door to a democratic opposition, better economic relations, a weakening of an alliance backed by Cuban intelligence all across the region, a new Latin America where the U.S. has a much stronger hand? Or did tonight President Trump just send Venezuela into uncertain territory for sure, but civil war and a power struggle that the United States will have to either watch from afar or be drawn in to try and contain?
Richard, I apologize for my interruption. I only want to share some new information that I received while you were speaking there. This is coming from the Republican Senator of Utah, Mike Lee, who had spoken only a matter of hours ago, as we shared during our live coverage, criticizing this, asking how and what constitutional act was taking place where the Congress had not been notified of this. Mike Lee has now posted a new statement where he says he just spoke to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He says that Rubio informed him that Nicolás Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action, the strikes that we saw tonight in effect, was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. So that this was the primary mission, the strikes, in the words of Mike Lee, detailing what he was told by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that those strikes were basically to help protect those who were executing this arrest warrant. This action, Lee adds, likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Now, the lawmakers will, of course, fight over the circumstances behind this, how this is being conducted. But let's focus again on what we know is happening right now with our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby, who is up early as we begin this new year together. Courtney, again, the major headline there, the capture of Nicolás Maduro and the successful carrying out of this large-scale strike against Venezuela. What are your sources telling you? Do we have any better understanding of who would have been behind this effort? Obviously, it requires some of the special forces type units to be able to accomplish a mission of this kind.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we need to keep in mind here, Peter, is the U.S. military, when it's come to some of these recent actions in the region, so specifically the interdictions of these oil tankers, the military has been in support of law enforcement here. Based off of the way the president posted this on Truth Social, his own social media platform, of course, that he started, based on the way that he wrote about this, it does appear that this was law enforcement that was in the lead here. We're still trying to get more information about that. The U.S. military, though, it appears was involved in sort of shaping the locations so that the law enforcement and potentially other U.S. agencies would be able to go in.
Sorry, Courtney, please continue.
Would be able to go in and sort of clear the space so that they could go in and then arrest Nicolás Maduro and his wife or take them into custody. So the kinds of things that we are seeing from social media video, as we know, we've seen the statement from the president, but that's really all the detail that we're getting. The video does appear to show transport helicopters, Chinooks, but there also appear to be some smaller helicopters there. Now, we don't know what those are. But we do know what is in the region right now. There is a very elite Air Force unit known as the 160th Special Operations. You may have heard of them because they were involved in taking the Navy SEALs into bin Laden's compound in May of 2011. They have assets there, including Little Birds, so these tiny little helicopters that move very fast, fly low to the ground. So we know that those sorts of assets are in the area that could have been used here. But I also found it very interesting that President Trump didn't specifically refer to the strikes that occurred as sort of the shaping operations in advance of the U.S. personnel going in on the ground there. He didn't necessarily refer to those as airstrikes. And remember some other assets the U.S. has built up. Remember, over the last couple of months, the military has flooded that region with a ton of air power and power at sea. Power at sea is the key here. They have a number of different ships who have the ability to launch Tomahawks, TLAMs. Those are very precise missiles. We have seen the U.S. military launch them in recent years in many different cases, so many cases, Libya, Syria, other times, where they need to hit a specific target and they need what's known as standoff capability. So essentially, they want to be free or safe from any kind of air defenses or other systems in the area that they are trying to target. So at this point, it's not clear exactly what the Venezuelan military may have done in response to any of this. We have not seen any indication that there was any kind of immediate response when the aircraft were going or when these strikes were occurring. But remember another thing that the military has been doing in recent weeks and months now, and that is flying missions close to the airspace that would become Venezuelan airspace. So right up to the border of international airspace, international waters, right up to the border of Venezuela. A lot of times the military will do that for a reason. It's not just testing routes. It's not just seeing what they can see. It's trying to figure out exactly what the air defense is in a place, how they respond to an aircraft. So it's known as painting an aircraft. Does the air defenses that are potentially lined up along the border there of Venezuela, are they latching onto U.S. military aircraft when they fly up close to Venezuelan airspace? This would give the military, over the course of the last several weeks, when we have seen them do this time and time again, even with things like long-range bombers, are the Venezuelan air defenses painting those aircraft. How quickly do they respond? This gives the military, the U.S. military, essentially a pattern of life of how the Venezuelan military would respond to aircraft flying in. So all of these things that we have seen occur over the last several weeks and months with the military, the buildup, the exercises, the routines that they have been flying, what they have been doing, it appears that it's all been building up to this, Peter. But the big question that we still don't have a good answer to is, beyond the strikes and beyond what appears to be providing a lift to law enforcement and other U.S. officials as part of this picking up Maduro and his wife, what other component, what other part did the U.S. military play? And so we just don't have an answer to that at this point, Peter.
Courtney Kuby covers the Pentagon for us right now. I want to share some other information while you, Courtney, have been speaking. Again, as we're monitoring the situation there, as we try to get a better understanding of Nicolás Maduro's whereabouts and the evolving situation there. The New York Times posting a short time ago that it has spoken to President Trump early this morning, where in its words, it celebrated the success of the mission to capture the Venezuelan president. They quote President Trump saying, "A lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people," he said. He said it was a brilliant operation, actually. The Times asked him if he had sought congressional authority for the operation or what is next for Venezuela. And when asked that question, the president said he would address those matters during a news conference to take place at Mar-a-Lago this morning, his private club there in Florida. The president announcing earlier that would take place at roughly 11 a.m. Eastern time. We should also tell you that Venezuela's vice president there has spoken on state-run television after the president's post this morning saying that Nicolás Maduro's location was unknown and that she was asking President Trump for proof of life. Again, it raises real questions about the governance of that country in this time with what the president describes as a massive armada of 15,000 American troops, forces off the coast of that country. I want to bring in now the NBC News military analyst, the Colonel Steve Warren, who is joining us this morning. Colonel Warren, Happy New Year. We are off to the races as we begin this new year again. The president wasting no time at the start of the year in his pressure campaign against Nicolás Maduro, ultimately, as he said this morning, capturing him and his wife, taking them out of the country. Unclear if this was a negotiated exit, but as the Republican Senator Mike Lee said, the strikes that we saw early this morning were done in effect to protect the executing of that arrest warrant, the effort by those forces to pick him up. I know you haven't been involved, obviously, in what's taking place there, but give us a sense about how something like this would be conducted, how challenging it is, and what considerations would have gone into place in advance of a dramatic capture operation like this.
Peter, often our more elite, what we call the Tier 1, so this is our most elite special forces, often our Tier 1 special forces will operate in conjunction with many other agencies throughout the government, whether it's the CIA, as we may likely have seen in that initial potential ground strike, that first ground strike we saw several days ago, or often law enforcement agencies. It is not uncommon for the Tier 1 special operators to work with law enforcement agencies. Particularly, we did this, I think, fairly regularly during the Iraq, Afghanistan conflict. So our special forces operations and our more elite law enforcement operators are familiar with working with each other. Now, as far as how an operation like this comes together, it's an extraordinary and complicated thing to do, and real praise to our soldiers and sailors and law enforcement officials who were able to pull this off. So far, we haven't received any reports of U.S. casualties, which is an extraordinary thing, and we're really proud of our men and women who executed it. But it takes there's sort of several layers, and Courtney Kuby referenced it a little bit just moments ago. Initially, you have to ensure that you have the ability to get our aircraft into the target area without being shot down. So we have to execute what we call the suppression of enemy air defenses. So that could be some of the early explosions that we saw, as Courtney mentioned. As our correspondent Courtney Kuby mentioned, possibly the use of Tomahawks or other remote capabilities to damage or destroy air defense radars and air defense launchers, right? So that's the initial execution. The next thing we like to try and do is isolate. So once we've suppressed air defense, we then try to isolate the target area. In this case, apparently we somehow knew where Nicolás Maduro and his wife were. It's unclear whether that was because we had spoken with them. We don't know how we knew this, but somehow we knew where Maduro may well have been, and we isolated that area. That can be done, again, through remote capabilities, or it could be done with actual troops on the ground to provide what we call security. And then finally, special forces operators, along most likely with some sort of federal law enforcement, whether it's a marshal or FBI. At this point, we don't know. But after suppression of air defense, isolation of the objective area, finally, we move in and arrest the individual that we're looking for.
Colonel Warren, I want to get a better understanding, of this. Obviously, it would require some troops to touch the ground to be able to pick up Nicolás Maduro in the first place here. Obviously, 15,000 troops is not enough to secure a country like that. The president has made no indication that ground troops will be going into Venezuela in any meaningful way right now. But what sort of a challenge does this pose for the United States? This ultimately becomes less a military one, but more a diplomatic one to try to allow that country to take the preferred fork in the road, not to return to a sort of authoritarian type regime or leader, but to focus on a more democratic led government right now. Ultimately, these are the early steps that you watch militarily, and then there are other real challenges that begin.
Some would say that these steps that we've done up until now, frankly, are the easy steps, right? We have exceptional special operators, exceptional law enforcement operators who understand how to do these types of missions, but they happen at the speed of violence very, very quickly. A lot of planning obviously went into it, but the execution happens very, very quickly. Now comes what in some people's opinions would be the very, very hard part. And we've seen this before. We saw this in Afghanistan beginning in, after 9/11. We saw this in Iraq. When a regime is toppled, when a regime changes suddenly, there's a vacuum. Now there's a little bit of a vacuum. Who's in charge? Who's running the country? We don't know this. Neither does anyone in Venezuela, it would appear, know this. So there are, of course, as in any country, there are opposing forces. There are different forces who want to be in power. Where is the military internally going to fall on this? Where are the other power centers in Venezuela going to fall on this? Where are the other legitimate and somewhat powerful drug cartels who are operating in that country, as we've talked about, as the president has talked about? Those cartels are still functioning. We've struck some of their boats. But that's about it. So these cartels are still there. They're still strong. They're still functioning. The military, we have not, unlike what we did in Afghanistan or what we did in Iraq, we have not, frankly, inflicted any significant damage on the Venezuelan military. So what are they going to do now is certainly a question, I think, on everyone's mind.
Colonel Steve Warren is an NBC News military analyst. Colonel Warren, we appreciate your expertise in helping us better understand the situation that's still evolving on the ground there in Caracas, Venezuela. As again, hopefully we can put up another picture to show our viewers the situation there. It's a new day, a new dawn in many ways, and it's one that begins without the longtime president of that country, the authoritarian leader Nicolás Maduro, who's now been captured and taken out of the country alongside his wife, according to the president, by U.S. forces. I want to get to our chief foreign correspondent again, Richard Engel, who's been watching this news developing right now. Richard, among the questions that the president will surely be asked at a news conference to take place about 5 hours from now at Mar-a-Lago is whether he had any conversations with Maduro in recent days. Maduro told a Spanish journalist only a couple of days ago that he was open to, in effect, discussions, conversations, perhaps even negotiations with the United States. We wait for those answers. We wait to learn where Maduro is right now. But it also raises real questions about what happens next in that country and what it does in terms of the president's desire to sort of crack down on that narco-terrorist state, with so much of the regime still, as evidenced by the public statements coming out of the country, remaining in effect, whether in power, certainly in its positions, though it's unclear who really is in power there.
This is a regime change operation. The government has been decapitated. There clearly was a degree of coordination, unclear with Maduro himself. Not full coordination with Maduro himself. If he wanted to, he could have fled the country. He could have gone to a friendly country. He has some good personal relations with the president of Turkey. He has decent relations with Russia. He's had good relations with Cuba or even Colombia. There are places where if he had wanted to go, he could have gone. So this clearly wasn't a surrender. This was a capture. And as we talked about earlier, this helicopter extraction was supported by a military operation, whether it was tomahawks or airstrikes or a combination of both. There was suppressive fire used to protect U.S. personnel during this extraction operation. Now, as you talked earlier about this may be the easy part. Of course, it's not easy. Only a few countries in the world, perhaps only the United States, has this kind of capability. But now, who is going to run the country? Was this President Trump's perhaps greatest military accomplishment? In a bloodless regime change operation against an illegitimate dictator who ran a mafia state? If there is a successful, quick democratic transition and the legitimate opposition, which won the last elections, which were then stolen from them, if they are able to come into power, work out a working relationship with the existing Venezuelan military, then this will be a great success. If, however, the military divides, a new strong man who is potentially anti-United States emerges in power, the country descends into civil war, then this will be perhaps President Trump's greatest failure. He clearly is hoping for the latter, and I know a lot of back-channel negotiations have been involved in this. I've been talking to some of the negotiators who were working with Trump administration officials. And there are many Trump administration officials who have interests here. President Trump's interest, as he's made clear, was always the drugs, to stop the drug trade, and he's interested in Venezuela's oil. He's made that clear. Venezuela has enormous oil reserves. And he was critical when the United States went into Iraq that the United States didn't take the oil. Marco Rubio himself, coming up in Latin American politics, anti-Cuban platform, has an interest in regime change in Venezuela, which he hopes will then weaken an alliance of states that are anti-American in Latin America, including Cuba and Venezuela being the largest. You mentioned Miller, who has an immigration agenda, would want fewer migrants coming out of Venezuela, potentially Venezuela becoming a place where migrants can go. So this is a new day for Latin America. Right. And the U.S. military carried an operation. We're going to hear a lot about it, how successful it was, but this is a new day for the U.S. relations in Latin America, with President Trump asserting dominance and doing a snatch and grab operation. Will this encourage other leaders around the world to do the same with their enemies, and will it make the United States, which in theory defends democracy and human rights, seem hypocritical?
You've been listening to Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent. Richard, you were talking with me about the oil reserves in Venezuela. Their reserves, number one, the largest in the world, believed to be roughly 300 billion barrels by some assessments, accounting for approaching 20% of the global supply there in Venezuela. You'll remember after the U.S. recently seized one of the sanctioned oil tankers, as the White House described it, the president said that it was his belief that the U.S. would then seize that oil, would keep that oil. That tanker was then routed to the United States, specifically to Texas. Keir Simmons is our chief international correspondent. He's been watching this developing news with us as well. And Keir, quickly to you, I want to share a statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry. Vladimir Putin's the Kremlin now reacting to this, saying that the United States committed, in its words, an act of armed aggression against Venezuela that it said was both deeply concerning and condemnable. That is notable because while on the one hand, the U.S. has been focused heavily in this region on Venezuela, the president and his team simultaneously have been focused on trying to bring about an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Vladimir Putin, for a variety of reasons over the course of many months, has been disinclined, it appears, to resolve the situation there. We have heard from Volodymyr Zelensky, who has also been very reluctant to give up land in that country. But this does infuse a new wrinkle into another global hotspot, which is Russia as well.
Yeah, I've been reading that statement too, Peter, and I've been reflecting that this is why Richard Engel describes this as such a significant moment, is that what you have overnight is the U.S. striking a Russian partner. Maduro was, a de facto ally of President Putin, and President Trump has just taken him out. So you have that aspect. And on the other hand, you have President Putin now offering his diplomacy, if you like, to try to stabilize the situation. Effectively, you have President Putin saying, okay, we have a problem in your region, Mr. Trump, let me help you to solve that. Sounds familiar, and it is therefore significant because it gives the Russians the ability to kind of say, well, look, you see, this happens everywhere, and we help each other to solve it. So you can see how there are multiple dimensions to this, and the implications and the impact of it, we will only know in the months ahead. But there's another aspect to this too, Peter, and I think it's really fascinating, and people will be talking about this again as we look ahead, is that what you have here is very familiar, which is the U.S. intervening in another country to potentially bring about, you might even say, and the Trump administration isn't saying this clearly, and there's a reason why perhaps they're not quite saying it this way, but maybe even to try and bring about democracy, but certainly intervening. And that is something that we have seen before from the U.S., and Richard has been very carefully navigating those questions over whether it really works, and there is plenty of history to suggest that it does not, and then there are some examples of moments when it has made a difference. And all of this is happening while there are protests in Iran, effectively looking to overthrow the regime there, and those protests are the most significant since some years ago, the uprising over the killing of a young woman in Iran. So there, too, there is a threat to that regime. And, of course, Iran is a close partner to Venezuela. So this is, there are moving parts here, and there is no doubt of the significance.
You're right, Keir. In the president's victory speech upon winning the last election, he said, I'm not going to start wars, I'm going to stop wars. We're now hearing some of the criticism coming in from some of the president's political opponents. Among them, we're hearing from one of the top national security officials who served beneath President Obama during his time in office. That's Ben Rhodes, who says, in simple terms, he says, a regime change war in Latin America based on absurd rationales about drug trafficking, no explanation of goals, and counter to everything Trump promised, campaigning, and we're not even a full year into Trump's term. And see what the domestic criticism will be of the actions taking place. Richard Engel, quickly to you. There are still, even as we watch what appears to be a successful capture operation, there is still a lot of potential complications in the days, and weeks ahead.
Huge complications. Doing it a successful military extraction, like a successful counterterrorism strike, is something that President Trump will talk about. He will praise the bravery of the soldiers. He will talk about how it was carried out with great expertise and precision and coordination, and it seems that it was. But who will govern the country? How will it run? Will the people accept it? All very open questions. And I wanted to go back for a second to ask Keir a question, if I may, because we heard that statement. I heard it live on this conversation from the Kremlin. And one thing that struck me is it didn't seem to be that's strong. I've heard the Kremlin, when it wants to contempt them, use much stronger terms. This described it as it's condemnable. It wasn't very, I don't want to say emphatic. Do you think in a way that this kind of operation, a regime change operation, which is what the President Trump just did, could even help Vladimir Putin, could help him justify the war in Ukraine? It could help him reestablish what used to be called the sphere of influence world during the Cold War, where the United States controls its neighborhood and Russia dominated its pace. Could this actually help Putin? Is he secretly...
Yeah, Richard, yeah, I think you ask a great question. And I think that, again, it's multi-layered. So on the one hand, yes, you can see in that statement from the Kremlin, from President Putin, that he is trying to position himself to be the diplomat, that he is. It's not in many ways a full condemnation, although it does, as you say, use the word condemnable. There is that aspect. And on the other hand, Richard, this is in Venezuela, this is a partner of Russia, a close ally, if you like. And you've seen in the years since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, President Putin lose partners, not least, of course, and you were there to see it, Richard, President Assad of Syria falling. So historians may look back on this and see it as the slow weakening of Russia's power, despite the connection between President Trump and President Putin, the personal connection. This may be seen in the future as another brick in the wall, if you like, for Russia's global capability and global standing. But clearly, President Putin is battling to overcome that view, and Putin will know, and let's just say that Putin has been in power for long enough to have been around for the invasion of Iraq and to have said that should not happen, the U.S. invasion of Iraq. Putin will know that this is now unpredictable. And he is the master of tactics, and he will be waiting for the opportunity to take advantage of whatever takes place in the coming months.
Because as you mentioned, he might be trying to make lemonade out of lemons. He didn't issue a very strong condemnation, but as you say, he's lost an ally in Nicolás Maduro. He has lost Syria entirely, which was a very important military outpost for Russia. He is continuing to fight a war in Ukraine. Yes, he's making some battlefield grounds, but he is also losing an enormous amount of men and resources in this war, and he's become more and more dependent on China. And the Iranian regime, which you mentioned, is facing its biggest challenge in the last several years with protests that have just turned deadly. And Iran provides a lot of the weaponry, particularly a lot of the drone technology, to Russia. So he is not in as strong a position as he tends to project, and he has now just lost another ally. But it struck me that his condemnation seemed a bit half-hearted, but perhaps that is the best he can deal with at the moment, considering the hand of cards that he's holding.
Yeah, I think that's right, Richard. And I think too, and we've discussed this in the hours now that have played out since this strike took place, there's another piece to this too, isn't there? And that is about the idea that powers around the world have the power to intervene in their regions, in what Russia would describe as its near abroad. And I think that we can't have this conversation without just indicating an interest in what might be being thought about in Beijing by President Xi, and what his ambitions for his region, frankly, part of the world that in this century, it will be the most important part of the world. How will he view actions like this by the United States and what it will mean for him and one other player around the world with ambitions that are not in America's interest, Kim Jong-un of North Korea? How will he be seeing this, and what will he think this means for him? And again, this is multi-layered, because you can imagine that in Pyongyang, in North Korea, they may be saying, let's be careful, because the United States isn't messing around. But alternatively, they may also be saying, well, you're allowed to intervene in places next door to you, because that's what America's doing, Peter.
Keir Simmons, our chief international correspondent, Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent. Gentlemen, stay with us right now. Again, I'm Peter Alexander, just after 6 o'clock on the East Coast, shortly after 7 a.m. in Venezuela. Those are pictures from earlier this morning. Before dawn, giant explosions, fiery explosions taking place in and around the capital city there. You can see the fire raining down on that city. The president, a short time ago, announcing that the United States has, in his words, successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, adding that Maduro has been, along with his wife, in the president's words, captured and flown out of the country. The president saying the operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. He says there are more details to come, saying there will be a news conference that he will address the country at roughly 11 o'clock this morning, 5 hours from now, from his Mar-a-Lago estate. Clearly, the major headline here, the dramatic news, is that Nicolás Maduro, after a months-long pressure campaign by President Trump and his administration, has now been taken out of that country. It remains unclear if this was a negotiated exit. We are told by Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah, who says he has spoken with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, that the explosions, the kinetic action, as he describes it, the military strikes there were done to protect the efforts on the ground to execute what the Republican senator says was an arrest warrant to pick up Maduro and ultimately his wife when they were taken out of the country. We have asked the White House and the Pentagon and frankly, the Justice Department for any better details about where Maduro is right now. But that capture operation that we have now learned about better explains why there were low-flying helicopters hovering on the ground in and around Caracas in the early morning hours today. We have spoken to one of our colleagues, a journalist on the ground in Venezuela, who was effectively stunned into silence when she heard this news. You could almost see her shaking during a live conversation we had here earlier. Richard Engel, again, is our chief foreign correspondent. Richard, as you look at this new picture, a live picture at what is roughly 7 o'clock in the morning in Caracas, Venezuela, it is clear that the situation has now calmed down, at least as you can see from the sky here, though it's very unclear about the situation on the ground there right now, who in effect is filling that power vacuum. Marco Rubio, we are told, according to Mike Lee, again, the Republican senator from Utah, saying that there was no further action in Venezuela expected to take place today. So it appears that the strikes we saw overnight are, at least for now, the last ones. There are roughly 15,000 American troops, soldiers, and sailors who have been stationed in what the president has described as a massive armada off the coast there in the Caribbean, off the coast of Venezuela, as part of this pressure campaign. The president himself, only a matter of days ago, said that basically Maduro's days were numbered. We know that he and Maduro, the president and Maduro, had spoken about a month ago. No better indications whether he and Maduro had spoken more recently than that, or if there were some private negotiations taking place behind the scenes, as evidenced by this being a capture operation. It appears that that nothing would have been formalized if it still required his capture. Among the questions to be asked of the president a short time from now, we have heard on the ground from members of that narco-terrorist regime, as the White House describes it, what was formerly the Maduro regime, asking for proof of life of Maduro. Members of the military establishment there saying in effect that they were prepared to fight back with force if U.S. troops were on the ground in that country. No indication that the president has any plans to do such a thing. And then, of course, politically, there is a lot of the back and forth taking place, even if this early morning hour, about exactly what the president's mission was, the authority under which he was acting and doing this right now amid what has been a very broad criticism, frankly, some of it from Republicans as well, certainly from Democrats, about what have included a series of boat strikes in the Caribbean and in the Pacific, focused largely on what the U.S. alleges are drug boats bringing drugs to the United States. Our team is in the control room, keeping us honest on who we can speak to right now. Richard Engel has been joining us. Keir Simmons has been joining us as well. I want to get back to Courtney Kuby, who covers the Pentagon for us and is an expert in all of these matters. Courtney, if you hear me right now, I want to get a better sense of what you're learning, about what more we may know about what went into this capture operation this morning under the veil of darkness. It happened quickly, it appears, in only a matter of hours' time before the first reports of explosions, and then us learning that Maduro himself had been captured only a couple of hours later.
Yeah, I mean, Peter, there's a few things about this operation that, frankly, are just confounding to me so far. And I'm hoping that we get more details, especially if we have this event with down at Mar-a-Lago with President Trump and potentially other Trump administration officials. Hopefully they'll take some questions and give us some actual detail, the real facts of what went on here. Some of the things that are surprising to me is the U.S. military would rarely carry out an operation like this on a night with a full moon or with a large moon. They like to do things, again, going back to things like the bin Laden raid or some of these well-known military operations in recent, they like to do it under the cover of as much darkness as possible. There's a pretty full moon out there, so that's a little surprising. I know that this sounds strange, but things like weather really do factor into the planning of these sorts of operations. So not just that. The tweet from Senator Mike Lee that you read a little bit earlier, where he talked about how Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio called him and explained that the president carried this out under his Article 2 authorities under the Constitution. Well, that is his executive authorities as president of the United States. And Senator Lee specifically saying that it was because it was to protect the American people. So it appears, based off of that tweet from Senator Lee, that in fact this is similar to the legal justification that the military has been using for the strikes against the drug boats, and that is that the drugs on those boats present a direct threat to the American people. And so for that reason, there is a legal or a lawful reason to carry out a military attack on those boats. Now, of course, that has been up for dispute. There's been a lot of talk of that over recent weeks and months. The big difference here, though, is if they are using that same justification not only for carrying out these strikes inside of Caracas, inside of Venezuela, targeting what appear to be a lot of Venezuelan military locations, but also using that as the justification for potentially using the U.S. military to detain Nicolás Maduro and his wife. I mean, that is pretty astonishing. Those are the kinds of things that I'm really hoping to get more answers to. And then more than that, we are starting to see some detail about some of the locations that were struck by the U.S. military. Here again, they appear to be at least one port, some military installations. Why did they target those specific locations? Now, most likely, when we talked in the last hour about shaping, and that would be in advance of especially any kind of an operation where you may have U.S. military on the ground or any kind of U.S. officials, law enforcement, whatever it is, on the ground, you would want to sort of shape the battlefield. So that would include things like taking out any kind of potential air defenses, maybe jamming potential air defenses. Even we've seen some of the capabilities in the region recently that could that could actually carry that out. But they would want to do whatever they can to make the mission go smoothly. So take on any potential barriers or threats to the U.S. personnel who are on the ground there. Is that why they struck those locations? Or were there other strategic reasons for why they struck those locations? These are all the kinds of questions that we're hoping to get answers to. And then also, there's just the questions that we have been talking about, the legality of this. Nicolás Maduro, of course, was indicted 5+ years ago now in the United States for allegations of being involved in drug trafficking, narco trafficking. We have heard from President Trump, Secretary of State Rubio, from others saying that he is the illegitimate leader here. earlier. But what was the real legal justification for doing this, and under what authorities did they do so? One thing that I'm really going to be asking about in the coming days, we have not been getting a whole lot of fidelity on military operations in recent months, but one thing I will really be asking about is under what authorities were the U.S. military there? So in other words, were they there under a Title 50 authority, meaning were they under U.S. intelligence umbrella when they were involved in these operations? These are all the kinds of wonky, I'll admit it, questions that we have right now, but that I think that will ultimately paint a real picture of exactly how long the planning has gone into this, what the justification was here, and then what ultimately the longer term goal may be for removing Nicolás Maduro from power.
Yeah, not wonky, but significant questions we're going to be asking. The president likely to be the first to face those questions in a matter of hours from now as he addresses reporters and the country, frankly, the world, at roughly 11 o'clock today. Courtney, again, to the points you were making about the actions that we have seen early this morning, the military strikes from the Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah, who is our best source because he made it public, and he says he spoke to Marco Rubio. He said that the strikes we saw overnight were deployed to protect and defend those executing this arrest warrant. As he says, Maduro was arrested, according to Rubio, by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, presumably based on that indictment that dates back to March of 2020. I want to get to Colonel Steve Warren, our NBC News military analyst, who's been watching this with me as well. And Colonel, I'm struck by a couple of things. One, by what we have witnessed this morning, the dramatic and historic developments taking place, and two, by where this fits into history. It was on this day, January 3rd of 1990, that Panama's General Manuel Noriega, after holding up for 10 days in the Vatican embassy, I think it was in Panama City, surrendered to U.S. military troops to face charges of drug trafficking as well. 36 years to the day since that took place. And now in a lot of different ways, history repeats itself. The question is, what does history look like from here? What does the U.S. do about it in these days and weeks ahead? But specific to what has happened in these overnight hours, talk to us about those challenges that the American Special Forces would have faced in this capture operation. And of course, what all would agree is good news is that at least at this point, it appears that there were no casualties on the U.S. side, at least those that we have learned about in the carrying out of this action.
Well, it's really good news that up till now, we've received no reports of American casualties, and that's something we're grateful and thankful for. It's an extraordinary operation. Operations like this are much more complex, I think, than they look. And that's what great professionals do. They make it look easy. And these are really the world's most elite commandos, the Tier 1 Special Operations Forces out of the Joint Special Operations Command, often called JSOC. We don't know if this was Delta Force or SEAL Team 6, so we can refer to it simply as the Tier 1 Special Forces operations. Exceptional mission supported by air defense suppression, Special Forces operators, and then, of course, some level of law enforcement who also participated in this arrest. So it's an exceptional mission, so many complications. Courtney Kube, our Pentagon correspondent, touched on some of the requirements to shape the battlefield ahead of penetrating into the target area with the forces that would actually conduct the arrest. I think some of these explosions that we're seeing in various spots, I think we have to keep in mind that while we wanted to suppress the enemy's air defense capabilities, what we also want to do is prevent any quick reaction forces from moving in as the helicopters arrive. So my instinct is that many of these strikes would have been the ability for the Venezuelan forces to communicate with each other, so some sort of communication node, and then the ability for the Venezuelan forces to respond. So if there are Venezuelan quick reaction forces, they might well have been targeted. If there were Venezuelan police who could potentially respond, they might well have been targeted. So I think that's what we're looking at. Normally we suppress air defense. We isolate the target area, which is what I was just talking about, cut off any routes in that responders can use. Then we secure the area, so that's the most immediate area, the building or the car or wherever Maduro was at the time. That's that close-in security, just really a circle around that spot that we were trying to conduct the arrest, and then the exfiltration.
Colonel Warren, just for a better understanding of this, and obviously there's a lot to be determined, whether this was some form of a negotiated exit, how all of this played out. It appears by the president's language that this was, in effect, a capture operation, that this was not agreed to by Maduro, but we'll wait to see more details about that. Would there be, in a situation like this, any form of communication between the U.S. forces there and any of the regime, the leadership on the ground as this is taking place, or do they just, is it just a whirlwind, they whisk in and then depart?
Either one is possible. It would make sense to try to establish some sort of communications with the security forces there and tell them, hey, listen, don't make a mistake you'll regret, right? That would make sense. But I have to tell you, the way this operation was conducted and given our history with the Venezuelans, my instinct is this was probably, as you described, really sort of a surprise whirlwind assault. If it were negotiated, there seems to be a lot of fire and flame and explosions for a negotiation to me. So I feel like this one, my instinct tells me that this one is probably much more of a surprise attack, a very precise shock attack or raid. Really, it's more doctrinally we'd call this a raid because you're just in and out. But I think that's probably what we're looking at here.
And it does raise real questions about if this was not a negotiated exit, how the U.S. knew exactly where Nicolás Maduro and in this case his wife were at the time, specifically where they were collected from, where they were picked up from. Again, among the questions that we're going to be asking just 6:20 in the morning, and it feels like we are well into 2026. This is a storyline and an operation that is going to drive a lot of the conversation in Washington, around the country, and around not just the Western Hemisphere, but the world for the foreseeable future. Colonel Steve Warren, thank you so much to you. My colleague Julie Sirkin is on the ground for us in West Palm Beach this morning. She has been traveling with the president, has been there for much of this holiday break for him. But it's clear that in between some of the festivities are seeing him around Christmas and New Year's, that the president, who was took photographs yesterday with Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, among others, has been privately very focused on this right now. Julie, we know that news conference will take place at 11 o'clock this morning, a matter of hours from now. Pull back the curtain for us on what we have heard from the president and how we've sort of been building up to this moment.
Well, he's been building up to this moment, Peter, in the way that Richard and Keir and Courtney have laid out over the last 6 months, ramping up pressure, his cabinet ramping up military pressure in the seizure of those oil tankers. This week, a couple of days ago, we saw economic sanctions on that oil taking place by the administration, different boat seizures as well that we've been tracking closely, even during the holiday break. And just to peel back the curtain even further and put my Capitol Hill hat on, when I covered Marco Rubio as a senator, Venezuela was a top focus of his even then. He had often spoken out against Nicolás Maduro. He had been very present, tip of the spear on matters when he was a senator, when he was in Congress, trying to make sure that the U.S. had an aggressive policy and posture on rooting out the narco state, as he called it there in Venezuela, and then now transitioning to Secretary of State. When I talked to officials close to him and close to the administration, this has been a priority of his, not just the president's, but the Secretary of State's, since this administration, this second term, took shape earlier this year. And when you talk about Rubio, a couple of weeks ago, he was giving comments and remarks in his final press conference before the end of the year, and he was asked if there was a possibility of some kind of negotiation, a deal with Maduro to avoid this kind of action, perhaps on limiting the flow of drugs that we've seen the administration use as their excuse, as their cudgel to pursue this military action. And Rubio said even then that Maduro cannot be trusted, that he has fallen through and broken deals and promises in the past, and they cannot make that kind of agreement with him. And that brings us to, in many ways, this moment that we're seeing now. And when you heard from Courtney laying out what she called those wonky questions, what we have called the right questions, when you look at what Congress is going to be asking, the very basics of this is that Article 1 gives Congress the authority, the sole authority to conduct, to declare declare war, to have that power, the War Powers Act that you heard Mike Lee there, the Republican, who, by the way, is a constitutional lawyer himself. He's often been concerned about these matters. And then Article 2 gives the president the power to act if there is a direct or imminent threat, which is what we've heard apparently from Mike Lee as he laid out the justification after he heard from Marco Rubio. So where does this go from here? I was struck, Peter, as well a couple of weeks ago when Congress received their briefing from administration officials. Pete Hegseth was there, the Secretary of Defense, Marco Rubio was there, and the one question that lawmakers, even Republican allies of the president's, like Lindsey Graham, for example, had asked the officials in the room behind closed doors, what does this look like from Maduro? You are going after these oil tankers. You are intercepting these drug boats that you say are carrying drugs that could harm the American people. But what about Nicolás Maduro? And it is even in that room a couple of weeks ago, Peter, that lawmakers in a classified setting couldn't get answers. Lindsey Graham told me, for example, after that briefing, Peter, that he asked point blank, is it regime change that you are pursuing? Do you want to take Maduro down? To be clear, Graham and other Republicans thought that the administration should take this step, but it is not an answer, Peter, that they received in that room. And now, as Congress heads back to Washington after this holiday break, that is the question that Democrats, that Republicans are going to be asking. But so far, for most Republicans, praise of this administration. When it comes to the president, what's next? He will deliver that news conference in a couple of hours from now. He said, too, in an interview with the New York Times earlier this morning, that he plans to answer the question of what authority the administration had and what their plans are next for Maduro. Peter.
Julie Sirkin, thank you so much for your expert knowledge of the situation on the Hill as it relates to those lawmakers. I want to add one thing to this conversation right now, and you can see how the criticism of the president's actions is already developing even before dawn here, or I'm stuck in a building, so can't even tell. I guess it is now dawn in the United States. We've been covering this since the pre-dawn hours early this morning. The criticism focuses on a variety of things. The president has made clear that his concern, his focus on Venezuela, the illegitimate leader, as the president describes it, focuses on Maduro's drug trafficking, his role in that effort. But obviously, there has also been criticism that a matter of weeks ago, just over a month ago, the president pardoned the former Honduran president, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who had been convicted on drug trafficking charges. So you can see, even at this early morning hour, how some of the criticism is developing, questions about the authority under which the president was acting, questions about what the president's critics, many of them Democrats, view as sort of a disconnect in terms of the efforts taking place. But the president is touting the success of what has happened as we begin a new dawn and truly a new day in that country of Venezuela. The president speaking, as you noted, to the New York Times early this morning, saying, among other things, in a quick phone conversation that the Times reports that, quote, a lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people were involved in this. He says it was a brilliant operation. Actually, we will hear from him again shortly. It obviously comes with a ripple effect. The fallout not unique to Venezuela, but to the region around it as well. We are now hearing from the Colombian president in neighboring Colombia, President Petro, there saying that its forces will be deployed to the Venezuelan border and that they are preparing for refugees. This was in the form of a post. So, you know, as we have talked about, one of our experts overnight telling us that as many as 8 million Venezuelans have fled that country over the course of the last series of years amid their concerns about the authoritarian government, concerns about inflation, and broad human rights concerns that have existed there as well. We are, though, hearing from the Venezuelan regime, or members of what now appears to be the decapitated regime, the country's vice president this morning on state-run television saying after the President Trump's announcement that Nicolás Maduro's location remained unknown to her and asked that President Trump provide proof of life. It's a good question. We do not know where Maduro is at this time. We do know, according to lawmakers that have spoken to Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, that he is expected to face justice, as they describe it, for criminal charges against him.
This is an NBC News special report.
Good day to you. I'm Peter Alexander here in New York with a dramatic developing situation taking place on the ground in Caracas, Venezuela. We have been watching the situation develop over the course of the last several hours, bringing you live coverage after a large scale strike on the ground there with fiery explosions seen throughout the city. And then from the president, we heard only a short time ago, President Trump on Truth Social posting the following in a stunning and dramatic development, saying the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, who President Trump says has been, along with his wife, captured. He says he has been captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done, the president says, in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. He says details to follow, announcing a news conference to take place at 11 o'clock this morning, roughly 5.5 hours from now at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Right now, you are looking at a live picture. Well, there is the president's post on social media. But let's show you again that live picture on the ground of a more calm, at least from the sky, situation in Venezuela. Now dawn breaking above the capital city there, and it is a new dawn for that country without Maduro, who the U.S. had accused for months of being an illegitimate leader, saying that he was the head of a narco-terrorist regime. He is no longer in power. Real questions right now about who is governing that country. Will it take one of two different forks in the road? Will it be a country that is governed by a new Democratic-led government, or will it be one that continues to follow the path of Nicolás Maduro? We have a series of questions that have yet to be answered. We have reached out to those at the White House, the Pentagon, and State Department for some answers to those questions, including where is Nicolás Maduro right now? Where is he being taken? Will he face justice, as it were, in a U.S. court of law in the United States? Was this a negotiated exit? We do not know about that just yet as well. Maduro, only a matter of days ago, had told a Spanish journalist that he was open to conversations with the United States. The president himself has said publicly that the focus has been on ending the illegal flow of drugs from Venezuela into the U.S. The president says it's fentanyl. Experts in that region say most often Venezuela is responsible for the flow of cocaine, notably to Europe, but some of it gets to the United States, of course, as well. We are also trying to get new details about the operation that has taken place on the ground. But as we look at some of the video from earlier in the distance, you can see some of the glowing lights, the fiery explosions that had taken place. We know that there were low-flying helicopters reported by eyewitnesses on the ground as well that likely would have been needed to be a part of any operation of this kind. Not a kill operation like the one involving Osama bin Laden more than a decade ago. This a capture operation that ultimately picked up Nicolás Maduro. We are joined by some of our best in the business, our colleagues Richard Engel, Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon, our chief international correspondent Keir Simmons, and Gabe Gutierrez, who covers the White House with me as well. Let's begin with Richard Engel, if we can, for a moment. Richard, I just want to reset the situation, get your reaction to the headline this morning. As you and I were on the air, as I read that post out loud, both of us were stunned by the announcement that Maduro had been captured and taken out of the country.
So the first indication we got that something dramatic had happened was several hours ago. We've been on air for several hours now, Peter, when we heard these vague reports, still unconfirmed, of explosions in Caracas and in potential other areas. And then a key detail emerged: helicopters. Witnesses described helicopters on the ground, hovering, sounds of aircraft, explosions in multiple locations. As soon as you start hearing helicopters hovering, you get an indication that this is an extraction operation. You obviously can't land fixed-winged aircraft in the middle of a city. But who was the target? What happened? Who was carrying it out? And then a short while we were discussing all of these scenarios, President Trump himself, and by no accident, President Trump himself, the Pentagon has been silent. So up until now, this is something of a pattern where major announcements are made by President Trump personally on Truth Social. President Trump announced that it was Nicolás Maduro and his wife who had been captured, and that they will face justice. And thank you for your attention to this matter. Richard, the question that everyone is asking right now is, did the United States, did President Trump just carry out a successful regime change? because regime change has just happened, and will this open the door to a democratic opposition, better economic relations, a weakening of an alliance backed by Cuban intelligence all across the region, a new Latin America where the U.S. has a much stronger hand? Or did tonight President Trump just send Venezuela into uncertain territory for sure, but civil war and a power struggle that the United States will have to either watch from afar or be drawn in to try and contain?
Richard, I apologize for my interruption. I only want to share some new information that I received while you were speaking there. This is coming from the Republican Senator of Utah, Mike Lee, who had spoken only a matter of hours ago, as we shared during our live coverage, criticizing this asking how and what constitutional act was taking place where the Congress had not been notified of this. Mike Lee has now posted a new statement where he says he just spoke to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He says that Rubio informed him that Nicolás Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action, the strikes that we saw tonight in effect, was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. So that this was the primary mission, the strikes, in the words of Mike Lee, detailing what he was told by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that those strikes were basically to help protect those who were executing this arrest warrant. This action, Lee adds, likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Now, the lawmakers will, of course, fight over the circumstances behind this, how this is being conducted, but let's focus again on what we know is happening right now with our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby, who is up early as we begin this new year together. Courtney, again, the major headline there, the capture of Nicolás Maduro and the successful carrying out of this large-scale strike against Venezuela. What are your sources telling you? Do we have any better understanding of who would have been behind this effort? Obviously, it requires some of the special forces type units to be able to accomplish a mission of this kind.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we need to keep in mind here, Peter, is the U.S. military, when it's come to some of these recent actions in the region, so specifically the interdictions of these oil tankers, the military has been in support of law enforcement here. Based off of the way the president posted this on Truth Social, his own social media platform, of course, that he started, based on the way that he wrote about this, it does appear that this was law enforcement that was in the lead here. We're still trying to get more information about that. The U.S. military, though, it appears was involved in sort of shaping the locations so that the law enforcement and potentially other U.S. agencies would be able to go in.
Sorry, Courtney, please continue.
Would be able to go in and sort of clear the space so that they could go in and then arrest Nicolás Maduro and his wife or take them into custody. So the kinds of things that we are seeing from social media video, as we know, we've seen the statement from the president, but that's really all the detail that we're getting. The video does appear to show transport helicopters, Chinooks, but there also appear to be some smaller helicopters there. Now, we don't know what those are. But we do know what is in the region right now. There is a very elite Air Force unit known as the 160th Special Operations. You may have heard of them because they were involved in taking the Navy SEALs into bin Laden's compound in May of 2011. They have assets there, including Little Birds, so these tiny little helicopters that move very fast, fly low to the ground. So we know that those sorts of assets are in the area that could have been used here. But I also found it very interesting that President Trump didn't specifically refer to the strikes that occurred as sort of the shaping operations in advance of the U.S. personnel going in on the ground there. He didn't necessarily refer to those as airstrikes. And remember some other assets the U.S. has built up. Remember, over the last couple of months, the military has flooded that region with a ton of air power and power at sea. Power at sea is the key here. They have a number of different ships who have the ability to launch Tomahawks, TLAMs. Those are very precise missiles. We have seen the U.S. military launch them in recent years in many different cases, so many cases, Libya, Syria, other times, where they need to hit a specific target and they need what's known as standoff capability. So essentially, they want to be free or safe from any kind of air defenses or other systems in the area that they are trying to target. So at this point, it's not clear exactly what the Venezuelan military may have done in response to any of this. We have not seen any indication that there was any kind of immediate response when the aircraft were going or when these strikes were occurring. But remember another thing that the military has been doing in recent weeks and months now, and that is flying missions close to the airspace that would become Venezuelan airspace. So right up to the border of international airspace, international waters, right up to the border of Venezuela. A lot of times the military will do that for a reason. It's not just testing routes. It's not just seeing what they can see. It's trying to figure out exactly what the air defense is in a place, how they respond to an aircraft. So it's known as painting an aircraft. Does the air defenses that are potentially lined up along the border there of Venezuela, are they latching onto U.S. military aircraft when they fly up close to Venezuelan airspace? This would give the military, over the course of the last several weeks, when we have seen them do this time and time again, even with things like long-range bombers, are the Venezuelan air defenses painting those aircraft? How quickly do they respond? This gives the military, the U.S. military, essentially a pattern of life of how the Venezuelan military would respond to aircraft flying in. So all of these things that we have seen occur over the last several weeks and months with the military, the buildup, the exercises, the routines that they have been flying, what they have been doing, it appears that it's all been building up to this, Peter. But the big question that we still don't have a good answer to is, beyond the strikes and beyond what appears to be providing a lift to law enforcement and other U.S. officials as part of this picking up Maduro and his wife, what other component, what other part did the U.S. military play in this? We just don't have an answer to that at this point, Peter.
Courtney Kuby covers the Pentagon for us right now. I want to share some other information while you, Courtney, have been speaking. Again, as we're monitoring the situation there, as we try to get a better understanding of Nicolás Maduro's whereabouts and the evolving situation there. The New York Times posting a short time ago that it has spoken to President Trump early this morning, where in its words, it celebrated the success of the mission to capture the Venezuelan president. They quote President Trump saying, "A lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people," he said. He said it was a brilliant operation, actually. The Times asked him if he had sought congressional authority for the operation or what is next for Venezuela. And when asked that question, the president said he would address those matters during a news conference to take place at Mar-a-Lago this morning, his private club there in Florida. The president announcing earlier that would take place at roughly 11 a.m. Eastern time. We should also tell you that Venezuela's vice president there has spoken on state-run television after the president's post this morning saying that Nicolás Maduro's location was unknown and that she was asking President Trump for proof of life. Again, it raises real questions about the governance of that country in this time with what the president describes as a massive armada of 15,000 American troops, forces off the coast of that country. I want to bring in now the NBC News military analyst, the Colonel Steve Warren, who is joining us this morning. Colonel Warren, Happy New Year. We are off to the races as we begin this new year again. The president wasting no time at the start of the year in his pressure campaign against Nicolás Maduro, ultimately, as he said this morning, capturing him and his wife, taking them out of the country. Unclear if this was a negotiated exit, but as the Republican Senator Mike Lee said, the strikes that we saw early this morning were done in effect to protect the executing of that arrest warrant, the effort by those forces to pick him up. I know you haven't been involved, obviously, in what's taking place there, but give us a sense about how something like this would be conducted, how challenging it is, and what considerations would have gone into place in advance of a dramatic capture operation like this.
Peter, often our more elite, what we call the Tier 1, so this is our most elite special forces, often our Tier 1 special forces will operate in conjunction with many other agencies throughout the government, whether it's the CIA, as we may likely have seen in that initial potential ground strike, that first ground strike we saw several days ago, or often law enforcement agencies. It is not uncommon for the Tier 1 special operators to work with law enforcement agencies, particularly, we did this, I think, fairly regularly during the Iraq, Afghanistan conflict. So our special forces operations and our more elite law enforcement operators are familiar with working with each other. Now, as far as how an operation like this comes together, it's an extraordinary and complicated thing to do, and real praise to our soldiers and sailors and law enforcement officials who were able to pull this off. So far, we haven't received any reports of U.S. casualties, which is an extraordinary thing, and we're really proud of our men and women who executed it. But it takes there's sort of several layers, and Courtney Kube referenced it a little bit just moments ago. Initially, you have to ensure that you have the ability to get our aircraft into the target area without being shot down. So we have to execute what we call the suppression of enemy air defenses. So that could be some of the early explosions that we saw, as Courtney mentioned. As our correspondent Courtney Kube mentioned, possibly the use of Tomahawks or other remote capabilities to damage or destroy air defense radars and air defense launchers, right? So that's the initial execution. The next thing we like to try and do is isolate. So once we've suppressed air defense, we then try to isolate the target area. In this case, apparently we somehow knew where Nicolás Maduro and his wife were. It's unclear whether that was because we had spoken with them. We don't know how we knew this, but somehow we knew where Maduro may well have been, and we isolated that area. That can be done, again, through remote capabilities, or it could be done with actual troops on the ground to provide what we call security.
To Venezuela, but we need more. We need more security. The people is not going to be safe until the people that has the power, the narco-terrorism in Venezuela, have the power. So Maduro is not the only one. They need to take more of them. We need people inside Venezuela to take charge of it, like good people that could, bring the freedom that we need in order for the Venezuelans to go back. So don't worry, Venezuelans. You don't have to walk back tomorrow, but we are going to go back to Venezuela soon.
I mean, we're hearing that U.S. officials confirmed that Maduro has been captured and he's on his way to the U.S. Just hearing that, how does that feel?
Oh my God, it's like a miracle. We were waiting for the real news, and when we saw the TikTok from the President Trump, we said that's right. That it is right. It's the freedom. This is the beginning of the end. So we were waiting for tonight. I mean, this morning at 11, he's gonna talk from Mar-a-Lago, so we are waiting for that moment to know what's going to happen again. So the next steps that's going to take.
And you were telling me how you're in touch with your family and friends in Venezuela. What are those conversations like? How are they feeling? What's the mood there?
They are with the expectation that's going to happen. Everything is inside home, taking care, praying, taking everything so slow because they are, captured. So until we know what's going to happen.
Venezuelans right now live in a big fear. So they are happy, but they are with fear. They cannot express themselves, go out to the streets and celebrate because they can be killed.
What's an ideal situation? What do you hope happens in the next day, hour, few days?
We need more intervention of the United States, for sure. We need people from outside to help people inside, good people inside that can do what is needed to do, and also bring the real president of Venezuela, Edmundo, to the country.
Did you ever doubt that this was going to happen, or were you always kind of confident and hopeful?
I trust in President Trump. I knew that all that movement in the Caribbean was not for free.
I mean, you brought up President Trump. Just politics-wise, it's been a whirlwind of craziness going on in the past year, especially we saw the elections here in Miami. What does this mean, just politics-wise, for Doral, for Miami?
I think it's a strategy. It's just a strategy. That's all the politics are involved. It's a strategy to do the real job that is needed to do.
Just what are your next few hours look like? Are you guys going to stay here, celebrate?
Of course. We want to stay here. We want to live this moment. I think it's going to be history for every Venezuelan and for every American also, to be here and to know that, you know, the feeling, unless you are here, you cannot feel what it's going, you know, to the feeling of the freedom. That's the main, you know, the most wonderful and the best of all.
And just looking around, people from all ages, from every country here, how does that feel for you guys?
I think that they have to have hope. You know, Nicaragua, Cuba, they have to trust that we are in the best moment of the history with this president, and it's going to be also freedom for all those countries around us. So you have to keep praying and trusting in President Trump.
Thank you guys so much for speaking to us this morning. Well, you heard it there. A lot of excitement coming in from Doral. Just take a look behind me. People are celebrating, singing along, playing music, primarily from Venezuelan singers, from what I noticed. They also were singing a YMCA, a very popular song, of course, here in America. But of course, a lot of excitement here in Doral. We'll, of course, keep you updated as we continue to learn new details coming in from Maduro's capture. And of course, you can stay with us here on NBC 6 to keep you updated with the latest. But for now, we're live in Doral. Christian Colon, NBC 6 News. Thank you.
Supported by a military operation, whether it was tomahawks or airstrikes or a combination of both. There was suppressive fire used to protect U.S. personnel during this extraction operation. Now, as you talked earlier about, this may be the easy part. Of course, it's not easy. Only a few countries in the world, perhaps only the United States, has this kind of capability. But now, who is going to run the country? Was this President Trump's perhaps greatest military accomplishment in a bloodless regime change operation against an illegitimate dictator who ran a mafia state? If there is a successful, quick democratic transition and the legitimate opposition, which won the last elections, which were then stolen from them, if they are able to come into power, work out a working relationship with the existing Venezuelan military, then this will be a great success. If, however, the military divides, a new strong man who is potentially anti-United States emerges in power, the country descends into civil war, then this will be perhaps President Trump's greatest failure. He clearly is hoping for the latter, and I know a lot of back-channel negotiations have been involved in this. I've been talking to some of the negotiators who were working with Trump administration officials. And there are many Trump administration officials who have interests here. President Trump's interest, as he's made clear, was always the drugs, to stop the drug trade, and he's interested in Venezuela's oil. He's made that clear. Venezuela has enormous oil reserves. And he was critical when the United States went into Iraq that the United States didn't take the oil. Marco Rubio himself, coming up in Latin American politics, anti-Cuban platform, has an interest in regime change in Venezuela, which he hopes will then weaken an alliance of states that are anti-American in Latin America, including Cuba and Venezuela being the largest. You mentioned Miller, who has an immigration agenda, would want fewer migrants coming out of Venezuela, potentially Venezuela becoming a place where migrants can go. So this is a new day for Latin America. Right. The U.S. military carried an operation. We're going to hear a lot about it, how successful it was, but This is a new day for the U.S. relations in Latin America, with President Trump asserting dominance and doing a snatch and grab operation. Will this encourage other leaders around the world to do the same with their enemies? And will it make the United States, which in theory defends democracy and human rights, seem hypocritical?
You've been listening to Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent. Richard, you were talking with me about the oil reserves in Venezuela. Their reserves, #1, the largest in the world, believed to be roughly 300 billion barrels by some assessments, accounting for approaching 20% of the global supply there in Venezuela. You'll remember after the U.S. recently seized one of the sanctioned oil tankers, as the White House described it, the president said that it was his belief that the U.S. would then seize that oil, would keep that oil. That tanker was then routed to the United States, specifically to Texas. Keir Simmons is our chief international correspondent. He's been watching this developing news with us as well. And Keir, quickly to you, I want to share a statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry. Vladimir Putin's the Kremlin now reacting to this, saying that the United States committed, in its words, an act of armed aggression against Venezuela that it said was both deeply concerning and condemnable. That is notable because while on the one hand, the U.S. has been focused heavily in this region on Venezuela, the president and his team simultaneously have been focused on trying to bring about an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Vladimir Putin, for a variety of reasons over the course of many months, has been disinclined, it appears, to resolve the situation there. We have heard from Volodymyr Zelensky, who has also been very reluctant to give up land in that country. But this does infuse a new wrinkle into another global hotspot, which is Russia as well.
Yeah, I've been reading that statement too, Peter, and I've been reflecting that this is why Richard Engel describes this as such a significant moment, is that what you have overnight is the U.S. striking a Russian partner. Maduro was, a de facto ally of President Putin, and President Trump has just taken him out. So you have that aspect. And on the other hand, you have President Putin now offering his diplomacy, if you like, to try to stabilize the situation. Effectively, you have President Putin saying, okay, we have a problem in your region, Mr. Trump. Let me help you to solve that. Sounds familiar. And it is, therefore, significant because it gives the Russians the ability to kind of say, well, look, you see, this happens everywhere, and we help each other to solve it. So you can see how there are multiple dimensions to this, and the implications and the impact of it we will only know in the months ahead. But there's another aspect to this too, Peter, and I think it's really fascinating, and people will be talking about this again as we look ahead, is that what you have here is very familiar, which is the U.S. intervening in another country to potentially bring about, you might even say, and the Trump administration isn't saying this clearly, and there's a reason why perhaps they're not quite saying it this way, but maybe even to try and bring about democracy, but certainly intervening. And that is something that we have seen before from the U.S., and Richard has been very carefully navigating those questions over whether it really works. And there is plenty of history to suggest that it does not. And then there are some examples of moments when it has made a difference. And all of this is happening while there are protests in Iran, effectively looking to overthrow the regime there. And those protests are the most significant since some years ago, the uprising over the killing of a young woman in Iran. So there, too, there is a threat to that regime. And, of course, Iran is a close partner to Venezuela. So this is, there are moving parts here, and there is no doubt of the significance.
You're right, Keir. In the president's victory speech upon winning the last election, he said, "I'm not going to start wars. I'm going to stop wars." We're now hearing some of the criticism coming in from some of the president's political opponents. Among them, we're hearing from one of the top national security officials who served beneath President Obama during his time in office. That's Ben Rhodes, who says, in simple terms, he says, a regime change war in Latin America based on absurd rationales about drug trafficking, no explanation of goals, and counter to everything Trump promised, campaigning, and we're not even a full year into Trump's term. And see what the domestic criticism will be of the actions taking place. Richard Engel, quickly to you. There are still, even as we watch what appears to be a successful capture operation, there is still a lot of potential complications in the days, and weeks ahead.
Huge complications. Doing it a successful military extraction, like a successful counterterrorism strike, is something that President Trump will talk about. He will praise the bravery of the soldiers. He will talk about how it was carried out with great expertise and precision and coordination, and it seems that it was. But who will govern the country? How will it run? Will the people accept it? All very open questions. And I wanted to go back for a second to ask.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Peter Alexander.
Good morning to you. I'm Peter Alexander here in New York. Again, we are covering these new developments from early this morning. Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro in U.S. custody after what was a dramatic and daring early morning attack by U.S. forces, the U.S. military there. The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, saying that Maduro and his wife will, quote, soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. Maduro and other Venezuelan officials were indicted in 2020 on narco-terrorism charges. We have spoken to a federal law enforcement official who confirms that Bondi referred to a new indictment today specific to the new charges that both Maduro and his wife are facing. Again, as if you are just joining us now, getting new information as we speak, we are looking at the early morning military strikes, what was described as acts of aggression by the remaining portions of the now decapitated Venezuelan Maduro regime. Those strikes beginning roughly between 1 and 2 o'clock Eastern time. They are an hour ahead of the East Coast in Venezuela. The president formally making the announcement at roughly 4:21 this morning, and he has spoken out since. We expect to hear from the president again at about 11 o'clock Eastern time, roughly a half an hour from now, where he is scheduled, according to his own post on Truth Social, to address the country, to speak to reporters in the room, as well with an update on the entire situation. The president, a short time ago, speaking to Fox News, said that he watched every aspect of this operation from Mar-a-Lago. He said that the U.S. has been planning carrying this out for a matter of days. Multiple officials tell NBC News sources familiar with the planning of this operation say the president had given his approval for it before Christmas. Ultimately, it was now that it took place because, in the words of the president, there had been bad weather that had delayed previous discussions or efforts to pursue it before this day. Notably, no American forces on the ground, to the best of our knowledge at this point, according to the administration, according to the president himself, have been harmed. He did say, in his words, a couple of guys in a helicopter were hit, but they came back, in the president's words, in pretty good shape. There had been questions about whether this was a negotiated exit that took place, but the president says, while he did speak to Maduro about a week ago, that was information publicly we had not known previous to his acknowledging it. He says when the forces arrived there and captured Maduro, that he was in a house that the president said was more like a fortress, and that when he was captured, he was trying to get to a fortified location, in the president's words, before American forces, quote, bum rushed him. That's the latest on the information we're hearing from the president. My colleague, our chief international correspondent, is Keir Simmons. He is in Washington, D.C. with the very latest. He's been monitoring the situation with us over the course of several hours. Keir, there are a lot of questions right now. Among them, Nicolás Maduro's whereabouts. The president saying that he is on a ship off the coast of Venezuela, the Iwo Jima, expected to come to the United States soon, where he would face those criminal charges. Among the other questions, frankly, are what happens next in Venezuela, where Venezuelans really really over the course of the last several hours have now been waking up to this new dawn, a new day there. Will this be the continuation, though under the leadership of somebody else, of a sort of Maduro-type authoritarian regime, or will some of the more democratic aligned forces be able to take control of that country? Keir?
Yeah, Peter, let's just say this may turn out to be the most significant U.S. intervention in the Western Hemisphere among its neighbours since the 1980s. As you describe it, President Trump talking about really a dramatic operation, talking about bursting through steel doors in order to get to Maduro and his wife and take him out of Venezuela. It is stunning. It is also in many ways not surprising, given the build-up of U.S. forces around Venezuela that we have seen and the threats, frankly, that have been made by President Trump himself and the Trump administration to President Maduro if he did not leave office, if he did not relinquish power. Now, President Trump answering that question in an interview on Fox News earlier today about what happens next, saying he expects the US to get very strongly involved in the future of Venezuela's oil industry, and asked who will lead Venezuela, saying we're going to have a look at that right now. I mean, Peter, that will prompt criticism because many of the questions this morning will be about what is the strategy here, what is the plan beyond removing President Maduro from power, effectively regime change. The Maduro regime, other members of the regime, Vice President, for example, are saying that the Trump administration has only partially achieved its goals, that Venezuela is stable. We haven't heard from the Venezuelan opposition at this stage, the legitimate government, frankly, who won an election but were not able to take power. What has happened with the opposition? Will the opposition at some stage be moved into power? All of these things are questions just hours since this strike and this operation, and questions that governments around the world will be asking. US allies and partners around the world releasing cautious messages. Just one example, the European Union saying, Kaja Kallas, one of the leaders of the European Union, saying they have repeatedly said Maduro lacks legitimacy, but at the same time calling for restraint. And Peter, I'm sure we'll get into this, but denunciation and condemnation from US adversaries around the world, countries that are allied with, partnered with Venezuela and with the Maduro regime, Cuba denouncing it, Colombia expressing deep concern, condemnation from Iran, Russia calling it armed aggression against Venezuela, and saying that it is concerning and condemnable. No news yet from China, a crucial player in all of this. A Chinese delegation met with Maduro just days ago, and now this.
Keir, as we again update those waking up with us right now or monitoring the situation taking place overseas, it's notable that just shy of a year in office in his second term, this now marks just the latest in what has become a long string of foreign strikes or foreign engagements by the President of the United States. He targeted with massive strikes Iran's nuclear sites. We have been covering over the course of this holiday period strikes taking place in Nigeria, other strikes having taken place in Yemen, in Syria, in Iraq on those alleged drug boats in the Pacific and the Caribbean as well. This does raise a lot of questions right now from some of the President's critics about under what authorities he's acting right now, having not sought the authority of Congress. And just to sort of detail some of the contours of the criticism, we're now hearing right now, and I think this is where a lot of the conversation, at least domestically, is going to turn, even as there are a lot of things to learn internationally about the situation, comes from one of the Democratic critics of this. It's the Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia, who says that the military operation that led to the capture of Maduro today is, in his words, a sickening return to a day when the U.S. asserted the right to dominate the internal political affairs of all nations in the Western Hemisphere. So you're getting a better understanding of what the criticism may look like. We did, however, hear also from the President of the United States that he is pursuing this through legal channels as well. The Attorney General Pam Bondi speaking out. First, the President revealing that it was the Iwo Jima ship in the Caribbean where Nicolás Maduro and his wife had initially been taken. Our expectation, according to the president, is that they will then be taken to the United States, expected to arrive in New York for whatever the proceedings will look like in terms of the criminal justice process taking place here. The president also said that there was a lot of good planning, a lot of great troops, he said, great people. It was a brilliant operation. Actually, among the questions that are outstanding right now, one about the fork in the road, what happens next in Venezuela. I think that one, of course, is crucial. And separately, as it relates to oil, which is in many ways at the heart of the economy of Venezuela, for all the focus on drug trafficking with 300 billion barrels. Venezuela is #1 in the world in terms of the oil reserves it's had. And Keir, as you and I both have been reporting out, the president, after U.S. forces, Coast Guard forces, first seized that sanctioned oil tanker. They brought it back to the U.S., where the president himself said the U.S. would, in effect, be taking the oil as well. So I think a lot of attention, obviously, I think you would agree, is on what happens next in terms of the oil in that country. No?
Oh, no question. We should say that the Venezuelan oil industry has so lacked investment over years that, frankly, it is a long way from being able to just ramp up, if you like, and send that kind of oil into the international markets. I think another question to add to yours, your very good and insightful questions there, Peter, is about how does President Trump's base react to this? A president who was elected saying he would start no new wars and who has managed to agree peace deals around the world, as you mentioned, at the same time, striking countries around the world. There is an interesting aspect to this, and I think it underscores how complex these things can be. As I've mentioned, Venezuela is a close partner to Russia. Maduro and Putin have been close. What does this mean for Russia? Does this put pressure on President Putin that might actually potentially somewhere down the line make it more likely that he does a deal over Ukraine? I mean, these are complex matters, and I think it really just points to the fact that we really are in uncharted territory. We just don't know at this stage what happens in the coming days in Venezuela, in the coming weeks, or even in the coming months, and the reaction of governments around the world, and the reaction domestically, politically, and from President Trump's base will depend on the events that we see play out in the coming period.
Keir Simmons, all good points. Stay with us for a second. I want to bring into this conversation our NBC News military analyst. That's Colonel Steve Warren. And Colonel Warren, I appreciate your having woken up early with us as we've been covering this developing story now over the course of approaching 7 hours. Want to get some details from you, if you can, about the dangers, the risks associated with that, what was in effect a raid that took place today. Not so much a kill operation, clearly, like one where they pursued Osama bin Laden in 2011. American forces did. This one, a capture operation that comes with its own challenges. Talk to us about the risks, the challenges, and what complications you say that you see that may still lie ahead.
Yeah, right. So U.S. forces appear at this point to have conducted really very much of a textbook raid. The president told us, or the president has said, that no Americans were killed. Some may have been injured or wounded, and apparently some damage to one of the helicopters that was involved. What we don't know yet is if any Venezuelan civilians were harmed or killed, or any Venezuelan forces were harmed or killed. So there's still some questions out there. An operation like this involves several phases. First, there is the suppression of the Venezuelan air defense capability, and I think that is probably what some of the explosions that we're seeing may well have been. The next phase is to, and this is where it becomes much more dangerous, is to isolate the objective. And President Trump has now said that it was a house, some sort of bunker-style house. So to isolate that objective, that means to cut off all of the roads that responding forces could use to come in and interfere with our operation. The last phase, of course, is what we would call actions on the objective. That's the actual U.S. forces on the ground, physically taking control of, in this case, Maduro and his wife, and moving them out to the helicopters. Also very dangerous. This is when close-in bodyguards have the opportunity to fight. This may be when other forces that are in the very local area have the opportunity to respond, maybe that weren't cut off from the roads or weren't suppressed from the explosions. So there are a lot of risks here. And then once everyone is back on the helicopters, of course, we have to exfiltrate all of these forces, all of these helicopters, and there remains the opportunity for anyone with so much as a machine gun to fire at these helicopters, to potentially shoulder-fired air defense capabilities like a Stinger, or even more advanced air defense capabilities. So a tremendously complicated operation, appears to be almost perfectly executed. So congratulations to U.S. forces for a job well done.
Colonel Steve Warren is an NBC News military analyst. Colonel, we appreciate your expertise, and you're joining us again right now. We should note the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, according to Republican Senator of Utah, Mike Lee, said that the U.S. strikes that took place on the ground in Venezuela in the early morning hours today were done to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant for Nicolás Maduro and his wife there. So any expectation that we might learn this was a negotiated exit in some form after the president said he and Maduro had spoken about a week ago. It appears clear that that was not the case at this time. There's also a variety of reports that we're seeing from on the ground in that region of fires taking place at Venezuela's largest military complex, some of the explosions taking place there. Perhaps those were done to sort of protect those forces going in, to target some of the potential defenses that exist in Venezuela as well. Obviously, this has ripple effects, not just there, but around the region and, frankly, here in the United States for a variety of Venezuelan communities and other Americans. I want to get right to Jesse Kirsch. He is in Doral, Florida. There is a large Venezuelan expat population there. Jesse, we checked in with you earlier. It's getting louder there. You can hear the celebrations growing. The Venezuelan community that has been calling for the departure of Nicolás Maduro for more than 13 years now celebrating his exit.
And just moments ago, Peter, this crowd behind me chanting in Spanish, he has fallen down just hours after President Trump said that Nicolás Maduro had been captured by the U.S. And now the president says that Maduro will be heading to U.S. soil, where the Attorney General says he will face American justice. Really just a remarkable turn of events being celebrated here with smiles, with cheers, with tears in some people's eyes. Apparently earlier, well before 9 in the morning, we had at least one person popping a bottle of champagne. The music has been blasting. There have been engines revving. And just to give you an idea, we're gathered at a gas station in Doral, Florida, just outside of Miami. This is affectionately known as Doralzuela, known for its Venezuelan American community, its Venezuelan national expat community. And speaking with people here who have been separated largely from family for years because of the diplomatic situation and the travel challenges that come with that. One man telling me he's had to go to Europe to meet up with his grandmother, who is still in Venezuela, a young woman, a Venezuelan woman whose mother, she says, is a U.S. green card holder here. She says she lives here, but her father, for the last 3 years almost, has been in Venezuela, so she hasn't seen him. So those kinds of divides between loved ones potentially are going to come to an end in the weeks and months ahead. I think that would be the hope for many of the people here. Just speaking to the pride that we're seeing from people, they've been singing the Venezuelan national anthem. They've also been singing the American national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner. There are both Venezuelan flags and American flags here, you can see. And also, very visibly, very clearly, a crowd, at least elements of it, visibly, vocally supporting President Trump. And you think about what has unfolded in this administration. There are as many as 600,000 Venezuelan nationals who the administration has worked to take temporary protected status away from. But yet you can see a very supportive and celebratory crowd here, including people with hats supportive of President Trump, just speaking to what this moment means and what his administration has done for these people. And just another sign speaking to visible support for the president himself. We've heard the crowd also dancing and singing along to the YMCA. Of course, we know that to be a song the president often has featured at his rallies. But again, this is the scene here. It has pretty much been like this for hours, Peter. Some people told us they were here as early as 2 in the morning. The crowd has swelled, gotten smaller. It is definitely growing once again. A party atmosphere here just outside of Miami. And one other point to note, Peter, we just spoke a moment ago where the couple say they are Cubans, not Venezuelans, Cubans here in solidarity with the Venezuelan people, also speaking to the fact that they hope that Cuba could be next. So that just speaks to broader implications in the region, of course, and also right here in the Miami area, where there is, of course, a very massive, decades-old Cuban community as well, Peter.
Jesse Kirsch with those dramatic and colorful pictures there from Doral, Florida. Frankly, not too far away from Mar-a-Lago, where the president's expected to speak within the next 15 minutes or so. Of course, we will keep you posted. We will bring that to you live as soon as it begins. We're anticipating the president's remarks again, as he has announced at the top of this hour. I want to bring to this conversation our our former chief White House colleague and friend of mine, now moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, who is joining us in Washington as well. Kristen, there is a lot to make sense of at this time, and I think we're going to have a lot of time to do it, but we're still in an evolving and developing situation right now. A lot of what we're seeing on the ground has echoes of what's happened in 1990. Frankly, it was this day, January 3rd of 1990, 36 years ago, where the U.S. then captured, effectively, Manuel Noriega, the Panamanian president there. He surrendered at that time before he was prosecuted on U.S. soil and convicted here. Now, the president who came to power, you'll remember saying, among other things, that his focus would be on immigration and the economy, saying, I am not going to start wars, I'm going to stop wars, engaged again with another escalation, now punctuated by the seizing, the capture of Nicolás Maduro and his wife. It really does set the table for what is a dramatic year ahead for this president, leading up to the midterms, where Americans will again have their chance to express their views.
Peter, I think that context is so important. Let's just remember exactly what President Trump said on the day of his inauguration. He said, we will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. This was so fundamental to his campaign promise that he was going to extract America from foreign wars, that he wanted an America first foreign policy. And so his base, and we're still waiting for reaction from a lot of folks within his base, will undoubtedly look at this with some skepticism. Ro Khanna, who's a Democrat, of course, a Democratic congressman, saying Donald Trump betrayed his MAGA base today. Right now, Peter, we are seeing the reaction pour in largely along party lines. Democrats accusing the president of waging an illegal war. Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona calling this the second unjustified war in my lifetime. This war is illegal. He says it's embarrassing that we went from the world cop to the world bully in less than a year. Senator Andy Kim also very critical. Republican Congressman Thomas Massey also critical. He says if this action were constitutionally sound, the attorney general wouldn't be tweeting that they've arrested the president of a sovereign country and his wife for possessing guns in violation of a 1934 U.S. firearm law. Having said that, Peter, Republican leadership, the president's Republican allies standing firmly beside him. Senate Majority Leader John Thune posting that he believes this was the right move, as well as House Speaker Mike Johnson. Senator Tom Cotton defending what he believes is the legality of this move as well. So again, I think one of the big questions will be, what does the MAGA base have to say about all of this? We're trying to track what's being said on Steve Bannon's podcast, of course, a former official under the first Trump administration. They had a break, but have repaired that. So far, Peter, the conversation there has been largely supportive. But again, as you note, Peter, everyone is just beginning to process these extraordinary sets of events out of Venezuela.
We're going to be watching these extraordinary sets of events as you describe them, the dramatic developments that continue to develop here, frankly, because in that country right now, they're only a matter of hours after the capture of Nicolás Maduro, the president of that country for 13 years. He succeeded Hugo Chavez, another authoritarian leader there. And frankly, there are a lot of real questions about how the Venezuelan people will react, how the remaining members of the now decapitated regime will react, and what fork in the road Venezuela chooses, whether it pursues a path not too dissimilar from that was governed by Nicolás Maduro Maduro or something a bit more democratic oriented, what that opposition would look like going forward here. Kristen, I do want to stick with you on a point that you made that I think is interesting, and it relates to the conversations that are being had domestically already. And it's the view of the president within the MAGA universe right now. While widely he is being praised by Republican lawmakers in reaction to the early details we're learning about the strikes that took place and the seizure, the capture of Nicolás Maduro overnight, there is certainly within the Republican Party a lot of concern about these foreign entanglements, as some describe them, why the president has focused so much attention on some of these efforts, what the authorities are under which he is doing this. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is soon departing her seat as a House member, who was so close to the president for so long, had made very clear that she did not support efforts like what was taking place in Venezuela, and that was long before what we witnessed happening overnight.
Well, absolutely, Peter. And we're starting to see these fractures take place within the MAGA base. You mentioned Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's been at the forefront of that fracture, criticizing the president for being so focused on these foreign entanglements, saying that this is not what her constituents voted for. That, as you said earlier, Peter, their top issue is the economy, issues like health care. She wants her party to have a health care plan and to be focused on those types of pocketbook issues. But you have other Republicans, Peter, who have questioned the legality of these actions that we're seeing unfold in Venezuela. Senator Rand Paul, for example, has been at the forefront of saying that President Trump needs to come to Congress before he takes any more actions. Of course, we've seen over the past several months these strikes against suspected drug boats, seizing oil tankers. You do have Democrats, but again, some Republicans questioning the legality of those actions. It's also worth noting Chief of Staff Susie Wiles told Vanity Fair she believed President Trump would need congressional approval before he took any broad action within Venezuela. Does this fall within that category? Those are the sorts of debates that will unfold, Peter.
Kristen Welker is moderator of Meet the Press. You have a full plate as you get started in this new year. We'll look forward to seeing more of your coverage throughout this day and obviously tomorrow on Meet the Press. Kristen, thank you. I'll ask you to stay with us as well. I want to bring in now our senior legal correspondent, my colleague on Saturday Today, Laura Jarrett, who's been speaking to sources over the course of this morning. And again, Laura, I want to talk a bit about the prosecution, the case against Nicolás Maduro at this time. We can first start with what the president has told us publicly, what we've heard from the attorney general. The president saying that Maduro right now is on a U.S. ship, the Iwo Jima, which is in effect parked off the coast of Venezuela. The president says he will be coming to New York. We expect that to happen within a matter of hours, as early as today. Attorney General Bondi also posting publicly about a new indictment. The first against Maduro and 14 of his allies was back in 2020. There is a new one today. Tell us about those charges and what you're anticipating in the hours and days ahead.
Yeah, now that that indictment has been unsealed, Peter, we're getting a much better sense of just the seriousness of what Maduro is now facing. A number of narcotics charges, weapons charges, conspiracy-related charges against the president, as well as his wife, and a number of others here, Peter. At first glance here, it looks very similar to what we saw in the indictment just a number of years ago. But here, prosecutors actually spelling out the accusations against President Maduro, saying that he essentially facilitated diplomatic passports to drug traffickers to make it easier for them essentially to get across borders and to move their drug proceeds from Mexico to Venezuela. Also accusing Maduro in this indictment, Peter, of facilitating the movement of private planes under diplomatic cover, again, to ensure that the flights received no scrutiny from law enforcement or the military. Now, Peter, there's a number of different ways in these types of cases involving narco-terrorism where you could say, OK, who has jurisdiction for a case like this in the United States over a citizen, obviously, of another sovereign country? Here, the way they appear to be doing it, Peter, is by saying that Maduro will be first brought and arrested in the Southern District of New York. And so that's the way that essentially federal prosecutors here in New York are reaching out to grab him. What is highly unusual here, Peter, is that he didn't surrender, as in the Noriega case. It wasn't as if he said, OK, fine, I'll agree to turn myself over. They went and got him. And because this is typically done where you see law enforcement, facilitating a transfer like this after somebody has agreed to turn themselves over, or their government has agreed to turn themselves over. This is distinct. And so I can imagine a situation in which a defense attorney is going to raise at least some issue with how the military and law enforcement went about this. We're going to learn a lot more details in the weeks and months to come about how all of this was executed. But you see the Attorney General talking early this morning about how this was carried out, saying, a huge thanks to our brave military who conducted this incredible and highly successful mission. Again, the blurring of military and law enforcement, highly unusual here. And while the Noriega case, of course, has some shades of similarities, there appear to be some distinct differences here, which I imagine, again, will be exploited in the days and weeks to come. But the first step here will be for him to be presented in New York, and then obviously getting a defense attorney and off to the races then, Peter.
Again, your reference to the former Panamanian president, Manuel Noriega, notably he surrendered on this day 36 years ago, gives us a bit of a template as we try to get a better understanding of the circumstances happening here. You were talking, Laura, about Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, who posted earlier that soon, she said he will soon, about Nicolás Maduro, face the full wrath of American justice. I recognize that it's a bit premature. We don't know all the details about this, but is there any understanding of, we know he's being held on a USS Iwo Jima, a ship that is off the coast of Venezuela right now, where you put someone like Nicolás Maduro when they come to the United States? Yeah, that's going to be another issue. Where exactly do they hold him? You can't imagine that he's just going to be in a regular cell in the Southern District of New York. Obviously, there's security concerns. There is no natural corollary in history for how this is done. How long he stays on that ship, an open question mark. Typically, there's private transfers that can be arranged in a situation like this to get him to New York, but we still don't know exactly when that will happen. And then again, once he gets here, where does he stay to keep him safe, Peter? Yeah, we'll be watching that. I mean, it's conceivable that at the end of this day, Nicolás Maduro, who woke up, frankly, facing the barrel of a gun from U.S. forces this morning in Caracas, Venezuela, ends his night in New York City as he prepares to face charges here, as that indictment has now been shared publicly. Laura Jarrett, our senior legal correspondent. Laura, thank you. I want to bring in now our White House correspondent, Monica Alba, who's there in Washington, D.C. Monica, you and I have been speaking back and forth over the course of this morning. Let's just take a moment at 11 o'clock and sort of reset the scene here about these dramatic developments that we've been witnessing. The president at roughly 4:20 this morning making the announcement, Americans waking up to the news that the U.S. was conducting strikes on the ground in and around Caracas, Venezuela, that country's capital city. And not only that, but that the U.S., as the president said, had captured and flown out of the country both Nicolás Maduro and his wife, an operation that he said was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. The operation, he said he would detail further at 11 o'clock. It is now 11 o'clock on the East Coast. We have a team on the ground at Mar-a-Lago. As soon as the president begins his remarks, we will take you there. But Monica, as we've discussed, this really marks a stunning and dramatic culmination of months that have built to this moment. The president's desire to oust Nicolás Maduro, to end drug trafficking from that country to the United States, and ultimately it ended on the pre-dawn hours in the early days of this year with U.S. forces raiding one of the properties where Maduro had been hiding and bringing him back, in effect, to U.S. soil.
Extraordinary developments overnight, Peter. That's right. And this is something that U.S. officials confirmed to us. The president had been weighing for days. He first approved a plan to potentially do this before Christmas, more than a week ago. Of course, publicly, the president had been hinting at some potential action on land in Venezuela for a very long time. It was unclear exactly in what form that would take. Then there were a couple of days where there were questions about when that would happen, certainly with the president himself announcing just in recent days that there had been an apparent strike on a drug facility on the shore of Venezuela, not necessarily in the heart of a city or in Caracas like what we saw overnight. That raised a ton of questions about what could come next, whether that was an isolated incident, whether there were going to be more similar strikes on land. And we know, according to the president himself, who spoke earlier today, that he planned, he said, to potentially carry this this out 4 days ago, but the weather was, quote, not perfect. He said essentially that he was going to be monitoring this, but that they needed to have the right window. They needed to have a few more clouds, quote, than we thought. But then once they got the ultimate signal and they waited and they were able to do it, he said all of a sudden it opened up and we said go. Now, the president has been monitoring all of this from his Mar-a-Lago club down in Florida, where we know top administration officials have been coming and going over the last couple of weeks, where he has been holding some high-level meetings, certainly with world leaders, but also continuing to approve and order, as we have seen the Department of Defense announce, the continued strikes on these alleged drug boats. We saw that as recently as leading into New Year's Eve on December 30th and 31st. There were several strikes. It wasn't clear whether they were in the Eastern Pacific or whether they were in the Caribbean, as we have sometimes seen them give that exact detail. But they did release some video, and there was a question of some potential survivors that had come from one of those vessels that the Coast Guard had gone out to potentially attempt a search and rescue on, but ultimately abandoned that. So we know this week, certainly, there have been those incremental developments when it comes to this ultimate decision that the president took overnight. But I think it's really important to point out, Peter, some insight that we got from the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, in that Vanity Fair interview, which was published just in mid-December, where she said that the ultimate goal here of the president was to continue bombing and hitting these alleged drug boats until, quote, Maduro cries uncle. That was her phrasing. And we saw the president, again, speak to this openly, speak to this publicly. But for months, the posture of the Trump administration and the White House was that this was not about regime change per se, was that this was about this so-called war on drugs and on narco terrorists. So this is an incredibly significant development in all of this. And in terms of conversations, Peter, we know that President Trump says he spoke with Nicolás Maduro. He says about a week ago, and we know from earlier reporting and conversations that they had spoken sometime before that. So a really important detail there, the fact that it seems from Nicolás Maduro's own words just a few days ago, he had signaled a willingness and openness in some of his communications to engaging with the United States. But the president said earlier today on Fox News essentially that he argued that Maduro wanted to perhaps make a deal and that he ultimately told him, nope, we are not going to be able to do that kind of negotiating at the end. He said essentially this could have been a very foolish thing if it didn't work out. And ultimately, he said, the president of his conversations with Maduro, nope, we can't do it. What he did with drugs is bad. So I think, Peter, you have set the table perfectly in referencing, and some of our other colleagues have, the president's comments as candidate Donald Trump. It will be fascinating to see how they stack up against what he says today about these foreign involvements, further foreign entanglements in a moment where his own supporters and some of them who have been most outspoken and certainly broken with him in recent weeks and months have argued that the president should stick to his more America first policy instead of getting involved overseas in these continued conflicts. And we saw just over the course of the last couple of weeks examples of that, not just here in Venezuela and South America, but across the world, overseas in the Middle East and beyond. Peter.
A variety of good points there, Monica. I would just punctuate it with another from the president earlier to Fox News today, saying that the U.S. would be, in his words, very involved in the future of Venezuela's oil industry. As we've been reporting here, obviously, the president had ramped up his pressure campaign in recent weeks, focusing on sanctioned oil tankers there, the first one of which was seized by U.S. forces, brought back to Texas, where the president said it was his assumption, his presumption that the U.S. would in effect seize that oil as well. The president also made note of the fact that others, including China, will still have access. He said, we're going to allow people to have oil. I bring up the topic of China, as we'll be keeping eyes on as well, because notably a special envoy from China was in Caracas meeting with Nicolás Maduro. The most recent pictures we have of Maduro within the last 48 hours or so. And I think that is a backdrop to all of this that we're going to be watching as well. Monica, I'm going to ask you to stay with us for a second. If we can, I'll ask the control room if you can put up a live picture right now now. Our teams, there you are. You can see one of the photographers in the room. Our teams are now inside the Mar-a-Lago property, the South Florida estate of President Trump, where he has been spending most of the Christmas and New Year's holiday. Last night was seen in a photograph there with one of his top advisors, Stephen Miller, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, among others who were there. We do expect to hear from the president. Initially, we were told by him that he would be speaking at roughly 11 o'clock, obviously, on the East Coast. That time has come and gone, so we're going to stay with our live, developing, continuing news coverage in advance of his remarks. But I want to bring in for a second, if I can, our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson, who is joining us now. Hallie, reporters will be invited into this room as well. Surely the president will have some prepared remarks he'll want to deliver, and then likely to face a lot of questions from a lot of reporters, many of them on behalf of Americans and other lawmakers, asking for better understanding about the rationale behind this, the authorities under which he is operating right now. What are some of the top questions in your view that remain to be answered and that you think we're going to hear hopefully some better understanding of in the next few minutes?
You're right, Peter. A slew of them, as you've been covering now for the better part of just about 8+ hours or so here live on the air. Two of them, I think, relate to what you and Monica were just discussing. To your point about the interplay with China here, to the majority of the oil that Venezuela exports to China, how does that come into play for the president here? What about the squaring of this latest action with his campaign promises of no new wars? But I would say, first and foremost, we've got to get, I think there are still some real questions about the basic nuts and bolts of what exactly has gone down here. What happens to Maduro from here? Who does President Trump want to see lead Venezuela? To your point, he said earlier today that he wanted to see the U.S. have a more vigorous role in the leadership of that country. Is it the opposition leader? Is it the vice president of Venezuela currently, who, by the way, has asked to see proof of life of Maduro? What about the congressional authorities here? Who did you notify, and at what point in the operation after it had already begun? Where does this go more broadly, Peter? Colombia could be next, the president had previously warned. You heard him this morning talk about Mexico and obviously the U.S. fight against drug trafficking and cartels there. Are those ominous indications that perhaps U.S. intervention in those countries is next? Is the president merely, so to speak, riffing, answering questions on that front? And then, of course, his response to some of the pushback that we've already seen from some of the critics of this action from the president, not just on the left, the Democratic left here, but including from some in his own party, Peter. And I'll send it back to you with that as we keep an eye here on the president's news conference set to begin, we think, shortly.
Hallie Jackson, our senior Washington correspondent. We're going to take a quick pause right now. My colleague Tom Yamas is going to pick up our coverage on the other side. An NBC News special report begins right now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Yamas.
And good morning. We are coming on the air right now with breaking news. President Trump is set to speak at any moment now about today's large-scale U.S. strike against Venezuela. It's been about 9 hours since multiple explosions rattled Venezuela's capital of Caracas. Since then, President Trump said the U.S. captured that country's leader, Nicolás Maduro, along with his wife, with both of them flown out of the country. And the Trump administration officials saying they will face criminal charges here in the U.S. It comes after months of pressure on Venezuela, including a huge military presence that's been building in the Caribbean. The interception of 2 Venezuelan oil tankers, you'll remember, and strikes, multiple of them, that have killed dozens of people on boats accused of drug running. The president also saying today that in the final days before this strike, Maduro wanted to negotiate, but he, President Trump, was done negotiating. At any moment at Mar-a-Lago, we're expecting the president to walk out and to take the podium. We will carry those remarks live. For now, as we wait, I want to go to our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Cuby, to walk us through the attack and the eventual capture of Nicolás Maduro. Courtney, this attack happened under the darkness of night. We understand this was supposed to take place a few days beforehand, but because of weather, they decided to delay it day by day, and then they decided to strike early this morning. Walk our viewers through what happened.
Yeah, but notably, one point on the weather time that I've been struck by is the fact that there was actually a pretty full moon last night, which generally special operators like this don't want. They want as much darkness as possible. That does not include a full moon. But you're right. Officials telling us that, in fact, the president actually authorized this action days ago, more than a week ago, and that has now been essentially an hour-by-hour wait to see when the final go-ahead would happen. We now know, as you mentioned, that it started overnight last night, now about 9 hours ago, these first explosions. We don't have a whole lot of detail about exactly what the U.S. military component was here. The president, in first announcing this on Truth Social, called these U.S. strikes, not airstrikes. A couple of the assets that we know the U.S. has in the region include U.S. Navy ships that have the ability to fire Tomahawks or TLAMs. Those are missiles that can fire and strike in a very precise location and give the military standoff capability. Essentially, that means that they can fire them from far enough back that those that are doing the firing, the ship itself, is not necessarily in danger should wherever they're trying to strike, try to counter-strike against them. But the social media videos that we have been seeing do appear to show U.S. military helicopters. It looks like U.S. Chinooks. Those are generally people movers. It wouldn't surprise me, Tom, if we learned that President Maduro and his wife were put on those, or some of the U.S. officials who went in for that ground operation went in on those Chinooks. We also know that the 160th Special Operations Unit, that is of course, you may have heard of them, the Night Stalkers. They were involved in the raid that took out Osama bin Laden in 2011. We know that they have sent additional assets to the region in recent weeks. Now, it could be that they had some of those up. They have things called Little Birds. They're small, fast, low-flying attack helicopters. It wouldn't surprise me if we heard that they were involved in this in some way. And then we are also seeing indications that there may have been U.S. Ospreys up. It wouldn't surprise me, again, if those were also used to carry Nicolás Maduro and his wife out of the country and potentially to bring U.S. troops in. But one of the biggest questions that we have, we're hoping we get some fidelity from President Trump and others at this news conference in only moments, is exactly what authorities were used here. So in other words, who was the lead on this operation? If in fact the justification, the legal justification, was to go in and take out Nicolás Maduro because of the indictment against him for narco trafficking and other alleged offenses, then was the U.S. military used for that? And if so, under what authorities? Again, Tom, the other thing that we're really hoping we get some answers on is the U.S. military in this took strikes on a sovereign nation's military. These were Venezuelan military locations that were targeted in some of the video that you see here. What were the authorities under which the U.S. took those strikes? Senator Mike Lee tweeting that Marco Rubio explained to him that the justification for that was to protect the U.S. officials who were going in on the ground, to make sure, essentially like a shaping operation, make sure that they made it as safe as possible for those U.S. officials to go in and take Maduro out. But what was the actual legal authority of those? Those are the kinds of questions that we hope to get to President Trump and officials this morning, Tom.
And then, Courtney, as we get those granular details and as they come in, we may or may not know them. We have to also talk about sort of the intelligence of all of this, right? Because within hours of striking Venezuela, they had the leader of that country and his wife in custody being brought to the USS Iwo Jima, which was there in the waters off of Venezuela. That's incredibly fast. Usually, sometimes in these situations, these heads of state, they have safe houses that they run to, that they hide to. This all happened very fast.
Yeah, it really opens up the question about how the U.S. had such great intelligence. And I think one of the questions, or several of the questions that will be posed to President Trump this morning and to his officials is, were there conversations that were ongoing with Nicolás Maduro himself, with those in his inner circle that helped the U.S. pinpoint exactly where he was going to be at that exact time? And what was it U.S. intelligence? Was it U.S. military intelligence? Was it a combination? How did this all come together?
All right, Courtney, stand by for us. I do want to go back to Peter Alexander, because the big question now, and there are many of them, but the big question right now is who is in charge of Venezuela, right? The Trump administration has been accusing Venezuela of being a narco state, of Maduro being a puppet for the cartels, essentially being a meeting point for the cartels to ship out cocaine around the world and to the United States. Right now, it stands to reason to think the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, who has been a student of Hugo Chavez first and then of Maduro, would be in charge. But, Peter, right now it's unclear. And the president has come out today saying that he hopes whoever takes over Venezuela, whoever's in charge, goes in a different direction than Maduro.
Tom, I should tell you, as you're speaking to me, I'm hearing from our colleagues on the ground at Mar-a-Lago that we now have a 2-minute warning, which means we'll hear from the president now in just a matter of moments. So I'll keep this very brief for you, but I would say that is high on the list of questions is, after the operation that has proven successful, clearly, to be able to capture Nicolás Maduro and his wife. What other plans were already in place? Who is governing that country? Is it Maria Corina Machado? She was the former or the longtime opposition leader there. Her name may be familiar because she recently won the Nobel Peace Prize and had a remarkable departure from that country where she accepted the award overseas in public. Separately, a lot of real questions about what takes place now going forward, what the U.S. has done to try to better secure the situation on the ground there to ensure that there is some form of a peaceful transition. Venezuelans are still waking up to this dramatic news. And then finally, and separate from this, I think there are going to be a lot of broad questions about the TikTok, exactly how all this came to be this morning, and about the president's sort of policies around the world right now. The president who came to power with a desire, he said, to end wars has now initiated strikes in many countries: Iran, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Nigeria, Somalia, now Venezuela as well, in addition to the Pacific and the Caribbean. All the questions top of mind for me as I await the president's remarks moments from now.
All right, Peter, you stand by for us as well. I can tell you we are coming to you live tonight, or I should say today, from Miami, where the streets, especially in Doral, where our studios are, people have been celebrating there in the streets here in Doral, Venezuelan Americans and then Cuban Americans and Nicaraguan Americans as well, hoping that this could somehow lead to a domino effect in the Caribbean, in Latin America, where leftist dictators are taken out and new governments, hopefully, are reinstated. This is Miami right now in Doral. You can see the Venezuelan flags flying there. There's been an influx of Venezuelan immigrants, some saying up to 700,000 over the last 5 to 10 years, people fleeing Venezuela because of the economic hardships there, because of the lack of human rights in Venezuela. We should remind you that Maduro was accused by the UN of killing up to 5,000 dissidents, imprisoning anybody who did not agree with his political policies, and torturing them as well. So for many people in Venezuela and here in the United States who have sought refuge, who are political refugees, this has been a very important time. You can see there are tears in people's eyes. They have been celebrating on the streets of Miami since these strikes were first announced. We were awoken early this morning, and I have a lot of friends and family in this area, and the phone was just kept ringing, people asking questions. What does this mean for Venezuela? What does this mean for the people of Cuba as well? Again, we can't get too ahead of ourselves right now. The president has just said they've taken out Maduro because he was wanted. He was indicted not once, but now twice, from what the Attorney General Pam Bondi has told us, for being an agent of the cartels, for being, in their words, a narco trafficker. He will stand trial in the U.S. and he will get his day in court, and he will have attorneys provided to him if he can't pay for them, and he will have a say in this. But for right now, he is in U.S. custody. It is unclear who is leading Venezuela at this hour, if indeed it is more members of the Maduro regime, if it is the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, who has been there, who has been asking the international community for proof of life to make sure Maduro and his wife are still alive. We have heard from Russia and other countries who are supporters of Venezuela, who are allies of Venezuela, saying they condemn the actions that have happened here. The UN as well has come out and said that they did not agree with how this was handled. You can see the explosions, the eruptions. This was the attack earlier this morning in Venezuela, right there in the capital. And then from the moment those missiles launched, at some point within hours, they had the leader of Venezuela in custody. The president has said that Maduro at the end was trying to negotiate, but he was done negotiating. The vice president has come out on X posting that they offered multiple off-ramps to Maduro. Again, they have been in this region for months now, striking those boats they say are carrying drugs from Venezuela to the United States. The threats have been made. There apparently were negotiations up until last week between the president and Maduro. That, according to President Trump. But at this hour, President Trump was done negotiating. I want to bring up moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, who's joining our special coverage as we await the president. We do want to remind you, at any moment, we're going to watch President Trump come in. Kristen, this is an interesting time in our country's history, but it's also an interesting time for the Trump administration. They are an America First administration. That's what they campaigned on. And now we have a strike in a foreign country, in a country that has been accused of sending drugs by the tons into the United States, but has never attacked our country. And now we have a military operation, and a leader in that country has been taken out by U.S. forces.
Tom, you're absolutely right. And what is so striking is that we have seen cracks begin to form within the MAGA base as President Trump has escalated his pressure campaign against Nicolás Maduro, against the Venezuelan regime. And now, of course, this reaction just pouring in. It's coming in largely along party lines right now, Tom. We should say that. Democrats highly critical, saying that this is illegal without congressional approval. Congressional leaders, Republicans, supportive. But look at this from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She, of course, had a very public break with President Trump, in part because of his focus on foreign policy, which she says goes against his America First foreign policy. Here she says, Mexican cartels are primarily and overwhelmingly responsible for killing Americans with deadly drugs. If U.S. military action and regime change in Venezuela was really about saving American lives from deadly drugs, then why hasn't the Trump administration taken action against Mexican cartels? And then listen to this part of her post, Tom. She says, this is what many in MAGA thought they voted to end. Boy, were we wrong. As the baby boomers slip away, both in voters and power, the electoral future will be decided for candidates that focus on American economic populism and promising prosperity for Americans only. Really strong words there from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. And Tom, just to zoom out a little bit, let's remember what President Trump campaigned on, what that America First foreign policy was all about. He campaigned on getting Americans out of foreign wars. That was part of the inaugural address that he delivered when he said that that would be a part of his vision. And so part of why you're seeing these cracks begin to form within the MAGA base is for that very reason. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of those with the loudest voices, saying that her constituents care about the economy, issues like health care, and that this runs counter to those critical promises that were made. So I think questions moving forward, will Congress be briefed? When? Will there need to be congressional approval for any future action? And what, if any, reaction will we get from the rest of the MAGA base, Tom?
Yeah, you know, Kristen, we're about to go to Keir Simmons. But, Kristen, you know, I had an opportunity to speak with Maduro years ago. I interviewed him inside of Venezuela, and his belief was that President Trump never wanted him out. It was others around President Trump, people at the time like Senator Rubio, now the Secretary of State, who were the ones sort of whispering in President Trump's ear to get Maduro out. And now this has become a reality. And we know that Senator Rubio is now Secretary of State Rubio, who's been in charge with multiple jobs, including intelligence as well. Talk to me about that relationship and the role that the Secretary of State played in all of this.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. Secretary Rubio has long had his sights on Venezuela, the concerns, the criticism of Nicolás Maduro. And look at what we have seen from this relationship between President Trump and Secretary Rubio. Remember, they were fierce political rivals back on the campaign trail in 2016. Now, of course, brought into the fold in this second Trump administration has become, quite frankly, Tom, one of his most trusted advisors. When you ask President Trump about the future of MAGA, who should take the baton, he talks about the vice president, but he also talks about Secretary Rubio. And I think it really underscores the strength of that relationship, Tom.
Okay, Kristen, stand by for us. Again, we are waiting for President Trump to walk out at any moment at Mar-a-Lago to take the podium. We're going to bring you those comments live as they happen. We also want to let you know that President Trump has released what we understand is video of Maduro in custody and also some video of the attack. We're going to have those momentarily. As I mentioned earlier, Keir Simmons is part of this coverage as well. Keir, I want to go to you. At the time that the United States has just taken out the leader of Venezuela, they've been trying to negotiate peace between Russia and Ukraine. This incredibly complicates both those negotiations and also it leaves sort of, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a vacuum, but there are questions about who is in charge in Venezuela right now and what role does the U.S. play in that?
Yeah, it's hard to find words, isn't it, Tom? And it's not surprising because we haven't seen a U.S. intervention in Latin America like this since the 1980s. We do know, though, of course, Tom, from more recent history that regime change is unpredictable. Once you remove a leader in a country, what happens next, that is in question. And members of Maduro's regime are saying that there is stability and that this didn't work effectively. So there are huge questions. And around the world, world, America's adversaries and allies will be watching and waiting to see what plays out now. There has been some criticism significantly from the French foreign minister saying this kind of intervention is effectively, he says, it is wrong. And I think that's striking in terms of the breaks in international diplomacy that we have seen in 2025. But if leaders around the world, Tom, didn't get the message in 2025, they're getting it now at the beginning of 2026. The Trump administration messaging quite clearly, you must bend to our will. And as you say, questions from many, many countries, not least Russia. President Putin was very close to Maduro. They are allies. What does this mean for Russia? Is this a weakening of Russia? Is this effectively, a strike by the Trump administration against Russia as well as against Venezuela, against Russian interests? Certainly, in the U.S. national security strategy at the end of last year, what we were told is that the U.S. believes the Western Hemisphere is its area, that it wants to assert itself, and it certainly is with this strike overnight. And that assertion is directed at Russia. It's also directed at the Iranians who had a close relationship with the Maduro regime. And there are protests in Iran right now. What will the Iranian leadership be thinking? It's also directed at China. As Peter Alexander said earlier, we saw Chinese officials with Maduro just in the past few days. What message does this send? Because the Chinese were trying to say, this is our friend, don't usurp him. Well, that didn't work.
Keir, I do want to talk to you because you've done a lot of reporting about China's encroachment in this region as well. We can't talk about Venezuela and what's just happened and not talk about the oil reserves there. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world, in many ways feeding the countries that are not friends to the United States. The president has spoken about the oil that was taken, he says, by Venezuela that was U.S.'s oil from U.S. companies. This is going to complicate matters because it's unclear what happens with the oil production in Venezuela going forward.
Yeah, no question. And the Russians are playing a role in the Venezuelan oil industry as well. We should say, Tom, you can't just switch on the taps in Venezuela with that oil industry. It does have massive reserves, but it doesn't. It's not an industry that just can start working immediately. So the implications for the oil markets may be muted. And obviously, just a counterpoint to that, this kind of destabilization, if you like, can have implications in financial markets. We will see on Monday when that comes about. But you mentioned China. It's an important point. China has been encroaching in South America, in Latin America, particularly with rare earths, rare minerals. That kind of commodities, which are now so important to the world economy. And I think that the U.S. policy in the Western Hemisphere, that's a major point here too. A message again from the United States in the Western Hemisphere to countries around the world. We don't like you intervening in inverted commas, in our region. I mean, this is stunning. In some ways, though, it is not surprising, Tom. It does play into U.S. foreign policy in the region over decades and even over centuries. And I think from that history, what we do know, of course, is that you don't know what happens next.
Right.
And that's what we have to watch for.
Again, we're awaiting the president at any moment. He was supposed to come out at 11 a.m., but again, this is a time when things are very fluid. We are going to bring you his comments as soon as he comes on. Keir, I do want to get back to you. Venezuela now a region in conflict, right? You have a country that has no leader. It's unclear who is in charge right now, if it's the vice president. You have an opposition leader who just won the Nobel Peace Prize, who is being celebrated across the world. Before that, you had another opposition leader, Juan Guaido, that was acknowledged by the United States going back 4 years as the true leader of Venezuela. And then you have the Venezuelan military, right, who is really holding the cards right now. But besides that, you have what is known as a colectivo, essentially neighborhood gangs that Maduro has armed so they stay loyal to him. Essentially, in Venezuela, where there's no work, there is no money, there is no food, he has given these people food, he has given them weapons so they stay loyal to him. So you have the military and you have sort of these neighborhood ragtag gangs that there's been reporting now that they are actually protecting some military installations. To give you an idea of sort of the military prowess, if you will, of Venezuela. It's just not there that they have neighborhood watchmen, if you will, armed with machine guns protecting their military sites. But it all speaks to who's going to be in charge and who's going to take over. And it sounds like President Trump, at least from now, is not pushing for a regime change. Even though he's taken out the leader of the country, he's saying whoever comes next, he hopes is not like Maduro, but he's assuming the vice president is in charge.
Yeah, and President Trump, and I'm sure we will hear it when we hear from President Trump in a moment. President Trump was asked earlier in an interview who will lead Venezuela, and he said, well, we're going to have to look at that right now. That kind of comment will prompt criticism from some that there needs to be a strategy here rather than simply just the tactic of removing Maduro. We have seen pictures, Tom, of civilians on the streets in Venezuela in support of Maduro. And you're right. If you are Venezuelan sitting at home right now, cowering perhaps a little bit, wondering what happens next, and you are against the Maduro regime, you are trying to calculate whether if you walk out onto the streets, you will become a victim. Will you be supported by the US? Will those forces that Maduro built up around him that you so eloquently describe, will they target you? These kinds of things we know because we've seen this kind of thing before. And you have to be careful with comparisons. But if you take, for example, the US experience in Iraq, where, of course, Saddam Hussein was removed, so that was regime change. What the US then faced was a challenge about who should run the country, how the country should be run, and a civil war. Now, again, you do have to be careful with these comparisons, completely different part of the world, but the principles are familiar. And the question of whether you can change a country, make it more stable, maybe even make it democratic with kinetic power that doesn't involve boots on the ground is a looming question here. And of course, the US has tried boots on the ground before, and that in the past, in some parts of the world, hasn't worked.
Keir, stand by for us because we now are seeing these images that are stunning that President Trump has posted on social media. This is the former leader of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, in handcuffs. You can see those blacked out sunglasses over his eyes. He is wearing the earmuffs as well. He looks to be in a tracksuit, likely the same outfit they took him in custody, and we don't know that for sure, but it looks like he's been scuffed up there. You can see his hands there given a bottle of water. This is the first image we've seen of the former leader of Venezuela now in U.S. custody aboard what we believe is the USS Iwo Jima. Again, the president putting out this photo. He will stand trial, it appears, in New York. He was indicted in both the Southern District of Florida and in New York for charges stemming of drug trafficking, being a narco-terrorist, colluding with the cartels, allowing his country to be a meeting point, to be in a shipping point for they said millions of tons. I don't know if that exact figure is correct, of cocaine coming out of Venezuela to the United States and around the world. His wife also taken into custody. And if you're wondering why his wife was also taken into custody, she has held many roles in Venezuela in the political hierarchy, once as attorney general, once as the leader of parliament. Some have said she's as popular as her husband, Nicolás Maduro. So both of them have been taken into custody. Of course, Maduro rising to power after Hugo Chavez was dying of cancer. He was in his third term, 2 of his elections deemed completely illegal by the international community. Even his last election, more Venezuelans voting for the opposition party, and yet he stayed in power as a true dictator in Latin America, building ties with places like Cuba, building ties with Russia and Iran and China, maintaining those relationships throughout. And he simply ran out of time in President Trump's side. We will hear from the president in a matter of moments. Our Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent, has been reporting from Latin America, from Colombia, when these strikes started. Richard, you've been watching all this information. You saw that image just posted of Nicolás Maduro. Not exactly the same story, not exactly the same case, but reminiscent of when they took out Saddam Hussein, a similar image. You know, these images are very important to President Trump as well. Again, 2 completely different situations, 2 different military actions, but the visuals are very similar here.
I think they're very similar, and I think it's no surprise President Trump is a little bit late in coming out to make his remarks. I think it's no accident that that image was released first. This is the image that President Trump wanted to show Venezuelans, wanted to show Americans, wanted to show the world. A dictator who stood up, who refused to accept President Trump's policies, who said no, and who's now in handcuffs with earmuffs on so that he won't know what is being said around him, won't know where he is. A man who went from a palace to now going to a courtroom and potentially a jail cell. A very powerful image, an image that will be seen in Venezuela by the people, but also by the leadership. I've been speaking to people today who've been involved in this negotiation process that has been both diplomatic and a negotiation process by force over the last several months to try to get Maduro to leave on his own. And what we've seen and have been talking about all day is this escalation. First, there were the attacks on boats. Then there was this seizures of the oil tankers. Then a land attack. Then ultimately a snatch and grab operation to take Nicolás Maduro. You were talking about the leadership. Right now, there clearly is a power vacuum. I was speaking with a senior official who is also involved in this negotiation process, this pressure campaign, who said the most important person in Venezuela right now is the Defense Minister Padrino, that he effectively is managing the country as it goes through this transition. We don't know yet if this was a successful regime change that will lead to a democratic future and a better future that could see the opposition leader, who was just awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, take power and a smooth transition, or if this regime change will lead to state collapse and civil war. It was a bold move. It was a successful military operation. The militias are still somewhat on the streets, but this was a dictatorship built around Maduro, around his cult of personality, and without Maduro, the military is much diminished. And that photo is clearly designed to impact people like the Defense Minister Padrino, to say, be careful with your next move. You should make peace with the political party, or you could be the next to get snatched and sent to an American warship and ultimately, most likely, an American prison.
And Richard, it's fair to say from your reporting in the region, you were in Colombia, the president's actions even today have left allies, have left enemies guessing, even confused. I remember speaking to the Colombian president. He came out on social media and said one thing about President Trump, and then you spoke to a defense minister and they said something completely different.
This President Trump wants the region to be afraid of him. And many White House officials talk about President Trump's unpredictability, and that fear is palpable.
Okay, Richard, I need to interrupt you. Richard, I'm going to interrupt you. President Trump is taking the podium. Let's listen in.
Appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolás Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea. We're just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave. if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship. They'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they call police. They were brutal. But they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters, they're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. It was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing. And we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster. But it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst. They say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari. What happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. all the way back. It dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security strong, stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the President said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve, the most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolás Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our Chairman Raising Cane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States, and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolás and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd, and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component is, was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolás Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
we should make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolás Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when he tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that, I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba?
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there. And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes. It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Mr. President, what's the group you mentioned that would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He's just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, you said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that.
He has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And, yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
Sure. We called members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice. And the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. We had a lot of ships out there. They sort of knew we were coming. We weren't there. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
Mr. President, you were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. There was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
So where's Maduro?
Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards. Did that weigh on your decision
Well, that's
making?
when we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you? How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and drugs?
In terms of China and Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to get it. In other words, we'll be selling oil. Probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that?
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we wouldn't have. We would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're
troops
going to
to
be a
provide?
team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro, and right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
So, Mr. President, what's being done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans
Well, right now they're
rescued
very
last
protected
night?
because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago.
And what can you
Okay,
say
wait,
about-
behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba is an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people of it's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all of the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's an increase.
We've just been listening to President Trump's news conference at Mar-a-Lago. That's going to conclude this portion of NBC News' special report. You can continue to watch our special coverage of the U.S. attack on Venezuela on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and a full wrap-up tonight on Nightly News. I'm Tom Yamas reporting today from Miami. We thank you for watching this special report.
Because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial, so it's not going to cost us
the U.S.
anything.
Isn't going to dedicate
We
any
will.
money to
Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be It's going to be a very important, this is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries. And we also have to have energy, very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look, it was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year, is going to be a great thing, and the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, U.S. military. Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well,
US
I don't want to get
war
into
with
the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
Mr. President, can you explain, you said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
Mr. President, you referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Mr.
Unless it's a bad question, in which case I'll go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin? Well,
okay.
That's always nice
You had
to talk about Putin.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then,
never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
There was that
I
intelligence.
thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace. So I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not. And they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month, 30,000, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings that come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But If I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
Okay, we've just been listening to President Trump's news conference there at Mar-a-Lago and learning the details of Operation Absolute Resolve. This was the operation, the military and law enforcement operation to take out Nicolás Maduro and his wife out of power in Venezuela, along with the overnight attack on some Venezuelan military installations. A lot of headlines coming out of this news conference, namely the president saying in very plain English, we're going to run the country. The United States is going to run the country. The way he explains that is that Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been in contact with the Vice President of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, who has just been sworn in as president. This is interesting because Delcy Rodriguez is both a student of the first socialist leader there in Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, and worked under, as vice president, Nicolás Maduro. But according to President Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has talked to her. She is willing to work with the United States government. This, according to President Trump. At the same time, there are reports that on Venezuelan state media, she right now is denouncing the attack. She was also earlier asking for proof of life of Nicolás Maduro and his wife as well. The president putting out a photo of what Maduro looks like right now. He is in custody. He was in handcuffs. He was given blacked out sunglasses. You can see him wearing earmuffs there aboard what we believe is the Iwo Jima, this picture put out by the Trump administration. The president also saying that U.S. oil companies will go into Venezuela and rebuild that oil industry. That oil industry has had several setbacks going back to the Chavez administration, where they went from producing 3.5 million barrels of oil a day to 1 million barrels of oil a day. The infrastructure is old. The staffing is not as expert, if you will, as the companies in the United States and other parts of the world. And the president's saying Venezuela is going to work with the U.S. to do that, to get that infrastructure up and running. But again, the headline here, the U.S. seems to be in charge in Venezuela, at least according to President Trump. I want to bring in Peter Alexander, who was monitoring that news conference and, of course, was covering all the breaking news as it was happening overnight. Peter, a lot of headlines, a lot of stunning sort of things coming out from President Trump's mouth, which is something that we should be used to by now. But this idea that he's going to use members of the Maduro administration to still run Venezuela, and then also saying at this news conference that the opposition leader who just won the Nobel Peace Prize should not be the leader because she is not respected and she wouldn't have the support there. Quite remarkable.
Tom, I think as dramatic as the overnight developments were, the strikes in Venezuela and the capture of Nicolás Maduro and his wife, at least as dramatic and stunning. The president's own comments in this news conference that just wrapped up at Mar-a-Lago moments ago. I'll circle three key headlines that strike me. You touched on some of them right now. The U.S. is, in effect, in the president's words, going to run that country indefinitely. There is no clear timetable for when that ends. In the president's own words during those remarks, it's all being done right now, as he tries to detail exactly what that is going to look like, briefly turning around to members of his own cabinet, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, among others, saying these guys are going to be working with those leaders who succeed Nicolás Maduro in the country. Number two, the president did not rule out the possibility of boots on the ground in Venezuela. For a president who came to power saying that he had no interest in starting wars, wanted to end wars, the idea of American troops being on the ground in another foreign country, as critical he has been in the past of the situation that took place with boots on the ground in Iraq and elsewhere, I think that is a particularly dramatic statement. We are already hearing from some of the president's allies and others detailing that the president needs to do do a better job describing what that transition process in particular will look like. And finally, the U.S. is, in effect, in the oil business. The president saying that American oil companies will now go in, as he describes it. It's, the conversation inside the boardrooms of the Shells and Exxons right now is probably a pretty interesting one, spending billions of dollars of their own money, saying, in effect, that they are pumping money out of the ground that country is right now. Is the U.S. the beneficiary of that money? Under what authorities is the U.S. doing any of this, taking over that country and effectively seizing its oil? I think those are a lot of the questions we're going to be focused on over the course of the day. There are other topics, I think, that relate to the dramatic nature of what happened earlier today. We heard from the Joint Chiefs Chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, his nickname Raisin, as the president likes to refer to him, detailing that there were aircraft taking off from 20 separate bases. I think he said it was 150 separate aircraft that were involved in this operation. One of them was struck during the back and forth that took place here, but that was able to continue to fly. He detailed the extraordinary efforts by American service members from age 20 to age 49, the breadth of the range of those who are participating here. So while the good news is that all American service members and forces involved appear to be okay, there are enormous questions to be raised about what the days, weeks, months, and frankly years will look like in Venezuela. He put no limits on the operations to take place there going forward. He has not ruled out boots on the ground. He did not set any end date here as well, Tom. You just have to pull back the curtain and remember, for an American first policy, that's how the president first came to power, the first go around, returned to office. Again, this go around, this is a dramatic change. And I think it was clear that he tried to make an effort to focus this on the impact on Americans in terms of drugs and thugs, as he effectively put it. Now he's going to have to do, I think, a lot more explaining to the American people going forward. Tom?
Peter, stand by for us. The president also saying multiple times that the people of Venezuela will now be rich, they will be independent, and they will be safe. I want to bring in Courtney Cuby to walk us through the military actions that took place. Peter highlighted a few points there. No U.S. service member killed or injured from what we understand in this attack. No machinery lost, even though it sounds like a helicopter took some fire there. The president saying it was an attack from air, land, and sea. And as Peter said, you had 20 bases activated, more than 150 aircraft in the air. And this is the part, Courtney, I want you to walk our viewers through. The president said he saw this in real time. Walk our viewers through how that happens and how the president in that situation room, per se, is able to watch all the military action and essentially the taking of Maduro into custody.
Yeah, so primarily through gun camera video, drones, is how we would be able to watch the operation as they're moving in on the compound. And then video that the troops themselves may have on their helmets, on their bodies, whatever it is, that can provide a live feed. So the president can literally be watching it as it's unfolding. So what we learned here, General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, provided what's essentially sort of a military postmortem of what happened here with some actual details of this military mission here. Absolute Resolve's the name of the mission. He referred to it as a U.S. military apprehension mission. And what's shocking is he was able to walk us through the months and months of planning and rehearsing that occurred before the military went forward with this. Notably, he mentioned that they spent months tracking Nicolás Maduro, looking at where he went, even mentioning his pets, people who he met with, his daily routine, what the military would often call pattern of life. They established that over months. In early December, coming back to the Pentagon, coming back to President Trump and saying that they were ready for this mission after these months of preparation. Now, at 10:46 last night, President Trump, according to General Kane, gave the final order to move forward with this mission, at which point, as you mentioned, the U.S. military launched more than 150 aircraft from 20 bases. That's not only on land, but that includes launching aircraft, both fixed wing or airplanes and helicopters, off of the many U.S. Navy ships that were there off the coast. They've been there now for weeks and months. F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, Growlers, those are jammers, and the drones, some of which were probably providing the feedback to the president as it was occurring. Now, these aircraft and these men and women who were involved in this mission essentially provided a pathway for this extraction mission, meaning that they were able to do things like jam electricity. President Trump mentioned that at the top of his remarks, and provide a safer environment for the extraction team to actually move into the compound and get Nicolás Maduro and his wife. We learned from General Kane that it was about 2:01 a.m. local time. That'd be 1:01 a.m. So just over 2 hours after the president gave that go order, there was an extraction team in the compound to pick up Nicolás Maduro. And really notably, General Kane also talked about a gun battle that ensued, not only as they were moving in, but notably as they were leaving the compound. He described it as the U.S. responding with overwhelming fire back during that extraction. You mentioned that one U.S. aircraft was hit. He said that it was not catastrophically damaged. It was able to continue to fly and return. The mission essentially ending at 3:29 a.m. Eastern time, when that extraction force made it back to the Navy ship, the USS Iwo Jima. We've been looking at that video, or that photo there, that President Trump put on social media of Nicolás Maduro. You can tell, one of the ways that you can tell looking at that he's on a Navy ship is the life vest that he's wearing around his neck there. You can see the sort of little beads on the side. That's what you pull to inflate those Navy life vests. I'm well aware of them, and the earmuffs that he's wearing there, they often make individuals wear a cranial when they're on these ships for safety, especially when you're coming and going on and off the aircraft. A couple of other things that really stuck out to me. Peter mentioned that the president did not rule out the possibility of U.S. boots on the ground, and acknowledged that, hey, they put boots on the ground overnight last night to get Maduro out. But he also said that if necessary, the U.S. was willing to go in with bigger and more extensive strikes than they did last night. So he specifically said that these were the more targeted ones, and the U.S. has options for bigger strikes. It's not clear, of course, what that would look like, what sorts of strikes they would take here, if that would be going after cartels or what. But that is very notable that he laid out that possibility that the U.S. could go in for more. And then, of course, another big question that was not answered there is, how could Venezuela respond? The president said that the U.S., including Marco Rubio and other senior national security officials in the Trump administration, were essentially going to be running Venezuela during this transition time. But the Venezuelan military has not ruled out that they will respond to this. So that's another big question, is exactly whether the Venezuelan military will respond to what was an attack on them overnight last night, Tom.
Yeah, Courtney, stand by for us, because I do want to come back to you and talk a little bit more about the CIA's operation, which we have some new reporting on there, as well as how many troops and forces we have in the region if things don't exactly work out like the way the president mentioned. I do want to talk about that right now with Jose Diaz-Balart, who joins us live tonight. Jose, you've covered this region. You've spoken and interviewed Machado, who had won the Nobel Peace Prize. She was barred from running for president, and then she supported the other candidate, Edmundo Gonzalez, who much of the world said had won that election. But the president's sending a mixed signal here, right, saying that she did not have the support. She would not have, I think he said support, and he mentioned another phrase as well, the Venezuelan people, that you couldn't be safe as well. I want to ask you, what do you think about that? Because Delcy Rodriguez, who is now the leader of Venezuela, according to President Trump, working with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, she just saw what happened to her former boss. It could happen to her as well. She's got to be thinking that stands to reason. Will she work with the Trump administration? Can she be trusted?
Delcy Rodriguez is not Maduro decaf. She is as dogmatic and as ruthless, and has been responsible, among other things, for the jailing of political prisoners, more than 1,000 political prisoners over these last 25 years of the Chavez-Maduro regime that she has been intricately involved with. Her brother has also been intricately involved in it. I think, Tom, that there are a few things that struck out to me on this extraordinary night that we're witnessing. I'm here in Madrid, Spain, where Edmundo Gonzalez, the man who, for all practical purposes, the entire world agrees won the presidential elections of July of 2024, where Maria Corina Machado ran as vice president because she was inhabilitated from running by the Maduro regime. He's here in Madrid. He's been here so far. I haven't been able to find contact with him since yesterday. I know that they are very much in communication, Edmundo González and Maria Corina Machado, with Secretary of State Rubio and others in the Trump administration. But Tom, Secretary of State Rubio, I think that his words, he's a deep student of history. And I just want to bring our viewers up to some pretty extraordinary facts. Today, January 3rd of 2026 is 36 years to the day when the United States arrested Manuel Antonio Noriega, the dictator of Panama, and whisked him out of Panama, brought him to Crone Detention Center in the United States, and he eventually served more than 20 years in prison here before then being sent to France, but to serve other sentences, and then on to Panama. But 36 years to the day of the American invasion of Panama, and 10 days later, the arrest of Noriega, brought to the United States. And what existed in Panama then was a structure. There had been elections, also very muddled, and yet the United States, who took control of Panama, utilizing what had been there in that structure of elections before, when Noriega was in power, was able to have a transition. The United States has something like that right now in Venezuela with Edmundo González and especially Maria Corina Machado. And so the question is, the president spoke about a transition to, transfer of power. How quickly that could be carried out when you have the Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president of the regime. She certainly didn't win anything. Is she going to be willing to step aside? Does she step aside, or does she face justice in a post-Maduro regime Venezuela? The president over and over again talked about an interesting fact. He said, this is going to be great for the Venezuelan people and also for those who have been forced out. We have to remember that more than 8 million Venezuelans have been forced to leave their country over the past 25 years. It's the largest mass migration in the Americas. And probably the largest mass migration anywhere in the world, the recent history. And so a lot of those exiles that have been forced to leave are today celebrating with a question mark. When will this transition occur? I'm here once again in Madrid, right in Puerta del Sol, the actual capital center of the capital city. There are dozens of Venezuelans that live here in Madrid with the Venezuelan flag, dancing and celebrating, because this is a moment they feel where freedom is possible. And that's an extraordinary thing.
Jose, if you're still with us there, because I know you're joining us via the connection. Okay, I see you're still there with us. I do want to ask you, the people of Venezuela, how do you think they're interpreting this right now? They have been through, as you mentioned, the 25 years of socialist dictatorships. They have lived at times without food, without power, without water. I've been there reporting where people that we worked with, our Venezuelan colleagues, asked us to take a shower in the places that we rented because their homes had no running water. They hadn't showered for weeks, they would tell us. This was typical life in Venezuela. How will they interpret this? Because the president made a point to say it twice, to say, one, that they will be rich, and one, that they will be free and safe. Will the people of Venezuela understand that? Will they hear that?
Oh, yes. Yes, I think there is a lot of uncertainty, and with uncertainty comes caution, because Maduro is out, but Delcy Rodriguez is there, and the echelon, the high echelon of the Maduro Chavez regime is still there. So I think but make no mistake about it, the fact that the United States of America at 2:10 a.m. Caracas time, not only went in and bombed the military installations of import in Caracas and in some of the ports, but then went in and took out the head of this regime and his wife that are so closely associated with violations of human rights. And you talk about, no power, you talk about no water, you talk about no freedom, Tom. This isn't the country, Venezuela, with the largest oil reserves on planet Earth. And yet, and by the way, some of the largest mines of gold and silver and natural resources, just extraordinarily rich. And yet, the people have been forced to live with the conditions that you mentioned. And so I think I know there is extraordinary celebration throughout Venezuela and throughout the 8 million people who have been forced to leave that country. But there's also the question mark of when will this entire darkness of a regime be over?
We're going to have to wait and see those celebrations happening right here in Miami, down from our studios where we're broadcasting from right now. I want to bring in Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker for more on this. Kristen, the president was asked very plainly, what does America First have to do with what just happened in Venezuela? And the phrase, at least from what the president was saying, seems to be a shape-shifting phrase. It's not just about America. It's about our neighbors as well, as he was saying.
I thought that was a really notable exchange, Tom, and we are starting to get reaction from the president's political allies, from his political foes as well. Let's start with the allies, because there's a lot there. That question about how he justifies this within the broader context of his America First foreign policy. I was talking to one top GOP strategist who said, look, he has got to provide more detail about what this transition looks like. How long does he expect? The possibility of U.S. troops on the ground, as Peter noted, he did leave the door open to that. Who specifically will be in charge? Will it be Secretary of State Marco Rubio working with the newly installed president there? How exactly will that function? I talked to Senator Lindsey Graham on the phone just moments ago, Tom. Let me read you a little bit of our conversation. He said the president's statement was very strong. He believes he sent a message that the days of narco terrorism, drug caliphates in your backyard are over. So he liked that part of the president's statement. He says, look, we have to be patient. So that underscores, I think, Tom, this key takeaway, which is that there is no stated timeline here for how long the president expects the United States to be in control of Venezuela. He talked about the need to rebuild. I pressed him on that very idea. Is he comfortable with the president having control of Venezuela? He said the context makes sense, but he also acknowledged, Tom, long-term operations are difficult. So he called on the administration to secure the oil quickly, help rebuild the institutions, but, quote, the sooner we can have an election, the better. That in unmistakable acknowledgement when you look at the past foreign entanglements of the United States. They are complicated. They drag on. They have cost, of course, U.S. lives. So that call from one of the president's top allies, who's very hawkish when it comes to these sorts of things, Tom, calling for there to be elections as quickly as possible. Of course, the president's critics also speaking out. We're hearing from Democrats, the Democratic leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, saying the idea that President Trump plans to now run Venezuela should strike fear in the hearts of all Americans. The American people have seen this before and paid the devastating price. Congressman Ro Khanna telling me he's engaged in George W. Bush nation building and regime change instead of focusing on building up America. Zooming out, what this means, there will be calls, very loud calls from Congress for briefings to be included in any further and future plans. And I go back to that article that the president's chief of staff, Susie Weiss, participated in with Vanity Fair when she said that any robust military action would require congressional approval. So I think that's part of where this debate is going to go from here. One final point, Tom. Senator Lindsey Graham saying, quote, if I were Cuba, I would be nervous about this news conference. So it speaks to part of your conversation about the implications of this for the broader region, the other countries who are watching this so closely, Cuba at the top of the list, Tom.
Yeah, the domino effect that may occur in Latin America, especially when it comes to oil. Cuba receiving about 40% of its oil from Venezuela, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that could soon end. I want to bring in John Kilduff. He's an oil industry expert at Again Capital, LLC. John, thanks so much for joining our coverage here. There are a lot of unknowns when it comes to what's going to happen with the oil there. The president seem to make it very simple, but I can't imagine it is, that American oil companies are just going to go to Venezuela, rebuild the oil industry there, take back any oil that was nationalized by Hugo Chavez or by Maduro under their reigns of power, given back to American companies who originally owned those, either the oil fields, the platforms he mentioned, or other sort of machinery, and then I guess rebuild and retrain the industry there. How quickly does that happen? Can that happen?
It can happen, Tom. I will tell you that both Exxon, for example, and Chevron are both owed over $1 billion in stranded investments that they made in Venezuela over the decades. So the bones of a terrific oil industry are certainly there. You are talking about Chavez and Maduro lording over a real decimation, literally, of the Venezuelan oil industry. You should note that Venezuela has a rich history in the oil markets. They are a founding member of OPEC. They also have the world's largest oil reserves. Of course, that means oil in the ground that needs to be dug out, not necessarily produced or exported at this point in time. There could be a small bump in their output over the next 6 months, maybe a couple of 100,000 barrels a day, which would help continue the downward pressure that we've been seeing already on oil prices. But I will tell you this, in terms of Cuba, they are in big trouble in terms of their energy supplies going forward. The other thing to note importantly for the U.S. oil industry is that this Venezuelan oil is of a special grade. It's very heavy and sour, particularly well suited for U.S. Gulf Coast oil refineries, which is where it really sprung out from. So there's a lot here in terms of potential for the Venezuelan oil industry, both in the near and long term, given the history, given the infrastructure that is there that could be, repaired rather quickly over time.
For most of us that aren't oil experts like yourself, will Americans notice any difference, whether it be in the price of a barrel of oil, whether it be in the price of a gallon of gasoline here in the United States?
The oil market prices in forward-looking supply increases or decreases very rapidly. I would expect oil prices on Sunday night, when they start trading ahead of the new week here, to be down a couple of dollars a barrel, given what just has transpired and the hopes for what could continue to advance. Chevron has hung in there more than any other U.S. oil company to try to recoup their investment. They have continued up until just recently to get under special licenses and permits about 100,000 to 200,000 barrels a day. They could easily increase that, and that would help lower local or U.S. oil prices in relation to global oil pricing. So yes, U.S. consumers would see a further decrease at the pump on top of what they've already been seeing over the past several months now, Tom.
John, we thank you for your expertise. I want to bring in senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett as well. She's been going through some of the court documents, including these indictments, the initial indictment, and then, of course, what Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, said after. Laura, I've been getting texts today throughout our coverage of people asking me why Maduro's wife as well was indicted. She was a high-ranking person in the Venezuelan government, some say as powerful, as popular. If you were somebody who supported Maduro in Venezuela, she was once an Attorney General. But both these leaders now indicted, and they will get their day in court in the United States?
They will. And part of the issue here, Tom, is you see this sometimes where the spouse is included in a situation like this in which they were privy to certain meetings and other dealings in the hopes that eventually she might be able to actually flip on her husband and provide information to the U.S. government that could be useful. I'm not suggesting that that's what's going to happen here, but you've seen that used as sort of a pressure point, if you will, in the past in situations like these. One of the things that was most striking to me, Tom, and I'd be interested to see if you had the same reaction, and listening to the president's lengthy news conference there and talking about the interest in oil and land, that is not what is at issue in this indictment. This indictment is squarely focused on allegations as it relates to drug trafficking, essentially accusing Maduro and his associates at being at the top of an enterprise, a conspiracy, if you will, to traffic drugs through Mexico, through Venezuela, to help known members of law enforcement and violent gangs perpetrate crimes against U.S. citizens. But that is not what the president was talking about. The president was talking about effectively regime change and other matters of important foreign relations and dealings, but not specific crimes that the U.S. would have interest in indicting someone for in the Southern District of New York. And so that's one of the things, as this continues to play out in the weeks and months to come, Tom, that I think that you will see exploited by a zealous defense attorney.
And then we heard something that was interesting in the news conference when it comes to the legal angle on all this. There were 2 indictments. There's one in New York now. There was one in the Southern District of Florida as well. And I think the president or Secretary of State Marco Rubio said something about they'll figure out where this ends up or where it goes.
Yeah.
We've heard that Maduro's headed to New York, but we don't know which court this ends up in.
I think it's pretty clear that this starts in New York, Tom, because that's the hook that they're using in the indictment that we saw unsealed today. They're casting this as a superseding indictment because obviously his wife and his son have now been indicted. Some other defendants were dropped. The charges are essentially the same in terms of the narco drug trafficking and the conspiracy charges. You did hear the president suggest that Florida could be a potential hook here down the line, and we've seen multi-jurisdiction cases happen like this in the past. That's not unusual. But he's going to have a first stop somewhere, and that first stop appears to be in New York, Tom.
All right, Laura Jarrett, we thank you for your analysis there. I want to bring in Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel. Richard, we were watching this news conference together, going back and forth with our notes about what we had just heard and what the president was saying. It sounds like regime change, but it also sounds like he's working with the government that he just took over. A bit confusing at times, but from the president's words, the current president now, Delcy Rodriguez, who was the vice president under Maduro, we heard Jose Diaz-Balart just report she is not Maduro light. She is just like Maduro, a student of Hugo Chavez, a socialist. She's now in power, but apparently working with our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. And Richard, you know, we have to think she's just seen what's occurred over less than 24 hours in her country. Her boss was just taken in handcuffs from his compound, along with his wife, charged with being narco terrorists. She's got to be living in fear right now of what's going to happen to her. According to the president, she's playing ball, but in public, she's denouncing everything she just saw.
So, Tom, you're right. We were talking throughout this speech, exchanging notes and pointing out some of the inherent contradictions or inherent challenges of what President Trump is saying. He says quite clearly, and he said it numerous times, that the United States, that he and his administration specifically will be the ones running Venezuela, that he will be in charge, that the people behind him will be in charge. But he said that there may be boots on the ground, but there might not be, that military action might not be necessary, that there could be a second strike, but that he hopes it's not necessary. So he's not talking specifically about a reoccupation of the country or an occupation of the country by American troops. There are roughly 15,000 American troops currently deployed with their guns trained toward Venezuela. That is an enormous amount of firepower, but it is certainly not enough to occupy a country. There were about 100,000 troops in Iraq, and Iraq still went into civil war. So you couldn't control Venezuela with American service members, even highly trained Delta forces on the ground with 15,000. You would need far more than that. The country is this 1.5 times the size of Texas. It is a big country, very inaccessible in some areas. But he did say that he would run it through some sort of to use a phrase that is often used in politics, a puppet regime. He didn't say exactly who would be in charge, but that those details are still being worked out, but that his administration would effectively be running the show from behind the scenes, and that the oil industry would have a free hand to extract oil there and get reparations for oil facilities that were nationalized in the past. So we've talked a lot tonight, Tom, about what happens inside Venezuela going forward and how uncertain it is, and whether this is going to be a success, whether there will be some sort of compliant puppet regime willing to open itself up to the international community. Many people have said, Jose described how the people of Venezuela certainly are happy to see the back of Nicolás Maduro and his wife, but justifiably concerned about the future. But President Trump also talked about his wider vision. Cuba came up several times. He talked about the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine was a doctrine that said the U.S. controls its sphere of influence. The U.S. controls or should dominate all the area around it. And he said that he's bringing it back better than ever. I think that he should probably be taken seriously at this stage. He does seem to have his sights set on other Latin American countries. He wants to create what he described as a safe space for the United States across the region. And that is a message that is reverberating across Latin America and beyond. China is also watching this right now. And I think, as Lindsey Graham said, if he were in Taiwan, if he were in Cuba right now, he would be nervous. I think the people in Taiwan are also quite nervous because China could easily make the same kind of argument that Taiwan constitutes a threat to its national security, that its close relations with the United States, its pro-independence or pro-autonomy movement constitute a threat to China's territorial integrity, and that this world of sphere of influence politics could come back, and that President Trump could lead at least the North American part of it. So profound implications for Venezuela, no doubt, for Latin America, certainly, but for the world at large, those implications are now being laid out and being explained and being acted upon right now.
And then, Richard, the other issue that we really haven't talked about is in Venezuela, you now have, leaders that are from the Maduro regime. You have a military that was loyal to Maduro, though there is some reporting out there that some members possibly were working with the CIA and the U.S. military because this operation happened pretty fast and they got to Maduro pretty quickly. On top of that, and I've talked about this a little bit in our coverage, are the colectivos, because this is sort of what sets Venezuela apart from other countries. They have armed regular people, regular citizens that Maduro has given weapons to, that they don't have uniforms, but they are loyal to Maduro. They will protect whatever Maduro's interests were. They also report on their fellow citizens. They spy on them. Their people are afraid of them, and they sometimes are sort of the dirty police, if you will. They will do the things that the military doesn't want to. And the U.S. and whatever American oil companies come in and/or this new government, this new regime, are going to have to deal with these people, because you have to think the people that stayed in Venezuela, that never got out, there's two reasons why they never got out. One, they just physically couldn't get out. They couldn't afford it. They didn't want to walk out of Venezuela like hundreds of thousands have since going back 2-3 years, 5 years really, or they were loyal to the socialist regimes.
Or benefited from the social regime, or both. I was in Venezuela under this current regime, under the Maduro-Chavez, as you described, a socialist dictatorship, and it was a poor country. I had similar experiences like you had, where people didn't have enough money to buy food, were asking for favors, and it was also a country that had enormous wealth. There was a certain segment of society that benefited from the proximity to power. And they were able to manipulate the currency and use credit cards and use exchange systems to accumulate enormous amounts of wealth. But all of that was based on the regime and the regime's survival. And if the regime is no longer in place, they could easily switch alliances. These were people who were loyal to the regime because they benefited from the regime. So, yes, there are absolutely militias. And we saw these images that were put out by Venezuela, by Maduro, of the militias getting weapons. When I was in Colombia a few weeks ago, we were reporting on them, how Maduro's government was handing out guns to people on the streets so that they could protect their country against imperialism and that they were loyal to him. We will see if those militias continue to stand up and fight for a man who is now in custody on a U.S. warship heading toward the United States, or they will look for other opportunities to preserve their wealth and potentially accumulate more. So the militias are certainly a danger. Chaos is a danger as now the entire Latin American region is in flux.
Yeah. Richard Engel, stand by for us. I want to go to our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons. Keir, we've talked about this earlier, and Richard touched upon this. And the president was asked about this, right? He's trying to negotiate peace between Russia and Ukraine, at the same time attacking another country, Venezuela, taking out their leader and possibly trying him in a court of law in the U.S. That's the plan right now, and then telling the world that they are in charge. The U.S. is in charge right now of Venezuela. They will work with the new government, but the new government is sort of answering the call of the U.S. for now. American companies, and not trying to hide the fact that American companies will go in and that the U.S. is interested in Venezuela's oil, in its energy. The rest of the world digesting this news and thinking what, Keir?
Well, surprised, frankly, I think, is one aspect. And many countries, the allies and partners of America, will be watching their words because they won't want to infuriate President Trump. So we've heard more from America's adversaries. But I will just say, just picking up, Tom, on what Richard was saying there, we look for historical parallels, and history never repeats itself. But just referencing Jose's contribution earlier, maybe we should be looking to 1989 and Panama and the invasion then by President Reagan, the removing of General Noriega. That was a military intervention that some historians look back and say had some successes, ultimately led to improvements. And just one other aside about that, the numbers of Americans killed, 23 American soldiers were killed in that action. I was interested to hear President Trump suggest that there was a larger possible action that they didn't decide to take, but that they might take in the future. And it goes to your point, Tom, about what is left now. I think watching Delcy Rodriguez being talked about by President Trump as someone that he has, in a sense, you could say that he might be able to work with, I think really, and then at the same time, what Jose was explaining to us about Rodriguez, it really just underscores what an uncertain period we're in right now. I mean, if you look to the question of what happened in Iraq, and the invasion of Iraq, which defines so much of the way we think about American intervention around the world in this era that we live in. One of the huge mistakes that was made in Iraq, of course, was to remove the whole Saddam Hussein regime, the whole apparatus of power. Is it possible, and it's a huge question mark, is it possible in Venezuela to leave some of the apparatus in place, but at the same time bring about what President Trump said, peace, liberty and justice for Venezuela? I mean, these are questions we simply cannot answer just hours after this intervention. We are not going to know this for days and for weeks ahead. But certainly, to another point in your question, Tom, the way that countries around the world will be viewing this, America's adversaries will be with deep concern, and deep concern for their own interests. And as an example of that, President Trump was asked about the oil, and in that answer, he referenced China, and he said, we'll have large amounts of oil for other countries. He was answering a question about China, and of course, Venezuela has been providing oil to China. So what we're seeing here is a kind of a move on a chessboard, on a diplomatic chessboard, that will be followed by other moves, but is also just so significant in terms of relations between the US and China, US and Russia, US and Iran, US and Cuba. And in Iran, from what we heard President Trump say and Secretary Rubio saying, telling countries around the world, don't play games. Just imagine what the Iranian regime is thinking, hearing that.
Yeah, very good point. Keir, we thank you for that. Stand by for us. I want to go back to Mar-a-Lago. Julie Sirkin was inside the room where President Trump held his news conference and really put out so many headlines. Julie, before we start our conversation, I want to run a small bit from what the president said. Let's roll that now.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now. And what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil.
Julie Sirkin joins us now. Julie, talk to me about the moment when President Trump said in that news conference that the U.S. was now going to run Venezuela.
Tom, you could hear a pin drop in the room. It was a small room in Mar-a-Lago, and off to the president's side, if I could just bring some color to our viewers, not only were the people standing behind him, part of his team, Secretary Rubio, Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, Stephen Miller, and others, but also off to the side was Steve Witkoff, the special envoy to the president that has had a hand and has been involved in so many of these conflicts that the president and his administration have tried to end around the world, whether it was Ukraine and Russia or Gaza and Israel, and now, of course, pertaining to this situation here, when the president said that it was the U.S. that is going to run Venezuela, at least for the short term. He didn't put a date. He didn't define whether there would be boots on the ground, seeming to leave open the question of a military presence there, leaving on the table pretty much everything. When he said that, there were so many more questions than answers. The president saying, or appearing to suggest, that in real time are he and his team trying to figure out the group, he said, that will run the country. He pointed behind him to Rubio, the Secretary of State that wears many hats, also as head of the National Security Council, and as well to Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, who spoke and revealed some details and timing of what's next when it comes to this operation. The president was also asked whether his administration endorses Maria Corina Machado, the person who rightfully won, as many Venezuelans know, the election back in 2023. He said he doesn't believe that the people there will accept her. Instead, as you know, speaking about the vice president, who he announced in the room was sworn in, that Rubio, the Secretary of State, had spoken on the phone with. He didn't say how many people, which kind of group from the United States would essentially run this country for now, but he said many times over that he would not repeat the same mistake made, he said, by his predecessors in pursuing regime change and then leaving the country and essentially having it fall into the wrong hands, the president said. I also asked President Trump what his conversation was like with Nicolás Maduro. Trump said earlier on Fox News this this morning that the two last spoke a week ago. The president telling me that he asked Maduro to surrender, and then telling me he actually thought that he would have. Of course, we know now is not the case. President Trump saying, but Maduro wishes that he had. Again, so many more questions here. Under what authority is the United States going to be seizing this oil? Venezuela has about 300 billion barrels of reserve oil, the most in the world of any country. What authority is the United States using? There was a question asked to the president, and then he sort of funneled it to Secretary Rubio, why they didn't notify Congress before the strike. We know, according to people that I spoke to on Capitol Hill, that only relevant committees and relevant members of leadership found out about this operation after it was already taking place. No advance warning. The president there saying it's because members of Congress leak. Certainly that is going to be a question asked by Democrats and Republicans up there, but so far, praise coming from that building, Tom, but still a lot of questions on what happens on the day after. But the president today in a nearly 1-hour news conference praising the operation that his administration conducted here. Tom?
Julie, you've been covering the president since he's been at Mar-a-Lago. Walk our viewers through what happened over the last couple of days. I mean, when the president talks about watching this attack in real time, from your understanding, this all happened while the president was at Mar-a-Lago?
It did happen while he was at Mar-a-Lago. We know the vice president, according to a statement I just got from the spokesperson, met with the president briefly yesterday as well, although he was not in Mar-a-Lago today, and he did not watch this operation take place last night. But the president had around him a full team. You'll note, Tom, that this wasn't the first day that he had that was extremely busy of the holiday week. He announced strikes against Nigeria and northwestern Nigeria there last week on Christmas Day. He hosted President Zelensky of Ukraine. He hosted Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. So this is a president that has been extremely occupied over this holiday break. He also earlier this week, or at the end of last week, announced a land strike against Venezuela, the first. And then yesterday, of course, we know that he met with Secretary Rubio, General Kane, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs as well, was very involved in this operation. The president allowing him today to speak and detail the extent of it. 150 aircraft over Venezuela in the middle of the night. The president ordered the strikes, according to General Kane, at 10:46 p.m. last night, and then watched it unfold over the hours afterwards. We also know, as I just mentioned, the president did speak to Nicolás Maduro as recently as a week ago. So clearly President Trump here intimately involved. He also said earlier that this was a strike that they had planned for months, one that he had authorized around Christmas time, and one that they were ready to execute as recently as 4 days ago. But they were waiting for the perfect weather conditions. They found that moment last night, and that is when the president gave the green light and they moved forward with this operation. One question that I still have, Tom, that we weren't able to ask in the room is whether any U.S. service members were injured. Were there any Venezuelan civilians that were injured on the ground? We know that the goal, according to General Kane, was that for this operation to take place with minimal civilian casualties and notably also minimal harm to those that were indicted, that is Nicolás Maduro and his wife, so they could be extradited to the U.S. and then processed and charged here on American soil. Those were the conditions that we know that the administration had, the U.S. military had, but we also know, Tom, this was extremely close hold so that nothing would tip off the Venezuelans, not even letting members of Congress know, even leadership ahead of time. And certainly, as we stand now today, one question that I asked the president that he did not answer, but certainly heard as he walked out of that room, are we now at war with Venezuela? That is not something that he was able to answer. But as you know, it is Congress that determines that, that authorizes war, that announces war, and they have not taken that step. Tom?
Julie Sirkin for us. Julie, we thank you for that. I want to go to our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby. Courtney, one thing we haven't talked about, which Julie touched upon there, was that sort of veiled threat, that announcement from President Trump that they were going to launch a second strike, but they decided not to. And we won't know, at least we won't know today, or maybe we'll know later, if this was indeed the truth, or is he playing maybe a little bit of psychological warfare here in letting that new regime know in Venezuela that they are not done, that we still have the forces in the Caribbean ready to go.
And remember, he made similar threats after the U.S. strikes last summer in Iran, that it was possible that the U.S. would go in for more if they needed to. What's striking, though, about this comment here, Tom, is he said that if, in fact, the U.S. were to go in for additional strikes or a second wave, it would be much larger and bigger. And it really begs the question of what would they need to be striking if, in fact, this is going to unfold in the way that the the president somewhat vaguely described here that there would be U.S. officials, senior officials of the national security apparatus of the Trump administration, who would be involved in running Venezuela and would essentially be involved in rebuilding the oil infrastructure and helping American companies go in there and exploit it. What would the need be for more strikes against Venezuela, and particularly against the Venezuelan military? Now, one big question that we've talked about here already is the Venezuelan military going to respond in some way? The president, when asked about the possibility for sort of follow-on activity here, not just by the U.S., he made it very clear that Marco Rubio, Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, has been speaking with Venezuelan officials and seemed to address the fact that this wasn't likely to happen. But as you said, we may not know today, we may not even know tomorrow if in fact there will be some sort of a response here. Again, what's really striking about what's unfolded here today, Tom, is not just the fact that the president of Venezuela and his wife were apprehended and taken into custody by U.S. officials overnight, but the U.S. military, in essentially paving the way for that extraction operation, took extensive strikes against the Venezuelan military to do so, Tom.
Yeah, and then, Courtney, as far as what we know about the size of our forces there, right? If there were to be boots on the ground, how many troops are we talking about? Because as Richard pointed out, Venezuela is a massive country. Some of the borders are very hard to get through. They obviously went through Caracas with no problem tonight under the cover of darkness. But what are we talking about? How many forces, how many ships do we know that we have in the region right now?
So at this point, we know there's more than 15,000, well over 15,000 men and women who are there. There's about a dozen U.S. Navy ships. There's tens, dozens and dozens of aircraft there, and that's not just fighter aircraft that would be associated with the carrier and the strike group, but there's fighter aircraft on land, there's tankers, there's support aircraft, there's drones. The bombers and some of the larger aircraft that were involved in this overnight, they most likely flew from the continental U.S. and not necessarily from the region, just given their size and their needs to be able, what they would need to be able to take off and fly a mission like this. But the real question is, what would the threat be that the U.S. would require putting troops on the ground there? So is this we've heard three different explanations just today alone for why the U.S. carried this out. We heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio that this was about taking down Maduro, who has oppressed his people, who has specifically targeted brutally opposition. The president talked about oil. Secretary Hegseth, he talked about drugs. So the real question is, what would the threat be that the U.S. military would be going in to address? That would dictate how many troops and the capabilities necessary.
And then, Courtney, I'm sure you're able to talk to your sources about sort of this operation. It had been building for months, right? And they had been moving some of the largest aircraft carriers that we have in our military to the region to prepare for this. They had been signaling this would happen, and ultimately it happened tonight. We also know from our reporting from some of our producers about the CIA and the operation they had within Venezuela, because it is stunning how quickly they got Maduro and how he was not even able to escape within his own country.
And remember, shockingly, President Trump talked about authorizing that covert CIA action inside Venezuela last fall, back in October. It was shocking to hear. And then the White House and officials didn't deny it. So now we're getting a little bit more of a picture of exactly what that was. That it was there were teams that were involved and included U.S. military, not necessarily on the ground, but who were involved in this tracking this pattern of life of Nicolás Maduro. General Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, laid some of it out, but they spent months watching him, determining where he goes on a day-to-day basis, trying to figure out where he may go. Presumably that was all what was brought into how they were able to precisely pinpoint target exactly where they were going to be at 2 o'clock in the morning.
All right, Courtney Kuby, we appreciate it. I want to bring in my friend and colleague, Hallie Jackson, right now. She's going to take over some of our coverage here on NBC News Now as I make it out to the city of Doral to do some reporting there and talk to a lot of Venezuelan Americans and Cuban Americans who are celebrating out in the streets. Hallie, before I hand it over to you, I do have a question. I'm interested, how do you think this is going to play out within the MAGA base? With the America First policy, the president said it's sort of morphing to include the way we treat our neighbors to make sure we have safe neighbors. But with the economy where it is right now, with so many Americans concerned about inflation, the president clear with a foreign policy sort of offensive, if you will, both in Russia, in Ukraine, in Israel, in Gaza, and now Venezuela. Sure. How does this sort of all calculate into America First with his MAGA base? I'll leave you with that question as I come off the air and hand it over to you.
No, I appreciate that, Tom, and I think it's an excellent one, considering this is a president who, in so many ways, campaigned on being a president of peace. As you heard Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, describe him saying no new wars, and this is something we've seen already from, for example, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's already had a split with President Trump, who said, "Boy, were we wrong about him." You heard him get that question about how is intervening in Venezuela in this way aligning with your America First ideals. And you heard the president respond that he thinks this is a national security issue. And that's why he got involved here. But I will say this, when you look broadly at the American people, there's some recent polling in just the last couple of weeks showing that the majority of voters do not want to see U.S. military intervention in Venezuela. And so with that, we're going to thank Tom. We're going to look forward to seeing more of his reporting coming up in just a little bit on Nightly News. He will be back with us right here on NBC News. But for now, I'm Hallie Jackson in Washington as we continue our breaking news coverage of the attack on Venezuela. Of course, Nicolás Maduro, the now former leader of Venezuela, taken into custody. In just the last hour or so, we heard from President Trump at Mar-a-Lago in that lengthy news conference saying the U.S. will, in his words, run Venezuela, will take control of Venezuela basically indefinitely here until there is a peaceful transfer of power. But again, no timeline set on that. The president not ruling out boots on the ground. All of it just coming as you've watched unfold here live in our rolling coverage hours after the U.S. staged that large-scale attack in the Venezuelan capital, removing that country's controversial leader, Nicolás Maduro, along with Maduro's wife. Both of them, we understand, are now headed to New York. They're expected to face criminal charges related to alleged narco-terrorism and other crimes. There is a lengthy indictment we're going to get into coming out of the Southern District of New York. And make no mistake, this is a big deal. This is a big moment here that marks the most direct American intervention in Latin America in decades. We've got a lot to cover here over the course of the next several hours. We expect more developments as the afternoon unfolds. You can watch them right here on NBC News. And I want to start with our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons. And Keir, just to set the table here for a moment, there is now an indefinite time period where the United States will effectively run Venezuela. You heard the president talk about getting involved in oil, rebuilding, as he said, the oil infrastructure, using, frankly, the royal we, saying we will, talk about and decide what we do with this oil. There's that piece of it here. There's the question of Nicolás Maduro himself, what a trial would look like for him in this incredibly high-profile way. And then some of the criticism that you are already seeing now related to the legality of the action that the United States took in Venezuela and what happens next. So with that, Keir, give us a sense of your reporting. I know you've been working the phones. And what is most pressing to you?
Yeah, Hallie, multiple questions, and the biggest one surely has to be what happens in Venezuela now. And President Trump, before that news conference, asked that and said, well, who's going to leave Venezuela? And said, well, we're going to have to look at that right now. Since then, we've had more of the kind of picture painted in, if you like. And it does look as if President Trump is initially looking to Delcy Rodriguez, who was the vice president in Venezuela, who now appears to be taking over. There appears to be an ambition that a U.S. team will run Venezuela along with some of the apparatus that was already there under Maduro, who is, of course, no longer there. The big picture, though, of course, is today, this afternoon, to this extraordinary operation, which President Trump described as amazing, like watching a TV show where U.S. Special Forces have moved into Caracas in the dead of night and have extracted Maduro and his wife. President Trump said that the U.S. was able to switch off the lights there in order to be able to carry out this operation. Talked about them penetrating, making their way through steel doors in order to get to the Venezuelan leader. So all of that kind of daring do, if you like, will be reported out in the coming days. Just a quite simply a stunning operation by the U.S. military. And then, as you mentioned, President Maduro now being indicted by the U.S. on charges of narco-terrorism and preparing to face a U.S. court. That in itself will be a spectacle in the days ahead. So we're going to have kind of multiple images, aren't we? We're going to have that, and we're also going to have the question of exactly what happens in Venezuela now, and how the future for Venezuela plays out. And it isn't clear exactly what the plan is at this stage. there is part of this, Hallie, and that is a message to the world that was talked about by President Trump and then underscored by Secretary Rubio. Secretary Rubio saying that this is a message to countries around the world that President Trump is not playing games. President Trump talking about U.S. capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely imagine. China will be watching. Iran will be worrying, Hallie, about exactly what this might mean in the middle of protests there. So this is significant because it is such a symbol of a shift in U.S. policy, focusing on the Western Hemisphere and also sending messages to leaders around the world.
Karen, I'm going to ask you to stand by here as we're taking a look now at the first image that we have seen. I'm going to ask our team to put that back up of Nicolás Maduro. This was released by the White House, put out. They say this is him on his way to the United States. We understand that he is with his wife, of course, based on what the president has said. And I want to bring in NBC's Jesse Kirsch at Miami International Airport. We understand that he is headed, of course, the indictment is based out of the Southern District of New York, Jesse, but obviously a big Venezuelan population in South Florida. And then, of course, the airspace restrictions that have been put in place. As we have seen now, I mean, truly, Jesse, for months since September, really, a ramping up of military pressure in the Caribbean. Speculation for weeks that it was intended to muscle Maduro out of office, that it was intended to pressure him as it related to regime change. And now here we have this moment, January 3rd, where it appears to have happened.
Yeah, and Hallie, we're still seeing a ripple effect continuing across the Caribbean region. I'm checking my computer here constantly because we're just looking at updates to flight situations across the region. I'm at Miami International Airport. This is a big launching point for people who are going on Caribbean vacations. We're, of course, right at the back end of the Christmas and New Year's holiday breaks. A lot of people this weekend presumably trying to get back home to the U.S. And it appears that there are some Americans who are stranded or trying to find alternative options to get out of their vacation destinations because of the airspace restrictions that appear to have been put in place. We talk about the secrecy that goes into planning something like this, carrying out a mission like this, the details that were shared by the president and other members of the administration, the details that were not shared, presumably because of security reasons. And just taking a look here at FlightAware, which is a flight tracking software, San Juan International Airport in Puerto Rico has, according to FlightAware, 52% of its flights today have been canceled. Just speaks to the impact in the region and how this may unfold. We've had statements come in from JetBlue, from United, from Southwest, from Delta, from American Airlines, all talking about impacts in various parts of the region because of what's going on here. And I think this is something we're going to potentially be following for days to come, because if you have a plane that can't get from point A to point B, that can have a cascading effect. And that is something that certainly is going to be impacting Americans who weren't necessarily in Venezuela. And then just going back to where we started, Hallie, when you're talking about this is something that had been alluded to potentially. There had been quite a bit of saber rattling going on. But this, of course, takes things to a whole nother level, with the president saying that Nicolás Maduro has been captured by the United States, with the attorney general saying he will face American justice on American soil. And I was in Doral, Florida, which is affectionately known as Venezuela, has a massive, strong community, both of Venezuelan Americans and Venezuelan expats, and we were speaking with people there. It was just scenes of elation. People tell us they were out there as early as 2 a.m. I got on the scene around 6:30 in the morning, right around 7 a.m. Eastern time, and from then until we left that area around 12:30 in the afternoon, it was just loud. It was rambunctious. There was music playing. There were cheers, people singing the national anthem of Venezuela, the national anthem of the United States. People holding up signs and flags, including from Marina Machado, the opposition leader who recently won the Nobel Peace Prize from Venezuela, was able to get out with, she says, U.S. help. So just all kinds of support, pointing both to the unanswered questions about what the future is for that country, but also just moments of joy and relief for people who wanted to see this. Of course, this is not something that is being universally celebrated, but definitely there are elements of people in this country who are celebrating this. And you just think about the personal impact this has on people. I met a young woman who says her mother is a green card holder here. She was able to get here to be with her mother. Her father is still in Venezuela, and she hasn't been able to see him for close to 3 years. A man told me that his grandmother, for him to see his grandmother in recent years, they had to meet in Europe because they couldn't just fly to one or the other. And I think those are the kinds of situations that people are going to be thinking about in their head and potentially hoping will not continue to be the way they have to operate as a family across borders. So that is the scene, just a microcosm in that community. But again, Hallie, the ripple effect of something like this, well beyond the global impact, well beyond the affairs within the nation of Venezuela, I can tell you that the actions of the U.S. government appear to be having a ripple effect on U.S. citizens throughout the region who are potentially going to be trying to find their way home. And we're trying to get in touch with some of those people now to get a sense of what they are being told about their travel situation. But definitely, it seems like this is going to be an evolving scene for days to come, Hallie.
Jesse Kirsch, live for us there at Miami International Airport. Jesse, we'll look for more of your reporting, I know, after your time in Doral, your time there at the airport. Much more to come from you. Let me take you back to the White House now, where Monica Alba is posted up. And Monica, obviously the president down at Mar-a-Lago, monitoring every moment of this incredibly large-scale, high-level attack on Venezuela, the obviously seizure of Maduro. They took him into custody and bringing him back on the USS Iwo Jima back to the United States here, Mon. And there are some real questions that remain. You heard Keir and Jesse talk through some of them, including leadership of Venezuela moving forward. Right now, it seems as though, based on what the president has suggested, it's Secretary of State Marco Rubio, it's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, along with, as the president has put it, officials in Venezuela. There was a reference to the Venezuelan vice president who has now been sworn in as President, Delcy Rodriguez, somebody who worked alongside Maduro for years, Monica. How does that interplay work? How does that function? Do we know yet, or is that an open question?
I think that is an absolute open question, Hallie, and a critical one that we will continue to be asking. The fact that it is President Trump coming out before the country, before the world, saying that the U.S. is going to effectively run Venezuela. And it's not like that was a casual choice of words. He said it again and again throughout this press conference that he held down at his club in Mar-a-Lago, saying that the actual details of how that's going to actually work are still left to be ironed out, which I think is also incredibly indicative of how this is going to develop in real time. But he did mention that Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, and others were going to be in close coordination. He mentioned that he said, and we haven't been able to confirm this elsewhere, that the vice president of Venezuela that you mentioned, Delcy Rodriguez, had been sworn in and is effectively acting in that leadership capacity. Again, it's unclear whether that's the case, whether that has actually happened, and how this kind of coordination will work. And he was asked very pointedly by a reporter in the room what it means for his policy of America First, that the U.S. is going to be running Venezuela. And the president really made his answer, his defense, and his approach in response to that about oil, saying that they have critical energy and critical resources that are essential, the president argued, to the U.S. and to the world. So he really predicated a lot of this decision making, a lot of this now new foreign entanglement on that exact mission about oil, making this really largely about that economic factor in all of this. But it's really notable, Hallie, too, that he was asked about the Venezuelan opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, who, remember, won the Nobel Peace Prize, dedicated it in part to President Trump, and now he is saying that she's a nice lady, essentially, paraphrasing there, but that he doesn't believe that she has the support or the backing to necessarily take a leadership position. So we have a lot to still figure out here, and the president had been hinting at some additional military operation, some strikes on land, as he called it, for weeks. But we now know that at least it was right before Christmas, right before the holiday, about a week or so ago, that he approved this actual operation to capture Nicolás Maduro and his wife. He wanted to do it, he says, 4 days ago, but the weather conditions were not optimal, and that is why he decided last night, overnight, when they saw a window, to give the green light and go ahead with these remarkable, remarkable developments. Hallie.
And any clarity, Monica, on how that unfolded? Injuries, for example. The president suggested, I believe, that a helicopter, or at least an aircraft, was hit but flyable, as he put it, in the process of what he called what the defense secretary called exfiltration, which is getting out of Venezuela.
Yeah, we are learning that there were several injuries to U.S. service members here. I'm told by a White House official that they are all in stable and good condition. We are trying to learn more about how many that means, what kinds of injuries, but it does seem it could be related to that helicopter incident that you've referenced the president mentioning in that news conference. They also specifically spoke to the fact that clearly no U.S. service members were killed, thank goodness, but that also no U.S. equipment was, quote, lost. So while there may have been some damage, as you mentioned there, to some of the aircraft, it's unclear exactly the extent of that. And again, I think in raising this, we also have to ask about what the president didn't rule out and effectively leaned into in that news conference, which is the idea that there could be U.S. boots on the ground in who knows for how long a capacity in Venezuela now with this current operation, with the fact that the president's saying that we shouldn't be, quote, afraid of boots on the ground, saying that that's something that the U.S. can handle, but giving absolutely no indication how many, how long, and when or whether there will be an end date to that as we talk about the fate of the U.S. service members who were involved in the operation last night and the fate of these potential U.S. service members who could be involved in this prolonged entanglement for some long time to come. Hallie.
Monica Alba live for us there just outside the White House. And Mom, before I let you go, I just want to make a note. If our audience can hear some of the audio behind you, and I think we still have Monica, there are typically protests that are at the sort of out front of the White House at the plaza. It's maybe a block from where the White House sits. Are those related today, Monica, to Venezuela? Are you seeing a gathering crowd here in Washington?
It certainly sounds like it, Hallie, from what I can make out. And this is a growing crowd. This is Lafayette Park, and right in front of it, right in front of the White House, where the public is at times allowed to gather. Sometimes it's shut down for security purposes. But we have been hearing some chants of things like hands off Venezuela, effectively hearing that growing. I think more people are coming to join that with that kind of a message for the president, who we can remind everybody is not currently here in Washington. He is still down in Florida until he is set to return tomorrow evening.
Monica Alba, watching it all. Mon, thank you very much. I want to go now to Keir Simmons, back to Keir, because Keir, one of the people Monica mentioned is potentially an important player here, obviously, Maria Corina Machado, the opposition leader of Venezuela, fresh off of her Nobel Peace Prize acceptance in Norway. Unclear where she is now, but she has put some communication out already, right, suggesting that the people of Venezuela will hear more from her about essentially the next steps, a direction, if you will, from her. Tell us more about who she is and what else we know.
Well, she's been committed to democracy in Venezuela for a long time. And as you say, she won the Nobel Peace Prize for that ambition. And we've been reporting on these strikes since the early hours of this morning. And it did take some time for her to be to make that statement. But I think that she has been under U.S. protection. And clearly one of the ambitions has been to make sure that she is safe. And that's been an ambition over a sustained period, because there's been a risk to her from the Venezuelan regime, from the Maduro regime, of course. It has been a threat to them. I think the question of whether or not, Hallie, she now becomes well, clearly she is crucial to the future of Venezuela, but what role she plays is a different one, because of what we heard President Trump say about Delcy Rodriguez in that news conference, and the fact that Secretary Rubio had a conversation with Delcy Rodriguez, according to President Trump, in which Rodriguez, and remember, Rodriguez being the former vice president, well, still, I guess, the vice president, maybe now the acting president under Maduro. So Rodriguez appears to be the person, just referencing what President Trump himself seemed to say in that news conference. She seems to be the person that the U.S. is talking to at this stage. But listen, this is... We have to just really remind folks, and it bears saying again and again, that we are just hours from the regime change. The regime change just occurred in Venezuela. Maduro was removed. That's happened just hours ago. We know from our experience of these things, of U.S. intervention in other places, that there is exuberance and celebration initially, but that then the hard work begins in terms of how a country should be run, how to replace a regime. And now, has the Trump administration, if you like, learned from Iraq And is it trying to not simply remove the entire government infrastructure from Venezuela, but is it trying to instead bring about change through that infrastructure, persuade those people in the nuts and bolts of Venezuela, if you like, that they should change sides? That is, I think, an interesting question. But many who know Venezuela well will tell you, Hallie, that these are not solid government machines, that not the government itself nor the opposition. They are weak, and there are multiple factions and leaders within Venezuela, and without going into the detail, inevitably that sets up the risk that there is a battle for power, and in some countries what you've seen is civil war. We're not there yet. Again, we are just hours from when this strike happened, and the regime change happened, and we're going to have to see what happens in the days and weeks and even months ahead.
But already, Keir, the president has fired at least verbal warning shots to some other leaders in the region. You think of the head of Colombia, for example. There was even a reference to Mexico there as it related to specifically drug trafficking, which has long obviously frustrated the president. It's been a priority of his. If you are sitting in Colombia right now, if you're Petra, how seriously are you taking those warnings when the president suggests that he better essentially watch himself after what happened to Maduro?
Oh, I think you're taking it seriously. No question. I mean, that is, I think, unquestionably one of the impacts of 2025 under President Trump, and now, of course, 2026, is that capitals, leaders are listening. Secretary Rubio said it, didn't he, in that news conference? Message to the world, to the many around the world who like to play games. He didn't say which countries he was referring to or which leaders he was referring to. But I've said already a number of times, Hallie, on our air through today that, for example, the Iranians in Tehran, they had a close alliance with Maduro and with the Maduro regime in Venezuela, and they are facing the most significant protests in years in Iran. And they've been told by the Trump administration, if you attack those protesters, we will target you. Now, if you're the supreme leader in Iran right now, you are inevitably saying to yourself, well, hold on, the US is prepared to remove the leader of a sovereign state. What does that mean for me? How far is the Trump administration prepared to go? And it's not just Iran, as you mentioned, a number of countries in Latin America may be worrying in a similar way. Certainly, all around the world, there are questions. And while Iran is worrying, China will be watching. And I think that the question of how, keep in mind, China is a naturally very, very cautious government in many ways. And how China, how Beijing is viewing this will be something that people will be picking over. Whether it says to them, but be careful, because actually you never know what the Trump administration is going to do, or whether they conclude from this, actually, this is a green light for countries to intervene in their own regions, and that's the new world we live in. I mean, these things, we're going to have to wait.
Keir Simmons, Keir, we're glad to have you with us today. Thank you. I know you'll stay close to your camera, but as you hear Keir talk about this warning that was delivered not just by Secretary of State Marco Rubio to other leaders, but by President Trump himself to the region, around the world, I want to play you a little bit of that. Here it is.
All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist Maduro is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free.
I want to bring in now Brian Fonseca, director of the Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy at Florida International University. Brian, thank you so much for being with us and for your patience as we've been in this rolling coverage after these significant developments today.
No, thanks so much for having me.
Let's talk about this warning from President Trump to other leaders and the reaction inside Venezuela. As you have watched this play out, what are your biggest questions moving forward?
I mean, the most important question is what happens next. You heard the president sort of allude to the fact that the United States was going to run Venezuela. I suggest, I think what the president is suggesting there is that the United States is going to exercise incredible influence through its economic sectors as a means of putting pressure on the political, bodies and processes that are going to unfold in Venezuela in the coming, days, weeks, and months. And I think that's what he's suggesting. I think the warning he gave to other leaders is probably targeted particularly at Diaz-Canel in Cuba, Ortega in Nicaragua, as two countries that the United States and certainly Secretary Marco Rubio has his eyes set on effecting some form of change away from dictatorship or autocracies back to democracy, especially in the context of the Western Hemisphere being a priority in American national security thinking right now.
The other piece of this, too, is the leadership in Venezuela moving forward. That's critical to this. And we've talked about how the president has suggested there will be, obviously, American leadership and involvement. He didn't put a timeline on it. He said until there is some kind of a safe transition. But when pressed about that, suggested he would not support new elections in Venezuela, democratic elections in Venezuela, unless and until the oil infrastructure is rebuilt by the United States. And so I think we're looking at a potentially significant period of time. When you hear about Delcy Rodriguez, when the president and the Secretary of State invoke her, of course, the vice president who's been sworn in now as president, Secretary of State Rubio having what was described as a lengthy conversation with her. Help us understand what her role could be in any kind of Venezuelan American leadership moving forward for that country.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's brought in to sort of serve as an arbitrator or a broker of transition. I mean, ultimately, the institutions that matter in Venezuela don't have a whole lot of trust for the democratic opposition that has been sort of in the streets over the last several months, and particularly, people, figures like Maria Machado. And so those institutions, and I'm talking about institutions like the Venezuelan military and Venezuelan security forces, I think those institutions don't trust the opposition. And I think those institutions are critical in any type of transition back to Venezuela in the future. I think what the president may be suggesting there is that Delcy and some other co-power or power sharing structure is going to be in place until there's a time in which new elections will be called. And I suspect you could look as far as 18 months out before new elections are called. And then the country has an opportunity to democratically elect its next leader. Until then, it's going to be a power sharing structure that includes Delcy as sort of the head of state, and then U.S. and opposition members sort of in that mix in terms of governing, purging institutions, bringing those institutions back into the rules of the democratic game. And that will sort of maintain until elections are called and again, some type of formal transition back to democracy follows.
And how do you see the role of the United States as almost a kind of, as the president described it, oil broker in Venezuela, if and when that infrastructure is rebuilt, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, the oil sector in Venezuela is the most important economic engine for Venezuela. It's been that way historically. Venezuela has been sitting on, an enormous amount of oil for a very long time, one of the founding members of OPEC in 1960. And yes, the U.S. has been deeply involved in building out Venezuela's energy infrastructure for over a century now. And so Venezuela is one of the big players in oil. And I think the United States is looking to take a dominant position in the Venezuelan oil sector and leverage that position as a means of affecting political influence in Venezuela while also benefiting economically in Venezuela and for the United States as it brokers that sort of reintroduction of Venezuelan oil into the global oil market.
Before we let you go, I just want to get a sense for you, not just on what's next, but also how you have seen this unfold, because I just had been speaking with an expert, former SDNY prosecutor. Of course, the indictment against Maduro is out of the Southern District of New York, who suggested that based on the reading of this indictment, for somebody this high profile, for somebody in the position of power that Nicolás Maduro has been in, it is likely there were cooperators, insiders, in other words, who were having some kind of a back channel communication with United States officials here. And I wonder, as somebody who's watched this region, who's an expert here and who knows this well, if that sounds credible to you. Like I said, it seems likely, but give us your sense of that.
Yeah, no, I think it absolutely sounds credible. I mean, I won't say entire ease, right? I mean, this was a very difficult, complex military operation that unfolded. It was a multi-domain operation that included air, sea, land. And so all of those elements, are really sophisticated and complex to pull off. And the fact that the United States was able to go in with relative ease and extract, Maduro in the cover of night, I think there has to be some degree of, engagement that took place in the lead up to that. Just the location of where he was at and the ability to, again, target and get in and out relatively easily, I think it, suggests that there may have been a little bit more to uncover in terms of the, complicitness of other important actors on the ground. And I think, again, this was all about timing. If members of the political or military elite jumped too early and the regime didn't fall, then those people were probably going to end up in prison, if not worse, by, being convicted or prosecuted by the current regime. And I think timing was really critical to all of this. This has been a buildup, by the way, that's been, 6 months in the making, at least in terms of the ability. Once the United States decided it was going to start introducing military assets into the region, I think this was always one of the objectives, was to remove Maduro from power and see some form of valley or transition period back to democracy for Venezuela. As an important country in this hemisphere, not just in the context of, democratic governance, but also in the context of, harboring American adversaries like Russia, China, and Iran, and giving them space to operate in the Western Hemisphere.
Brian Fonseca, thank you so much for your expertise and for joining us during our coverage here on NBC News. Appreciate that. I want to take it back here to Washington and specifically to the building a couple of blocks from where I'm sitting, and that's the United States Capitol. Mel Zanona is there, our congressional correspondent. And while members of Congress are out for the tail end now of this holiday recess, essentially, Mel, their holiday breaks, there has been a lot of reaction from the left, but also from inside the president's own party about what has developed in Venezuela. I know we expect to hear from at least one senator coming up in the next 20 minutes or so, right?
Yeah, that's right. We're expecting to hear from Tim Kaine. That is the Democrat from Virginia. He's expecting to introduce a resolution and force a floor vote as soon as next week that would essentially block additional action in Venezuela without congressional approval. That has been a key part of this debate on Capitol Hill. But similar measures have failed in the past because there's actually very few Republicans who have sided with that idea. For the most part, what we have seen from Republicans is overwhelming support for Trump's actions and the capture of Maduro. And in fact, there were a number of administration officials, including Secretary Rubio and Secretary Hegseth, who have been calling members all morning, all day today, sort of walking them through their justification for this action, which did not receive any authorization from Congress. And in fact, Congress was not even notified prior to these actions taking place, with Secretary Rubio saying this is not the kind of mission you can pre-notify Congress, that it would endanger the operation, endanger the mission. And then President Trump at the press conference stepped in and said Congress tends to leak. We don't want leakers, suggesting that is the reason that they didn't share this very sensitive information with top members of leadership as well as top members of the Intelligence Committee. But the argument that has been made to Republican lawmakers, and it seems to have worked with at least one skeptic, that's Mike Lee of Utah, is that the reason why they didn't need authorization in this case is because they were carrying out a warrant to arrest Maduro. And so any action with the military, any strikes were intended to protect U.S. military personnel, which Republicans, including Mike Lee, argues completely falls within Trump's constitutional jurisdiction. Now, that being said, there have been a few Republicans who have come out and said that they disagree with what Trump did here. They think it's unconstitutional. That includes Thomas Massie. And then I think really notable for me, Hallie, was Marjorie Taylor Greene, a former Trump ally who was noticeably split with the president in recent weeks and months. She came out and said, MAGA voted to end forever wars. Boy, were we wrong when we voted for Trump, thinking that this would not happen. And so while there are a few Republicans who are voicing their criticism, by and large, Republicans are standing by them. Democrats, of course, that's a separate question. Like I said, we'll see that war powers vote next week. The question is whether more Republicans will actually join that effort. So far, though, Hallie, it does not look like that's the case.
Mel Zanona live for us on Capitol Hill. Mel, thank you. And I want to share some breaking news just into our newsroom from our colleagues, Jonathan Dienst and Tom Winter here, that multiple officials briefed on the matter say that Nicolás Maduro is, as we speak, and we knew this, en route back from the Caribbean or from the Caribbean to the United States. He is scheduled to travel to a New York area airport and then be helicoptered to a location in New York City. These officials say he will be processed and then ultimately transported to a jail facility. So as we speak, according to multiple officials talking with NBC News, Nicolás Maduro is on his way to the United States, where he will be booked and then put behind bars, set to face a sweeping indictment, a series of charges from the Southern District of New York related to alleged narco-terrorism and drug trafficking. I want to bring in now our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby. And these developments are moving forward, Courtney, presumably as expected on the part of the Trump administration. And as we heard from officials inside the Trump administration, too, a mission that was not without risk, that was not without peril. And I know you have some new reporting on that front, too.
Yeah, that's right. So one thing that we didn't get an answer to in that extensive press conference from the president, and then the quite a bit of military detail from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, was whether there were any Americans injured. We are now learning that, in fact, there were several American service members who were injured during the course of this operation. They are all in stable condition at this point. But what's really critical here is when officials were talking about there not being any casualties. With the military, a casualty refers to both individuals who were killed or injured. So very critically, there were several who were injured. Now, we also heard from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs during his rundown of what occurred there that there was a U.S. military helicopter that was also damaged during the course of this. There was a gun battle, according to the way that the chairman explained it here, as the U.S., specifically as the U.S. was trying to extract Maduro and his wife out of their compound. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs explaining that the U.S. responded with overwhelming firepower back at whatever that incoming was, and that, again, there was at least one helicopter that was damaged. It was not completely destroyed. It was able to fly back. But now also learning that, in fact, there were several Americans who were injured during the course of this operation, Hallie.
We also heard a remarkable level of detail from President Trump, Courtney, and we have seen this from him in the past when describing military operations, about the way that this process unfolded, including this implication, Court, that the United States had some kind of role in basically blacking out Caracas when this mission was undertaken.
That really raised my eyebrows, too, because we don't normally hear about this sort of thing. I mean, and there's several different ways. The reality is we know that the U.S. and the U.S. military specifically have these sorts of capabilities. So they have the ability to jam radars and to jam air defense systems to essentially create, as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs explained it, a pathway for this mission that was going in on the ground there. What they want to do is create conditions so it's as safe as possible for the team that's going in to actually grab Nicolás Maduro and his wife, so that they have taken out as many of the possible threats as possible. Now, one way we've seen this with manned aircraft in the past with U.S. military missions, where they will jam the air defenses, but we also know they have the ability through cyber and other means to essentially black out locations. And the president indicating that the U.S. did that. He didn't give the means in which that happened, but he did say the U.S. did it. Remember, the U.S. also had a number of different aircraft that they've been flowing into the region in recent weeks that have similar capabilities. They have the jammers, they have the F-35s that has the ability, again, to create a jam, electronic warfare capabilities. So any one of those, or frankly all of those, could have been used in this case.
The other piece of this, too, Courtney, is the potential of, as you have talked about here and as we've talked about in our coverage, of boots on the ground, U.S. boots on the ground in Venezuela. The president, we know this from having covered the president for a long time, never likes to rule anything in or out. You'll very rarely hear him take something off the table. He did not, in this case, take that off the table, but he went a step further and he said something along the lines of, people are afraid of the phrase, afraid of putting boots on the ground. He said, I don't think we need to be afraid of that, essentially. Help us understand what that might actually look like. Obviously, there is already an American military presence that is in the Caribbean. We know that that's been ramped up over the course of the last 5 or 6 months. These troops would be there to, secure oil that the United States would then have a hand in?
So remember, he didn't just talk about boots on the ground, but he said that he didn't rule out, and he even threatened the possibility of a second wave or additional strikes by the U.S. military. He even said that if, in fact, the U.S. were to carry those out, they would be bigger, larger strikes and potentially more targets. I mean, that really, it begs the question of what additional targets the U.S. would need to go after if, in fact, this transition period is going to play out the way that the president explained it, with senior U.S. national security officials in the Trump administration playing a serious major role in actually running the country. But remember what else President Trump has talked about just in recent months, and that is the possibility, officials have talked about the possibility of using the U.S. military to secure locations like potentially critical minerals in Ukraine. Not something that's obviously come to pass, but something that has been discussed in the past. Also protecting other critical infrastructure in other locations. So the fact that the president so emphasized the oil and gas in Venezuela as being a part of the motivation here, talking about the potential for boots on the ground to provide some sort of security, it wouldn't surprise me if that was part of the conversations. No one is telling us that directly, but based on what he said today, it wouldn't surprise me if that was part of the conversations, Hallie.
Courtney Cubie, that's super interesting, and we're glad to have you and your expertise, as I know you're continuing to make phone calls, as you have been doing now for the better part of almost coming up, I think, 12 hours. Court, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let me go now to George Solis, who is live for us in South Florida. And, George, I think we have you. I know it's a little bit loud where you are. We have spoken with Jesse Kirsch. We've spoken with you. I know that you're in the thick of it there, as you have Venezuelans gathering now, many of them celebrating the removal of Nicolás Maduro.
Yeah, exactly right, Hallie. We're in Doral, Florida, affectionately known as Dorozuela. This right here, the gathering center outside Arepaso. Crowds have been coming and going. This party showing no signs of slowing down. Every so often, the music will pick up. You'll hear horns honking, people in support, the flags of Venezuela flying here across the crowd. Moments ago, the crowd chanting in Spanish, the government is over, the government has fallen. That's, again, just a number of chants that we have been hearing about freedom, liberty. I have been to this area numerous times while we've been covering the story of Venezuela, Hallie, and so many people in this community say we have not felt comfortable to step out to speak, many of them not wanting to show their faces out of fear of concern for their families in Venezuela. Today, a much different story, as so many have gathered here in this community ready to share their excitement. They've told me they have spoken to their family members in Caracas, some of them saying right now, some of those family members are still getting word of what happened. Some of them saying they are still celebrating privately in their home, many of them hoping to be able to get to gatherings on the streets like this, but that it's just not the time for them. Many of them reacting, of course, to what they say is a regime that has been oppressive, many of them waiting decades for a change, for freedom in Venezuela. And again, the party here not showing any signs of slowing down. This crowd has only been growing hour by hour, some of them getting here as early as 3, 4 o'clock this morning as word started to trickle down here. And I've been checking around other businesses in this community. There are just small gatherings and celebrations as far as you can imagine. Again, Doral here, one of the largest populations of Venezuelans in the U.S. And of course, they are making their mark and their voices heard here today, Hallie. Again, you can see more of the flags here in the distance. Police here also a heavy presence. They are making sure everything here stays orderly. And for the most part, I can say that it has been. And you're seeing some leadership here from Miami and some other council members also arriving here to take part in this celebration. Again, just eclectic. The energy here is only increasing as the hours go by.
And George, I know that you had a chance to talk with some of these folks. You've relayed some of those conversations. When you talk about having been in this location previously, and obviously we've been covering the escalating tensions in Venezuela for months now, give us a sense of how different this moment feels than the others you've been there for.
Yes, I'm just going to step a little bit closer to get away from some of the noise, but the energy is completely different, Hallie. I mean, I got to tell you, we have talked to mothers, to fathers here, asking them to give us a sense of what they were thinking as they saw some of those boat strikes. Some of them saying, we've seen some of these playbooks, we've seen some of this play out before, but truthfully, we don't know if we can trust that this is really going to lead to a regime change. They were waiting, holding their breath, a lot of cautious optimism, a lot of them excited when the opposition leader was in Oslo receiving her Nobel Peace Prize. Many saying they wanted Corina Machado to be back in Venezuela. They were hoping that this was all just sort of setting the stage, if you will, for something much larger. And again, now that I'm talking to some of these same people and hearing from some of these voices, many of them not afraid to show their faces, many of them eager to restore their businesses and open their doors and just welcome a change in regime, a change in leadership, many excited for what's next. Some of them telling me they're thinking about their plans to return home to see family they haven't seen in years. Some of them still saying not quite yet, that there's still that cautious optimism, as I mentioned. But again, Hallie, as you hear the sounds here, the echoes of this crowd, there's definitely a sense that, again, the excitement here, again, it's just going to carry on into the night here.
A lot of enthusiasm, a lot of activity there in Doral. George Solis, thank you very much for being out there. I know you'll remain out there through the better part of the afternoon as we get more developments, obviously, on Nicolás Maduro being transported now to the United States after that attack on Venezuela and the military helping to bring Maduro into custody, then transported to a U.S. Ship, essentially, and now heading to New York. I want to bring in Professor Alan Weiner, Director of the Program of International Law at Stanford Law School. Professor, thank you so much for being with us.
Pleasure to be with you.
And let me start with Maduro being taken into custody here. And there have been questions raised around the legality of the United States making a move like that, setting aside, of course, the indictment or considering the indictment for the Southern District of New York. What is your assessment, Professor, of the legality of what the United States has undertaken here?
Well, there are two separate questions. One is it lawful for the United States to indict Maduro for violating provisions of U.S. law? And I think that's not controversial. Right. The bigger question is, are we allowed to basically invade other countries in order to capture people who have been indicted under U.S. law? And I think the answer to that is quite clearly no. This is unquestionably a use of force. And the UN Charter, to which the United States, of course, is a party. In fact, the United States was the leading architect of the United Nations Charter, prohibits states from using force in their international relations against one another, except in self-defense. And there's, I think, no plausible claim here that the United States had a self-defense justification for invading Venezuela.
And I want to put a fine point on that. What has happened is not extradition, Professor, right?
No, extradition would be done pursuant to a treaty, and it would run through the, you'd submit an indictment, and the other country would have a chance to review it. That would be a formal legal process. Now, this would be, this is an abduction.
And those kinds of legal processes play out all the time. Right. I mean, we see extraditions all the time in the United States. We rarely see, obviously, large-scale military operations to take down the leader of another country like this.
Extradition is the normal way that we obtain jurisdiction over a fugitive in a foreign country. Now, no one expects that had we submitted an extradition request to Venezuela, that Maduro, the one to sign off on the paperwork, would have said, like, yeah, sure, I'll surrender myself.
I'll extradite myself, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, you're totally right in that instance. But when you talk about the international pushback here, what is the enforceability of any of that kind of pushback?
Well, it's limited. I mean, international law, I always tell people, international law is very different from the way that a domestic legal system that's a well-ordered system works. There's no compulsory courts necessarily to resolve disputes. There's no international police force. Now, countries like the United States like this. The reason why the international system is structured the way that it is because we want states to have discretion and sovereignty. It is the case that Venezuela, and this may come as a surprise, is a party to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. So it is conceivable that we will see an investigation in the ICC into allegations of aggression by the United States. Normally, though, the way that states enforce international law is through self-help, through reciprocal measures. Think about the way the international community has responded to Russia's invasion of Ukraine with sanctions and isolating Russia from international organizations. The United States has the advantage of being the most powerful country in the world, which enables it to resist that. The question we have to ask is, do we want to live in a world where powerful countries can invade their weaker neighbors? If that's the norm, and that's what the world was like through the 17th and 18th and 19th and early 20th centuries. If that's the norm, we're going to face a global system in which aggression, warfare, military intervention is common. That's why we supported the UN Charter and the idea that states should not be able to invade their neighbors to pursue their foreign policy objectives, as the United States has done here.
Professor, the president, as you well know, has justified this action, and we heard this from his top cabinet officials as well, by saying that this was a necessary measure in order to protect United States national security. They have made this an argument about the protection of assets and interests here at home domestically. Does that argument hold up in an international court of law?
I don't think it's an argument because it's a claim because there's no evidence to support it. I mean, I spent some time this morning looking at the indictment that has been released against Maduro. Of course, what was the justification for the attacks against the drug boats, which were the precursor to this? Oh, my God, the fentanyl crisis causing many deaths in the United States. The fentanyl crisis is a serious one. If you review the indictment that's been issued, the word fentanyl does not appear once in the indictment that's been issued against Maduro. So no, these are not, the fact that you don't like a country, the fact that you have difficult foreign policy relations, the fact that it might be doing things that are harmful to you are not justifications for invading the country and overthrowing them. The law is clear. You can use force against another country only if you have sustained an armed attack in self-defense, and that manifestly is not the case here.
And what about the issue of Venezuela's sovereign oil? In other words, another nation like the United States, and the president has suggested that the U.S. would go in, would rebuild oil infrastructure, would then, it sounds like, almost become a broker for Venezuelan oil. He was asked about, for example, obviously China is a huge buyer of the majority of Venezuelan oil, how that process would unfold. How does that fit into this bigger legal picture here?
It fits poorly, I'm afraid. If the United States puts boots on the ground and takes control of Venezuela, takes military control of Venezuela, we would at that point be an occupying power. And the law is quite clear that when you're an occupying power, that does not give you the right to basically come in and take the assets of another country, to restructure the governance of another structure. You're there basically on a short-term basis to allow a new government to be reinstated and to take control of the country. The idea of taking control of this oil probably runs afoul of an old-standing prohibition in the law of armed conflict that makes it unlawful to engage in pillage. There's another old concept that says when you occupy another country, you act as a usufruct. It's an old legal term from the early 20th century, but basically it means you're a trustee. You're able to kind of manage these assets for the benefit of the people, not for the benefits of the invading or occupying force.
Professor, thank you so much for being with us and for bringing us your legal expertise at this critical moment, obviously, in American foreign policy. Appreciate your time. On that note, I want to bring in, of course, our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. And Laura, I think there's an important distinction that we want to make here. And my conversations that I've had today with folks who are periphery to the legal piece of this, the SDNY indictment, so that's that sweeping indictment that you have been talking about on the air. It is my understanding, and help us work through this here, that it would certainly be, as Nicolás Maduro, as we speak right now, is on his way, based on multiple officials and the reporting of our colleague Tom Winter, on his way to the United States, to New York, where he will be booked and processed and put behind bars. It would be within his legal right to challenge the way that he was brought into custody in order to face this indictment, Laura, but that is separate and apart from the charges listed in this indictment. In other words, the method of his, let's call it arrest, separate from the process legally that would unfold in the SDNY.
And I think that's a really helpful distinction to make, Hallie, because especially at the press conference, all of the focus on oil and the interest that the United States might have in the Maduro regime, so to speak, is entirely separate from the substance of what line prosecutors in the Southern District of New York are going to be facing come Monday when they have to go into court and defend these actions, right? And so the substance of the drug and the gun running, that might all be completely legit, and prosecutors may point to the fact that this was brought years ago, and there's some changes here and there, but mostly the same. The situation that is far different than 2020 is the way that he was extracted and the stunning nature that we saw a sovereign power essentially removed in a non-voluntary fashion. And that's where a defense attorney, maybe to some success, maybe not, could try to find some area to exploit, right? If you can't go after the actual charges, you go after the way the person was apprehended, Hallie. And I think that's the thing that you're going to see play out in the short term.
So play that out, because in the short term, could that not ultimately mean that at some point in the relatively near-ish future, you would have a sitting federal judge needing to make a determination on whether this massive military action taken to remove Maduro from Venezuela was legal or not?
Yes, and that's sort of where this could be headed, Hallie, especially if he manages to have an effective defense attorney who mounts that type of argument and finds a judge that finds this problematic in some way, which, again, you can imagine the sort of response that that's going to receive from this Justice Department and this president. Already, we've seen so many different sort of conflicts, if you will, over executive power and the way that this president has wielded a very expansive view. And we've seen clashes with any number of different federal judges, particularly on issues of immigration, where this comes up again. This is obviously different, and we don't really have a good example of past precedent in history where a similar type of circumstance has played out. We've talked about Noriega a lot this morning, but that was different, and I think this is presenting a really unprecedented opportunity for the courts to weigh in on something that would normally be within Congress's power, or at least arguably the president would say in his power, but not something that a federal court would normally have to handle.
Explain some of those distinctions as it relates to Noriega and the situation in Panama years ago, Laura.
Yeah, well, obviously, some 36 years ago now, and facing a number of federal charges, he eventually had to essentially turn himself over, right? And so that was a very different circumstance here, where it appears special forces went in, law enforcement along with the military went in and managed to capture Maduro, which you see him in his sweatsuit, obviously not prepared, and the president even said he was trying to escape. So this is a different circumstance. Again, he will have the opportunity to make all of these arguments in court, but the way in which it was done, I think, is going to be a sticking point.
There is one potential similarity here, and obviously it's early days yet, early hours yet, as it relates to Maduro and Venezuela, as it relates to Noriega. I wonder if you see it this way, Laura, which is the suggestion, the implication that those in the inner circle perhaps cooperated with the United States. And again, we don't know that for sure, but in speaking with, for example, legal experts here, some of them have suggested that it does seem like, reading this indictment, there was potentially a degree of high-level cooperation from at least somebody who knew something in order to get some of the information here to U.S. prosecutors.
Sure, and that may make it easier to capture him. That may have made it, that it made it more difficult for him to evade apprehension. But I'm not sure that would affect sort of the legal justification for how it was done. But it was interesting, as you were talking to the professor, it struck me that the international law piece of this, sort of the academic exercise piece of this, is sort of an interesting backdrop. But the bottom line is the enforcement mechanism to stop the administration from doing this basically is not there. It's impeachment. And we know politically that's not really on the table. And so unless Congress decides the president has done something that is an impeachable offense, where is the mechanism to stop it?
Sure, the domestic pushback would obviously be in the United States branches of government here, including the legislative branch. And it's a good point, Laura, before I let you go, I'm struck by when you talk about line prosecutors going about and doing the work of filing motions, doing, discovery, whatever they may do. That is, the ordinary work of a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York, let's say, in a case that is anything but ordinary here. There are so many extraordinary pieces to this, Laura. The SDNY has handled high-profile cases before, right? Give us a sense of how these prosecutors might handle something that is, massive, international, thorny legal questions, all of the points that you've been making.
So that's the thing. The Southern District of New York, ironically, the place where the president has sort of wielded his pardon power against others who have been accused of corruption, among other things. The Southern District of New York is known for being able to handle these type of narco-terrorism cases, if you will. This is not something that's foreign to them. Obviously, other jurisdictions have the experience as well. But the prosecutors that would be involved and tasked with doing something like this know how to do it. The issue is, again, going back to sort of the geopolitical backdrop to this. It's not as if they picked him up, on the corner of Harlem. They had to go into another sovereign country to get him. And I think that's the part that's going to give prosecutors a little bit of work for them.
Laura Jarrett, our senior legal correspondent, we're glad to have you with us today. I know a long day for you, Laura. Thank you very much for your reporting. I want to bring in now somebody we've been working to get with us on the line here, Ana Vanessa Herrera, who I believe is joining us, a journalist based in Venezuela. She is with us now. Ana, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
Thank you so much for being with us and for giving us a sense, the eyes and the ears on the ground. What did you see? I know that you heard some of the explosions in the middle of the night in Caracas. Yes. Tell us more.
Yes, it all started at around 2 a.m. in the morning, local time. A loud explosion, just, shaking every single window, mirror, not only in where I live, but around the area as well. A big smoke, black smoke, just covering Caracas. And then after that, I heard all the planes just above me, overflying the capital city of Venezuela. immediately, while I was experiencing that, I started receiving calls, reports of people in different parts of Caracas and in La Guaira as well, in the port of Venezuela, in the coastal area, witnessing and experiencing exactly the same thing. I have to tell you, this is absolutely unprecedented for Venezuelans. This is the first time I have to cover something like this happening on Venezuelan soil, and people were not ready for this. People were scared. They were feeling unsure on what to do. They had to run for shelter, what they should or should not have with them. And this translated in just hours later in huge lines in front of supermarkets and pharmacies. People are running, trying to get whatever they can. They're trying to get food, water, and basics just to survive not only the next hours, but the uncertainty of the next days.
Let me ask you a couple of things on this, Ana. At what point, and I want to get back to these lines that you talk about, but take me back to these overnight hours here. And we're showing some of the images for our audience on screen. But at what point, Ana, did it become clear to you that this was a U.S. military operation? Or when did you suspect that, in fact, that's what was happening?
Immediately as the bombing started. It was a couple of large explosions. And then in the horizon, I could see the lights of several bombing happening at once. I immediately knew that this was part of the conflict and part of the operation that Donald Trump announced at the beginning of December. He did say back then that airstrikes and land strikes were going to start soon. And I knew that this was different. Even when Donald Trump started deploying the ships in the Caribbean, I knew that the conflict was absolutely unprecedented for Venezuela. I mean, Venezuela has seen its fair share of a conflict and political turmoil, but nothing like this. And this was a scene, I have to tell you, it was just unbelievable. My eyes, I couldn't really believe. I was in shock, and I think everyone around me was as well. People from their balconies just shouting, and some of them were just like staring at the large clouds of black smoke covering the city. And then the reports and the footage started to come, and it was clear. It was absolutely clear that this was part of an escalation of the military conflict.
You mentioned, Ana, that you went out, I think it was this morning, or was it today? You tell me when, but you noticed, you saw a lot of people in long lines at where? Grocery stores, pharmacies. I don't know if you saw it at banks. What was that? Were people scared? Were they in fear? Were they taking these measures as precautionary? What was your sense in talking with those people?
They were trying to get out of there as fast as they could, but I didn't see any chaos. I didn't see people, fighting over a spot in the line or trying to get into the supermarket. It was just calmly waiting for their turn. But I could see them, being nervous. They were trying to get to their houses, to their homes as soon as possible. And one of them, one senior woman, she said that she was trying to get her medication because she was not prepared. She wasn't ready. And she was scared that, she couldn't get her medication like in the next couple of days or maybe weeks, because no one really knows not only what's happening right now, but no one really knows how long, how much time this will take to get back to the new normal, because definitely things have changed. And I have to tell you, people in line were talking about how unbelievable and how quickly things escalated. I mean, they went to sleep after celebrating New Year's. They were resting, and then they woke up with bombing, and hours later, without Nicolás Maduro in power. And not only that, but he hasn't resigned. He was captured and transferred to the U.S. I mean, no one really, I think the shock, the state of shock is something that is common in the entire civilian population.
The uncertainty, Ana, would you say that is the predominant feeling now among the Venezuelans that you've talked to, not knowing what comes next?
absolutely uncertainty, of course, but the shock, the absolute wonder of how did this happen? And you know, it's complicated to explain because I've been talking to a lot of people over the past months reporting what's going on, and everyone agreed that something was going to happen, something big. Some people were even expecting and hoping this would happen. But today, no one was truly believing or understanding what just happened in the city of Caracas and other parts of the country. So, and you know, and then after Trump spoke, people were sharing the picture of Nicolás Maduro. That was the biggest take among civilians, among regular citizens, regular Venezuelans, that, you know, some of them are bringing other pictures back on social media, pictures of protesters that were murdered during the protests and demonstrations in 2014, 17, and 19. And some of them are even talking about divine justice while comparing one picture to the other. So there are a lot of feelings. There's a lot of things that people are feeling and are sharing. But this is very important. They're sharing this over WhatsApp in private with their families or on social media. No one is openly talking about this on the streets, loudly, I mean.
Out of fear. Ana Vanessa Herrero, we're so grateful to have you. We're so glad you're safe and you are in a position where you're able to bring us the latest of your reporting here on NBC News. Ana, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Of course. We'll talk to you again soon, I'm sure. I want to bring back in now our Julie Sirkin, White House correspondent, who is near the president's Florida home, Mar-a-Lago. And Julie, obviously some dramatic recounting there from that journalist, Ana Vanessa Herrero from Caracas. We're also at the same time now getting in some new images from the White House, just released, of President Trump and his team. I'll ask our team to show it here in, I guess you could call it a war room. It is obviously not a situation room. That's at the White House, but it is essentially his skiff, if you will, his secure area, watching the attack on Venezuela, the extraction of Maduro unfold, Julie.
Yeah, his makeshift situation room in Mar-a-Lago, if you will. The president posting a series of photos. You see them there, flanked by the same members of his cabinet, his administration, that I saw there today at the press conference the president held. Ratcliffe, who is, of course, the head of the Central Intelligence Agency. We know that that agency was crucial in the last several months as they prepared for this operation and this extraction of Maduro. We know that because the other gentleman you see in those photos, General Raisin Kane, as they call him, he's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He told us during this press conference that the CIA spent months tracking Maduro, finding out his whereabouts, learning his behaviors, learning his routine throughout the day so that they could get to a place that they got to this week finally when the president authorized this strike ultimately last night. And you're seeing those photos on your screen of how they watched this operation take place. The president flanked not only by Ratcliffe, not only by Kane, but also by Pete Hegseth, who is the Secretary of Defense, and he was there today as well. And also Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is not in that room, is Vice President J.D. Vance, who I'm told, according to a spokesperson, did check in with the president yesterday at his golf club ahead of this operation taking place. But in an effort not to tip the Venezuelans off, they said they didn't want to move him back to Mar-a-Lago so close to this operation unfolding overnight, Hallie. I also want to just note one image that we have here, which is kind of interesting. You see on the back of their screen that there is an X page open that appears to be the page of the open source intel page on X, run by somebody who is not a part of the administration, does not have official sources, but that appears to be the image on the screen on their X that they are open to that person taking credit for it on X, which I thought was interesting. Also, Hallie, the president just speaking to the New York Post, giving them an exclusive interview after the hour-long press conference that he held earlier today at Mar-a-Lago, saying a couple of clarifying remarks, apparently trying to clarify the comment that the president made where you could hear a pin drop in the room saying that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. He says now, according to the Post, that there will not be U.S. boots on the ground, which is a question that we asked of the president multiple times, one that he seemed to leave on the table as a possibility. Now he says that if the vice president of Venezuela, which the president claims was sworn in earlier, Delcy Rodriguez, if she does what the U.S. wants her to do, there will not be that second wave that you were referencing, that the president had highlighted earlier today. There will not be boots on the ground, according to President President Trump. This is slightly different than what he told us in the room earlier today, but still an extremely fast-moving, developing situation. All we know for certain at this point is that Maria Corina Machado, who's the opposition leader who has been in hiding, she is not somebody that President Trump says the Venezuelan people want to see take over at this moment. So for now, the U.S. will be in charge, according to the president. But as you heard him say, and as you just heard me lay out in the interview that he gave, he said that if the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, who Secretary of State Rubio talked on the phone with multiple times, if she does what the U.S. wants her to do, if she cooperates, then there will be not further escalation by the U.S. military, Hallie.
And no indication of whether we'll hear from the president again over the course of the rest of the weekend yet, Julie, correct, as he remains at his Mar-a-Lago home for the final days and hours of this holiday break?
Yeah, not expected to return to Washington until tomorrow evening at this point. And they also issued what's known as a lid here. That means we do not expect to see the president for the rest of the day. That doesn't mean that we necessarily won't hear from him online or in other avenues, but we don't expect to see him on camera, and we don't expect him certainly to leave Mar-a-Lago at any point. And we do know that he is still with members of his administration, with his cabinet. I also want to just peel back the curtain a little bit, Hallie. You saw Ratcliffe, Kaine, Hegseth, and Rubio, and Stephen Miller, the deputy chief of staff, who was also in the photos in that room, flanking the president during his press conference today. But to the side of the room, I saw Senator Bernie Moreno, who is a senator from Ohio. He was the only lawmaker who was there. Notable now that we are hearing, of course, some grievances, especially from Democrats, that they were not briefed and warned ahead of time of this operation. Secretary Rubio and President Trump saying it's because members of Congress leak. But Moreno was in that room today, as was Steve Witkoff, who's the president's special envoy. We've seen him involved in many situations from Russia, Ukraine to Gaza, Israel, and others. We know that this is somebody that the president likes to involve in these scenarios. And I will tell you that President Trump pointed toward him when he was talking about the group of people that will sort of take over and run Venezuela at this point. He pointed at him. He pointed to Rubio and Hegseth standing behind him. And along with Witkoff was standing Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, also there to the side of the room. So the president has his full team with him here at what he calls his winter White House, in that makeshift situation room where the president, not only before this strike on Venezuela, has been very busy hosting President Zelensky of Ukraine, hosting Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, posting about strikes that the administration took under in Nigeria. So this has been an extremely busy holiday 2 weeks for the president, and of course culminating with this major operation overnight, Hallie.
Julie Sirkin, live for us there in South Florida, standing by as she has been now for so many hours. Jules, thank you. Let me bring in our chief foreign affairs correspondent, Andrea Mitchell, who is joining us now. And Andrea, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as Julie referenced, alongside there, shoulder to shoulder with President Trump, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth as well, as he is taking on an increasingly muscular role, obviously with Venezuela. As the president has suggested, he will be part of the group that leads Venezuela into this next phase. But he is essentially adding to his already, multi-hyphenated job title here, as he's serving many roles in this administration.
And absolutely. And Marco Rubio has been on this since when he was on the Senate Intelligence and leadership of Senate Intelligence for years. He has worked for this for 15 years, and he is certainly a leading thinker behind the new national security strategy that was released, which downgrades the importance of the Atlantic Alliance, the post-war 80 years of successful peace, NATO, the Atlantic Alliance, Europe, and prioritizes the Western Hemisphere. This is an entirely new priority for the U.S., and it does reflect, very importantly, Marco Rubio's thinking as National Security Advisor, as Secretary of State. He laid this out 2 weeks ago, not this operation, obviously, but the importance of the Western Hemisphere, in his first news conference at the State Department. That also unprecedented, that after 11 months in office, he would have his first news conference just 2 weeks ago, because he has been spending so much time at the White House, so much time working, on Ukraine, on Gaza, and also trying to coordinate with Witkoff and Kushner and others of the president's envoys, who have been such important players in addition to the Secretary of State. So it's been a very interesting transition for Marco Rubio, but certainly Venezuela, Cuba, all of this, Nicaragua, Honduras, that's all really important to him. And I think his message to Cuba today was hugely important. He said that the senile leaders, the discredited leaders of Cuba. He's obviously Cuban-American. He comes from an immigrant family. He comes from Miami. This is critically part of his identity. And he said that this is the message to them, that they should be concerned. They clearly are concerned, because the message here is not only have they lost the sanctioned oil, which was barely sustaining their really decimated economy because of the embargo that has been going on for so many decades, with the brief interruption during the Obama years when there was normalization. But now this crackdown on Cuba certainly presages, the crackdown on Venezuela presages, the next step could be Cuba, but certainly the loss of the Venezuelan oil. Cuba bailed out Maduro a number of years ago when the U.S. first started taking him on under Trump 1, bailed him out with military, with intelligence, with bodyguards, and now he's lost the military from Cuba. And now it remains to be seen whether Delcy Rodriguez, who was a Hugo Chavez acolyte and a Maduro vice president, whether she really, as the president said, has no choice but to cooperate with them, and how they will run this, how will they run the security. What will happen to the 800,000 political prisoners in Venezuela? What will happen to their very large weapons supply? And, how will the U.S. take this on? And I should also point out, today is the 36th anniversary of Noriega of Panama, the dictator of Panama's surrender to the U.S. 36 years ago, the last time the U.S. intervened militarily in Latin America. So the whole region is watching. By the way, Colombia also, the left-leaning president of Colombia, next door to Venezuela, who's had to accept all of these Venezuelan refugees, but of course is anti-Trump. They are now non-permanent members temporarily of the Security Council. They're going to raise this come Monday at the UN, whether the UN can do anything. Russia and China, of course, are on permanent members of the Security Council. They will, or they were supporting Maduro. There was a Chinese envoy just in the last 48 hours meeting with Maduro. So I thought that really Rubio's comments, you're so right, Hallie, to highlight it. Rubio's comments about Donald Trump and about how Maduro had played games, I mean, he was just tough as nails today in his comments at that news conference, and saying that this is a warning to other regimes in the region, and let's see the way the Western Hemisphere reacts to this rising importance of the Western Hemisphere, Latin America, in this administration. This is a whole new policy.
Well, you talk about the policy, Andrea, and the president has nicknamed it. He's riffing off of the Monroe Doctrine, obviously related to the U.S. show of force in Latin America, calling it the Donroe Doctrine. And you heard the president press, too, today, Andrea, about how that is consistent with America First, as he has seen domestically here pushback from at least some in his own party. For example, outgoing Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, about how that comports with what he ran his campaign on. Pledges of no new wars, being the president of peace.
No, exactly. There is a contradiction there. He said there isn't, but there's clearly a contradiction with some of the MAGA base. He's just lost Lauren Boebert, also of Colorado, because of the veto of the water bill that was so important to Colorado. So there is a division in 2026 of the, potentially, of the MAGA base. But whether this does have the impact that the White House expects and predicts, which is that this is the big stick in the hemisphere, and that it will get attention from, from China and Russia and others, that this president means business. I was also very interested, and you must have picked up on this as well, the last question about Vladimir Putin. We've seen so many pivots about Putin, but the consistent sort of fallback position has been to believe Vladimir Putin over everyone else, and to believe in Putin, the strong man's right to Ukraine, never acknowledging that Putin is the invader, the aggressor against Ukraine. And all the while, just last week, accepting Vladimir Putin's claims, very questionable claims, according to U.S. intelligence, according to Matt Whitaker, our NATO ambassador, and certainly to denials from Ukraine, the claims that that Ukraine had bombed one of his residents in Novograd. And the President Trump, right after seeing Zelensky, accepted that at face value from Putin and said, you see, you know, Zelensky has to go on offense, but this is something that is not really, you know, acceptable, going after Putin's residence. Well, it was immediately denied by Ukraine. There's no credible evidence, according to many other American sources, and it was stepped back by one of his closest ambassadors, Matt Whitaker, at NATO. So, you know, his fallback position is always to believe Putin over everyone else. But yet today he said he's really disappointed, angry, the exact words about Putin, because too many people have died. So he was reverting to that after having, you know, frankly, questioned Zelensky. There was supposed to be, by the way, a Ukraine summit in Paris led by Macron. We believe that the U.S. would be participating. There's all call, I've been told by French sources, for all diplomats to meet on Ukraine on Tuesday this week. Okay. I don't know whether this will change that.
Plenty of international intrigue as, of course, the French president reacting, Emmanuel Macron reacting today as well to the ousting, the extraction, if you will, of Nicolás Maduro. Andrea Mitchell, thank you very much. I want to take you back to South Florida now, where NBC's George Solis is on the ground in Doral, where Venezuelans have been celebrating the removal of Maduro. And George, I know we talked just a few moments ago. It seems as though the crowd has only built. Are you seeing now this groundswell of people coming to this nexus for Venezuelans in South Florida and Miami?
Absolutely right, Hallie. And that last time that we spoke with, the crowd was still somewhat by the pumps, and that only seems to be expanding. And as I look over to my right, more people are starting to filter in here. This becoming the epicenter of the party here. And that is no coincidence. Again, Doral, known affectionately as Dorazuela, one of the largest populations of Venezuelans here in the U.S. This is an area that we have frequented throughout this regime, and many people here at first telling us they didn't want to really talk. They were hiding. A lot of the businesses here weren't as busy, they were telling us, through some of the administration's changes, including things like GPS. But today, all of that sort of on the back burner as we see this groundswell of Venezuelans that are looking to celebrate with their fellow country people, many of them saying they are eager to return home, some saying they may still wait and see how this all unfolds. But some of the thing that has probably struck me the most here today is talking to so many generations of Venezuelans who were on the phone with their loved ones either in Caracas or throughout the country, waking up to this news, some saying they couldn't even believe it. I talked to one father who is here with his child somewhere in this crowd saying, I had to call my family, I had to call my father who is still in Caracas right now, and he couldn't believe that this was happening. We sprung out of bed, we came here as quickly as we could, and worth noting, a lot of people here, those that have not just arrived, have been here probably since 2, 3 in the morning when word started to trickle of what was going on in Venezuela. And again, every so often, you will see just this surge of people beginning these chants, chanting Libertad, liberty, ya cayó, the regime is over. And then the other side of this, which if we can pan over, may not be able to, is just the number of cars that are just driving by the parking lot here. Many of them with flags, both USA and Venezuela. It gets the crowd riled up. They are chanting. There is media here, Hallie, from across the country, it seems. And there you have, again, another moment where the crowd is just erupting in celebration and cheer. So many Venezuelan flags here as far as the eye can see. And again, so many of these people say they have no plans on going home tonight. This party, this celebration, this regime change that they are celebrating only seems to be intensifying with every passing moment. So many people eager to share their stories. So many of them telling us they're eager to talk to their family members. And some of them saying they are awaiting word to be able to tell their family members in Caracas that they can go out onto these streets and rejoice and celebrate. Some of them saying right now, a lot of those parties like this are happening in close quarters in the privacy of their home. But again, Hallie, as we join you again, party just continually to ramp up. There's more music, more flags. It seems like every time I turn around, there's just more people here, Hallie.
George Solis, that's what it looks like from our vantage point as well. George, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let me bring it back here to Washington, where our congressional correspondent Mel Zanona is on Capitol Hill, as we are now seeing just the last 20 minutes or so, new reaction from some leading Democrats, specifically in the Senate, to the president's action in Venezuela. Mel, walk us through what we're hearing and what the expectation is later, because I think we're also hearing from the top Senate Democrat, Chuck Schumer, as well.
That's right. I'm going to start with that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries statement. So this is a joint statement from the Democratic leaders of both the House and the Senate, and they are calling for additional briefings for members of Congress. They said in a statement, President Trump's announced plan to run Venezuela is unacceptable. It is critical that the Trump administration provide an immediate Gang of 8 briefing, followed by briefings for all members of the House and Senate early next week. Now, the Congress has not actually been authorized or asked to authorize this strike, but they also were not notified prior to this operation in Venezuela, with the administration, Marco Rubio, and even Trump arguing that they couldn't notify Congress beforehand because it would have endangered the operation, or in Trump's words, he didn't want this to leak out beforehand, and he doesn't trust members of Congress. Even though the Gang of 8, these are top leaders, these are members of intelligence committees, they are trusted with classified information all the time. And so typically they would be notified in most cases of major operations. But this has been sort of the common storyline of this Trump administration. Congress has been continually left out of the loop on some of these developments. That has caused a lot of frustration among Democrats and a handful of Republicans. And Tim Kaine, he's a Democrat from Virginia. He's actually holding immediate availability right now. He's planning on forcing a vote next week to block the Trump administration from further action in Venezuela without congressional approval. He argues that Trump did not have the legal authority to conduct this operation. He says that it not only violated the Constitution, but also violated international laws. And he raised concern about what precedent this sends, especially what message it sends to other foreign leaders, places like China or even Russia. And so he argues that this is something that it should have been debated on the floors of Congress, that there should be a vote on whether this is the best use of our military, whether Trump should go ahead with these types of operations, whether it was the strikes on the boats or the strikes on the land, or even the attack that carried out the capture of Nicolás Maduro. That, of course, has not happened. It's been at the center of the debate on Capitol Hill. But despite that, Republicans are by and large standing by President Trump. In fact, there were several administration officials who have been on the phone today, working the phones, trying to quell potential concerns and explain their legal justification for these strikes. And what they argued to lawmakers is that they don't need congressional authorization for this mission because they were carrying out a warrant, and that they needed the military in order to protect U.S. military personnel who were conducting this warrant to capture Maduro. So we have heard from several Republicans who have criticized the Trump administration, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, a former ally of the president's, with her arguing this really defies the America First movement, said many MAGA voters voted for Trump in order to end these forever wars, and now Trump is doing the exact opposite of what he campaigned on. Now, we are expecting members of Congress to be briefed sometime next week, so certainly there are still a lot of questions that both Democrats and Republicans still have. Perhaps those will get answered next week. The question, though, is whether any additional Republicans come out and criticize Trump and they join that Democratic effort on the War Powers Resolution. At this point, we're not seeing any signs that that's happening, Hallie.
Mel Zanona. Mel, we're glad to have you there on Capitol Hill watching all of that new fallout, all of that reaction as well. And Mel, just to get a sense here, too, as far as any other on-camera appearances, we're thinking, TBD on that, correct?
On-camera appearances, TBD, but Chuck Schumer is going to hold a Zoom as well in the next, 20 minutes or so. So we'll be hearing from him relatively soon. And he, of course, is a key voice here as he is the top Democratic leader in the Senate.
Mel, thank you very much. Want to bring it back now, 3 o'clock Eastern time here in Washington, noon in the West. And if you're just joining us, we've been following this breaking news here on NBC News Now. The leader of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, was captured by U.S. forces during a huge overnight military operation in Caracas. Video, you see Maduro there appearing to be cuffed. He's in what looks like some sort of tracksuit, sweatsuit, with those dark sunglasses across his eyes. And this video here shows the explosions, shows the fire, the smoke in the Capitol. At this moment, we know Maduro is being flown to New York City, according to multiple officials familiar with the movements, to face narco-terrorism conspiracy charges filed by the Justice Department. The expectation from these sources is that Maduro will be flown to New York on a plane. He'll be helicoptered to a different location. He will be booked, processed, and put behind bars. It comes as President Trump, in just the last couple of hours, down in Mar-a-Lago, where he is spending his holiday break, is laying out his future vision for Venezuela, with so many questions around what happens to that country from here. And the president says, in his words, we will run Venezuela. Major U.S. involvement, he's hinting at, and how the country will be governed moving forward, especially when it relates to Venezuelan oil. Here's President Trump.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen.
President Trump there in Mar-a-Lago not long ago this afternoon. I want to bring in now our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, who's been tracking all of this with us. And so, Keir, let's start with where we are at the moment. We know that Nicolás Maduro is somewhere in the sky, making his way to New York City. Based on what multiple officials have told NBC News, there will be a process that plays out from here. Make no mistake about it, an extraordinary process, given the history of this moment and given the action that the Trump administration has now taken in removing Maduro from his home in Venezuela.
That's right, Hallie. This is regime change. Maduro charged with narco-terrorism. He and his wife will appear in a U.S. court to face those accusations. And it's after this operation that President Trump described as amazing, 150 aircraft carrying out an overnight raid. President Trump describing it as like watching a TV show, saying that U.S. Special Forces and U.S. espionage was involved, managing to switch off the lights in Caracas, in Venezuela, in order to be able to do this under the cover of darkness. You can see there the images of the strikes on Venezuela while this was taking place. In order to allow this to take place, it does appear that these special forces took fire, returned fire, and escaped without any casualties, without any fatal casualties at the very least. Now, as I say, Maduro and his wife now facing an American court. The Venezuelan opposition leader, Nobel Prize winner, describing this as an hour of freedom, and that Maduro would now face justice. But there is a question, Hallie, as we speak now, this afternoon, 3 o'clock on the East Coast, as of whether the Trump administration has done some kind of a deal with Delcy Rodriguez, who was Maduro's vice president, whether she will take over and whether she has told the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that she is prepared to work with the Trump administration in order to do their bidding, if you like, in order to change the political environment in Venezuela. There are so many questions. We've been discussing this. All of this has taken place just in the past few hours. And as we know, Hallie, it can be days and weeks and months before we know the results of an operation like this. Certainly, President Trump singing the praises of the U.S. Armed Forces, saying with the capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely imagine, and Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, underscoring that, saying that people should learn, specifically America's enemies around the world should learn that we do not play games. So multiple messages, multiple things happening all at once here. But the big question really, Hallie, is what now for Venezuela? What is the plan to run Venezuela in the weeks and months and potentially years ahead? President Trump not appearing to put a timeline on how long it will be that the U.S. is running Venezuela.
You talk about leadership moving forward, Keir, and what happens in Venezuela from here. We were on the phone earlier with a Venezuelan journalist, Ana Vanessa Herrero, who was describing seeing and hearing the explosions in Caracas overnight and what she laid out as the deep uncertainty of so many Venezuelans, long lines at supermarkets, pharmacies, as people are seeking to try to hunker down for whatever may come in the next few days here. It appears as though the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, has largely been sidelined by the Trump administration, Keir, based on what we heard from President Trump in that news conference, that it sounds as though he does not believe she should be a part of the future of a democratically led Venezuela. So then tell us more about Delcy Rodriguez, the current vice president. I guess she has been recently sworn in as president, the new president of Venezuela. And to your point, the allusions to these conversations that she had, according to the president, with Secretary of State Rubio.
Yeah, Rodriguez was part of the Maduro regime. I mean, there's no question that she has been closely aligned with Maduro for many, many years. So if it does emerge that she has, if you like, done a deal with the Trump administration, kind of in the months that led up to this, kind of behind Maduro's back, if you like, then that will be stunning. She is only one of a number of powerful people within Venezuela who kind of congregated around Maduro. And so there is a real question about whether or not she has the to lead the country. And of course, as you rightly say, one of those questions is whether or not she can walk away from all of the things that were done, not just in Maduro's name, but in her name in Venezuela. I mean, clearly, it's going to be argued by some that the mistakes that were made, for example, during the U.S. invasion of Iraq, that the whole government was dismantled and that all of Saddam Hussein's leadership was removed and that led to a civil war, that the U.S. isn't making a mistake like that in Venezuela. But we are so early with this. President Trump himself had his saying in that news conference that they had the capability to carry out a much larger operation, that they chose not to do that, but that they are still able to do that. And I think that just signals that there is more to come with this. And again, just one more crucial point here, and we've been talking about it right through the day. This is also about a shift in U.S. policy towards the Western Hemisphere, sending a message to countries like China, countries like Russia, even countries like Iran, that the U.S. considers the Western Hemisphere its region and that it's determined to assert itself.
Keir Simmons, we're glad to have you with your analysis and with your expertise. Stay close to a camera. I know you will. I want to go now to our White House correspondent, Monica Alba, because as Keir has laid out, Monica, there are a number of pieces to this. One of them being the possibility of boots on the ground, U.S. troops on the ground in Venezuela, which the president very publicly, in remarks that we aired live on our special report here on NBC News, did not only rule out, but said we shouldn't be afraid of putting boots on the ground, essentially, in the context of potentially securing oil that is sovereign to Venezuela. He then, I believe in just the last hour, did an interview with the New York Post where it sounded like he was looking to either walk that back or clarify. Help us understand what the president's position currently is on troops in Venezuela.
And I think it's really notable, these comments that he made to the New York Post, Hallie, because it does appear that he's trying to add some, qualification perhaps to some of these comments that he made repeatedly in that press conference earlier. But now he's saying essentially he's putting this on the vice president of Venezuela that you guys have been discussing here, Delcy Rodriguez, saying that essentially if she does, quote, what we want, then maybe there won't have to be U.S. troops on the ground. Again, it's not exactly clear what that means, how that will be assessed, what kind of criteria he's going to use for that. But he is saying essentially that if the vice president, again, some